Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 461 to 480. Chapter 461, We May Talk About It. As one of the mission executors this time. Originally, I planned to secretly follow these 3 people and take revenge for the hundreds of millions of elders behind, and even the members of the Baroque Work Club. While providing convenience, it can also increase their chances of promotion. I never imagined that such a terrifying scene would be encountered. Who offered a bounty of 20 million Baileys were immediately wiped off the map. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it? In retrospect, the spine is still chills. Stop talking, our ship is in front of us. As long as we reach where we are, we can leave safely. The only thing we can do now is to pray for that guy, and he didn't find us. With long blue hair is running fast in the forest. A pair of long, white, jade-like legs that even a slender cloak could not cover. Looking at the gradually clear port through the trees in the forest, the girl's pretty face showed a hint of anxiety. It is. The girl rushed out eagerly, when she stood firm. The first scene that caught her eye made her pupils shrink suddenly. The huge bone dragon and the skeleton figure leaning on a scepter shook her nerves like a death god at this moment. Princess, run away quickly, I'll stop him. A low, urgent cry rang out suddenly. Who followed the girl, the curly hair hidden under the cloak, spit out 2 machine guns directly. The next moment, without any fancy, it suddenly turned. Bang 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 bang. The fiery bullets fell head-on towards Long Yu like a gust of wind and rain. The violent scene surprised Dusky and Nami. However, before they could react, the scepter in Long Yu's hand suddenly stomped on the ground. A cold voice suddenly echoed. Second-level magical death imprisonment. PFF'd. The dark mist, like a frenzy, exploded inside the body. With an extremely fast attitude, it passed the incoming bullet, turned into a tentacle, and quickly spread away on the girl and the big man. Before they could react, the body, which was moving freely, lost control in an instant, unable to move. As for those so-called bullets, they fell on Long Yu's body like a rain of bananas, and finally scattered on the ground. After finishing all this, Long Yu held the scepter and walked towards the 2 of them. You, don't come here. We are members of the Baroque Work Society. If you dare to kill us, let our president know that it is a dead end. A hysterical roar came out of the man's mouth. Face, it's scary. The skeleton of the man, shrouded in the cloak's legs at this moment, is almost uncontrollable, shaking like a twist. However, facing the threat of these words, Long Yu seemed to be completely unknown. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he crossed the man's side and came to the girl's front. The right hand, which was made of bones, suddenly came down. He directly lifted the cloak covering the girl's head. Sky blue hair fell down like a waterfall. Which delicate and tender white face is full of pale colors. However, in the face of Long Yu, who is close at hand, with red eyes and red lips biting tightly, it gives the impression that he is trying his best to suppress the fear of Long Yu in his heart. He just refuses to let himself beg for mercy, and even whine. When meeting Long Yu's deep soul flame eyes, the slender hand hidden in the cloak suddenly moved. Burning sound suddenly sounded. The fast-burning gunpowder quickly spread to the explosive that was clenched tightly in her slender hand. This is her last resort of suicide. When she joined the Baroque Work Club, she had already embraced it, and if it became too dangerous to be solved, she would die. However, as soon as the burning gunpowder was lit up, it was quickly pinched out by the big hand of the bones. Bone-chilling voice immediately fell in their ears. Princess Wei Wei, don't be too impulsive, we may be able to talk. Long Yu looked at the blue-haired girl in front of him. She should have just joined the Baroque Work Club, the princess of the desert kingdom of Alabasta, Neferuta Liweiwei. As for the wretched uncle next to him, he is the captain of the kingdom guard, EPUB. Originally, when Long Yu was in Rog Town, he noticed the 2 of them. However, I didn't expect that Vivi and EPUB would follow this place in order to break into the Baroque Work Club as soon as possible, Originally, Long Yu was still there, thinking about where the Bone King would settle. It seemed that Alabasta, which was occupied by Chihuahai and the Sand Crocodile, might be a good place. Princess Vivi. The two of Dusky couldn't help but startled. Looking at this outstandingly beautiful girl in front of her, and the temperament exuding from her whole body, it is indeed the name of the princess in Long Yu's mouth, which is unusually consistent. You, what nonsense are you talking about? What is Princess Wei Wei? We are just members of the Baroque Work Club. You, don't get me wrong. Ikolem explained anxiously. As the princess of a great country, no matter what. How the power of the country is weakened. Chapter 462, Come to a Cooperation. It can be said that one's identity must not be exposed, otherwise it will fall on those who have a heart and become a bargaining chip for coercion. That will probably speed up, and Alabasta will disintegrate. Haha, it's interesting, it's really interesting. Long Yu stretched out the skeleton's big hand, and under the nervous eyes of Wei Wei and Ikolem, rubbed Wei Wei's head lightly, and said, You can deny it, but it won't do any harm to us. I just want to tell you that you are not able to deal with the people behind the hidden Baroque Work Club. Words fell. Wei Wei, who was originally very afraid of Long Yu's big skeleton hand, suddenly changed her expression and asked anxiously, You are not the president of the Baroque Work Club, are you? No way, we've heard his voice, you're not him. After seeing it with his own eyes, Long Yu could use his hands to sink tens of thousands of meters. The shadow of fear was clearly imprinted in their hearts. In front of you is really their enemy of Alabasta. I am afraid that the most warriors are not worth a casual blow. Hee, you girl, you are really interesting, I like it very much. Long Yu patted Wei Wei's shoulder with a dry smile, and said, However, liking is one thing, but this time, I'm looking for you for a cooperation. For example, kill Shichibukai Crocodile. Kill Shichibukai. The icy voice burst like thunder at this moment, shaking everyone's nerves. Shichibukai's reputation, but even Nami, who lives in the East China Sea, knows a thing or two. Not to mention, Dusky and Vivi and Ikolem in Alabasta in the first half of the Great Passage. You, what nonsense are you talking about? We're not from Alabasta, and we don't need to kill Crocodile. Ikolem's expression changed, and he made a quibble in a hurry. However, as soon as these words fell, she saw Wei Wei shaking her head, looking stubbornly at Long Yu, and said, Ikolem, don't say it, he is not a Baroque worker. I want to know why you are like this. I want to kill Crocodile. The same day, in Alabasta, Vivi found out that the dance fans were related to the Baroque Work Club. However, they are suspicious of the president lurking behind the scenes. Long Yu suddenly made such a strange transaction, which undoubtedly made Wei Wei more sure of her guess, and there was still time, lurking in the Baroque Work Club, where there were clues. The most important point, the strong disdain to lie. In particular, this ruthless young man in front of him. Princess. Ikolem suddenly panicked. However, Wei Wei quickly glared at him and swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Looking at this scene, Long Yu withdrew the big hand of the skeleton, and immediately snapped his fingers. That was originally wrapped around them also collapsed. Hee, it seems that Princess Wei Wei also has the sincerity to continue the conversation. That is to show my sincerity, let the two of you restore your freedom first. Long Yu gave a dry laugh and said, However, if you want to escape, don't blame me for being ruthless. Your Majesty Laxus, don't worry, we won't escape, but I want to know why you are sure that the black hand behind the Baroque Works Club is Chihuahai Crocodile. After Wei Wei relaxed her slightly numb body, she hurriedly asked. After all, even she and Ikolem, who have spent a lot of effort over the years, cannot be sure who is behind the scenes. As soon as Long Yu appeared now, he opened his mouth and nodded, and he showed such a positive attitude, which really surprised them. I guess, do you believe it? Long Yu glanced at Wei Wei lightly, and said, Also, what you want to do is not to ask me why. Yes, agree to the deal, and cancel the deal. Also, my current identity is not Laxus, you can call me Ains or Gong. The awe-inspiring voice was mixed with undoubted taste between the lines. EPUB became anxious, and was about to say something, but was stopped by Wei Wei's probe. Lord Ains, I don't mean to offend, but this time the transaction is too involved. Seeing Long Yu's face with an unquestionable expression, Wei Wei gave up the question and said, if Your Excellency Ains really intends to make a deal with us, I still need to contact my father to confirm it. So, I hope Your Excellency Ains can give us enough time to contact Alabasta. As the princess of a big country, she also dared to sneak into the Baroque Work Club for undercover investigation. Wei Wei's courage and means are not comparable to those of an embroidered vase. Facing Wei Wei's stubborn gaze, Long Yu laughed loudly and said, it really is a woman who doesn't allow men. However, don't worry, I, Anzi or Gong, will not be hard on others. I agree to your request. I hope you will go with me on the next journey. Chapter 463, While You're Sick. Walking forward together, Wei Wei was stunned at first. However, before she could give any answer, Long Yu's deep-set eyes, the flame of his soul jumped slightly, and said, okay, this status is temporarily over, then, I will still be Laxus in your eyes, don't let me outsiders know. The inexplicable words made the people in the field stunned for a while. Only Dusky guessed one or two, and then saw the huge bone dragon, like a black mist, scattered between the sky and the earth. The posture of the Bone King transformed by Long Yu also dissipated directly in front of everyone, restoring Laxus' cold and arrogant face. Looking at this, the faces they met in Rog Town, the tension and oppression in the hearts of Vivi and EPUB dissipated a little, then. It was soon seen that behind the huge coast, there was a huge warship. Fluttering on it, representing justice, made them stunned for a moment. Regardless of. It's Dusky and Wei Wei. They are all people who have been active in the first half of the Great Passage. This huge warship in front of me is a multi-masted warship, a ship that only appears in the Great Channel. Moreover, the person who can own this kind of warship is definitely an important existence in the Navy. Mr. Laxus, I finally found you. Bastiu's urgent cry suddenly sounded. Soon, everyone noticed that on the huge deck of the ship, besides Bastius, there was an unexpected figure. It's a naval hero, Lieutenant General Garp. How could he appear here? Dusky's expression changed slightly. Not long ago, she was most looking forward to joining the Navy headquarters. Of course, she knew a little about these generals. In particular, Garp, known as a naval hero. It can be said that as long as you are walking in this sea, you absolutely know what this means. Navy hero. EPUB's face changed slightly, and he looked at Wei Wei subconsciously. In his eyes, Garp's appearance was undoubtedly an unexpected change. If you reveal Long Yu's identity as a skeleton demon right now, you may be able to have a chance to escape. However, Vivi clearly understood EPUB's thoughts, and quickly shook her head to reject it. It can be said that in Alabasta, the people of the Baroque working society are gradually eroding. She and her father, but many times put their hopes on the army. Sadly, I was disappointed time and time again. What's more, if Long Yu just did. Hidden behind the scenes of the Baroque Work Club is the Shichibukai, crocodile, who has the privilege and is recognized by the world government. No. There is enough evidence to disprove him. Once that guy's plan is broken, and there is not enough evidence for the Navy headquarters to act, what awaits them is still the unpunished crocodile. There is also endless revenge from Chihuahai. Therefore, the only thing Wei Wei can do at the moment is to temporarily enter the stage of transaction negotiation with Long Yu to avoid unforeseen problems. What's more, once the identity of Long Yu was revealed, Wei Wei believed that at this distance, the other party could kill her dozens of times. Little devil, accept your life. The shouting sounded suddenly. Bang! Garp took a big step, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. The violent scene changed the expressions of Dusky, Nami and the others. After all, Just now, Long Yu relied on another identity to erase the Murloc paradise. However, before they could return to their senses, Long Yu's voice had already sounded. "You step back." The simple 4 words were uttered, and the thunder light bloomed like a tide on Long Yu's body. At the same time, the arrogance of seeing and hearing was pushed to the extreme, and it swept the area of KM like a frenzy. Before everyone could react, Long Yu suddenly clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and under the endless surge of thunder, he punched forward. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Boom! With a punch, the air in front of me, as if being penetrated, swelled with large air ripples. Garp's figure appeared, and his pupils were filled with thunder light in front of him. It was too late to think about it, and the moment when the armed arrogance quickly covered his fist, he punched through it without any hesitation. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. That feeling was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and the splashing thunder light, like a wild dragon, directly shattered the surrounding reefs and rock formations. The violent waves that were set off made way and the others fly directly out. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu didn't seem to care about it at all. Hands clasped together suddenly, he was dormant, and the lightning in his body, like a volcano, directly detonated. One hit, as long as he can take a slight advantage. Long Yu has only one motto. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. The jaw of Thunder Dragon. Fists and 10 fingers were suddenly clenched, and at the moment when the endless thunder light burst out, the fists were like the incarnation of Thor's hammer, and they slammed down towards Garp, who had just appeared and was tired of dealing with the attack. Witnessing this scene, Garp's turbid old eyes instantly brightened, facing the attack from the force. He didn't even have the slightest intention of defending, and the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched tightly, in a posture of killing 1,000 enemies and self-destructing 800. Chapter 464, Warm Up. Towards Long Yu's abdomen, it suddenly smashed out. Bang! 2 dull collision sounds resounded like thunder. The raging fist wind wave turned into a furious wave and rolled away like a frenzy. 2 figures flew out from the center of the explosion. 5 steps, 10 steps, 15 steps. When Long Yu took the last step, the heavy rock shattered in response. It directly affected a radius of 100 meters. Other hand, Garp also retreated 10 steps, and also smashed the huge reef. Looking at this, the 2 of them were torn apart, and the nerves of Dusky and the others who were present were extremely tense. After all, the person in front of him is Lieutenant General Garp, a legendary existence known as a naval hero. Not careful, the fear that awaits them is a certain death. However, as soon as the idea came into being, a sudden burst of laughter made their expressions stagnate for a while. Haha, you brat, your fighting skills are really consummate, and your high-level armament is domineering. At a critical moment, you display Lu Ying to offset my punching power. You are indeed the person that this old man likes. Garp burst out laughing. Of armament covered on his body converged into his body like a tide. The arrogant and domineering aura he had originally dissipated all of a sudden, and after digging his nostrils, he said, "Boy, did you just scare you?" Garp, who suddenly gave up the idea of fighting, Long Yu's expression remained the same, and said, "Mr. Garp doesn't have murderous aura, otherwise I wouldn't be warming up just now." Warming up Dusky and the others, he couldn't help being stunned. The many exceptions on the warship that Bastius was on. It was the first time they had seen a junior, and they had made such a statement with Lieutenant General Garp. "You kid, you are really crazy." Glancing at it, he still pointed his nostrils and said, "I just heard Bastius say that in addition to your physical skills and devil fruit abilities, you also know kendo. Just now, I was planning to force you out, but I didn't expect that you brat would dare to fight with me. However, this method is against my old man's temper. What do you think about my invitation that day? Why didn't you join the Navy headquarters and become a brigadier general?" This time, the old man returned to the East China Sea to dig some talents for the Navy headquarters. There are places on the list. Speaking of which, Garp lowered his voice slightly and said, "Don't worry, even that guy Akainu can't stop you." "The big deal. We beat him secretly." Who looked disrespectful to the old man, spoke secretly but made no secret of his words. The confidants behind him felt helpless. As a lieutenant general, if he dares to say such a thing, I am afraid that only Garp can do it. No, it should be said, I am afraid that even the generals do not have such confidence. No, I don't like it, the rules of the Navy, and the ugly draconian. Long Yu directly refused. Regardless of the conditions given by the Navy headquarters are excellent, and he does not like to be under others. At least, as the strongest in another world, this is not allowed. Haha, I knew it, you kid would say that. Garp laughed loudly and said, "That's it, I can't handle such a thing as a lobbyist." However, you kid, the battle you made just now can be felt across most of the island. When I passed by, the stronghold occupied by the Murloc dragon was directly razed to the ground. It seems that you are hiding. It's really deep, and it's a good choice to have Bastius follow you. Regarding the existence of Bastius, Long Yu has his own ideas. At least, he is one of the key pieces for Long Yu to grow his fame and make the world turbulent. It was for this reason that Long Yu would let Bastius follow him. "Mr. Garp, the teacher is also tired. If I knew you would be tossing like this, I wouldn't bring you here." Bastius smiled helplessly. Just now he was ordered to intercept Lieutenant Colonel Mouse, and at the same time to take over the naval branch. On the way back, I happened to meet Garp returning to the East China Sea to be lazy. After learning that Long Yu was in Kokoja village, he came directly here. "You old boy, you really blame me." Garp glared angrily, and said, "However, it seems that this is a period of time, and the old man did not patrol the East China Sea, not only the evil dragon, but also the worms in the Navy. Must sweep. Go back to sweep." Bastius was stunned for a moment, and said, "Mr. Cap, where are you going now?" "Where to go?" Garp rolled his eyes and said, "Of course I'm going back to my hometown, seeing my precious grandson, and digging out talents for the Navy headquarters." Chapter 465, Shun Shui Favor. Ahem, Lieutenant General Garp, this is the 38th time you have used this excuse to secretly return to the East China Sea. On the deck coughed dryly. Directly, it caused the whole warship to burst into laughter. They were not surprised by Garp's excuse. However, in the possession of a Navy hero, this status gold medal is still there, but there is no way for the Warring States period and even the 5 old stars to take Garp. After all, if Roger is the soul of the pirates, then Garp's existence is the justice that the Navy insists on. Looking at this scene, Long Yu finally understood why Garp was always haunting the East China Sea, and he could find talents such as Zoro and Sanji. The face of this talented East China Sea, Long Yu decided not to let them be wasted. "Mr. Garp, are you planning to go back to see Luffy?" Long Yu said. Garp couldn't help but startled and said, "Little devil, you actually know Luffy." For the existence of Luffy, he has always been with the bandit Daiden. Moreover, only a few people know that he has a grandson. "Mr. Garp, you have grandchildren?" Bastius froze in shock. No, it should be said that the people on the whole ship were equally stunned. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Garp poked out his nostrils, showing a natural stunned expression, and said, "It's fine if I didn't say it, you still can't say this kind of thing." Looking at Garp, who seemed to be able to erase everyone's memory with just one sentence, the Navy soldiers present were suddenly speechless. Long Yu was already accustomed to Garp's character design, and hesitantly said, "This is what Ace told me. However, I advise Mr. Garp to take Luffy to the Navy headquarters this time, or else that guy will accidentally slip away and become a pirate. By the way, here are 2 relatively rubbish famous knives. You can drop by the way to Frostmoon Village and give them to a Navy hunter from Roro Azoro. There is also a sea restaurant with a chef with good legs. There is a good person in Zailuobu Village that you can pack and take away. You will definitely be able to produce generals in the future. The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth's delicacy, who couldn't help but froze in place. After a while, he couldn't hold back and said, You kid, wouldn't be from the East China Sea, even these people know so clearly. Also, don't you need a companion? Why don't you recruit it yourself? Long Yu laughed dryly and said, They are too rubbish, let your navy train for a while. Come on, I'll pry the corner again. You brat, you really are a bastard. Sweep the rubbish to our navy. Carp laughed out loud. But he quickly thought of something, and he blew his beard and said, You stinky boy, the grandson of this old man, is not rubbish. You wait and see, the next time we meet, those guys, I will bring all of them. Looking at Garp who was really moving, Long Yu threw the 2 famous knives to Garp with a smile and said, Thank you. Regarding the future of the straw hat, Long Yu originally only planned to dig a navigator and that would be enough. However, after thinking about it, this group of idiots, Lu idiots, plus color embryos, and a big talker. Without navigators, 90% of them would not be able to get out of the East China Sea. Since Long Yu has always advertised as being a good person and doing good deeds, he had no choice but to be a good man and cheat on him again. What's more, establishing a connection here can also play an indirect role in the turbulence of the sea in the future. Find a large key for Long Yu for convenience. Little devil, don't worry, the old man will definitely tie that guy Luffy to the Navy headquarters this time. If you don't listen to my grandfather like Ace, that won't work. What? The new leader of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace is Mr. Garp's grandson. What did you say? I didn't say anything just now. What Ace? He's not my grandson. Mr. Carp, when you lie, can you stop picking your nostrils? And your booger, can you stop playing it casually? Looking at the noisy warship, he turned around and left. Bastius also threw himself on another schooner and watched them leave. As Garp said, Bastius still needs to stay by Long Yu's side to learn. Carp is also resigned to the willfulness of his younger generation. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters, the huge conference room, Warring States was sitting in the first place with a gloomy face, and slapped the desk suddenly. Damn Garp, at this time, he secretly ran back to the East China Sea, and next time I come back, I have to beat him up. Looking at the dignified Warring States Marshal, who is known as a naval think tank, can be so angry, only his old friend Garp can do it. After a full half a minute, he noticed that the anger of the Warring States period was almost gone, and the crane on the side took out 2 pieces of information with his backhand and handed them over. Not long ago, Qingzi sent Wald's information. He has escaped from the East China Sea, as if he was picked up by his former subordinates. The most important thing, the pirate ship that guy owns has huge ship guns. Huge ship cannon. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the latest chapter of Fei Khan. Chapter 466. He can't escape. The look of the Warring States suddenly changed. He hurriedly opened the information on the table, and looked at the photos on it. It was a ship like a giant island. Among them, the huge ship guns dozens of meters long made his face gradually gloomy. Marshal of the Warring States, what's the problem? A young Major General couldn't help but asked. Now that General Qingzi is rushing back from the East China Sea, why don't we join forces and block Walder in the sea? That's a real catch. Stuck in the sea. Gloomy, and he said with a cold eye, it seems that these days, the new juniors still know too little about history. How can such preparations be able to cope with various dangers on the sea? If only, we can catch the Great Skeleton Demon. Looking at the Akainu who brought the matter to the Great Skeleton Demon, the people present instantly knew that Akainu was still feeling aggrieved by the defeat on the Chambord Islands. After all, the 2 generals of the dignified team joined forces to make a young boy retreat. Under the blockade of the Chambord archipelago, a 3-foot search was carried out, but nothing was found. Gives the impression that the Great Skeleton Demon is like air, disappearing out of thin air without a trace. Akainu, it's alright. Warring States opened the topic and said, now the Great Skull Demon is silent, as long as he doesn't come out for a while, we can also free up our hands and catch the others first. It's also a good countermeasure to concentrate on dealing with the prisoners such as Wald after they have resolved them. Regarding the strategy of the Warring States period, the generals present had no objection, and even the Crane nodded secretly. Only Akainu, who was full of frustration, was obviously a little impatient. After all, rumors are flying all over the world right now, ruining his title as the most powerful general. Okay, there are quite a few new Navy elites present, but I don't know much about the pirates who were imprisoned in the Advanced City prison decades ago. Sengoku was the first to speak and change the subject. With his backhand and said, now, let me tell you about it first. This time, the pirates who escaped from the Advanced City prison are the world destroyers. 30 years ago, there was a reward of 200 million. Now the reward amount is 500 million. With the Momo fruit, he is best at magnifying the speed, strength, and physique of cannonballs by 100 times. 30 years ago, that guy was fruitful, increasing the power of huge cannonballs by 100 times, not only attacking the navy, but even pirates, and even threatened to destroy the Holy Land Mary Joa. Speaking of this, the Warring States took out the photo of the huge ship in his hand and said, I never imagined that the crazy idea that he couldn't experiment on that day was actually captured by his hand. Down, in 30 years. With the ability to increase 100 times, if it is equipped with a huge ship cannon of dozens of meters, what level of power will it reach? I am afraid that a single blow can destroy an island. If Wald really goes berserk, waiting for the threat of our naval headquarters, is definitely not smaller than the Great Skeleton Demon. These words fell, the newly promoted admirals suddenly gasped. A huge shell with a diameter of tens of meters, if it is increased by 100 times again, was so huge that words couldn't describe it. Once it really exploded, those who were waiting for them would be sure to die. Got to this one, they finally understood what the legendary Great Pirate was. No wonder, even Qing Ji, who was a general, was able to escape from the East China Sea by personally chasing him. Okay, now that everyone knows his danger, then we will pursue it next, and we must arrest Walder before he goes mad. Warring States said in a deep voice, I want to know, what proposals do you have? These words fell, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the two generals present. Although, the legendary Big Pirate is a huge military exploit. However, let alone a major general, not even a lieutenant general is an opponent. If there is no general to lead the team, it will be a death sentence. All go. Akainu suddenly spoke up. The violent scene was a bit surprising, even for Kizaru. He said with a crooked mouth, Brother Akainu, I didn't expect you to be so active this time. That little brother, I don't even bother to make excuses. Seeing this scene, Akainu was obviously not surprised, and after a cold snort, he reached out and planned to remove the information on the table. Akainu, don't be impulsive. Sengoku suddenly spoke, causing Akainu's outstretched hand to stop in the air. Facing all this, Akainu's face sank slightly and said, Marshal of the Warring States, if you have anything, can you finish it all at once? To deal with an old man who is about to die, I can handle it. The awe-inspiring voice was mixed with an unmistakable taste. Sengoku sighed helplessly and said, Akainu, I know that you are eager to catch Wald, and you are planning to wash away and count the defeat of the Great Skeleton Demon, but I want to tell you that this is not just your personal shame, it's still about the face of the Navy headquarters. So, this time I don't plan to let you go out alone, and the Yellow Monkey will also support you. He has the ability to shine fruit. Once Wald falls into the encirclement, with the Yellow Monkey, he can't escape at all. Chapter 467, Shichibukai's Summoning Order. Speaking of which, the Warring States backhand grabbed another document and said, also, I have already applied for the Chiwahai recruitment order. Those guys who have been running the Chiwahai for a long time should also contribute. 7 Wuhai recruitment order. These words fell, the expressions of many people in the field changed drastically. The existence of Shichibukai is a special pirate camp established by the world government in order to deal with pirates. Moreover, every one of the pirates who can become the Shichibukai is a famous existence in the sea. Marshal of the Warring States period, this is too much labor and teachers, and those Chiwahai will not agree to it casually. Kazuna said with a crooked mouth. Their naval headquarters in Shichibukai. However, these agreements, Chiwahai has the right to refuse. Don't worry, this time the 5 old stars agreed that we will use the forced recruitment regulations. There are still a few people in the Chiwahai. During this time, there is no time to complete the task for the world government, so they must be present. Warring States said in a deep voice. However, even if they come, they will only be able to exert a little deterrent effect and really make them work hard. This is absolutely impossible. So, at that time, you still need to wake up 12 points. Speaking of this, the Warring States looked at he and said, also, wait a moment and contact the Sand Crocodile, that guy has not fulfilled the Chiwahai Treaty for a long time. If he doesn't come this time, let him wait for our navy to siege him. Seeing the rare domineering Warring States period, the admirals present sat up one after another. Feeling the rising of the atmosphere, the crane couldn't help but smile and said, don't worry, I have found the whereabouts of Crocodile. He seems to be hiding in Alabasta to become a hero. Pirates as heroes. Warring States frowned and said, I heard that Alabasta has been dry for years, and that guy ran to be a hero. However, as long as Crocodile promises to come to help out, according to the agreement of Chiwahai, we still don't care about him too much, and focus all our energy on dealing with Walden the Great Skeleton Demon. That shocked the New World. One after another were once again swept away by the legendary great events. Moreover, in this matter, there is no trouble with the skeleton demon in the Chambord archipelago, and it is also related. 7 days later, a single-masted ship appeared in Alabasta, outside the port of Rapeseed. That had become clear after a long time. Wei Wei, who was standing on the deck, couldn't help clenching the phone bug in her hand. The moment she saw Long Yu's back, she had a numb shock on her face. Teacher, I have memorized all the 6 forms profound truths you mentioned. I never thought that I would be able to adjust the power of the 6 forms profound truths with the help of paper-painted martial arts. Bastiu held a notepad and looked at Long Yu with a sincere expression on his face. These 7 days, Long Yu was not idle, and dug out the 6 types of navy and the profound meaning of the 6 types in Bastia's mouth. Then, use the instant full-level system to learn them all, in order to further enhance their own strength as soon as possible. However, the only thing that makes people feel regretful is that the 6th-style profound meaning that Bastius understands is far worse than that of Rob Lucci. Moreover, Long Yu has only demonstrated to Bastius the use of the 6 forms, and he is only at the stage of explaining the 6 forms profound truth. Most importantly, the information that Bastius has put forward is really lacking, even if Long Yu has a wealth of combat experience to support it. Is also difficult to deduce the 6 forms profound truth in 1 hour and 3/4, and achieve an instant full level. However, just relying on Long Yu's own opinion, and the recent period of time, he taught Bastius high-level domineering Chi Sakura's display method, and his attitude of worshipping himself has risen to a new level. After all, Long Yu has an instant full-level system, and the knowledge and experience he has acquired from Liu Ying are not comparable to those of the Navy who are exploring alone. If you really want to pursue it, I am afraid that even the Naval Recruit Battalion, responsible for recruit training, and the former Admiral Zepha, can't compare with it. Teacher, can you bring me back to the Navy headquarters with the idea of drawing a martial body on paper? If you let Teacher Zepha know, he will be very happy. Bastiu couldn't help staring at Long Yu's face and suggested. After all, the most taught in the Navy is the basic 6-style display, and the other extended skills are all trained by themselves. Among them, this paper-painted martial arts body is to increase one's own strength or speed by adjusting the body's chi, and raise one's own strength to a higher level. It can be said that it is to abandon one of the strengths and raise the boundaries of the other strengths to the extreme. And this concept has not yet appeared in the Navy headquarters. It was stolen by Long Yu from Rob Lukey, a physique genius who had been hard to come up with in hundreds of years. In front of Bastius, a concept was also proposed. Chapter 468, Will Fight. Although, this concept seems elusive. However, a person who can point out the direction is better than moving forward by feeling the stones in the dark. However, in Bastiu's eyes, the concept of this paper-painted martial arts body was proposed by Long Yu. If you don't get the approval and take it back rashly, I'm afraid something is wrong. Whatever, these are not important things. Long Yu waved his hand casually. The dignified Lieutenant General Bastius was able to look at this paper-painted martial arts body because Rob Lucci had been hiding in the 7th city of water to carry out his mission. How many people can force him to do his best for this existence known as the strongest 9 on Judiciary Island for hundreds of years? What's more, as one of the hard-earned killers, who would openly give it to the Navy headquarters, so that the general public knew that they had this trick. Then it won't be fragrant. Teacher, is it really possible? Why don't I let you talk to Mr. Zepha or Mr. Karp on the phone? Maybe it will help the teacher's research further. Bastiu's eyes instantly heated up. During this time, his 6 forms also became more refined under Long Yu's tempering. Now if he can integrate everything Long Yu proposed, Bastius believes that he will definitely be able to go further as a vice admiral. Is also one step away from the position of the general. I don't need it, I only need an opportunity to perfect the 6 forms' profound truth. Long Yu rejected Bastius' proposal. Garp is the founder of the 6 forms, and Zepha is the communicator, and communicating with them will help Long Yu find opportunities faster and make the 6 forms' profound truth instantly full. However, the system is Long Yu's secret, and he doesn't want to reveal too much. Your Majesty Laxus, the rapeseed court has arrived. Ikulem's voice suddenly sounded. Bastiu also put it away, looking like he was diligent and questioning just now. When he came, he already knew from Princess Weiwei's mouth what the deal was this time. Is about the Chiwu Sea and the secret invasion of Alabasta, a big desert country, which is a big event. However, when I think of Chiwahai's detached identity, Stu felt powerless. Teacher, I put this note away first, but the students want to ask 1 or 2 questions. The teacher thinks how long it will take to perfect the paper-painted martial arts in the 6 forms' profound truth. Yu cherished the notepad in his hand and wrapped it in waterproof butter paper. However, when I thought about it, I was able to get such precious information by staying with you for a while. Although it is only a concept, the feasibility is very high, and Bastiu can't wait to send these materials back to the Navy headquarters for credit. It is also a good way to make up for the mistakes made on the Chambord Islands not long ago, and at the same time enhance the overall combat power of the Navy headquarters. After all, Long Yu's theoretical knowledge summarized in the instant full-level system is rich and complete. Is more complete and easy to understand than the set of the naval boot camp. Looking at Bastiu who was so anxious, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, it may be an instant, or it may be 10 days and 8 days. It depends on luck. Bastiu is stunned. Suddenly, his eyes became more and more frenzied. This is the confidence that even Mr. Garp, who is a naval hero, has divided most of his life to create the 6 styles. Long Yu dared to say that in 10 days and 8 days, he completed the 6-style profound meaning paper painting of his martial arts body, which was undoubtedly beyond expectations. Looking at Bastiu, who had almost changed from an uncle to a fanboy, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and looked towards the rapeseed court. It can be said that he is willing to send the information such as the 6 types and the 6 types of profound meanings summarized in the system to the Navy headquarters. That is also related to shocking the world and making the ocean shake. And Bastiu will be one of the most important pieces of Laxus to become the new textbook of the Navy headquarters. Lord Laxus, the ship is about to dock. Weiwei opened her mouth to remind. This rapeseed port is one of our largest commodity ports in Alabasta. However, due to the drought, other port oases and fresh water resources have decreased, resulting in only rapeseed remaining in the Alabasta port. However, according to my calculations, if the dry weather continues, the rapeseed port will also be deserted, and at that time, the channel connecting Alabasta to the outside world will be completely cut off. Speaking of this, there was a hint of loneliness on Wei Wei's face. Looking back a few years ago, they were Alabasta, and looking at this world, they were also the only big country. Not at all comparable to those of the island nations of Dressrosa. Princess Wei Wei, don't worry, if you find out that this matter is really related to Chihuahai, our naval headquarters will definitely attack him. Bastius couldn't help but comfort him. However, this remark, apart from attracting Wei Wei's slap in the face, did not give any affirmation to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 469, The Cynicism of the Pirates. Seeing Wei Wei with a look of disgust, Bastius couldn't help but be silent. After all, let alone him, even the Navy headquarters needs to go through the process in the face of Crocidal, who is Shichibukai. Without substantive evidence, one can't do anything to Chihuahai at will. However, this process of collecting evidence is enough to make Crocodile take revenge 10,000 times. Under the leadership of Wei Wei, Long Yu and his party landed on the pier. However, in Wei Wei's mouth, it was the only remaining port in Alabasta, but it seemed unusually quiet, and there were not many merchant ships coming and going, not to mention the handover person that Wei Wei said. Princess, didn't you contact Belle to meet him here? Where is he? Ikulem's expression couldn't help changing. He was skeptical about trading with Long Yu. But now this situation has undoubtedly tightened his nerves. After all, he and Princess Wei Wei have been away from Alabasta for more than half a year. Come back suddenly now, let alone Belle, I'm afraid even the king can't wait to fly to meet him. Wharf is empty right now, and it's not good news for them. Lord Laxus. Wei Wei looked at Long Yu subconsciously. During the time they spent together, the more she knew about Long Yu, the more she understood that some things that were difficult in front of her were nothing at all when they came to Long Yu. The town over there. Long Yu frowned and looked at the town bordering the port. However, before Long Yu could finish speaking, Vivi and Ikulem rushed out on the quick-run duck. Bastiu, who was watching this scene, was about to say something, but the two had already left. Come on, let's have a look too. After Long Yu gave an order, he picked up Nami beside him. The violent scene made Nami stunned at first, then her cheeks flushed instantly, and she said anxiously, "You, what are you doing with so many people here?" What to do? Was obviously thinking crookedly, said, "Of course I will take you on the road, or you think you can keep up with our speed, or let Basti hold you." Hurry up. Let Bastius hold me. Nami was stunned for a moment, and after seeing Bastiu's shabby appearance, she obediently closed her mouth and stayed in Long Yu's arms. Seeing this scene, Da's pretty face turned pink. At the same time, a small town several kilometers away from the port. Town, the wind is not blowing a large tract of sand. In the uniforms of the royal guards were being surrounded by a group of pirates. The pirates was a spiky-haired man wearing a mud-colored long gown and sunglasses. As for standing beside him, it was a woman who was holding an umbrella, wearing a headscarf, and wearing a little revealing clothes. If Wei Wei is present, you can definitely recognize at a glance that these two are senior officials of the Baroque Work Society. And Valentine's Day. Hee, I didn't expect to be able to meet Belle, the patron saint of Alabasta here. Originally, you were hiding in Albana, and it was difficult for me to hunt you, but you came to the rapeseed by yourself, but I can't let you go out alive. Hands in his trouser pockets, he said with a playful smile. You are in the black market, and the head on the item is worth 8 million Baileys. The sudden interception made Belle's expression turn blue. He never thought that the pirates in front of him would dare to attack them so blatantly in Alabasta. However, this can't blame Belle for underestimating the enemy. Due to the drought, During this period of time, the rebels attacked the Rapeseed court many times, and the strength of the guards was weakened. Opportunity for people from the Baroque working club who often haunt here and disguise themselves as pirates. Moreover, in the face of Princess Wei Wei, who has been missing for a long time, Belle is also anxious to meet her. Thinking of this, Belle's expression sank, and he shouted anxiously, "Pirates, this is the land of Alabasta, we are the royal capital guards, if you don't retreat, it will be regarded as an enemy of us Alabasta." "An enemy of you Alabasta?" Was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, and said, "Not even a sick cat that the rebel army has suppressed, yet dare to tell such a big joke. Today, if we don't leave, how can you do anything to us? Of course, if you give me the head on your neck in person, I might spare you." Of playful words echoed in the wind and sand. The guards have obviously become, they can't contain their anger. Once upon a time, the dignified big country Alabasta will make a group of pirates ridiculed. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Belle. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, and the appointed time, getting closer and closer. Belle's face sank, and he made a gesture directly. "Go." Drinking like thunder, Belle, one of the patron saints of Alabasta, rushed out first. Chapter 470, But they won't let them escape. With his devil fruit ability, his strength and speed undoubtedly overwhelm everyone. Like a sharp arrow, it appeared in front of Five first. His right hand like lightning, he grabbed the saber at his waist and suddenly unsheathed it the next moment. In his eyes, the abominable pirate in front of him was too overbearing, ignoring his speed. As long as his sword is unsheathed, he will definitely be able to defeat this arrogant person in an instant. "Uncle Belle, leave him quickly." There was a sudden shouting sound. Belle was stunned for a moment, but before he could react, the man in front of him had already laughed playfully. "I caught you." Clasped Bay's shoulders, and the next moment, a wave of fiery air surged out of him. Boom! A low explosion sounded like thunder. The powerful air waves rolled back like a frenzy. The guards and some temporarily organized pirates were blown away one after another. The expressions of Vivi and Ikaram, who arrived in a hurry, changed drastically. After the sandstorm and the blast of the blast dissipated, Five with a nonchalant expression walked out slowly carrying Belle, who was covered in black smoke. "Yo, isn't this one? You were called Uncle Belle just now. It seems that your identity is not simple." Playfully looked at Vivi and Ikalem. "Or, you're Princess Wei Wei who disappeared not long ago in Alabasta." The small voice spit out, and at this moment, it was like a magic sound, echoing in the wind and sand, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Vivi and Ikaram's expressions suddenly changed. They could react, a coquettish shout suddenly sounded in the sky. "Light and fluttering fruit 5,000 catties." Squeak sounded abruptly, instantly tense the nerves of Vivi and Ikalem. They had just joined the Baroque Work Club, but they had also performed missions together with the two of them. It is very clear what fruit ability the two have. Before I could think about it, I hurriedly looked up at the sky, and a charming figure had already fallen from the sky like a meteorite. Who witnessed this scene, subconsciously wanted to withdraw. However, as soon as she moved, she sent out a lot of tiny bombs made by Five. Moreover, Valentine's Day falling from the sky was clearly aimed at her. Regardless of how she dodges slightly, will be hit. Witnessing this scene, Belle, who was originally injured, changed his face and shouted anxiously, "Princess, I'm here to save you now." Princess said, she couldn't help but startled, and then she laughed horribly. In his eyes, being able to capture the Princess of Alabasta is simply an effortless effort. Thinking of this, I hurriedly looked at Valentine's Day, which was falling rapidly from the sky. However, the first scene that caught his eye caused his pupils to shrink suddenly. A ghostly figure, one step ahead, appeared by Wei Wei's side, and his right hand was lifted straight into the sky like lightning. The violent scene made Valentine's Day startled for a moment, and then laughed playfully. The arrogant, who wants to save the beauty in front of this lady, let me be seriously injured. Bang! The voice fell. Valentine's Day, like a heavy weight, had a close contact with Long Yu's right hand. As for the so-called 5,000 Jin giant force, it fell on Long Yu's body, and even the rock floor under his feet did not collapse. This meant that the so-called giant impact was completely offset by Long Yu himself. Situation has changed. I can't think about it, I shouted in a hurry. Valentine's Day, hurry up and retreat. Valentine's Day, I have been working with 5 for a long time. After hearing this, I didn't have time to think about it, and quickly reduced my weight to a pound. However, before she could withdraw and retreat violently, the playful laughter fell into her ears. I'm sorry, but I won't let them escape. Long Yu grinned mischievously, and with a little force with his 5 fingers, he directly clasped the buttocks. On Valentine's Day, I just felt a different kind of shock and sour feeling, and the whole body appeared a little sour. Before she could react, a crackling thunder sounded. Was a flower in front of him, directly dragged by Long Yu and Wei Wei, like a teleportation, appearing more than 10 meters away. The next moment, the bombs scattered all around exploded. Bang bang bang, so fast. Belle's pupils shrank suddenly. In his eyes, he is also the patron saint of Alabasta. He is also an animal-type devil fruit ability expert who is good at speed. However, facing the momentary lateral movement just now, even Long Yu's movements could not be clearly seen. No, it should be said that Belle saw clearly, that claw in the dark, but it ended up with a solid one. 470th chapters, each take advantage of strength. Mr. Laxus, much, thank you for saving me. Wei Wei came back to her senses, looking at the sudden appearance of Long Yu, looking a little surprised. Hee, don't forget, before the transaction is completed, you are the object of my transaction. Of course, I will not let you get hurt easily. Long Yu laughed dryly, and looked up as if he was still there, enjoying Valentine's Day while wandering. At this glance, I quickly brought back the Valentine's Day that was immersed in sourness. Feeling the gazes from all around, Valentine's Day, his cheeks flushed, and he shouted in a hurry, hurry up and let go of your hand, or I will crush you to death. Release. Long Yu cast an abusive look at Valentine's Day and said, if you take the initiative to deliver things to your door, there is a reason to let go. You can kill me, and I can make a move. This is called taking advantage of each other's abilities. You, Valentine's Day, suddenly angry. No, it should be said that even Princess Wei Wei, and the cheeks of Dusky and Nami couldn't help but blushed. This is taking advantage of them, and they have seen a lot of people, but taking advantage of them can take advantage of people who are so righteous. It was the first time they saw it. Valentine's pretty face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, okay, very good, if you don't let go, then blame yourself for being too lustful, smash it into meat sauce for me. 10,000 pounds of gravity. She drank like thunder, and there was awe-inspiring murderous intent between the lines. However, the momentum is very strong, and the queue is also very large. However, in the face of Long Yu's holding up brother-like gesture, the gesture of the 5-clawed golden dragon was almost as stable. In the face of the so-called 10,000 Jin giant force, it is simply motionless. Is this your best effort? Long Yu returned to his usual arrogant attitude of Laxus character. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, this change of demeanor made Valentine's Day startled, and nodded subconsciously. The next moment, the words that fell in her ears shook her nerves. The riot should be over, madly suppress the raging waves. The violent thunder light flashed in Long Yu's body. The crackling razor swam off, heading straight for Valentine's Day. Ah, Valentine's Day, just let out a miserable cry, and the whole person is drowned by the lightning. Looking at Long Yu, who suddenly changed his posture and took care of Valentine's Day. That breezy and light-hearted attitude was basically interpreting that sarcastic remark just now. Takes advantage of their own strength. When I think of it, Princess Wei Wei and this kind of bully are together, in case there is a hard reason. That would probably be helpless. I'm sorry, she's a girl, and I happen to be a gentleman, so I wasted some time to solve it. Long Yu casually threw aside the fainted Valentine's Day. His eyes turned in vain, and locked on 5 feet's body. Looking at this scene, I woke up startled, and subconsciously took a half step back. For Valentine's Day's approach, it seemed a bit monotonous. Able to stand in the same place as if nothing had happened under the 10,000-pound gravity, the person in front of you is definitely not simple. Thinking of this, the left hand hidden in the trouser pocket suddenly turned out. Before everyone could react, they threw it out. The golden yellow fine sand turned into a large bomb at the moment it escaped from 5 feet's hands, shrouding Long Yu head-on. Who witnessed this scene, changed his expression and shouted anxiously, "Mr. Laxus, I'll help you." However, before he could make a move, Long Yu stepped forward to face the bombs in the sky. In Bastius's eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Puff puff. A series of air-breaking sounds echoed suddenly. Dark bomb shadows rushed towards Long Yu. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu not only did not move his steps to dodge a lot. On the contrary, in full view, he closed his eyes, completely turning a blind eye to the incoming attack. Looking at this inexplicable scene, the nerves of the people present were suddenly tense. However, before they could react, Long Yu's whole person, like a catkin, swayed with the wind. The miniature bombs that attacked from the sky, every time they just approached Long Yu's body. That was close to 2 meters, like an iron tower changed at an incredible angle. It felt like a slippery piece of paper. However, this is just the beginning. When the sky bomb passed through Long Yu's body, Long Yu's muscular body suddenly shrank. The whole person gives the feeling that it is like a thin circle. Everyone could react. He took a step forward before the bomb detonated, and disappeared out of thin air. The violent scene makes people have the illusion that thinking can't keep up. It was when he felt that his eyes flashed, a black shadow filled his eyes, and the speed was so fast that his nerve strings were tense to the extreme. Before I could think about it, I immediately roared in anger. "Boy, you dare to approach me and blow me up." Chapter 472, The Creator of Paper-Painted Martial Arts. Boom. As a bomber, you can act as a bomb, even your booger is no exception, detonating in an instant. Bell, who had the ability of the animal-type devil fruit just now, was also careless, and was directly affected by the explosion the moment he approached him. It can be said that now it is holding this fatal blow, which will severely damage Long Yu. Bang! Successive explosions resounded like thunder. Under the violent wind waves, the rock formations and the ground beneath the feet also collapsed, and large pieces of gravel were swept up and flew down, setting off a wave of sand. It can be said that dozens of fixed-point detonations were caused in the moment just now. After a full half a minute, the sound of the explosion gradually dissipated, and there was a smile on his face when he looked at the battlefield that had already changed beyond recognition. However, just as the smile appeared, a big, stout, giant bear-like hand, covered with pitch-black metallic colors, protruded directly from the sand and dust in the sky. In front of everyone's eyes, it was buckled on his shoulder, and the words that fell in his ear shook his nerves. "Sorry, I caught you." The indifferent voice was mixed with a hint of arrogance. Before Five could react, another big hand stuck out, like a heavy hammer, and hit him in the abdomen. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound resounded suddenly. Under the venting of huge strength, the whole person, like a cannonball, flew out directly. It finally hit a rocky hill dozens of meters away. The violent scene made Bell, who had just calmed down, stunned. When he saw clearly, in the sand and dust, Long Yu, who came out in the shape of a giant bear more than 2 meters tall, with his dark and domineering armed color, made his pupils shrink. The one just now was the domineering use of 2 colors, and the paper-painted martial arts body that controls the speed and power transformation. "Teacher," he succeeded. Bastius was stunned for a moment, and then he cried out in surprise. She rubbed her eyes. In his eyes, just a moment ago, Long Yu had said that it would take 10 days and 8 days. But now, as soon as it touches the battle, the 3 are perfectly used in the battle. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it's true? Is this the helper that the princess brought back? Belle couldn't help but muttered. In the phone bug, Belle and Wei Wei had exchanges. However, it was only mentioned a little that the person behind the suspected Baroque work club has been found. And who, secretly, is using dancing powder to exacerbate the drought in Alabasta, resulting in frequent civil unrest. But I didn't expect that the help that Wei Wei brought back can easily defeat the senior cadres of the Baroque work club. Teacher, how do we act now? After Bastille tied 5 on Valentine's Day, he quickened his pace and came to Long Yu's side. As for those pirates who were originally gathered by 5, they had already seen that the momentum was not right and fled directly. You are the Navy, and the arrest of Shichibukai Crocodile in the future requires evidence of his use of dancing fans, so I hope you will investigate this aspect alone. Long Yu said lightly. In front of Bastius, he used the identity of Laxus. Facing the next action, it is not very convenient. It is the best way to spread Bastius. Bastiu couldn't help but be startled by the evidence of the dance fans' crime, and then nodded in agreement. The teacher is right, the identity of Chiwahai is also a special existence in our Navy. Unless it is a last resort, before there is no evidence of crime, the world government will absolutely no arrest warrant will be issued. So, to arrest Crocodile, I will gather evidence as soon as possible. However, teacher, your paper-painted martial arts body just now is really powerful. It can not only compress the muscles and increase the speed and explosive power, but also enhance the power of the attack to the extreme by enhancing the strength of the muscles. I can make this matter, tell the headquarters. Looking at Bastiu, who suddenly turned into a little fanboy, Long Yu nodded helplessly. Now, as long as Bastiu is quickly put away, let alone send the paper-painted martial arts body out. Don't mind even if Bastiu is packed and sent away. Many, thank you teacher, I will definitely report the teacher's identity as the creator of paper-painted martial arts. Bastius babbled again and again. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, he turned and left. Looking at this scene, Long Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as the breath was expelled, a rush of calls from the phone worm resounded. The eyes of everyone in the field turned in vain, and fell on the phone bug that rolled on the ground from 5. Mosamoxi, I'm all Sunday. A cold voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, the expressions of Vivi and Ecolem changed drastically, and they quickly lowered their voices and said, This is the voice of the Vice President. When the President doesn't appear, she is in charge of the affairs of the Baroque Work Club. For Vivi and Ecolem, who used to be members of the Baroque Work Society, the existence of this whole Sunday is like a lingering nightmare. However, watching Long Yu bend over and pick up the phone bug, his nerve strings tightened, and he was eager to see how Long Yu would answer. Chapter 473, Prince Mr. Hello, Nico Robin. Hello, Nico Robin. The light voice seemed to be infused with a magic voice, directly hitting the depths of Nico Robin's soul through the phone bug. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came without warning. That feeling was simply shocked by Long Yu's words. Nicole Robin. Princess Vivi and Ecolem couldn't help but froze in place. Long time, the acting president of the Baroque Work Club gave them the feeling that Gao Leng said that he was calm and calm. A strange woman who pushes the first-class senior department to the top. However, now, because of Long Yu's greeting, she was so shocked. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Who the hell are you? I don't know what Nicole Robin is. I'm Baroque Works, acting president all Sunday. The hurried voices lost the coldness they had just now. Facing Long Yu's sudden name, it undoubtedly disrupted her posture. Hearing this, Long Yu said with a playful smile, if you say you're not Nico Robin, that's not it. As for me being a son, Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously searched the members of the Baroque Work Club in her mind. However, he soon woke up, and the people who could be named were the senior cadres in the Baroque Work Club. And these people are unique, and the number is very rare. There isn't one at all. Son of this number. Just that before Nico Robin goes, the phone bug has already heard a busy tone. Looking at this scene, Nico Robin couldn't help but froze in place. That feeling, like a boxing punch, makes people angry and has nowhere to shed. Nicole Robin, what happened to make your dignified son of sin show such an expression? Rain Banquet, as the base of the Sand Crocodile, is also the headquarters of the Baroque Work Society. Nico Robin has always been hiding here, handling various things for the Sand Crocodile. It can be said that before completely taking Alabasta as his own, Crocodile will not show his fangs in the hero's mask. At the same time, it will not be associated with the Baroque Work Society. Otherwise, once the matter is exposed, the Baroque Working Group will live in Alabasta. Moving things will become the Navy headquarters, and even the world government's handle against him. Looking at Crocodile, who suddenly pushed in the door, Nico Robin recovered and said with a pale face, "I contacted 5 just now and found that he was killed by someone," that person claimed. "Prince, you can even call me by my name." The child called your name, Crocodile's expression involuntarily gloomy, and said, "Have you found any information? Or, there are some foreign and unfamiliar faces in Alabasta recently, and our Baroque Work Club, have you provoked anything? People?" In Crocodile's eyes, he chose Alabasta as his target precisely because it existed in the first half of the Great Channel. This can avoid encountering those monsters in the New World. At the same time, if you can get it, the secret of Hades hidden in Alabasta. For Crocodile, it was the key to returning to the New World for revenge. Shaking, "Not yet." Nico Robin shook her head. However, he quickly remembered something and said, "It's just that something happened in Rogue Town not long ago." During the execution of the mission, I once invited a newcomer named Laxus. I heard that in addition to defeating the Navy Colonel and Smoky Small, he also briefly fought against the General Qingzi, and he did not fall behind. It's just, according to the intelligence reply, defeated, and was taken away by Qingji and Smoke, and the 2 who were on the mission with him also disappeared. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the conference room, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The kid who played against Qingzi. Crocodile frowned, picked up the information on the table, flipped through it, and then snorted coldly, saying, "It turned out that the Navy was trying to recruit him. I thought he could really get along with Ching. A childish monster confronts him head-on. As for the strength of the general, it is known as the existence of the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, and even the unruly existence of Crocodile has to admit it. You don't think you need to pay attention to him?" Nico Robin looked at Crocodile and asked anxiously. Right now, it is implicated, and the reason why someone broke her identity. Thinking of those days of escape, for Nicole Robin, it was a nightmare. Especially in Qingzi's hands, she walked through the gate of hell over and over again. Chapter 474, Refused to Execute. HMPH, a mere newcomer, if I still need to take the time to deal with it, then my identity as Chihuahua will be lost. Crocodile snorted disdainfully. However, if he dares to set foot, Alabasta, I will turn him into a man with my own hands, and hang him on the gate of the rain feast. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the conference room, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Looking at the confident Crocodile, Nico Robin suddenly fell into silence. Immediately, he took out another stack of information with his backhand, and said, "This is the Chihuahua recruitment order. The Navy headquarters asks you to carry out the task of encircling and suppressing Wald. Are you planning to set off? Encirclement Wald." Crocodile's expression sank, and he said, "That's a lunatic. I didn't expect him to be released. I heard that this time the prison escape was led by the Great Skeleton Demon. Later, after the chaos in the Chambord Islands, it disappeared. Now the reward is 1 billion Baileys. Nico Robin said in a low voice. It can be said that the big event that happened not long ago, as long as people who are not blocked by the news, can clearly know how crazy the situation is. HMPH, what a reward of 1 billion, isn't it just killing 2 heavenly dragons and running away from a Kainu and Kizaru at the same time? Crocodile snorted disdainfully. Return to the Navy headquarters, I refuse to carry out this call. I don't believe that without me, they will not be able to solve the old man Walder, who should be like Whitebeard and die of illness sooner or later. If they don't want to, they will send some money over. Now that the plan is at a critical moment, I don't want to let it go. After dropping these words, Crocodile turned and left the conference room, leaving Nicole Robin alone. After all, after many days, the task of playing a hero will resume again. Watching Crocodile turn and leave, Nico Robin's face suddenly sank. She fled for more than 10 years, and in the end she was the only person in this world who could understand history other than the world government. Therefore, he was hired by Crocodile, and finally hit it off and became a so-called cooperative partner, running this Baroque work club. Someone broke her identity as soon as she opened her mouth, which really made her uneasy. She didn't want to go back to those days when she was in a hurry to escape. It was a nightmare for her. By the way, Nico Robin, don't think about running away, don't forget, you can. Enough to get rid of the naval headquarters and the pursuit of the world government, that is because you have the protection of my Shichibukai identity. Once you leave me, you will only become a lost dog. Who had just walked out of the gate, paused for a while, looked back at Nico Robin, and said warningly. After all, Nico Robin is the key to his return to the New World. Once, even history can't be seen through, it will be a fatal blow to his plan. Who finally disappeared from sight after leaving those words. While, Nico Robin still called the phone bug. She needs to make perfect preparations in order to find out the origin of this person who revealed her identity in one sentence. 3 days later, hundreds of kilometers away from the capital of Al Napa, Juba, known as the Oasis of Alabasta. Of city guards riding fast-running ducks rushed forward. The person at the head is the king of Alabasta, Neferutali Cobra, who is the 12th king of the kingdom of Alabasta and Vivi's father. However, over the years, he has been framed by Crocidar, resulting in the loss of the trust of the people. In the face of the country's situation of internal and external troubles, as the only beloved daughter, Wei Wei even left a message saying that she left the kingdom's blessing and went to find the mastermind behind the dance fans, and there was no news at all. Although in private, Cobra secretly sent many people to look for it, but unfortunately the sea is too big, and the domestic rebel army, because of drought and dancing fans, is also growing day by day. Coupled with a Chihuahua crocodile, it made things worse behind the scenes. With Cobra's means alone, there was absolutely no way to stop the rebellion. According to his calculations, there have been rebellions in 40% of the cities in Alabasta. It is only a matter of time before the rebellion spreads to the whole country if this situation develops. Where they cannot be contained, the only thing they can do is to abandon the cities outside Albana and stick to several major ports and inland areas. However, just when Cobra was undecided, the information that Vivi brought back surprised Cobra. That the Chihuahua was in chaos, and the soldiers have been moved to rescue, made Cobra feel an unbelievable feeling. Your Majesty, if we go further, we will reach the border of Juba. At that time, I am afraid that the rebel army stationed here will find it. Following behind Cobra, Yaka the Jackal, one of the 2 patron saints of Alabasta, looked forward with a dignified expression towards the completely desertified Juba. 470th chapters, in an ambush. Once upon a time, this was the largest oasis gathering place in Alabasta. If it weren't for the dance fan incident, snatch the rain that belongs here. This is definitely the Emerald Pearl on the map. I know. Cobra replied, with a hint of reminiscence on his face. It's just that in Vivi's communication, she asked us to arrive at EPUB before 12 o'clock. She said that there is a way to resolve the civil strife first. If it can be done, it would be the best thing for us. Quote. As the lord of a country, no one likes to watch their own country's civil turmoil, and even cannibalism. Hearing these words, Gaka looked a little more melancholy, and said, since His Majesty the King has made up his mind, Gaka did not persuade him too much. The only thing he can do is to stay by His Majesty's side and take good defense. I also want to see what Her Royal Highness said, what can solve the problem of drought and civil strife in Alabasta. When these words fell, there was a hint of hope on many faces. After all, they are also tired of this civil unrest. Just that this idea just sprouted in their minds, and before they could react in the next moment, a large number of horses' hooves sounded all around. The desert rising from the dust, the wolf smoke rising in all directions, that scene gave people the feeling that they were in an ambush at all. It's an ambush. Jia's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed anxiously, hurry up and protect His Majesty the King to break through, and the rest will fight with me. Voice fell, and the entire phalanx instantly moved. It can be said that, as a city guard, it is this time that they left the capital and rushed to Juba at all costs. Every soldier who was personally selected is trustworthy. At the same time, they also firmly believed that Cobra, the king of Alabasta, would never do such a thing that endangered the people. However, they obviously underestimated Juba, who was the place where the rebel army was stationed. In the case of pulling one and moving the whole body, the figure of the rebel army on all sides. In the scene of entering the goal, it is even more difficult to count. Your Majesty, we are surrounded, let yourself lead a team to protect His Majesty to break through the encirclement, and the others stay behind as Your Highness. Perhaps this time, as before, someone imitated His Highness the Princess and deliberately made His Majesty come to be trapped. Gaga's face changed suddenly. He is a devil fruit power. However, with his strength is simply that two fists are invincible to four hands, facing tens of thousands of rebel troops. Not to mention a deadly battle, even breaking through is harder than reaching the sky. If Bell was there, he might be able to use his flying ability to save Cobra. But now looking at the rebel army that is gradually besieging, this scene is probably a surefire situation. Gaka, stop and let me go out. I believe that Vivi can bring back the savior who rescued Alabasta. As a king, I have to face these former citizens even more. Cobra said in a low voice. The words fall, immediately. Gaka's expression changed drastically, and he was about to persuade one or two. However, he had already seen Cobra, who shook his head and refused. Seeing that Cobra, who was the king, had made up his mind, after a moment of hesitation, Gaka signaled the surrounding defenders to make way, and at the same time took out the radio and handed it over. In the face of this mortal situation, the only way to ease the situation is to gain their trust. Then, wait for Princess Vivi to say that the savior of Alabasta will come. A huge encirclement was formed above the desert. The two armies facing each other at a distance, there was something even more. An inexplicable feeling of depression was created from the heart, shrouding the entire desert. Regardless of it was the city guard army or the rebel army with inferior equipment, his expression suddenly became very cautious. It can be said that no one is willing to start a war until they are forced to. The city guards split a road, everyone's nerves were stirred, and their eyes turned and locked on him. Feeling this gaze, Cobra secretly took a deep breath. He knew it well. This matter is not handled properly, it will be a disaster waiting for him. It was also the last infighting in the kingdom that he didn't want to see. Everyone, I am Cobra, King of Alabasta. This time, I'm not here to fight you, but to solve the civil strife in Alabasta and find out who is behind the scourge of the kingdom. At the same time, Vivi is also in Alabasta. In addition, please come to the rescue of our country, so I hope that any of you will come out and talk to me face to face and deal with it properly. Cobra clenched the phone bug in his hand and said in a deep voice. At the same time, his eyes swept across the rebel army, trying to find the leader hidden behind the scenes. Chapter 476. Wait 10 minutes. Don't look for it, here I am, King Cobra. An indifferent voice came from the rebel army. Soon, you can see a teenager in a refugee costume squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing this unfamiliar figure in front of him, Cobra couldn't help but be startled. You are Kosha. Little impression of this Kosha, who followed his father in and out of Albana, and then came to Yuba to develop. However, Cobra never imagined that this inconspicuous young man was the leader of the rebel army. Yes, I'm Kosha. Originally, I planned to kill you, but for the sake of your mention of Wei Wei just now, I'll give you a chance to speak. Kosha said in a low voice. We actually don't believe what you just said about the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, many people have seen with their own eyes that you direct people to use dancing powder to capture rainwater in other places, and shoot refugees who oppose you. Suffice to say, we have 100 reasons to kill you. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the desert for a long time and could not be dissipated. Gaka's face sank, and he was about to say something, but was stopped by Cobra's probe. Kosha, thank you for the opportunity to let me speak, but this time it was Vivi who contacted me and asked me to come to Yuba, tell Alabasta, and found a savior, so I don't know too much. I hope you let us wait for her to show up. Cobra met Kosha's gaze and said in a deep voice. Just wait, as soon as these words fall, immediately. Had the opposite effect. Kosha said, King Cobra, are you kidding us? Let us wait here. Do you think we will be stupid enough to wait for your army to arrive, and then be wiped out by you? I'll give you 10 seconds now. If you can't give a sufficient reason, even if my father pleads with you, I will cut off your head and hang it on the Tower of Juba. Doto. Hearing this, Cobra couldn't help but be startled, looking at the skinny old man who was stopped behind Kosha by the crowd, with a hint of guilt on his face. After all, that day he entrusted Doto, former Juba. It was also because of him that this Alabasta oasis was directly destroyed. Facing the tearful old man in front of him, Cobra shook his head and said, I really don't know, and I don't have the heart to fight to the death with you. If you really want my head, then you will wait for Wei Wei's arrival. Then you can come and get it. These words fall, the field is neutral. Engraved. Become agitated. Your Majesty, don't mess around. If Her Royal Highness the Princess comes back and can't see you safe and sound, you will definitely blame yourself. Gaka was the first to lose his breath and persuaded in a hurry. Captain Gaka is right. Your Majesty the King, you must protect yourself. We will do our best to protect you. We will all swear to protect His Majesty the King. Scene suddenly boiled, and all the city guards suddenly clenched the weapons in the book. The face of this violent scene, the atmosphere in the field was undoubtedly pushed, and it became, the sword was drawn and the sword was rising. All eyes turned and locked on Kosha's body. It can be said that as long as he gives an order now, the war will be triggered. Kosha, listen to me, trust His Majesty the King once, or I will kill myself in front of you. Suddenly Dodo burst out of the crowd. Looking at the dazzling sharp blade in his hand, Kosha's expression suddenly changed. Turning his eyes subconsciously, he looked at Cobra and said, Cobra, for my father's sake, I'll wait another 10 minutes. If Princess Wei Wei doesn't show up, then we'll just blame us for being rude. By the way, I forgot to tell you that along the way, there are all the eyes of our rebel army, which is why we can close the net so accurately and trap you here. As for why I am so sure, this is your lie, because the eyeliner along the way has no information about witnessing Princess Wei Wei at all. Unless she is flying, the Buddha cannot escape from my control at all. What's more, I, Kosha, have been completely disappointed with your royal army. No one can solve the problem of Alabasta except me. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge desert. It made Yaka and the other city guards face ashen. However, before they could react, a huge black shadow, with an inexplicable oppressive force, projected down from the sky. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar exploded like thunder. The hurricane, which was set off without warning, swept down like a frenzy. When a large piece of yellow sand is rolled up, it gives the illusion of flying sand and rocks. Facing this violent scene, the people present, let alone Cobra, even Kosha, who was full of arrogance just a moment ago, couldn't help but look up into the sky. However, the sight of the behemoth caused their pupils to contract suddenly, and their eye sockets almost split. Some people couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 477, Bone Dragon. Yes, it's a dragon. No, it's a group of bone dragons. Like thunder shook everyone's nerves. It can be said that they lived all their lives, and they never thought that they would be able to see the existence of dragons in this world. Moreover, it still seems to be a bone dragon from hell. Facing the moment before, clamoring that Wei Wei can only fall from the sky. That suddenly appeared now, the relationship between the front and the back, I am afraid it is about to come out. The huge desert, the confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and the King's army. At this moment, it was as if he had been immobilized, and he was stunned in place. Looking at the four huge bone dragons hovering in the sky, under the rolled-up sand. Cobra woke up first, and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry back and make a way, everyone, don't be impatient, don't cause panic." The hasty reminder words made everyone in the field like a sculpture wake up one after another. It can be said that Cobra, who was the first to react, clearly showed the overall situation of being an emperor. Facing the sudden scene in front of them, the rebel army was obviously unable to stand, and they all pulled away and quickly retreated. Seeing this scene, the royal army also took the initiative to retreat. Soon, a 1,000-meter blank area appeared in the huge desert. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, locking on the four skull dragons in the sky. Roar! The voice of the dragon roared again. A huge bone dragon suddenly swung down under Senbai's bone wings and hovered in the void. The huge body of dozens of meters gives the impression that it is like a hill. The figures standing on the head of the bone dragon, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. A moment ago, they were still guessing, who has such a big pomp and can control such terrifying bone dragons soaring in the sky. Never occurred to me that one of the patron saints of Alabasta, and Princess Wei Wei were among them. As soon as she saw the bone dragon, she laid her arrogant head on top and stood on the bone dragon's head. "Father, it's fortunate that you're fine, otherwise Wei Wei would be very sorry." Seeing the familiar face he had not seen for a long time, Cobra's eyes suddenly turned red. He couldn't help stroking Wei Wei's hair and said, "Girl, just come back. Don't run out at will in the future. You shouldn't be responsible for this kind of thing. It's the incompetence of your father that put you in danger. Looks like it's always been tough." Lang, the dignified king of Cobra, now there is a hint of weeping between his words. Undoubtedly, the originally tense atmosphere in the field has eased a little bit. Even Kosha, who was originally holding Cobra who was going to kill Cobra, changed his expression slightly and fell into silence. However, his eyes were still more on the skull of the bone dragon and on the other people. The face of such a debut card, it was completely beyond Kosha's cognition. He needs to urgently find out who is in charge, so that he can take the initiative of the matter in his hands. To obtain a favorable situation for the next negotiation. However, as soon as the idea came to her mind, Vivi broke free from Cobra's embrace and hurriedly said, "Father, I am leaving this time because I have sneaked into the Baroque Work Club. I suspect that they are using dance fans to plan to work in this country. To create chaos so that the mastermind behind the scenes, Crocodile, the sand crocodile in the Shichibukai, gets the power of Alabasta. So, this time, in order to resolve this matter, Mr. Uchiha Ryu and I have reached a cooperation agreement." Having said that, Wei Wei looked at Long Yu subconsciously and said, "As long as he can solve the crisis in our Alabasta, we will give them the rapeseed port for 50 years. As soon as the remarks of giving the rapeseed port to people, the scene caused an uproar. It can be said that Alabasta is now facing severe drought and desertification. The remaining large ports have long been abandoned. Rapeseed Port remains, still, in normal operation. However, as soon as Princess Weiwei opened her mouth, she told them that in order to solve the internal and external problems of Alabasta, she sent the most important port out for 50 years. Not to mention the king's army, even the rebel army could not accept it. Weiwei, do you know what you are talking about? The Rapeseed Port is now the economic lifeline of our Alabasta. You sent it out as soon as you opened your mouth, which made us Alabasta's worst. Kosha was the first to lose her breath and roared in anger. Even if you say that the Baroque Work Club and Shichibukai Crocodile are behind the scenes, do you think that these 4 bone dragons alone can save us Alabasta? If you want to pay this kind of price, you might as well give me the lifeline of Alabasta, and let me, Kosha, lead everyone to victory. The awe-inspiring voice was mixed with a sonorous and powerful taste between the lines. However, just after these words fell, the indifferent voice suddenly sounded with a taste that directly hit the soul. Chapter 478, Please Let Me Go. By you. No qualifications at all. Simple words. Long Yu moved without wind in his clothes. Under the flying magic, he slowly floated up on the head of the bone dragon. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Facing the leader of his own rebel army, he was actually questioned in public. Many people's hearts are full of anger. However, before they could react, a low roar roared out from Long Yu's body. Boom! Dormant, in Long Yu's body, the magic power like a raging tide was suddenly detonated. The pitch-black horse training, with a fierce attitude, directly hit the 9 heavens and clouds away. Up-air waves swept away in a rolling manner. Flying sand and walking under the stones even made the horses fall to the ground. However, all this is just the beginning. Looking at the endless black fog, slowly walking out of the huge white bone body, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, they finally knew the origin of the 4 bone dragons that were entrenched in the sky in front of them. When Long Yu's footsteps landed on the desert, the endless magic power that soared into the sky suddenly collapsed. The scene that was like flying sand and rocks was completely subsided. However, looking at the huge white skeleton in front of him, at this moment, the huge desert was enveloped by an inexplicable depressing aura, as if there was an invisible big hand tightly clenching their hearts. Especially Cobra, he is not. Other rebels can compare, as the king of a country, with an intelligence system. In addition to covering the whole country, he also knows a little about what happened abroad. In particular, he is also a Tianlong person, and he is more aware of the big event that happened in the Chambord Islands not long ago, and the public execution of Tianlong people. If he remembered correctly, he had seen the reports from the people in front of him from the news not long ago. However, since he was so devastated by the rebellion at the time, he didn't take it to heart. At the moment, seeing Long Yu's Bone King state, those memories were directly evoked. However, before he could speak, Gaka, who was beside him, had already exclaimed. He is the big skeleton demon who publicly executed the Tianlong reward of 1 billion. Skull Demon, a reward of 1 billion. Kosha couldn't help but be startled, and even the others were dazed. For ordinary people like them, 1 billion is an astronomical number, but more comes from a dazed sense of power. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Yu showed his. I'm afraid it's not clear at all. What is the concept of great magic pressure? Kosha, I know you don't understand. What does this mean? Let me explain. Cobra glanced at Long Yu fearfully, and hurriedly said after realizing that he had no intention of stopping him. I believe that everyone has already known about Kibui Crocodile. Crocodile Kosha subconsciously nodded and said, that guy, he has occupied the rain banquet for the past few years, and from time to time he has beaten some foreign pirates and saved a lot of civilians. I heard that among the pirates, his strength is also the top existence, and he has been recognized by the world government. In the face of Kosha's remarks, many rebel armies, and even the king's army, couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. It can be said that in their eyes, the strongest and most arrogant man they have ever seen is Crocodile. Looking at this scene, Cobra took out a piece of the reward, which looked a little old. War to remind himself when Crocodile appeared in Alabasta. He never believed that a vicious big pirate would put down his body and be a good person. Only a little brain knows. That was suddenly taken out. I was stunned at first, and then they all narrowed their eyes and looked at the reward order. Is it 800 million? It looks like this skeleton demon is a bit stronger than Crocodile. However, with this disparity in strength, is it possible to win steadily? The chattering discussion sounded one after another. However, before they could discuss the result, an exclamation suddenly came out. No, you see, 800 million. 80 million reward, he is not 800 million. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing in the huge desert for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Looking at the terrifying posture that stood on the yellow sand, like a skeleton, many people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Especially the person just now, who was talking about his strength and whether he would win with confidence. His legs trembled like a twist, and he fell to the ground with a thud, begging for mercy in a hurry. Sir, I'm sorry, I offended you with my shallow eyes, please let me go. The violent scene made the originally depressing situation sink even more. In their eyes, there is an existence known as the top powerhouse at sea, and it is also good to offer a reward of 800 million. Chapter 479, Negotiations. The current skeleton demon has been offered a reward of 1 billion. If one were to use a bounty to measure one's own strength, the difference would be more than 10 times, which was simply an astronomical figure. Of course, Long Yu will not correct this misunderstanding. He wants to establish a station in Alabasta. A fear must first be planted in their hearts, so that they can act later. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of Ainzer Gong has been increased to 60%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 6th order magic weather manipulation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the super magic world change. The ethereal prompting sounds of the system sounded one after another, causing Long Yu to raise his brows, and then he couldn't help but laugh. The 6th order magic weather manipulation can change the weather with the strength of magic. In the original book, when the Bone King invited the Blood Emperor to the great tomb of Naxray, he used this trick to turn a rainy day into a sunny day. As for the new superposition magic, it is the same level as the Skyfall mastered by Long Yu before. However, Skyfall is a powerful attack magic, and the change of heaven and earth can not only change the weather, but also can turn water into desert and lava into iceberg with the caster. It can be said that once Long Yu has mastered this trick, he will be able to suppress the awakening of the opponent's devil fruit ability to some extent. After all, to drive the devil fruit ability, assimilate all the surrounding buildings and rock formations, etc. The physical strength and fruit strength required are definitely not small. Once the opponent successfully casts it, Long Yu uses heaven and earth change to change the fruit world of assimilation. For example, when facing the red dog, the sky is filled with lava, and the next moment it turns into the rolling water of the Yangtze River. It would probably be a nightmare for him. However, the only thing that makes Long Yu feel regret is the premise of changing the world, which requires his own magic power as the basis. This means that the range that can be changed will be limited. Lord Ains, my father wants to talk to you about the details of the transaction, and Kosha, the leader of the rebel army, also wants to participate in the negotiation. Wei Wei's hesitant voice suddenly sounded. Long Yu's thinking retreated from the consciousness space, and the darkened soul eyes, the flames soared again, said, no problem. In Long Yu's eyes, negotiating or not negotiating is meaningless at all. It can be said that he will soon become the savior of this country. But passing through the door is also a guest, and Long Yu doesn't have the heart to go to a big country, and he needs to use the guise of manpower. Are you here? Why didn't we move, Barney? Kosha was stunned for a moment, and said hesitantly. To this point, Cobra nodded silently. Having seen the power of Long Yu with my own eyes, and after surpassing Crocodile's bounty by more than 10 times, he was clearly in awe. At least, they can't do the so-called negotiation in the desert in front of them. It's too much trouble, no need. Long Yu said coldly. The scepter in his hand suddenly stomped towards Wangsha. The endless black mist rolled backwards, and the white bone emperor chair made of skeletons quickly condensed under the watchful eyes of the public. A conference table more than 10 meters long quickly opened. At the same time, several chairs were added around for them to sit on. Of course, compared with Long Yu's king chair, the others are obviously a bit shabby. However, in the face of this scene in front of them, what they care about is not shabby or shabby. On the contrary, it is the means in front of me that I can change with my hands. At least, this has subverted their cognition. Have a seat, my guests. Long Yu held the scepter and sat down with a golden sword. Soul Flame jumping eyes swept across the field, saying, Tell me, what are your thoughts? As long as they are reasonable, I will consider them as appropriate. The voice fell, immediately. Pulled back everyone's thoughts. However, before Kosha could speak, Cobra hurriedly waved his hand and said, Lord Ains, we don't have any excessive demands. It's just that you have to lease the Rapeseed port for 50 years, but it is now the only remaining port in Alabasta and our last economic lifeline. Do you think you can leave us a right to use it? Using Quan Long Yu's eyes, the soul flame jumped slightly. He had already expected this request. However, his Narasok necropolis will be built on the port of Rapeseed. If it is to be shared, it will have an impact on his construction. At the same time, it will also weaken the mystery of the Great Tomb of Narisik, losing the shock it deserves. I refuse, this is the premise of my trade. Long Yu said in a deep voice. Rejecting Cobra and Kosha's expressions changed drastically. No, it should be said that even Wei Wei was no exception, and hurriedly said, Lord Ains, can we pay the fee? Alabasta originally had 4 major ports, but other ports have long been abandoned due to drought and sandstorms. As long as Your Excellency Ains is willing to make concessions, after we have resolved the matter of Crocodile, we will try again to restore the use of other ports. At that time, we will definitely hand over the Rape Flower port to Your Excellency Ains. The hasty words echoed over the desert, and everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. Chapter 480. The water source was poisoned. It can be said that Alabasta is now in the midst of internal and external troubles. A large part of the place is even more severely aridified. Not to mention edible water, even the normal food supply must be transported in from the outside world. It is precisely because of this reason that things such as price gouging happen, which makes the already heavy life even worse. Now, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he took the Rapeseed port away. That means that they are completely cut off from the outside world. Unless you venture to a deserted dock with no supplies, it is impossible to obtain resources from the outside world. And the products of Alabasta are shipped out to sea. Don't worry, I will help you to restore the port. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Long Yu stretched out his big bones and gently rubbed Wei Wei's head. It's for the sake of your daring to trade with me. For Long Yu, who now has the new superpower magic, as long as there is enough milk, it is not a problem to turn the entire desert country of Alabasta into an oasis. However, he will not do such thankless things, and will only help as appropriate. Seeing Long Yu's intimacy, Wei Wei's body froze, and the people around her even looked straight. After all, this is their high and unattainable princess. When has anyone been so frivolous? It's just that, during this period of time, as long as people who have stayed on the Dragon Feather ship know it. It's a habit of his. They were also used to Long Yu's caressing. At least, the man in front of him won't do anything out of the ordinary. Slowly withdraw his hand after stroking a few times, Cobra was about to say something. Urgent cry came quickly from a distance. Kosha, The big thing is bad. At the last sight of Yuba, the water source was poisoned, and many camels were poisoned to death. A man trotted on a camel. In the face of this violent scene, everyone's betrayal turned pale. One last look at the source of water. For them, they depend on Juba for survival. If they lost even this last source of water, it meant that they needed to give up Yuba completely and move to other places. Al, isn't the water source guarded 24 hours a day? Why was it poisoned, and where are those people? Kosha's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, El Said with a livid expression. Dead, they were all killed by others. Knife killed it, and by the time we got there, most of the camels had been poisoned to death. This is what God will cast out, our children of Juba. A depressing atmosphere suddenly enveloped the huge desert. The rapeseed flower was just taken away by Long Yu, and now Yuba's only water source has been poisoned again. For them, it was simply worse, causing the people in the field to be silent all of a sudden. Lord Ains, do you have a solution? Wei Wei bit her red lips and subconsciously looked at Long Yu, who was sitting on the white bone king's chair. Intuition told her that to break this predicament, perhaps only the person in front of her could do it. Take me there, as a partner, or I'll give you a gift. Up slowly while watching. The scepter in his hand suddenly stomped, and 4 huge bone dragons lowered their proud heads. Come on, your camels are a little slow, keep up with me. Long Yu's clothes were moving without the wind. One step, the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost out of thin air. Appeared again, and it had already performed a short distance space shift, appearing on the bone dragon head dozens of meters away. Looking at this scene, the pupils of the people present suddenly shrank, and some people couldn't help rubbing their eyes to see if they were dazzled. However, more people are scrambling to get on top of the bone dragon. For them, it is a great honor to be able to ride on the dragon. It is even more bragging capital in the future. In the future, drink 2 more glasses, eat more side dishes, and say that I have ridden a bone dragon before. That's so powerful, it's just arrogant. For a time, someone rolled over and sat on the bone dragon, some couldn't catch up, and hurriedly hugged their thighs. It's really old arms and legs, can't compete with young people, and can only go away on a camel. As for the king's army, many people were also full of enthusiasm. It's just because of his identity and discipline, that he can only look at Cobra. Okay, don't stare, go up with your strength. Cobra laughed dryly and gave the order to sprint. However, he obviously ignored the temptation of the bone dragon for them. Tens of thousands of the king's army rushed over in an instant. Seeing that the sea of people almost drowned the bone dragon, Cobra couldn't help but said, Belle, take me and Vivi up quickly, this is my first time riding a dragon. Hokage Starting from the instant full level, Chapter 481 to 500. Chapter 481, How Far to Escape. Also, take a picture for me, and I'll hang it in the hall to enjoy it later. His Majesty, the dignified King of Alabasta, would do such a limitless thing. Wei Wei rolled her eyes helplessly and said, No, I'll go back to Lord Ains. Also, Father, the next time you do something humiliating, can you stop getting involved with me? Looking at Vivi, who rolled her eyes several times and turned to leave, Cobra was directly petrified on the spot. At the same time, the water source of Juba. Thousands of people have already gathered here. At the corpses and camels scattered around the deep pit where a little water emerged from the excavation to 7 or 8 meters. The civilians present suddenly turned pale. Didn't notice at all, 2 strange figures hiding in the crowd. Quote. All Sunday, is there really an unknown enemy in your mouth? A low voice echoed in the noise of the crowd. A body shaped like an iron tower, with prominent muscles, and a body that was obviously incompatible with refugees, was hidden in a sand-proof cloak. Of an ascetic monk adds to the inexplicable sense of perseverance. As for standing behind him, it was Nico Robin, the vice president of the Baroque Work Club, whose identity was revealed by Long Yu's words. Face. Asked. Nico Robin looked solemn and said. I received information from Arnabane 3 days ago. He mentioned that Cobra, the king of Alabasta, will arrive in Juba today to meet with the secret man brought by Princess Vivi for the first time. Speaking of which, Nicole Robin glanced at the phone bug in her hand and said, if someone can really see through our plan at a glance, then I believe the most likely person is the person Cobra met today. Also, even if we can't find that person, we can take this opportunity to take off Cobra's head. Falling into silence, he nodded silently in agreement. For Crocodile, he held absolute loyalty. In the original book, after being defeated by Sauron, he also fell into the hands of the Navy headquarters and was escorted to the city prison. However, in the face of the third-class rescue, Crocodile, who was in a bad mood, stayed in the boat and refused to be rescued. He is also a man of chivalry. Right now, I am worried about Nico Robin. Doubt it, but as long as I help Crocodile, it's enough. It is for this very reason that Nicole Robin will be promised privately. Request, together with this one, unpaid task. Mosamoxi, I'm an elder of hundreds of millions, the vice president receives please immediately. Run as far as you can, don't stop, or you will die. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Although the sound of the phone bug is turned down to a minimum, while being masked by other noisy sounds. However, for Nicole Robin and speaking of, it's not a problem. However, this sound transmission undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. As the strongest two under the command of Chiwahai, they came to this place in person to investigate the incident. However, the eyeliner who stayed in the king's army now only gave such an answer, which made them feel that they were caught off guard. Feel. PFF'd. A low sonic boom sounded suddenly. A huge black shadow, with an inexplicably depressed posture, shrouded the sky and covered the sky. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and it was too late to think about it. Hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught his eye was 6 huge bone dragons covered with people. The face of those extremely crazy enthusiasm, Long Yu finally summoned 2 more to spend his vigorous energy on them. However, the 6 bone dragons are also not enough for tens of thousands of people. The end, if it wasn't for Long Yu's cold snort, he did a little to stop the storm. I am afraid that the dragon has also been torn apart by them. Looking at the scene in front of him, Nicole Robin, who was still in doubt, and his expression changed slightly. They looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. After all, they are not like the turtles here, who are the vice president of the Baroque Work Club, and the other one who is the most famous bounty hunter in the West Sea. They knew exactly what the bone dragons in front of them represented. After all, the escape from the Chinda prison and the public execution of the Tianlong people in the Chambord Islands not long ago shocked the entire sea. Moreover, not long ago, they also received the latest bounty amount offered by the world government to the Great Skeleton Demon. That's an astronomical 1 billion. At this moment, they finally understood why the eyeliner just said such words to make them escape as soon as possible. Never occurred to me that this great god, who made the Navy headquarters devastated, would come to this place. However, there is one more thing Nico Robin can't figure out, if that prince is this big skeleton demon, so how does he know his identity? Chapter 482, Give 7 days of downpour. 6 huge bone dragons suddenly fell on the desert, and the huge impact force even carried a wind and sand back. The violent scene caused the refugees who gathered here to fall into chaos all of a sudden. However, after seeing the person standing above, the figure of Kosha, the leader of the rebel army, suddenly calmed down the originally panicked crowd. Yuan stared at the scene in front of him with a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone, calm down. This time, thanks to the assistance of Your Excellency Ains, we have reached a temporary armistice agreement with the Royal Army. Kosha was the first to speak. His first priority now is to stabilize the current situation. At the same time, he was eager to know what the great gift that Long Yu had just mentioned was. Thinking of this, Kosha jumped down on the bone dragon and said, "So, do Ent care about it next? Matter what happens, everyone must not be chaotic, and at the same time, they must not be rude. Because, Your Excellency Ains, in order to reach a strategic agreement with us in Alabasta, he will give us a gift." The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the desert. It can be said that when he said these words, Kosha didn't know where his confidence was. Front of tens of thousands of people, he said that Long Yu was going to give a good gift. In case it's just a small gift, maybe some so-called gold and silver jewelry. For them who lack the source of water and live in dire waters, it is of no use at all. "Kosha, is that Ains Sama you're talking about?" An old man suddenly pointed to the dragon feather standing on the head of the bone dragon. In front of everyone's eyes, he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud, and hurriedly asked for help. "Lord Ains, I see that you are very handsome. We don't want gold, silver, jewelry, or any reward. I just want to have a bite to eat. My granddaughter, I haven't eaten for 2 days. We old people can't eat, but the children can't bear it anymore. Lord Ains, please save my granddaughter. It was our turn to fetch water today, but we haven't had any water all day. Lord Ains, have you brought fresh water? We can do anything for you to pay for it. The old ones can survive, but the young ones can't." He hurriedly asked for help, and looked at the kneeling old men one after another, already cracked from the sun. Dry, peeling lips. It can be said that if it were not for the will, I would have died of thirst. Lord Ains, can you really do anything? I beg you to save them too. Wei Wei's eyes turned red all of a sudden. She left for a while, and she never thought that, again, things had evolved to this point. Looking at Wei Wei who was about to kneel, Long Yu slammed the scepter towards the ground, magic power surged, directly supporting Wei Wei's body, and the indifferent voice sounded immediately. "I, Ains Gong, as the supreme being of the great tomb of Narisik, what I said is of course true. Now, I will give you 7 days of downpour." The people who were present with the torrential rain for 7 days couldn't help but froze in place. Even Vivi, Cobra and others are no exception. After all, in their expectation, Dingtian is also some food, fresh water, or gold and other things. However, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he said that he would give them a downpour. Still 7 days. However, before they could react, Long Yu held a scepter and took the next step in front of everyone's eyes. The scepter clenched in his hand suddenly stomped towards the void. Dang! The violent magic power was suddenly detonated. That went straight to the sky above the 9 heavens, and the clouds accumulated in the void were pierced with a bang. One by one, colorful magic circles bloomed quickly, like dazzling fireworks. The air that was scorching hot was now a little cooler in the next moment. Immediately afterwards, under the raging wind, the wind and sand rolled. The boundless black ink-like lead clouds rolled back in all directions with a rolling gesture. Gives people a feeling that the mountains and the rain are coming and the wind is filling the building. Boom! The low sound of thunder echoed like a bell, and the ferocious electric snake cut through the sky. A moment ago, the sky with the scorching sun was covered by dark clouds in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, the sound of dripping rain suddenly sounded. Yes, it is rain. Ains Sama, send us a downpour. God, what the hell did I see? It's a miracle. No, we finally have water to drink. Hurry up and move everything that can hold water. This is a gift from Ains Sama to us. The voiceless exclamation sounded suddenly. Soon, it became a piece, like a symphony. Chapter 483, Promise. Of the long drought and the nectar in front of them, many people present couldn't hold back, and opened their hands to welcome the heavy rain that fell from the sky. His dry, cracked mouth bluffed, drinking the rainwater greedily. Together with the rebel army standing on the bone dragon, the king's army, and even the king of Kosha and Alabasta, Cobra is no exception. They never thought of the most fundamental cause of external and internal troubles that have plagued them for 7 or 8 years. He couldn't even shove the scepter in Long Yu's hand. Immediately it started to rain. Moreover, according to Long Yu, this lasted for 7 days, and it was completely impossible to even use dancing powder. This horse riding is a miracle. Thinking of this, Cobra and Kosha couldn't help but look at Long Yu one more time. If they were impulsive and rejected Long Yu's trading proposal directly, I'm afraid they don't know what will happen now. The big pirate with a reward of 1 billion yuan is really extraordinary. Lord Ains, I thank you for the people of Alabasta. The white exotic dress on Wei Wei's body was already soaked by the rain. That tulle-like coat could hardly hide her inner beauty. It can be said that it gives the feeling that a red apricot is coming out of the wall, and the spring cannot be closed. However, this strange emotion, just sprouted in Long Yu's mind, was quickly eliminated by the Bone King's talent and negative emotions. He looked down at Wei Wei a little, and stuck out a big hand of a pale skeleton, picked up a strand of hair on her forehead, and said, "This is just the beginning. If you know what I'll give you next, maybe it will be in the form of a gift. Promise." Who were present with their bodies were shocked for a while. And Cobra is no exception. Alabasta is in trouble at the moment, but Wei Wei is also an Iron Princess. What's more, 800 years ago, their clan was still in the lineage of Tianlong people. If it wasn't too self-willed and unwilling to move in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be bullied by a Chihuahua now. Now Long Yu said as soon as he opened his mouth, the gift he gave would make the dignified Wei Wei feel the urge to promise her. This made them even more curious as to what it was. After all, after experiencing the scene of the downpour just now, they were more curious as to what it was. However, facing the urgent gazes from the people around him, Long Yu suddenly raised his head, and the flame of the soul jumping in his eyes suddenly burst into flames, saying, "There are guests coming, I will come back when I go, and you should leave." These words, Long Yu stepped forward, and the space fluctuations emerged. The whole person passed through the portal, and disappeared in place out of thin air. The violent scene made the pupils of those present suddenly shrink. Originally, I planned to see what could make Wei Wei promise each other, but now Long Yu disappeared out of thin air, which undoubtedly ruined their thoughts. Okay, originally, I also wanted to see, there is something that is worth my baby's promise, it seems that I have to wait for the next time. Cobra regained his senses, shook his head slightly with a look of loss, and said, "Father, are you planning to sell me?" Wei Wei puffed out her cheeks and stared with her cheeks blushing. Feeling this murderous gaze, Cobra hurriedly smiled wryly and waved his hand to explain. No, the father doesn't mean that, I'm just a little curious, what can be better than the current torrential rain to Alabasta? More important." The people present were stunned for a while. Facing Cobra's words, he undoubtedly fell into deep thought. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Wei looked around the land as far as she could see, only to see a piece of yellow sand, and said with a melancholy face, "Apart from the rain, what we have lost the most in Alabasta is the fertile land. Ba is no longer here. It would be great if the gift mentioned by Lord Ains could be the old Juba." The voice of regret echoed in the rainstorm. The people present fell into silence. The face of Wei Wei's extravagant hopes, it can be said that this idea also appeared in their minds just now. Just that, in their eyes, the next 7-day torrential rain is already amazing. Not to mention, it is nonsense to make a desert glow with new spring. Other hand, it is tens of thousands of meters away from the water eye where the crowd gathers. In cloaks rode camels and rushed towards Yuyan. Feel the torrential rain that hits me mercilessly in the sky. And the shocking scene just now, for the two of them, it was simply a nightmare. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? Their Baroque work club took a lot of effort to be able to take away the rain from Juba. However, now it was poured down by the big skeleton demon, and it was pouring rain, breaking the game they worked so hard to set up. It can be said that if this matter is known to Crocodile, who has always been self-sufficient, absolutely won't believe it. Chapter 484. is this your ultimate move? Quote. Haven't contacted the president yet, wait a minute, no matter what. Whatever happens, we must not mess up. Nico Robin couldn't help but glance back, busy dialing Crocodile's phone bug. However, as soon as the eyes fell, I heard it. And shouted in a hurry. Be careful all Sunday, he's coming. Nico Robin's expression changed drastically, and her nerves suddenly became tense. Without thinking too much, I hurriedly looked ahead. First thing that catches the eye is the space vortex torn out, and the huge skeleton figure walking out slowly. My guest, he left without saying hello. Just as Long Yu stepped on the yellow sand, he suddenly raised his head, the soul flames in the depths of his eyes suddenly soared, and he looked at the fast galloping figure. As the supreme being of the great tomb of Narasak, your actions will make me very confused. Could it be that under the absolute strength gap, you still don't give up? The deep voice, between the lines, is full of icy taste. The violent scene made Nico Robin and, with a slight change in expression, they shouted in unison. Go! Bang bang bang. The simple words were uttered, and the two camels rushed towards Long Yu like crazy. Nicole Robin on the back of a camel. With no intention of stopping at all. Of more than 10 meters is only approaching in the blink of an eye. Oh, it seems that some people really won't cry if they don't see the coffin. Long Yu said lightly. The scepter in his hand, he stomped lightly on the ground. The sigh of death. Bang! The jet-black aura of death, like a frenzy, quickly rewinds with the dragon feather as the center. The two camels rushing towards them didn't react yet, and instantly hit the black aura. However, wherever the black energy passed, the huge camel instantly turned into a bone. One, who were sitting on the back of a camel, suddenly shrank their pupils. The next moment, he was directly entangled by black air. Bang bang. Two low-pitched gas explosions sounded suddenly. Nico Robin and. At this moment, it exploded like a balloon and turned into petals scattered in the sky and earth. A fruit clone. Not Nico Robin, the think tank of Lockworks. Long Yu smiled warmly. After the dark aura of death rolled away, the yellow sand beneath his feet made a rustling sound. The next moment, the screams burst out. Wan Ziqianhong. Strangulation. Bang bang bang. A hand protruded out of the yellow sand without warning. Like dense vines, it quickly spread towards Long Yu's body. The speed is so fast that in just half a breath, the dragon feather is wrapped into a zongzi. The next moment, a huge body rushed out of the yellow sand. When the cold light circulated all over the body, giving a feeling of indestructibility, the moment when the blade was swallowed in the hand. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed head-on towards the dragon feather that was bound into a zongzi. Extinguishing crack. A deep voice spit out, and with his hands entangled, he slashed on Long Yu's body. Bang! A series of vertical and horizontal slashes burst out like a frenzy. Like the claws of invisible beasts, even the desert land with a radius of tens of meters was torn apart with ferocious slashing marks. The arm that was wrapped around Long Yu and condensed with wawa fruit was also smashed into pieces in an instant. Turned into petals all over the sky and collapsed between heaven and earth. In the face of this precise combination, the Baroque Work Club, the vice president and the top bounty hunters in the West Sea joined forces. It can be said that if it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed by a single blow and turned into pieces of meat all over the ground. However, under the petals flying all over the sky, a huge skeleton that flickered as black as steel was the first to appear. And in front of Nico Robin. Huo Ran turned around, and under the eyes where the soul flame emerged, the icy voice was even more soul-stirring. Is this your ultimate move? It's disappointing as always. Long Yu looked back at the person who was close at hand. One road, the one should accept the baptism of the strong. Come on, accept the embrace of the strong. The fall of the super magical sky. When the scepter fell, the magic circle bloomed like fireworks. Dormant, in Long Yu's body, under the frenzied emergence of violent magic. The next moment, a dangerous breath swooped down in the sky. Quote. Run away. Nico Robin, who was dozens of meters away, raised her anxious voice. However, as soon as the voice fell, there was a tearing roar and explosion in the sky. Boom! The fiery beam of light instantly enveloped a radius of thousands of meters with the gesture of tearing space. Under the violent power, while his expression changed drastically, he, who was able to escape more than 10 meters away, had completely given up escaping. A deep, violent drink came out of his mouth, and his muscles swelled like a rock. Of the devil fruit is also driven to the extreme. Chapter 485, 5% Power. The next moment, the fiery beam of light suddenly fell. Boom! A thunderous explosion rolled away. Under the scorching air waves, the surrounding yellow sand land was directly penetrated. The sandstorm swept away like a storm. Took more than half a minute for the scorching heat to dissipate. Of desert land, only a large pit of more than 10 meters is left. Nico Robin's figure was lying slanted in the desert, and the hands that were used for defense around him, with the help of the fruit's ability, were quickly dissipating. As for the one more than 10 meters away from Long Yu, was tattered all over, standing on the spot steaming hot. Looking at this scene, Nicole Robin, who was struggling to stand up, showed a smile on her face. You'll be fine, let's not fight, we should retreat first, he is not something we can deal with. Facing Long Yu's extremely bizarre attack method, Nico Robin's confidence was obviously completely defeated. Escape. With a trace of scarlet blood remaining on the corner of his mouth, he raised his head to meet Long Yu's gaze, and said, he didn't use all his strength, we can't escape. I want to know how much power you used for that blow just now, 7 out of 10, or 5 out of 10. In 1 foot's eyes, since there is no way to escape horizontally or vertically, the only thing he can do is to try the depth of Long Yu for Crocodile. Is also good to give Crocodile a combat environment as close as possible to the one who knows himself and the other, so as to increase the odds of victory. As expected of Crocodile's most loyal comrade, he actually thought of a way to test the enemy by himself. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, since you are so serious about friendship, then I will tell you. Just now was only 5% of my power, I just didn't want to kill you. 5% power. The words fall, don't say yes. Even Nico Robin's face changed drastically. She knew very well that in the Baroque Work Club, she had more power than Hi. But when it comes to combat power, it is second only to Crocodile. However, now she can also feel the one of her hand. In front of the skeleton demon, she is only forcing out 5% of her power. There is no half-lie in these words, then the skeleton in front of him will fight with all his strength. To what extent will the strength reach? 5%. Muttering to himself, Huo Ran looked up at Long Yu and said, it seems that my eyesight has deteriorated. For a pirate bounty hunter, the ability to judge the difference in strength is the most important thing. However, now facing this deep, the unpredictable existence made such a big misjudgment. Shame for a bounty hunter. Quote. No, you should be called Dasbonis. Long Yu said lightly. As the strongest bounty hunter in the West Sea, you, like Crocodile, committed the deadliest point. Hiding in such a weak sea will only rust your body functions. Even in the New World, you don't understand the prevailing armed arrogance. It can be said that you are out of touch. The slightly elongated voice made Daz's expression moved. Facing Long Yu's remarks, he was completely unable to refute. After all, the misjudgment of strength just now has already explained all this. However, looking at your chivalry, I'll give you a chance. Long Yu lightly raised his head and looked at Daz. Under the surging magic power on his body, the appearance of the Bone King disappeared. Restored Laxus stance. Right hand suddenly grabbed it in the void, and an ancient samurai sword fell into his hand. You are planning to fight me with kendo. Daz's expression changed slightly. Even Nico Robin is no exception. In their eyes, the most powerful thing about Long Yu is the Demon Skull Demon, the Devil Fruit ability. There are also endless ways to attack. However, now Long Yu not only gave up the fruit ability posture, but instead used the kendo that Daz is good at. This is undoubtedly beyond Nico Robin's cognition. What's the matter, do you want to gamble? Long Yu entered Laxus's character instantly, and said coldly and arrogantly, if you beat me in swordsmanship, I will let you go. However, if you lose, you will abandon Crocodile and become my subordinate. As your subordinate, Daz's expression changed slightly, even Nico Robin was no exception. For negotiation in front of her clearly gave Nico Robin hope. Are you letting me go on purpose? Daz looked at Long Yu and said in a deep voice, my kendo is different from others. It has been completely integrated with the fruit ability. If you fight against me with kendo alone, you will definitely lose. Because I have Kuai-Janran who has Kuai-Sho fruit, your knife will not be faster than mine. As a superhuman devil fruit ability, Sauron faced him in the original book, but suffered a lot. On the verge of death, if it weren't for the explosion of the small universe, I'm afraid it would have turned into bones. Facing the confident Daz, Long Yu pursed his arrogant cheeks slightly and said with a smile, the world of swordsmanship is only fast and unbreakable. Chapter 486. I am missing someone, help me manage. I'm sorry, but I also happen to know the way of the fast sword. Daz looked startled, watching the moment when Long Yu clenched the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt of the hilt with the 5 fingers of his right hand. The whole person's breath has undergone earth-shaking changes. When Huo Ran raised his head, his eyes were as sharp as a falcon. If it is said that Long Yu just a moment ago gave him the feeling that he was a layman in kendo. So now, he feels to Daz like a sharp-edged blade. Sharp and compelling. At this moment, Daz finally understands that Long Yu's request for a duel in swordsmanship is not a matter of words. I take back the contempt I just made, as a fellow man, but I will still defeat you, swear by my quick cut. Daz said in a low voice. The voice fell, but it hadn't completely dissipated. Dormant, when the power of the fruit in the body was pushed to the extreme by Daz, the feet quickly turned into sharp blades like ice skating shoes. At the moment when both hands and 10 fingers turned into blades, without any hesitation, both feet slammed towards the ground. The whole person turned into a sharp arrow, violently plundering towards Long Yu. Looking at the rapidly dilated figure in his pupils, a flash of determination flashed across Daz's face. Take my strongest move. Dust-chopping speed knife. The awe-inspiring words came out, and at the moment when the 4 eyes met, Daz had already appeared in front of Long Yu. In his eyes, this distance is enough to kill anyone. However, just as this thought flashed in his mind, Long Yu suddenly raised his head and met Daz's eyes. The next moment, before he could react, the sound of thunder ripped apart like a frenzy. Breath of thunder, thunder, flash, 10 burials. Boom, 10 ghostly figures scattered in an instant with the dragon feathers in front of them, occupying all the vision in front of them. A posture that seemed to be substantial, it suddenly returned to one in the void. In Daz's hand had not yet selected the enemy, and a thunderlight swept past like a fright. And, it was a dozen or so behind Daz. Out of the figure of the dragon feather. Still a crackling sound in the arc that circulated on his body. Looking at this strange scene, Nico Robin saw 10 identical dragon feathers in her eyes just now, and then the light flashed, and Long Yu and Daz switched places. Even the exact fight is not right. Daz, why are you standing in the same place? I didn't mean to compete in kendo just now. This is our last hope. Don't lose the chain. Nico Robin couldn't help but reminded. Who was standing in the same place like a sculpture, he turned around slowly. Was the first to enter the scene, but her pupils shrunk suddenly. PFF'd. A bloody arrow spewed out without warning. The ferocious mouth of blood, from the bottom of Daz's left abdomen, went straight to the top of his right shoulder, and directly spanned the entire body. Senbai's bones, in the flesh and blood, are even more shocking. Seeing the dramatic change in Nico Robin's expression, Daz was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and glanced at it. The abnormal shape in his chest was stunned for a moment, and then the tense muscles all over his body relaxed instantly. After taking one more look at Long Yu, he lost his balance and slammed into the desert. On the huge battlefield, only the last words with a little self-deprecating reverberation were left, echoing between the heavens and the earth. It turns out that you have already beheaded me. Lost. Nico Robin looked in disbelief. The Baroque work, he has the strength second only to the Shichibukai crocodile. It is also the trump card in Nico Robin's eyes. Every time you encounter a task that cannot be solved, as long as you let one shoot, you will definitely be able to win. However, in the face of the slash that had just caught a glimpse, the result completely overturned her cognition. As a person with the superhuman type and the ability to cut fruit quickly, he didn't even know that he was beheaded. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? Messy thoughts flashed in Nico Robin's mind, and when she came back to her senses, she had already met Long Yu's gaze. His expression suddenly froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You can kill me, but I will never let you send me to the world government." Even if she died, she wouldn't talk. Nico Robin took out a dagger that had been hidden for many years, and stabbed it directly into her throat. This is what she hides on her body, always reminding herself that if she can't escape one day, in order to avoid falling into the hands of the world government, she will use it to solve herself. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly echoed, Nico Robin just felt a numbness in her hand, and the dagger flew out directly. He saw Long Yu appearing in front of him like a ghost. A height of nearly 2 meters, he met her gaze in a bird's eye view. Immediately, with a thud in her mind, a large warm hand directly covered her head. "Let's go, I need someone to help me manage." These words, Long Yu recklessly rubbed Nico Robin's hair, then turned around and walked towards Daz with a face full of astonishment. Chapter 487. The Navy even colluded with pirates. "Don't you want me to give it to the world government? I'm the son of evil, the best bargaining chip between you and the world government." Nico Robin resisted and asked. As the only person on this sea who can read the blank 100-year history, Nico Robin's value is immeasurable. Otherwise, there will be no reward of 80 million at the age of 8. "I don't mind if you want." Under the magic power of Long Yu's right hand, he summoned a skeleton knight and carried Daz directly on his shoulders. After throwing a healing magic at random, he looked back at Nico Robin and said, "If you don't want to, then don't worry, I'm much better than Crocodile. If you think about it, just follow." The magic power emerged from Long Yu's body, and he regained the posture of the Bone King again. He stomped the scepter in his hand, and the huge bone dragon turned out. Seeing the scene like a conjuration, Nicole Robin's face changed slightly, she bit her red lips, and quickly followed. At the same time, outside the rain feast, dozens of pirates rushed in quickly, laughing horribly as they looked at the merchants and civilians rushing to the city along the way. "I didn't expect that Chiwahai would secretly ask us to rob these merchants. Isn't he the hero of this city?" Who took the lead laughed playfully. The thin man behind him smiled playfully and said, "What does this have to do with us? If you want to blame it, you can blame him. The people here really regard him as a hero. We only need to grab the money. If we don't have any money, and then use this information to blackmail him, then Chiwahai will be a steady stream of treasuries, and we won't have to be chased by the Navy all day. The two leaders are right, let's go grab it quickly." These words fell, the pirates in the field echoed. For them, these businessmen and civilians in front of them have long since become fish on a sticky board. If it is not for fun, and according to Crocodile's request, be sure to chase to the gate of the city and let others see it with their own eyes. Spread the story of saving him as a hero. That was getting closer and closer. When he was getting excited, Bastius, who was hiding at the end of the line, suddenly changed his expression. Before he could think about it, he suddenly closed his hands, and quickly covered his body with color and domineering. As soon as all this was completed, the desert land in front of him sounded a low sonic boom without warning. The next moment, in front of everyone, like a slashing attack, he went straight to a group of pirates and plundered. The speed is so fast that no ordinary pirate can react at all. Wherever the slash passed, the pirates along the way were torn into two halves like paper. Was even a scream of misery, and before it had time to make it out, it turned into a blood mist that filled the sky and collapsed between heaven and earth. Seeing this violent scene, Bastius, who displayed his domineering look, his face sank, and the shark slashing knife in his hand slashed towards the desert and slashed out. A dull thunderous explosion resounded loudly. Under the unrelenting collision, the sand and dust rolled back like a hurricane. The huge air wave even set off a large area of yellow sand. Everything returned to calm. Bastius subconsciously looked at Crocodile, who was standing above the city gate, his face gloomy. Thank Lord Crocodile for helping. You are the patron saint of our rainy banquet. If it wasn't for Lord Crocodile's 3 or 4 shots, I'm afraid the huge Alabasta would have no safe place, and even the rain banquet would be occupied by the pirates and the rebel army. The rescued merchants and civilians were stunned at first, and after seeing the crocodile on the city gate and the pirates who were torn to pieces, they hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked them. A good self-directed and self-acted hero play, Bastius said with a gloomy expression. After he separated from Long Yu, he planned to collect the evidence of the Kibui crocodile. Never occurred to me that as soon as I found a deserted port, I was met by a group of pirates who were sectarians and pirates. They misunderstood them as accomplices, and came to Yuyan to send their heads. However, Bastius didn't expect that all of this could be regarded as a crooked play to let him see this despicable scene. Lieutenant Admiral Crocodile also noticed that among the pirates who should have been killed by him with one move as usual, a different figure appeared. When he saw Bastius's face clearly, his face suddenly became gloomy. This time, his plans were very secretive. At the same time, vice admirals, generals of this rank, generally only stay in the New World. Rarely haunts here. Now suddenly appearing here, still mixed in the pirates, let Crocodile smell an unusual smell. It's no wonder that the Navy has colluded with the pirates. The Alabasta rebels and pirates are rampant. The Navy headquarters didn't say it at all. It was because of this reason. A businessman suddenly spoke up. Facing this violent scene, Bastius couldn't help but startled. Chapter 488, Collecting Evidence. But before he could open his mouth to refute, the crowd of melon eaters all around fell to one side. It turns out that the Navy turned out to be such a face. I knew early on that there were no good things in the Navy. If we hadn't come to the rescue of Lord Shichibuhai Crocodile, I'm afraid we would have already died. Despicable Navy, we will definitely complain to you. One after another, swearing came out from the crowd. Bastius's expression changed involuntarily, and he had planned to expose Crocodile's true face as a self-directed and self-acting hero in public. I never thought that at this juncture, someone would directly take a step back. Looking at the scene in front of him, Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Everyone, please be patient. There is such a person in the Navy headquarters. As Chiwahai, I also have the right to supervise. I will wait a while. Call the Navy headquarters and let them investigate this matter thoroughly. However, Bastius, I intend to advise you now, immediately. Leaving Alabasta, this is not a place you can go." Having said this, Crocodile looked at Bastius coldly. "If it's not for the sake of it, I don't know if there is any Navy eyeliner nearby." At the same time, he looked at Bastius. The jet black armament color was domineering. Crocodile didn't have much confidence in being able to take him down in one face. After all, when he was invited to be the Chiwahai, Bastius followed Zepha's side. Crocodile still knew a little about his face and strength. A good trick to refer to a deer as a horse. Bastius met Crocodile's gaze and said, "I didn't expect that you planned to invade Alabasta like the teacher guessed." However, don't think that this plan can be guaranteed. These people may be tempted by you, but soon the teacher will tear your mask, and then I will personally catch you and send you to the Judiciary Island for trial. These words, Bastius didn't stay too long, turned around and left. Under Long Yu's command, the first thing he learned was neither domineering nor any physique. On the contrary, the difference in the strength of the enemy and us is judged. In the original work, the Chihuahai crocodile seems to be just that. If not because of the halo of the footsteps, he was killed by the plot pit. Who died is actually the Straw Hat. Facing K, who is the Sea of Seven Seas and has the ability of the natural type rust fruit. Bastius knew very well that he could not defeat it by himself. What's more, the task that Long Yu gave him was to collect evidence of Crocodile's occupation of Alabasta. The battle is still left to Long Yu. Seeing Bastiu who turned and left neatly, Crocodile couldn't help but startled. In his memory, Bastius was an old stubborn type just like the former admiral, Black Wrist Zephyr. I also like to talk about justice all day long. Didn't even think that he would pat his butt and leave after a round of mouth cannons. This result subverted Crocodile's cognition. He thought that the old immortal Zephyr who should have retired might appear in Alabasta. Crocodile couldn't help frowning. After taking one more look at Bastiu, Huo turned around and disappeared into the same place. He now desperately wants to go back and find Nico Robin to find out if he has grasped the traces of other navies setting foot in Alabasta. The huge conference room was directly slammed open by Crocodile, and the documents that should have been placed on the table were also carried away by the wind and sand. Looking at the dead silent meeting room, without even a single figure, Crocodile's face suddenly turned gloomy. In his memory, Nicole Robin, as a tool of his manipulation of the Baroque works, rarely leaves here. If there is really something that can't be solved, she will only ask one to solve it. Now suddenly disappeared, which made Crocodile smell a little unusual, and quickly took out the phone bug of contact one with a backhand. However, before Crocodile dialed, a phone worm's prompt sounded abruptly. The Crocodile ran away quickly. Familiar voices came out intermittently in the phone bug. Echoing in this dead silent meeting room, there was no way to disperse for a long time. Facing this violent scene, Crocodile couldn't help but stare at the phone bug in disbelief. It can be said that, in his eyes, the huge Baroque work club, except for Nico Robin, a woman who can interpret the world. The most important thing is one. As for the others, in Crocodile's eyes, they were just dead and dead. Now all of a sudden, the person he values most, let him run away quickly. Chapter 489, Unreliable Chihuahai. He is the dignified seven-armed sea sand crocodile. Crocodile, when have I heard such a ridiculous joke? Moses, I am the Warring States. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. That was placed on the table. Nico Robin was originally in charge of the call from the Navy's Shichibukai. Crocodile's face sank, and he decided to pick it up. I'm Crocodile. It's been a long time since the Warring States Marshal. Words disappeared, and there was a brief dead silence in the other part of the phone bug. I am afraid that it was obvious that Crocodile did not appear. Crocodile, it's nice to hear your voice, and not others to perfunctory me. Warring States cleared his throat and said, the Seven Seas recruitment order, you should know it. As a member of Shichibukai, you should have not helped the world government and the Navy headquarters to complete their tasks for 3 years, so I hope you will come to help this time to encircle and suppress the world destroyer Bondewald. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, the confidence of the Warring States period is not ordinary people can compare. As soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. Crocodile was full of anger, and snorted coldly, Warring States, did you make a mistake? Because last time, I refused to execute the call-up order, did you deliberately let the retired old man Zephana go to Alabasta to pester me? Don't forget, once this kind of thing spreads, what will the other Chihuahai think? At that time, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to end it. The awe-inspiring voice, with a rush. The taste of compulsion. Facing another brief silence from the phone bug, Crocodile was planning to prepare for the next wave of mouth guns. The next moment, the reply came, but he couldn't help being stunned in place. Crocodile, what are you talking about, old Zephyr? How can you have time to serve you? Don't take yourself too seriously in front of Zephyr. If I go to invite him, I won't be able to invite him, let alone you. The answer that was extremely annoying, at this moment, seemed to be filled with a magical sound, and it echoed in the conference room for a long time, and there was no way to disperse it. However, Crocodile refuted it 3 times at a time. He clearly knew that with his status in the Warring States period and his temperament, he would not play tricks on him. Since he said now that Zephyr didn't come to Aston, it must not have been. Then, who was Bastio's teacher just now, or said that this teacher does not exist at all, just to frighten him? When he thought of this, Crocodile subconsciously hung up the phone bug. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone bug, the Warring States look in the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters froze at first, and then roared angrily the next moment. Damn Crocodile, he was talking nonsense just now, and now he hangs up on my phone again. I will definitely dismiss him next time we meet. Seeing the startled Warring States period, Kizaru and Akainu, who were guarding here, stood up in unison. Since he doesn't come, it's useless to wait any longer. We should go too. After all, we only rely on those guys, but we can't do it. Akainu said coldly. Huang Yuan couldn't help but crookedly said, Marshal of the Warring States, if you think you are so angry that you have nowhere to put it, you can change it with me, and I will stay at the headquarters for you to watch. Get out of here, little devil with soy sauce. Warring States glared at him and said, if the mission cannot be completed this time, you will bring me back 10 pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Damn Carp, he hasn't shown up yet. When he was leaving, he even stole Lao Su's senbei. Next time we meet, I have to tear his bones apart. Hu was about to run wild at once, and the shriveled Kizaru, he shrugged his shoulders and left with Akainu indifferently. In Kayabu's eyes, there are many pirates in the New World with a bounty of over 100 million. With his fruit ability, it is simply a large group. Moreover, for this kind of task, he has already played soy sauce many times. After all, when it comes to making up for performance, Kizaru is in existence at the speed of light, and in the naval headquarters, who can compare with it? Okay, don't be unlucky here in the Warring States period. If Chiwahai can really be trusted, we old bones have already retired. Crane, who stayed here, suddenly spoke up. However, I heard that Garp returned to the East China Sea this time, and under the recommendation of Laxus, he collected a lot of useful talents, not to mention Garp's grandson. There is also a pirate hunter Roroya Zoro, Sanji Kurozu of the restaurant on the sea, and a sniper with a long nose. His strength can reach the level of a captain. As long as there is more training, there is a great chance to become a lieutenant general, and maybe even have the ability to become a general. The slightly elusive voice made Sengoku recover a little from the rampage. He was stunned for a moment and said, these words, it's not that Cap has drunk too much, he's bragging. A place like the East China Sea doesn't feel like a genius. As the weakest existence in the 4 great seas, it was also because of Roger, the Pirate King, who made a fool of himself when he was beheaded in Rog Town. Chapter 490, Navy Spring. Deceived people who had some strength to go out to sea one after another. Moreover, as a naval hero, Garp often finds excuses to go back to the East China Sea for a stroll. Those slightly stronger pirates have already been beaten by him as an excuse. The entire East China Sea was simply overwhelmed by a naval hero. That's what Garp said, and I can't say anything else. Crane replied indifferently. However, the sea has become more and more chaotic recently, and the big skeleton demon doesn't know where to hide. We should find him as soon as possible. Thinking of the demolition of the City Grand Prison and the chaos in the Chambord archipelago, the Crane, who is like a think tank, also feels that his brain is not enough. Don't worry, I have already sent more people to investigate, and I have contacted the world government to let the elite espionage organization pay attention to the whereabouts of the great skeleton demon. Facing this guy, I have a feeling that I have a feeling for the four emperors. If I don't deal with him sooner, I'm afraid it will be a big problem in my heart. Crane also nodded in agreement, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, by the way, I received a contact from Bastiu not long ago, and he is now following Laxus in his practice. At the same time, he also sent me a copy of the document. This is an explanation of the 6 forms and the 6 forms' profound truth. The level of detail of this explanation is more detailed than that in our current naval boot camp. Among them, there are also the fusion use of the 6 styles, the iron finger gun, the iron foot, etc. All have notes. Looking at the information that Crane took out, the Warring States period simply became more and more exciting. And, I couldn't help but say, these experiences are not comparable to the teaching system in the boot camp. The level of detail and the depth of explanation are completely standard textbooks. Looking at the shocked Warring States, he also nodded heavily and said, when I first saw it, it was the same as your perception. Especially the explanation of the 6-type profound meaning is more detailed than what Karp and you have formulated. If he is used on the senior generals of the Navy headquarters, it may be able to raise the overall combat power of our Navy to a higher level. Speaking of this, he said in a deep voice, at that time, our naval headquarters may not be the 3 generals, or there will be a situation where the 4 generals and the 5 generals stand side by side. Once this time comes, I am afraid it will be the spring of our naval headquarters. These words fell, the expression of the Warring States couldn't help changing. The unique version of the 6-style profound meaning of the Navy headquarters is in the hands of the master. At least if it reaches the Major General, it has the opportunity to observe 1 or 2. Reach the rank of Lieutenant General, you can apply for the number of viewings per year. However, Sengoku admitted that he and Karp were not suitable for being teachers at all. They can indeed achieve something. But wait until they are going to take notes to explain. But it became a little bit ignorant of the beginning and the end, and the notes I often took down could only be understood but not conveyed in words. This has led to the fact that very few people in the naval headquarters can achieve the existence of the 6 types of profound meanings. Moreover, because it takes more time and effort to comprehend the profound meaning through the 6 forms, and it is possible that all the effort will go to waste. Instead, many people turn to the pursuit of the devil fruit and the domineering cultivation, completely ignoring the power of the 6 forms. After all, as a hero of the Navy headquarters, Garp is known as the Iron Fist, who punches a mountain with 1 punch. However, the development of the 6 type, even more so, sunk the ambitions of the Rocks pirates. This point alone has already demonstrated the importance of the 6 forms. If it is matched with high-level armament, the power will increase by 2 or 3 levels. If this manuscript is really popularized, it must be like what the Crane said, the spring of the Navy will usher in the Warring States period. Shouldn't be said that there is still a touch of emotion. Over the years, the overall strength of the Navy has continued to grow, but compared with the era of the great pirates set off by Roger, the Pirate King before his death, the ever-increasing pirate power is still growing slowly, and there seems to be a bit of a gap. In particular, when one thinks of the New World, the remnants of the Rocks pirates have separated from the sea and become the king overlord in the mouth of the pirates. The back of Sengoku's head was aching. However, in order to make a force grow, it still needs more talent training, and it takes time, not words to judge. At least, the only people who can hold the position of general in the Navy are Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Only 3 people in existence, and the only ones who stand out a little among the lieutenant generals are Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin. To cultivate new generals' combat power in a short period of time is something that the Warring States did not dare to imagine. However, now from the hands of Laxus, the application of the 6 forms profound truth is beyond their understanding. This is from the shallow to the deep, from the in-depth explanation method, with various application schemes. The combination of 6 styles and domineering, the fusion of profound meaning and kendo. Some ideas are completely beyond the Sengoku can imagine. Chapter 491. Do you think crocodile can beat me? Once the Navy elites who have been dabbling in, or developing in this direction, get this manuscript, they can definitely avoid a lot of detours. Crane, inform Zephyr and let him come to the Navy headquarters in person. Warring States clenched the manuscript in his hand, and immediately said, "No, I will go there myself to let him know that there is a teacher in this world who knows how to teach people better than him. Otherwise, this guy usually sees the old man with a stern face, and only needs to beat me." Looking at Sengoku, who laughed out loud and walked out quickly. The Crane sighed helplessly, frowning in thought. That day, this Laxus appeared on the pirate ship of the Hydra. Karp had already made an offer to join the Navy as a brigadier general. Now, it seems that the brigadier general's status is still subservient. Possessing the ability of the Thunder attribute natural devil fruit, and also understands the true meaning of the 6th style profound meaning, once it grows up, it is definitely not comparable to a mere lieutenant general. I am afraid that I will be able to claim the throne of the general. No, I have to ask the guy Karp to ask him shamelessly. If he can be drawn into the Navy headquarters, this is a ready-made general's combat power. The Crane muttered to himself, and quickly followed. 3 days later, on a high tower in Yuba, Long Yu stood by the window and watched as many villagers brought various specialties and placed them in front of the soldiers stationed outside the tower, thanking them in the direction of Long Yu. Then turned to leave. It can be said that after these 3 days, at least half of the rebels and civilians gathered in Juba, 7 or 8, and 10,000, came here to make a pilgrimage. The face of the drought of the past, life is worse than death. A word from now will make it raining heavily for 7 days. It's a miracle for anyone. Moreover, the news quickly spread throughout Alabasta, and many refugees rushed towards Juba. In the face of this sudden scene, the originally opposing king's army and the rebel army also put aside their prejudices one by one, and took the lead in solving the current personnel governance situation. Juba, which had lost a lot of population due to desertification, ushered in a population reflux for the first time. Vivi. Cobb and Ecolem looked at each other and couldn't help but wink at Vivi. It has been pouring rain for the past 3 days, and there are people who were not brought back by Long Yu. After confirming their identities, they are the vice president of the Baroque Work Club and the strongest killer. As for Alabastas, Cobra was completely on Long Yu's body. If someone told Cobra now that the Navy is more reliable than the skeleton demon, I'm afraid he will be the first in a hurry, and the rhythm will be, first come 2 rains before talking. However, Cobra is the king of Alabasta, but the greater the importance of Long Yu, the more restrained he is. Moreover, in Cobra's eyes, Long Yu and Wei Wei are obviously a little closer. This undoubtedly made Wei Wei his voice, and he would call out Wei Wei for anything, no matter how big or small, and let her help spread the word. Seeing Cobra, who had turned on the mode again, Vivi puffed out her cheeks, glared at Cobra, and said, "Your Excellency Ains, Yuba has been raining heavily during this time, but the desertification is serious, and there is no such thing as a moment. There is no way to recover. Your Majesty Ains, your identity is respected. My father can't bear Ains's Majesty to live here. I hope you can go to Albana to live temporarily." Albana. Long Yu turned his head and looked at Cobra, who was nodding his head with a restrained face, and said, "Relax, you don't need to be too restrained in front of me. As for Arnaba, we don't need to go there for the time being. Our guests should be arriving soon. Besides, didn't I say that there is a bigger gift for you?" The expressions of the people present changed slightly. For them, the most terrifying thing is not the pirates, but the fact that even the country can shake the Chihuahua. It can be said that in such a place where the weak eat the strong, the strength reaches a certain level, enough to surpass a country. However, what made Wei Wei and others more concerned was the bigger gift that Long Yu had mentioned over and over again. After all, in their eyes, nothing is more important than a rain. Skull Demon, you have already won, Crocodile won't appear, I finally told him to leave. Daz, who was sitting in the corner of the room, suddenly spoke up. Shut up, Ain-sama is so kind that he will keep you by his side, otherwise, the work done by your Baroque work club alone is enough to die 10,000 times. Who was standing beside Cobra, shouted coldly. However, he was quickly stopped by Long Yu and said, he still has a bet with me. If Crocodile comes and loses in my hands, he will join my command. That's why he wished that Crocodile would not come, so that he would have an excuse to avoid me. Or, do you think Crocodile can beat me? Having said that, Long Yu looked at Daz. Even Nico Robin, who fell into silence on the side, was no exception. Chapter 492, Being Replaced. Before they met Long Yu, in their eyes, Crocodile, who held the title of Chiwahai, was synonymous with power. But after personally experiencing the horror of the young man in front of him, everything was turned upside down. Faced with these words, they couldn't handle it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of the characters has increased by 20%, and the current fidelity is 60%. 60% fidelity. Long Yu's brows could not help but twitch. I thought that this day would come very late, but I didn't expect it at all, and it came so soon. With a thought, the property panel opens directly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of the Laxus character template has reached 60%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, unlocking the magic dragon scale of Thunder Dragon Slayer. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, unlock the Thunder and Lightning suit. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, unlocking the Dragon Slayer Profound Truth and Yule. Of the ethereal system prompts sounded one after another, causing Long Yu to be surprised. Feeling the warm current flowing rapidly in my mind, everything related to dragon scale transformation, dragon slaying mystery, etc. was imprinted in my mind in detail. However, before Long Yu could savor it carefully, the sound of rapid footsteps swept in under the tower. Lord Ains, something is wrong, Crocodile is here. Seeing that he had transformed into a dog-human state and rushed to Gaka in a hurry, Long Yu couldn't help but raise his brows. He could react. Daz, who was in the corner, rushed out first. You stop! Belle exclaimed urgently, and was about to chase after him. However, he was quickly stopped by Long Yu's probe and said, let him go, it's still useful for him to go. Looking at Long Yu with a genial smile on his face, the people present couldn't help but startled. In their eyes, Daz is already a loser. Moreover, he secretly informed Crocodile, and now he suddenly rushed out. Shouldn't it become a variable? How could it become useful? It is 2 or 3 miles away from Yuba. This is a temporary settlement for refugees. It is also the only stronghold that was not covered by heavy rain. However, as long as it is difficult to reach here, they will be shocked by the clear scene of black and white in the sky. After all, in their eyes, the rain should have been uncontrollable. However, the king's army and the rebel army guarding here told them. Great Skull said that if it rains today, if it rains for 30 miles, it must be 30 miles. Absolutely not one more step, nor one less step. It is for this reason that once you arrive here and see this scene, hearing this rumor will definitely be a shock. For everyone in the population of the Great Skeleton, it is even more respected. The few billion-dollar reward orders were posted on the wall and worshipped by them. The Great Skeleton, I hope you can go to other places in Alabasta, and there will be a few more rains, so that we can get through the ordeal of the drought. An old man knelt in front of the reward order and prayed anxiously. However, before he could stand up, a huge black shadow shrouded down from the sky. And, in front of the reward order, Crocodile's figure condensed, and he looked up at the brand new reward order and the clear sky not far away, his face gloomy to the extreme. Did he ruin my good deeds? Crocodile said coldly. 3 days ago, he returned to the rain banquet, and after contacting the Warring States period, he found that Zephyr did not appear in Alabasta at all. Then, when I personally took over the Baroque Work Club, I discovered that Yuba, who was in a drought, actually started to rain. No matter how much dance powder they use, or how close they are, they can't take away a scent of the rain here. Seems that the rain on this piece of sky seems to take root here. This makes it extremely annoying. Crocodile of Water, originally planned to fight to the death after the opponent came to the door. But as time passed, the other party was like a rock sinking into the sea, and there was no movement at all. And, he couldn't hold his breath and came to the door in person. This is the Skeleton King, the hero of our Alabasta. Without him, we would all die of thirst. The old voice came from behind. The word hero, like an invisible hammer, hits the depths of Crocodile's soul. Not long ago, he was synonymous with heroes in this country. However, now it has been replaced. No, it should be said that his reputation, in front of this big skeleton demon who can spread clouds and rain, is basically a firefly and a bright moon competing for glory. Looking back at the old man behind him, Crocodile's face sank, and the golden hook in his left hand slammed out. Since you don't come to me, then I will kill everyone here and see how long you can hide. The cold light circulated on the golden hook, and the violent shot made the old man never imagined it. Only thing that can be done is to stand in the same place stupidly, staring straight at it. The golden hook rapidly enlarges in the pupil. However, this thought just flashed in the old man's mind, and a black shadow took the lead and appeared in front of him. When the crisp metal collision sound echoed, and there were sparks splashing. Chapter 493, Torrent of Bones. Which was not too conceited at all, set off a gust of wind and rolled away. Looking at the figure that suddenly stopped in front of him, Crocodile's face sank and said, I feel very happy to see that you are not dead, but you are blocking me. If you don't give me a proper reason, don't blame me. No mercy. The face of his former confidant, who suddenly appeared in front of him, there was a hint of joy in Crocodile's heart. However, as the boss behind the Baroque Work Club, Crocodile can't be overjoyed. However, this trace of joy just appeared, but the next moment, it was annihilated in my heart. Lord Crocodile, run away quickly, or you will surely die. At this moment, the voice that did not escape to death, as if infused with a magical sound, directly hit the depths of Crocodile's soul. Looking at Daz who was standing in front of him, there was a ferocious look on his face, and he roared in anger. You bastard, I am one of the 7 Marshal-Seas, and Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, is a born king. Your remarks offend me. Daz, you die for me. Desert Treasure Knife. The endless yellow sand gathered in Crocodile's right hand, and the next moment it turned into the shape of a treasure sword and slashed directly towards Daz. The violent scene made Daz's pupils shrink suddenly. He never imagined that, risking his own life, he rushed here to report the news, and he would be called to kill. However, this cannot be blamed on him, as a person with the ability to cut fruit quickly. Daz is also a tough guy. It is completely which pot is not mentioned, and which pot is uncovered. That was rapidly expanding in his pupils, he only had time to raise his hands to block. However, just as this thought appeared in my mind, a lifeless hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Shield of Hatred. The simple 4 words were spit out, and the rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded. Dark Shadow took the lead and appeared behind Crocodile. The desert sword that was originally slashed down. At this moment, unexpectedly uncontrollably, he slashed behind him independently. Bang! The sharp slash, with a stern sound of breaking through the air. It slashed directly on the huge bone shield. Gundam, the undead knight, who was more than 3 meters tall, took 2 or 3 steps back, and the huge body shook slightly. He raised the big knife in his hand and slashed towards Crocodile's back. The violent scene made Croc's color involuntarily change. Sway of the figure, it turned into yellow sand and scattered between the heaven and the earth. Appeared again, and has come to the back of the undead knight. No one. Silky Fancy, with his right hand like lightning, he patted the back of the undead knight. Desert prison. Bang! Endless yellow sand poured out from Crocodile's hands. Turned into dozens of tentacles, directly wrapping the undead knight into a zongzi. The next moment, with Crocodile's right hand suddenly caught in the air. Under the venting of the endless force, the huge skeleton of the undead knight shattered and opened. Boom! The white bones are scattered over the desert. Looking at this scene, Crocodile's face sank, and he snorted coldly, and said, "Daz, is this the big skeleton demon you call it? It's really vulnerable and makes people feel ridiculous." Crocodile had heard of the skeleton demon's reputation. However, for him, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away, and the appearance of Long Yu does not threaten his conspiracy plan at all. It's just, I didn't expect it at all, and I was found to come to the door so quickly. In Crocodile's eyes, the skeleton demon is also a devil fruit power user, and it is not much different from ordinary bones. Roar! A low roar sounded suddenly. Was a loud hoof sound, as if responding to Crocodile's question. Dozens of undead knights who were created by Long Yu and guarded here instantly formed a torrent of charges. Headed towards Crocodile. The huge and powerful scene converged into a torrent of bones, making the entire desert vibrate. Crocodile couldn't help but look back and follow the sound. After seeing clearly, these dozens of identical undead knights. Only then did Crocodile understand that when Daz heard his mocking words just now, he would look at Tai Hanhan's expression on his face. It's a mistake to ride a horse. If the skeleton and white bones just now were the great skeleton demon, then what are the dozens of skeletons in front of them that converged into a torrent? Sir, hurry up, he will be there soon. Daz's expression sank, and he said anxiously. After walking, Crocodile's face sank, and he shouted sharply, "Why should I leave? Today I will see if he has the ability to kill me." Desert Lan. With the 5 fingers of the right hand bluffing, the endless sand waves gathered crazily in the palm of the hand, turning into a small whirlpool. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, he swung head-on towards the incoming torrent of bones. Bang! As soon as the desert vortex came out, it grew rapidly out of thin air, and in a blink of an eye, it rose to the sky. A huge desert hurricane was formed, involving a group of undead knights. At this moment, the existence of gravel, like the incarnation of countless sharp blades, shreds the undead knight shrouded in it. Bang bang bang. Please download Fakin latest chapter to read the novel without underline. Chapter 494. Don't rush to die. Countless bones were thrown out in the hurricane and scattered in the yellow sand. The violent scene has already alerted the king's army and the rebel army in the refugee camp. Kosha's expression changed involuntarily. Are you the leader of the rebel army? I will give you a chance to surrender, otherwise you will be like the bones scattered on the ground. Crocodile's eyes turned in vain and fell on Kosha. In the face of the dragon feather that stabbed horizontally, Crocodile completely gave up the so-called gentle method. He needs someone to be his puppet regime. And the Kosha in front of him is undoubtedly the best choice. Leader Kosha, what should we do? S aggressive attitude. The adjutant standing behind Kosha couldn't help but ask. However, in the face of all this, Kosha stared at the bones scattered on the ground from beginning to end, except for a flash of surprise on his face at first. The next moment, he couldn't help shouting in a hurry, "Come on, Ain-sama, these skeleton soldiers, but Xiaoqiang who can't be beaten to death." The inexplicable words of Xiaoqiang, who could not be beaten to death, made Crocodile startled at first. Soon, a dark fog appeared from the bones scattered on the ground. Immediately, as if being manipulated by the invisible big hand, under the watchful eyes of the public, he reformed the posture of the undead knight. That intact appearance caused many people's pupils to shrink suddenly. Before everyone could react, dozens of undead knights suddenly raised their heads. The extinguished soul flame rekindled in the eye sockets. A hoarse and cold voice came out in unison. Undead / Bang! The dull thunderous sound of horse hooves sounded again. Dozens of undead knights rode their horses toward Crocodile again. The violent scene, not to mention the melon-eating group. Even Crocodile was no exception. The undead knight who valued the resurrection from the dead didn't have time to think about it. Together with the sandstorm in his right hand, he once again displayed the desert storm, and suddenly threw it out. Bang! The endless hurricane of yellow sand shattered dozens of undead knights. However, as soon as the bones were scattered on the ground, in front of everyone's eyes, they were restored to their original state. Undead / a hoarse voice, without the slightest emotion. The undead knight who charged as if he could not kill Xiaoqiang. At this moment, in Crocodile's heart, there is only one sentence left. There is even a desire to die. You bastard skeleton demon, get out of here. After Crocodile threw a desert storm with his backhand to resist the impact of the undead knight, he roared and roared. Got up. However, just as the voice reverberated, a hoarse voice came out from behind him without warning. Crocodile, please don't rush to death. Near the 2-meter white skeleton, the ghostly figure walked out of the torn portal. In an instant, Crocodile's nerves tensed. Before he could think about it, the yellow sand in his right hand rolled down and slashed toward his back. Desert sword. Bang! The sharp knife gang slashed down in the blink of an eye at a close distance. However, facing the scene in front of him, Long Yu raised his right hand slightly and slammed away. Boom! Under the collision with no conceit, the huge force was vented, setting off a large wave of air and rolling away. Looking at Long Yu's big white-boned hand, it was actually covered by a dark, ink-like armament. Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly, and the 5 fingers of Long Yu's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. Bang! The big knife that the yellow sand turned into was crushed and splattered under the gravel. Long Yu's left hand clasped on Crocodile's golden hook like lightning, and said with a genial smile, Crocodile. I caught you. Liu Ying's 6th-style Profound Truth's largest wheel overlord spear. Armed domineering. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't have time to think about it, immediately. Drive fruit ability, intend to elementalize. However, at the moment when the thought first appeared, that pitch-black fist slammed into him. The speed was so fast that Crocodile had no time to resist. The rumbling sound was like a thunderous explosion, bringing with it an inexplicable smell of suffocation. The violent impact force, at this moment, like bursting a dike, madly vented out. Under the impact of invisible airwaves, the surrounding desert land collapsed and collapsed. One of the 7 seas flew upside down like a cannonball. The desert land that passed along the way seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it crashed into a rocky mountain more than 10 meters high. The huge force of the boom was vented, and the thick rock mountain collapsed directly. Crocodile's body, like endless yellow sand, directly collapsed in the 4 directions of the sky. Everyone who witnessed this scene, especially Daz, their pupils shrank suddenly, their faces filled with disbelief. He had already expected that there was a certain gap between Crocodile and Long Yu. Like what Long Yu said not long ago, they chose to stay in comfort, that is to abandon the road of the strong. 490th chapters. Watching death come. As long as you are not blind, you can see that the gap between the 2 sides cannot be measured. The endless yellow sand, near the shattered huge rock, regrouped again. Looking at Crocodile with a gloomy face, a little messy clothes, and blood on the corners of his mouth. Long Yu was not in a hurry to pursue him. He stomped his right scepter on the ground, and said, Crocodile, as a Chihuahua, you are considered a good fighting force, and I am also a person who loves talents. It is better for you to surrender and choose to surrender. Well, I don't want to kill you either. Persuade Chihuahua to surrender. Daz and others couldn't help but froze in place. Should not be said that the people present were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Who even the Navy headquarters, and even the whole sea, agree with, and even the world government can only appease the existence with the title of Shichibukai. Now that someone is threatening to die, is this insulting the long, established sand crocodile in the Chihuahua, or can it really be done? Swipe and lock on Crocodile's body. They were eager to know how Crocodile would react in the face of Long Yu's death threat. Good, a megalomaniac. Crocodile's face was extremely gloomy. Meeting Long Yu's gaze, he shouted angrily, "Back then, Whitebeard didn't dare to speak such words in front of me, but today I didn't expect that he would be underestimated by a hairy brat. I want to show you what the wrath of the strong is. You foolish people are buried in the endless sand with this arrogant person. You should know quickly why I chose to fight with you on this desert." The roars were repeated, resounding like thunder. Dormant, the fruit power in Crocodile's body rushes out. On the yellow sand land where he was originally, it was as if being stirred by an invisible big hand, and the waves rippled in circles, quickly surging away. The endless yellow sand was directly pulled like a wave and rolled slowly. It felt like Hong turned over on this desert land. Who on the yellow sand have a feeling like feet. This strange desert rolling, even more quickly spread to the refugee camp. At this moment, Crocodile feels like the master who controls this endless desert. It makes one feel inexplicably terrified. "Princess Vivi, what should we do? Lord Ains can get win." Ecolem, who came by the bone dragon, asked worriedly. In the face of Crocodile, the influence on this desert is gradually increasing. This kind of means like the god of domination. It just overturned their perception. In the system of devil fruit abilities, it is divided into 3 grades. Among them, the natural system possessed by Crocodile is the first, and it is also the most difficult to obtain. Bell said solemnly. Second only to the natural department, it is the superhuman type, and finally, I and Gaka have the same animal type devil fruit ability. However, after a series of battles and Ains Sama's methods, it can be judged that the animal type devil fruit he possesses is probably in the form of a phantom human fruit skeleton in the animal type. This type of fruit has its characteristics and methods should not be inferior to those of the superhuman type, or even the natural type devil fruit. Having said that, Bell looked at Long Yu subconsciously and said, "However, all of this is just my guess. The final result depends on whose fruit ability is developed more powerfully." These words fell, an inexplicable and oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Feeling the penetration of power into this desert, Crocodile raised his head suddenly, and a ferocious smile flashed on his face. "Little devil, your strength is indeed very good among the younger generation, but if you want to blame it, it is you. Ignoring us seniors, how far I have reached, it is not luck that I can become Chihuahai. The level of the bounty does not represent strength." Crocodile roared again and again. The gloomy eyes turned in vain, locked on Long Yu's body, and looked at Long Yu with the same expression. He raised his hands suddenly, and roared in anger. "Today, I'm going to see, what ability do you have to set foot in Alabasta?" Sandstorm. The yellow sand that rumbled in all directions, like the surface of the sea, was rolled up, forming huge waves more than 10 meters high. The huge momentum gives people a taste of rising from the sky and rolling in. Who witnessed all of this were suddenly tense to the extreme. Especially the rebel army, the king's army and others in the refugee camp, facing the scene of being buried in the yellow sand in front of them. Their hearts seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. For them, facing this godlike attack method. He has no ability to protect himself at all, and the only thing he can do is to watch death come helplessly. 490th chapters, still owe a gift. However, just as this idea came into being, Long Yu, who was under attack, suddenly raised his head. With the deep-set white-boned eyes, under the skyrocketing soul flame, the moment when the right hand clenched the scepter, he suddenly stomped toward the yellow sand. Hoarse and cold voice, without the slightest hint of emotion, has a very penetrating taste, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. "Sorry, I almost forgot, and I owe Wei a big gift. I still owe a great gift." The inexplicable words, at this moment, caused everyone in the field to be stunned for a moment. Even Crocodile is no exception. Look at the yellow sand whistling in all directions. In their eyes, this so-called gift should not be able to be linked to the current predicament. Now, at this juncture, Long Yu said such words, which undoubtedly gave people an intriguing feeling. Boy, are you so scared that you are confused? In this situation, I see how you can hide. Crocodile roared angrily. However, Long Yu moved. Taking a step forward, dormant, the huge magic power in the body exploded like a frenzy. Turned into a beam of light, hitting directly above the clouds in the 9 heavens, and even the backlogged lead clouds were penetrated in an instant. The scepter in his hand slammed on the ground in full view. Super magic world changes. Dang, colorful magic circles bloomed like fireworks under Long Yu's feet. The moment when the sky-high magic power exploded with a bang, it spread rapidly at an extreme speed. Wherever you go along the way. Is it air or sand? It was as if time had stopped for a while. No matter what. It was Vivi and the others, or the crazy crocodile, who seemed to have fallen into a deep swamp. It can be said that at this moment, the concentration of magic particles in the air is like the invisible waves of the sea. Enough to make people feel an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. However, all this is just the beginning. Long Yu's robes moved without wind, and the flame of the soul jumping in his eyes was burning fiercely. The intensity of the magic power diffused, together with Zhou's space, also stirred up distorted ripples. The next moment, the 5 fingers of the right hand suddenly clenched the scepter and simply spit it out. Earth. Boom. The endless yellow sand burst into a dazzling light at the moment when 2 words were swallowed. As a super magic world change, it can rely on powerful magic power. Turn waters into deserts and icebergs into lava. Now what Long Yu has to do is to turn the endless yellow sand into the vast land. None. With all the light, it blooms like a tide, and the dazzling light captures the whole world in an instant. Facing the sudden capture of vision, the nerves of the people present were tense. Crocodile couldn't help it, and quickly pulled back and quickly retreated. Under this unknown and strange means, Crocodile knew clearly that the safest way was to keep a sufficient distance. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. Crocodile felt himself hitting a big tree. The strange feeling, the moment his thoughts stopped, the snow-white world in front of him quickly melted and receded like ice and snow met a spring day. The scene that came into view again made Crocodile's pupils shrink suddenly, and his eye sockets almost split. I can see, the originally endless yellow sand land has already turned into a green land at this moment. Vegetation, rivers and lakes, towering trees. Looking around, there is still a vast expanse of yellow sand, which has completely become a fairyland of Taoyuan. In particular, Wei Wei and the others who were on the bone dragon didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked into the distance. As far as the eye can see, it is still an oasis. Looking at this miraculous scene, not to mention Vivi and others, even Crocodile couldn't help rubbing his eyes anxiously. However, even if they rubbed their eyes red, the miraculous scene in front of them was completely lingering. A moment ago, the yellow sand land dominated by Crocodile was completely occupied by the endless oasis. It's impossible, it's impossible. Who are you? What kind of devil fruit person are you? Crocodile snapped back to his senses, and roared like a frenzy. Without any hesitation, he turned his right hand toward the ground, pressed it down suddenly, and roared again and again. The earth is dry. Bang! The endless fruit ability is driven to the extreme. Wherever Crocodile's palm touched, the moisture was quickly absorbed away. The trees are withering, and the rock formations are turning into rolling yellow sand. Seeing this scene, the people present were stunned for a while. Recalling the rapid desertification of Alabasta in the past, could it be caused by Crocodile touching the earth in the middle of the night? However, this yellow sand spreading situation has just rolled back. Before Crocodile was happy, under the green light blooming, he returned to normal again. Looking at this strange scene, when the pupils constricted, Crocodile raised his head suddenly and stared at Long Yu with resentment on his face. Don't waste your energy, I have magic power to imprison this world. Although it is not long, only about 5 minutes, it is enough to deal with you. Long Yu said lightly. Chapter 497. Have 2 devil fruits at the same time. The transformed skeleton demon disintegrated before everyone's eyes. The most powerful superposition magic in the Bone King world. In Long Yu's current state, it can only be used twice a day. Just now, in order to make the magic more shocking, Long Yu directly covered a radius of tens of kilometers, exhausting the magic power in his body at once. At the same time, in order to avoid it, Crocodile will desert the earth again, and Long Yu will use up his magic power to maintain infinite self-repair for 5 minutes. This kind of method, in the world of the Bone King, would undoubtedly kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. But for Long Yu, who has other character templates, it is not enough to fear. It has already been switched to the stance of Laxus. However, this scene fell in Crocodile's eyes, and undoubtedly saw a glimmer of hope. Bloodshot eyes, his eyes turned in vain, and at the moment when he was locked on Long Yu, he said coldly, "You can't even maintain the shape of a skeleton. It seems that the blow just now is your limit. Now, I'll see if the legendary skeleton demon can still be defiant after losing the power of the devil fruit." Sandstorm. Voice fell, Crocodile's right 5 fingers suddenly opened, and the yellow sand gathered in the palm of his hand, turning into a hurricane. It was thrown towards the dragon feather suddenly. Bang! The moment the hurricane let go, it exploded in full view. Yellow sand rolled upside down, rose from the sky, and with a rolling posture, attacked Long Yu across the air. At the same time, Crocodile, who was standing in the same place, was like weathered and scattered with the wind. When he appeared again, he had already taken the lead and came behind Long Yu. It can be said that all that has been done just now is just a bait for Crocodile. The real killer move, he still likes to control it. Moreover, seeing Long Yu lose the ability of Devil Fruit, prefers to take advantage of this opportunity to give Long Yu the most fatal blow. The Desert Diamond Sword. With the roar, the yellow sand in Crocodile's hand rolled back and turned into 3 yellow sand swords. Without any bells and whistles, it slashed down towards Long Yu's back. In his eyes, Long Yu, who lost his fruit ability, will surely die under this blow. PFF'd. The air is tearing apart, and the yellow sand is roaring. Facing Crocodile's ultimate move, the air along the way swelled with endless ripples. The distance so close at hand, the time will add to the body. In Crocodile's eyes, victory was in sight. Bang! The sound of thunder suddenly echoed. The golden electric light bursts like a horse. Splashed, and the crackling arc flowed. Crocodile just felt a flower in front of him, the target he was trying to snip at, but in sight, annihilated out of thin air. Turned into an electric light, rising from the sky. Holding the Wanjun posture, the yellow sand slashing down with force, instantly failed. Towards the Rocky Mountain hundreds of meters away, whizzing away. Bang! The Rocky Mountain of dozens of meters was smashed to the ground in 2 pieces under the watchful eyes of the public, making a thunderous crash. It even set off a large wave of sand and dust, and rolled back around. However, in the face of all this, Crocodile had no time to think, and looked hastily behind him. Eager eyes instantly locked on Long Yu, who was more than 10 meters away. Facing the close change just now, he is now eager to verify one thing. The crackling thunder light quickly roamed Long Yu's body. The golden thunder arc, at this moment, seems extremely annoying. No, it's impossible, you actually broke the legend and possessed 2 devil fruits at the same time. Crocodile's expression changed drastically, and he roared like a madman. Desert Sword. Under the gathering of yellow sand in the right hand, it was a knife in the air towards Long Yu. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu did not retreat. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, a playful smile flashed on his cold and arrogant cheeks. Looking at the incoming attack, there was no thought of dodging at all. His hands clenched suddenly, his muscles bulging like a rock. The next moment, the deep voice of dragon roar exploded in Long Yu's body. Thunder's dragon slayer magic turned into a dragon scale. Bang! Dormant, the magic power in the body was detonated in an instant. Endless thunder light shot up into the sky, and the incoming desert sword was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, Long Yu's cheeks flashed a ferocious look, and his eyes flashed with lightning. Muscles of the whole body bulged like a rock, and the golden scales and armor patterns spread rapidly on the body. That was originally more than 2 meters was abruptly raised to nearly 3 meters. There was a trace of lightning on the surface of the body, and the lightning quickly circling and twisting turned into a combat suit. However, all of this was just the beginning. The dark and domineering armed color quickly spread across Long Yu's body. At this moment, Long Yu felt like the thunder dragon transformed by Gajiru in fairy tale. The face of this huge force full of limbs, Long Yu suddenly raised his head and locked on Crocodile's body instantly. Chapter 498, Crocodile is dead. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, in front of everyone's eyes, he stepped out. Bang! Wherever I landed, the ground seemed to be hit hard by lightning. The moment when it collapsed, Long Yu's huge figure disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, and had come to Crocodile. Too soon. This is Crocodile's only thought at this moment. Facing the rapidly dilated Long Yu in his pupils, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised his hands to block. He had thought about elementalization, but he was domineering in the face of armed colors. All this seemed to be in vain. The Thunder Dragon Slayer magic profound truth sings the thunder. Endless thunder light, at the moment when the 5 fingers clenched tightly, frantically poured into the right hand. The golden light that bloomed flashed with a strange blood red. The next moment, it turned into a frenzy, as if cutting through the sky, slashing on Crocodile's body. The sound of rolling thunder exploded like a frenzy. One after another, the scarlet-like blood-like thunder light swept across the earth like a savage dragon. Wherever you go along the way, the rocks, the big trees, and even the rock formations and the earth are as vulnerable as paper paste, and they are directly smashed and opened. In it, intertwined his hands, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, and it was cut off under the eyes of the public. Like a raging tide, the cathartic lightning impact, even more unabated, rushed straight into Crocodile's chest. Bang! Nearly 3 meters, the body like an iron tower. Under this blow, like an arrow from the string, it flew out directly. Under the huge impact, all the trees along the way were shattered. And, the heavy impact hit the rocky cliffs tens of meters high and thousands of meters away. The huge impact force and the violent thunder light directly shattered the thick rock wall. A mouthful of hot blood spurted out from Crocodile's mouth. The sternum was even more shattered, and the entire terrifying posture collapsed. The thunder light dissipated. Crocodile, who was separated by 1,000 meters, rolled his eyes hard, and then glanced at Long Yu one more time. It's impossible to spit out the words that come to the mouth. The next moment, he tilted his head and died. Ming Yulei, as one of Lax's strongest ultimate moves. It is to accumulate the magic power of the whole body at one point, and at the moment of collision, like a raging wave, the attack is directly detonated. The accumulated violent thunder light will also penetrate into the human body instantly, forming a direct impact. One-hit kill power, in the original, Laxus. But with this move, he directly killed Jura of the Holy Ten Middle School. Dead. Shibukai, Crocodile was killed. I don't know who exclaimed. Daz, who was standing in the distance, watching the battle, had a face full of disbelief. Seeing that there was no sound and no heaving of his chest, Crocodile couldn't help but fell to his knees on the ground. Long time, in Daz's eyes, Crocodile was like a mountain, giving him an insurmountable feeling. A moment ago, although he kept telling Crocodile to escape, otherwise he would definitely die. But for him, it was just to make Crocodile retreat. He firmly believed that Long Yu might be able to defeat Crocodile. But there is absolutely no way to kill him. However, from the very beginning, Long Yu had the upper hand in terms of the domineering armament and the profound meaning of the sixth style physique. In the confrontation of the fruit's ability in the back, the means of changing the world, but also the head of the Sha-Sha fruit. At the end, one body and two fruits, dragon feather, showing the ability of the second devil fruit. All of this was already doomed to the outcome of the battle. A victory has already tilted towards Long Yu. It can be said that in this battle, Crocodile died not unjustly. It's not that he is too weak as Chihuahai. On the contrary, the skeleton demon is too strong. The billion-dollar bounty is not a vain name. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. In front of them and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In their eyes, Crocodile is a rare powerhouse among pirates. Even Alabasta, known as a desert country, can only be wary in the face of such existence. However, now it was nailed to the wall with a punch. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that this scene is true? Daz. Long Yu dissipated the power that filled the body with dragon scales, and looked back at one. This look, immediately. The expression of Nico Robin on the side changed slightly and said, "Be willing to admit defeat. At this time, it's not worth risking your life." Nico Robin didn't resist much for joining Long Yu. At least, in his eyes, no matter what. It was in the Baroque working club, working for Crocodile. Or join Long Yu's subordinates. Everything is for blessing. Chapter 499, 3 years of hard work. Now Long Yu is not only limited, but also parachuted into Alabasta with a bounty of 1 billion. He also killed Crocodile in seconds with his crushing power. All this alone, Nico Robin has no choice. "No, kill me," Daz said in a low voice. Nico Robin looked stiff. She has been on the run all the time, and in order to survive, she will give her life to Crocodile. I never thought that Daz, the most powerful bounty hunter in the West Sea, would come this far for Crocodile. For this, Long Yu was not surprised. In the original book, Daz is a true companion of Crocodile. Could be rescued by 3, he was willing to have no mood because of Crocodile's words. To be rescued and were sent directly to the underwater prison. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Ains Gong, the fidelity has increased to 75%. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the recovery of the 8th Order dead. Congratulations to the host, for unlocking the permission to summon the Great Tomb of Narasak. A series of system ethereal prompting sounds echoed in my mind. Long Yu raised his brows and smiled genially. Originally, Long Yu felt a little regretful about Crocodile's death. Although, I knew early on that the Bone King had the means of resurrection. But I thought it would take a long time to unlock it. I didn't expect it to be unlocked in advance suddenly. However, seeing the desertification of Juba, under the change of the super magic world, it has directly evolved into an oasis. This kind of miraculous scene, once it really spreads completely, will definitely shock the Great Channel and even the entire world. At that time, Long Yu will get more world turmoil points to unlock the world's restraint on him. Long Yu carefully reviewed the information in his mind, and then withdrew from the consciousness space. Looking at Daz with a determined face, he said, "I didn't expect that you would rather die than work for me. For your chivalry's sake, if I can resurrect Crocodile, would you be willing to make another deal with me? As long as you are willing to give me the Crocodile after working hard for 3 years, you will work for me for 3 years. After 3 years, you will be free again, and you will be strangers to me from now on. Of course, you can also refuse my proposal. Perhaps, to your ears, this sounds so fantastic." The slightly elusive voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. "Do not." It was Daz, even Wei Wei and the others couldn't come back to their senses. The moment before, Crocodile was beheaded in front of them. That is, the dead can no longer die, and the body is still hot. Now Long Yu turned his head and told them that he could resurrect the dead. Are you joking? Daz, take Crocodile with you. Ains-sama won't joke about this kind of thing. Nico Robin couldn't help but said. Nicole Robin doesn't have many special feelings for Crocodile. However, now she is working under Long Yu's command. Since Long Yu planned, let One and Crocodile work for him for 3 years. As his subordinate, Nicole Robin still needs to use all feasible methods to accomplish this task. Daz was stunned, looking at the gradually receding figure and the huge oasis here. If it is said that the resurrection of the dead is a dream-like thing, then this means of changing the world. Before Long Yu didn't use it, could it be the same? Thinking of this, Daz gritted his teeth and hurriedly carried Crocodile's body on his back, followed Long Yu quickly and left. At the same time, Wei Wei also followed suit. After seeing with his own eyes, Long Yu's various miraculous methods. Wei Wei is like a bridge between Alabasta and Long Yu. Looking at the vegetation along the way, she really hoped that Long Yu would perform 2 more miracles to save Alabasta from the ordeal of the drought. Mosamoxi, teacher, I'm Bastius. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Long Yu frowned, but still connected the phone bug. He knew very well that this kind of thing couldn't contain fire. Instead, let others pass the news to the Navy headquarters. It's better to pass it on in person, so that the movements of the Navy headquarters can also be completely controlled by their own applause. I'm Laxus, speak up. As for the character template of Laxus, it was originally a cold personality, and his anger was invisible. The phone worm was connected, Bastius didn't care, and hurriedly said, Teacher, 3 days ago, I met Crocodile in the rain banquet. He encouraged pirates to loot merchants and civilians, and then played the role of a hero. Rescued them. Do I need to report this matter to the Navy headquarters and let them investigate in person? In Bastiu's eyes, Crocidar of the Shichibukai is a great pirate recognized by the Navy and even the world government. He recognized the strength of Laxus. However, even more reluctant, his teacher took the risk. Chapter 500. In the name of the Father. If the Navy headquarters can come forward, it will be the best. However, this idea just sprouted in Bastiu's mind. The next moment, the words that fell in his ears made his expression stiff. No need, Crocodile has been killed by me. However, he was accidentally killed by me and the skeleton demon, and the body was taken away by the skeleton demon. Right now, Long Yu's large size has not been unlocked. Therefore, I do not hope that Laxus' identity and the identity of the skeleton demon will be confused. The most effective way is to take the initiative to inform, to confuse the audience. Old teacher, you said that the great skeleton demon appeared in Alabasta and unexpectedly joined forces with you to kill Crocodile. Bastius woke up suddenly and asked anxiously. The existence of the great skeleton demon was simply a lingering shadow to Bastius. That powerful strength and endless means, even the Navy headquarters was toyed with and applauded. However, now Long Yu actually told him that the great skeleton demon appeared in Alabasta to kill the dignified Shichibukai and Crocodile. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, who would want to believe that it was all true? Later, Princess Wei Wei will give you an official explanation. Long Yu didn't explain too much. Sometimes, the more you talk, the more flaws you get. Moreover, the most convincing one is Vivi from Alabasta, the former royal family of the dragon people. Wei Wei, who was following Long Yu's side, heard the words, her expression changed slightly, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Unlike Bastius who was kept in the dark. They knew for a long time that Uchiha Ryayu, Ains Gong, and Laxus were the same person. Wei Wei didn't know why Long Yu did this. However, since Long Yu appeared as the Bone King, not only was it given to Juba for 7 majestic days, just now, the yellow sandy land of Juba was turned into a boundless oasis. These kindnesses alone are enough for Wei Wei to give Long Yu. To complete this, Ains-sama, don't worry, there are not many people watching the battle, I will immediately send the order down and let them keep their word. Wei Wei made a quick statement. At the same time, I will report the process of this incident to the Navy headquarters as my father. Who suddenly became serious. Long Yu stopped and patted her shoulder and said, I don't worry about your work. Also, don't worry, I have no plans for Alabasta. The same. At the time, the Navy headquarters, in the boot camp. The huge square was full of new recruits for training. Who retired as a former admiral and became the chief instructor of recruits, was looking around the queue of recruits with a serious face. When I saw some outstanding students, a trace of comfort flashed in the depths of my eyes. It can be said that as a teacher, there is no comparison with the newcomers who have been cultivated by oneself, who can successfully walk out of the boot camp. Becoming a pillar of the Navy is even more worthy of making people feel happy. Thinking of the upcoming recruits, graduation act soon, Zepha's face became more solemn, and he shouted in a deep voice, Today, everyone is gathered here, that's because, next, you will participate as recruits. See combat exercises. In the training camp, you may be very poor, or you may have just passed the standard, and some have good talents, with strengths beyond ordinary people, reaching the level of superhumans. However, once you walk out of this gate, in the eyes of this old man, it is nothing but a fart. This old man is enough to beat a group of you, but it is still the kind that destroys the group. The awe-inspiring voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. It's just that the Navy soldiers below obviously didn't take it to heart when he spoke so ruthlessly. It can be said that this kind of admonishment has been heard by them for 3 years in the Navy headquarters. And, the more I listened, the more cordial it was. Looking at the expressionless recruits below, the cold arrogance on Zepha's face also slightly restrained, and said, After half a month, I will apply for you to go to the Great Channel and participate in the actual combat assessment. You can concentrate here, you are all the elites among the Navy recruits, so the assigned assessment tasks are also different. Anyone who has a reward of more than 10 million pirates will become a major directly, and a pirate with a reward of 30 million Baileys will make you a lieutenant colonel. Pirates with a reward of 50 million will make you colonels. When you have the ability to arrest pirates with a reward of 100 million, you will be brigadiers. Having said that, Zepha's tiger eyes swept across the field like torches, and finally landed on the 4 most important confidants, shouting sharply, However, I can tell you very responsibly. As soon as you walk out of the boot camp, there are very few people who can make an exception to become a commodore, at least not among you. If you think that the old man is talking nonsense, then please show the strength of a Kainu Chingzi and those little devils, otherwise don't be a hero in front of this old man, and don't set your goals too high. If possible, I would rather you fail than lose your life. To implement the justice of the Navy, you need to live, you know. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 501-520. Chapter 501, The Warring States Marshal. No. Dozens of Navy elites shouted in unison. Facing this powerful response, Zepha's old face couldn't help but turn a little more rosy. Haha, I didn't expect Zepha. You have trained a group of talents for the Navy headquarters. Next time I see the 5 old men, I will ask them to praise you and increase the military expenses of the recruit battalion. The voice of the Warring States came suddenly. In the face of the Warring States that changed from normal, Crane was a little surprised, but also knew clearly why there was such a huge change in the Warring States. After all, over the past 3 days, they have thoroughly studied the 6-style lecture notes from Laxus that Bastius passed down. Originally, I was troubled by the profound meanings of the 6 forms, but after studying this handout, I felt as if I had opened up the 2 veins of Renandu in an instant, and they had become integrated. Isn't this Marshal of the Warring States period? Didn't he always sit in the atrium of the headquarters and rarely come to the boot camp in the rear? Marshal of the Warring States period, wouldn't it be because he learned that there are many elites in our current class, and made an exception to come here to see it? The scene suddenly became a little noisy. For the Navy recruits, the most yearning, in addition to the general, is the position of the Marshal of the Navy. Warring States can take this position, no matter what. Whether it is strength or intelligence, they are all comparable to those of ordinary people. What's more, the naval headquarters and the boot camp are connected. But the two sides are too far apart. If you have to explain, it is one at the mouth of the sea and the other at the inland of the Red Earth. Just that there is a road between the two, and there are naval soldiers and generals' families in the middle. Shut up and give me all silence. Zepha's face sank, and he shouted angrily, can the appearance of an old man make you ignore the military regulations? Your actions just now have disgraced my old face. Now I want you to run around the playground 50 laps. If you don't complete it before noon, you will have no food to eat. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge square. In the face of this unquestionable order, aside from the smiles present, there was no intention of refuting at all. Among them, the strength is strong and the mind is smart, and they have already rushed out first. That appearance is more like showing strength. In the huge square, one after another sound resounded suddenly. The leading four is the newcomer king that Zepha values. Run around the 5-kilometer square. 50 laps, for them, there is no pressure at all. And those Navy recruits who knew it later, also rushed out after they understood. Right now, they are 3 months away from graduating in training camp. It is a rare opportunity for the Warring States Marshal of the Naval Headquarters to appear in the boot camp. As long as it is mastered and played well, it may be remembered by the Marshal, and it will not be a problem in the future. The afterimages swept up in the playground. Warring States was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly and said, Zepha, it seems that the newcomers you have cultivated this time really surprised me. If the guy Carp knew about it, he would never be able to refute it. After all, that guy always said that his way of cultivating new people is definitely better than yours. Yesterday's former classmates, Sengoku, Carp, and Zepha were also competitors. That time, Garp was like Kizaru, Sengoku was Chingzi, and Zepha was Akainu. It's just that Carp's work attitude is more sloppy than that of Kizaru, who has received his salary. The so-called general appointment, he did not pay attention to it at all, but instead occupied the position of a lieutenant general. But Zepha and Warring States are different, they are competitors to become marshals. Pity that in the end, Zepha's family was killed by pirates, and they were depressed for a while. With his great strength and intelligence, the Warring States took the position of the marshal and ended this period of competition. The juniors competing with each other on the playground now, it is inevitable to recall the Warring States period. At the same time, when I think of it, the students of this class are so outstanding. If Laxus's 6-style lecture notes are used, these elite recruits will definitely be reborn and their strength will be improved to a higher level. HMPH, old man in the Warring States period, you are not an idler, you are not here with the intention of poaching people in advance. Zepha snorted coldly and said, don't forget the course I set. If you haven't experienced the sea battle assessment, they are not a general, they are still newcomers. As for that guy Carp, compared to me, he is a fart. I have spent 20 or 30 years of hard work here to study and train new recruits. For the 6th style, domineering and other guiding experience, it is not that guy who can compared. Opened his mouth, Zepha suppressed Garp mercilessly. Sengoku reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and looked at the crane subconsciously. It can be said that after losing his family and retiring from the naval headquarters at the same time, for Zepha. Chapter 502, 6th-style lecture notes. What makes him most proud of is training a group of recruits. However, after Zepha took over the training of new recruits, the training efficiency of those major generals and lieutenant generals who were transferred over was indeed higher than in the past. Even the 3 current admirals of the Navy are all from Zepha's subordinates. That's enough to show that his credit is high, but it's not bragging. It's just that, looking at Zepha who made such a vow, the joy on his face and the words in the Warring States period didn't know where to start. You can't tell Zepha as soon as you open your mouth. I'm here today because someone is better than you, the new recruit chief instructor. Feeling the look of help from the Warring States, the crane frowned and said, Zephyr, the Warring States said that he came to see you this time, and he had a big matter to discuss with you. I was worried about his safety, and Carp was not there, so I followed him. Talk to Sengoku for details. The eyes of the Warring States, almost killing people. Unexpectedly, the crane betrayed him perfectly as soon as he opened his mouth. Zephyr with a serious face, Warring States coughed dryly and said, well, in fact, it's not a big deal. Just not long ago, Bastius worshipped a teacher who was proficient in the 6 forms and the 6 forms of profound truth, and he proposed the lecture notes are quite good, so I brought them to study with you. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to have been filled with magical sounds and could not be dissipated for a long time. At Zephyr, the gradually gloomy expression, the Warring States really hoped that these words would be dissipated directly with the wind as soon as they were spoken. Zephyr couldn't hear it clearly. Ahem, Zephyr, I don't really mean anything. Feeling that the atmosphere in the field gradually became suppressed, Warring States couldn't help coughing dryly, no other meaning. Zephyr snorted coldly and asked back, I see what you mean, just like Cap's ignorant guy, thinks someone's training method is better than mine. Old man, you have been in charge of the training of naval recruits for decades. You are now telling me that an unknown person who jumped out of nowhere has a more scientific understanding of the 6th form and 6th form profound truth than what I have instructed. Having said that, Zephyr looked at the Warring States and said word by word, Warring States, you are an old man who underestimates you, please come back. In half a month, I will bring this group of newcomers, you return triumphantly, but there are 2 good seedlings among them, they should be able to reach the Brigadier General. For Zephyr, it was originally to pay back these newcomers, guard against arrogance and impatience, and deliberately devalued them to be worthless. But really, among the 4 people he valued most, 2 were not only good at physical arts, but also possessed the ability of devil fruit. This method is 1 + 1, but it is definitely not the same age. People can compare. Maybe it's not as high as Akainu Chingzi and the others, but it's still okay to be a brigadier general. Now, in the face of the doubts of the Warring States period, Zephyr is also going out of his way. Looking at Zephyr who gave the order to evict the guest as soon as he opened his mouth, the Warring States also knew that this old fellow was really angry. However, when he thought of the wonderful lecture from Laxus, Warring States still bit his teeth and said, Zephyr, I'm not here to fight you. However, recruit training is fresh blood for the Navy headquarters. I think this vertical handout is a good reference for recruits. If possible, I hope you can take a look. Zephyr, Warring States is right. If you think it's not possible and you need to refute it, you might as well read it. Crane couldn't help but persuade. After all, along the way, she and the Warring States spent sleepless nights and forgot meals, and they almost even stayed together to sleep. Continue to study these 6 types of lecture notes. Moreover, with the in-depth study, I was completely shocked by the various ideas proposed by Laxus, the general direction of extension, etc. At least, it is much more perfect and wonderful than the lecture notes stored in their naval headquarters. It turns out that the crane also thinks so. Zephyr's face sank, and he snorted coldly. Okay, for the sake of you 2 old buddies, I'll make an exception. However, whether it's worth my promotion, and whether this lecture is useful or not, it's not you and me who have the final say, it's these students who have the final say. If I want to try, I need to pick a few students out to try. Then test it. Seeing Zephyr let go, Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, this 6-style handout from Laxus would definitely impress the old stubborn Zephyr. However, the premise is how to make Zephyr accept it. Now Zephyr suggests that recruits try it, which is undoubtedly more credible. After all, if Zephyr couldn't accept it and refused at once, it would not be a good thing. HMPH, looking at you, you seem to have confidence in some Laxus 6-type lecture notes. Zephyr snorted coldly. Don't forget how the 6 forms were developed, and how they are deduced to the present level. That Laxus, in this has no reputation at all. You admire him so much, I'm just worried that you will mislead your children. Zfahu was stubborn as soon as he opened his mouth like a talker. Crane also felt his temples swell. Chapter 503, The Pen of God. After rubbing it, he said, "Okay, whether this thing is useful, let others try it. I believe this method is the fairest and most convincing. HMPH, let's get started. I hope in the end, you can admit this result." Zephyr snorted coldly and looked at the playground. Aang, Bins, come here for me. Who were running fast, leading the others by a full lap, suddenly stopped. Looking at Zephyr with a gloomy face, he clearly knew that this was the old way that he only appeared when he lost his temper on weekdays. After the two couldn't help but look at each other, they still bit the bullet, shaved, and moved quickly. "Don't hurry up yet, you look like you're dawdling. Is it because your training isn't enough?" Zephyr snorted coldly and urged. Facing the Warring States period and Crane, Zephyr could not wait to let the new recruits he trained use his strength to suckle. Watching this scene, Sengoku and Crane became even more silent. Whoosh! Two sounds of breaking through the air clearly accelerated rapidly. During several ups and downs, I just felt a flower in front of my eyes, and two faces, which looked a little immature, appeared. No, it should be said, a more mature recruit. I have seen the Warring States Marshal and the General Staff. Ayn and Bins invariably gave a standard military salute. The skill is agile and the speed is fast. It's really good. The 6th style shaving is very fast. I think your Dao strength value is at least 400. Quote. Sengoku said with a happy smile. HMPH, in the Warring States period, do you think it's easy for a rookie to reach 400 Dao strength? For a pure physique expert, 500 can be called a Superman, and only that kind of thing can only be achieved by training a madman since childhood. Zephyr said with a cold snort. Their Dao strength value is only about 380, with the Devil Fruit ability, ordinary brigadier generals are not. Their opponents, some major generals who are not high level, or who are not enterprising, may also underestimate the enemy. Lose. Ayn and Bins were also a little embarrassed looking at Zephyr, who wasn't busy selling. However, as Zephyr's subordinate, this shows freshman. This strength is not touted. Close to 400 Dao strength, and possess evil abilities. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. Okay, don't quarrel between the two of you. In front of the juniors, isn't it shameful? He gave them a white look and quickly changed the subject. I called you here this time to do a small experiment. In order to ensure fairness, let's talk about what you are good at in the 6 styles. Experiment. Ayin couldn't help but stunned, but she quickly returned to the gods. I'm only good at shaving and moon steps. Recently, I also tried to learn Lanjiao, but I just encountered a bottleneck and have been unable to break through. I'm good at the 6 style shave, moon step, but I can't use the finger gun. Bins responded hurriedly. In the face of the two's answers, Sengoku and Crane couldn't help but nod their heads. As a recruit, you can learn the 2 basic 6 styles in the recruit camp. Looking at the sea, he can be regarded as a little genius. Seeing that Zephyr also nodded to confirm, Sengoku took out the manuscript with a backhand slightly cherished. This is the latest 6 style lecture. I hope it will be useful to you, and there are some notes next to it, but what you see must not be spread to the outside world, otherwise don't blame the old man for starting a teacher. The Warring States reminded in a deep voice. I know. Ayn and Bins were stunned for a moment, and quickly responded. At the same time, I took the manuscript of the 6th form and quickly turned it over. For these newcomers, get the lecture notes about the 6 forms, of course, the first time you turn to a roadblock. After seeing the above note about the 6 style Lanjiao, Yinmei's pupils shrunk slightly. 6 style is to use a small amount of qi to display the attack method, and qi is the root of the 2 color domineering. In order to use Lan's feet, you need to superimpose the speed of shaving and moon step, and then use the legs to perform vacuum slash. A series of words and comments were directly imprinted in Ain's mind. Was miraculously corroborated with the somewhat crappy Navy 6 style lecture notes. Moreover, the places that I didn't understand at first, and the main points of shimming, have a feeling that it's a matter of course. If I had to find an explanation, it would be a stroke of genius. Okay, Ain, you've watched it for 10 minutes. If you don't understand it, let Bins try it out. When the results come up, you can send this superficial old man away. Zephyr urged impatiently. Warring States frowned and said, Zephyr, studying is not just a matter of time. 10 minutes is probably too short, at least a day or two. A day or two. Zephyr glared at it and said, why don't you say a year or two, or let me guide the training from scratch? If so, what's the use of this thing? Okay, after you read it, go back to me and continue running. I'm in a bad mood today, and everyone will add 50 laps. If you can't finish the 100 laps at noon, everyone will have nothing to eat. Chapter 504, Land Foot, Round Broken. Turned around, looked for a newcomer, and started snoring. Warring States stopped talking. That came to his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach. Since we can't communicate right now, we can only try it when the next batch of recruits are trained. Teacher Zephyr, I seem to have learned how to get rid of feet. I also seem to know how to use a finger gun. The timid words rang out suddenly. Zephyr, Sengoku and Crane, who were present, suddenly stiffened. For this answer, all three of them may lie. However, the people who say this now are Ain and Bins who participated in the experiment. This is Zephyr's student, and he will never brag about any arrogance at such a juncture. Let Zephyr lose face. On the huge high platform, it fell into a dead silence. Looking at Zephyr's livid face, the atmosphere became more and more depressed. Yin, what you said just now, repeat it to me. Zephyr shouted in a deep voice. Yin looked stunned, and said in a weak voice like a mosquito, I seem to have learned how to walk. If the teacher doesn't believe me, I'm willing to give it a try. Teacher, don't embarrass Yin. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Bins spoke hastily. Seeing the stubborn faces of the two of them, Zephyr's face became more and more gloomy, and said, okay, when you tested it in the morning, you didn't know it yet, but now you tell me that you have learned it. Since you insist in front of outsiders, then give me a test. If you fail, you are not eligible to participate in the recruit assessment in half a month. The awe-inspiring voice was spit out, and there was an unquestionable taste between the words. After all, this time, in front of two old rivals, Zephyr didn't want to lose face. Moreover, he didn't believe that an unknown person who jumped out of nowhere could be worth the majority of his teaching career. Zephyr. Warring States let out a soft cry. However, he was quickly stopped by the Crane. This time they came to make this handout applicable to boot camp. Now Zephyr is willing to let Ain and Bins try, not necessarily the same. You can feel free to try, even if you lose, I will help you to intercede, so don't be under any psychological pressure. Crane opened his mouth to persuade. Ain and Bins, after watching Zephyr more, walked quickly to the assessment site. This assessment site is like a basketball court. Large, with more than 10 stone statues placed on it. Just that these stone statues are covered with traces of attacks, including slashing, shooting, etc. HMPH, Yin, you go first. If you can't leave an inch-deep slash mark on the stone statue with your lanjiao, you will be considered a failure. Zephyr snorted coldly. Now if you choose to opt out, you can too. No, Mr. Zephyr, I still want to try it. I feel like, if I don't use it, I'm afraid I will forget it. Ain said stubbornly. Seeing this scene, Zephyr snorted coldly and said impatiently, then go, I don't believe that a little-known guy will really know how to instruct people. Thank you, teacher. Ain shrank his neck, took a deep breath, and then Shizan disappeared into place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the open space in the center of the stone statue. Looking at the stone statues standing around, Yin couldn't help but took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled everything just now. One blow, then another decline, 3 times exhaustion. To successfully display Lan's feat, you must not only have no distractions, but also firmly believe that your legs are as sharp as blades. A series of thoughts flashed in Ain's mind. The slender legs, under the muscles suddenly tensed, the toes a little bit. The next moment, Huo-ran opened his eyes. Sudden force of the toes, under the astonished eyes of everyone, he put his hands on the ground and suddenly stood upside down. At this moment, the slender jade feet were as tight as a sharp blade. Immediately, the gust of wind rose, and the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the sky resounded through the sky. As if this foot, even the air is bursting. Lanjiao, round off. Bang! The circular slashing air wave rolled back with a tear-like posture. Everyone just felt that Gangfeng was together and waited to react. The 4 stone statues near Ain were cut off in unison. The 3 stone statues a little further away were also seen to be cut off by the waist. Looking at this scene, let alone Zephyr, Warring States and others, even Yin was stunned. Of the ethereal mind, and a series of comments about Lan's feet flowed through my mind, and the next moment, I would naturally perform this trick. Flying fingers. Vince's roaring voice also suddenly sounded. It grabbed everyone's attention instantly. I saw his right index finger suddenly bend, and under the catapult, scarlet flames shot out like a bullet. Chapter 505, Shame. Bang bang bang. The low crashing sound resounded one after another. The statue, which was about 2 meters high, was instantly swallowed by firelight. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, there was a roar, hitting the floor hard. The scene of interception was staged again. The huge square was dead silent, and even the recruits who were still in the distance were stunned. If we talk about shaving and moon steps, they are the foundation of the 6 styles. Then Lanjiao and Finger Spear are a higher level of attacking tactics. Not to mention the difficulty of drawing on iron blocks and paper. On weekdays, we exercise together and train at the same period of the academy. No one knows better than them how powerful Ein and Bins are. That I hadn't mastered in the morning were now displayed all at once. Or a further extension of the skills. It doesn't seem to be able to go up in power, but this is the first time that it can reach this height. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. No, it should be said that even if Zephyr saw it with his own eyes, he was not very willing to believe that all this was true. Warring States, hurry up and show me the lecture notes. Zephyr snatched the manuscript away. After quickly opening it, the contents of the target, as well as the detailed explanation, made his pupils shrink suddenly. It was almost impossible to move my eyes. If the moment before, Zephyr still had doubts in his heart. So now, all the chaotic thoughts dissipated like a cloud of smoke. All these things in front of him made him have a feeling of hunger and thirst, greedy study. There is no possibility. In this world, there is no possibility that someone has studied the 6 forms so thoroughly. Who is this person? Zephyr grabbed Sengoku's shoulder. Calm Zfa just a moment ago, it was like a magic stun, and the Warring States expression also changed drastically. Before he could react, the crane took the lead. The hands probed, as if sliding, past Zephyr's body. Washing fruits can not only wash people and things, but also wash all negative emotions. Looking at it, it suddenly became bright and crystal-like, one of a kind. Crane breathed a sigh of relief and snatched the precious manuscript back first. Originally, at their level, reading this annotated manuscript also gave me a lot of inspiration. I thought it was overrated. I never thought that it would have such a big effect on recruits. This is seriously underestimated. Once it is really implemented, for the Navy, the speed of injecting new blood will probably be faster. However, there is also a very important point: this manuscript must not be leaked. Otherwise, it will fall into the hands of pirates, no matter whether they can learn systematically like the Navy, but it will also be a nightmare. Call. Zephyr Chong sighed and said, let's get rid of the fruit's ability, I have calmed down. In the original novel, even Doflamingo is afraid of existence. Crane looks old, but Superman is a pervert who washes the fruit, but it makes many people feel terrified. If it is said, Garp is the one who runs after Roger, the Pirate King. Then, Suru was the one who ran after Shichibukai Doflamingo all over the sea. This alone is enough to show her strength, and I am afraid she may be at the level of a general. Well, don't be ashamed in front of the students. If you have something to say later, this matter needs to be kept secret. Crane responded. Bubbles emerging from his right hand, he washed away the fruit ability of Zephyr. Got it. Zephyr hesitated for a moment, but still sighed. It seems that I'm really old. I didn't expect that there are so many extended ways to perform these 6 styles. That man named Laxus, have you brought it back to the Navy headquarters? I want to see him. Seeing Zephyr's lost and eager face, Sengoku couldn't help but be silent. He clearly knew that Zephyr had a set of methods for training Navy recruits. However, this is also an old-fashioned approach. Just like the headquarters of the Navy, constant new blood is needed to support the entire naval operation. Boot camps also need to be reformed. Seemingly perfect cannot be changed. Think that the best way is not high, that is because there is no better. Or, because of fixed thinking, stagnant and unwilling to change. It can be said that the 6-style handout that I have now obtained from Laxus is a set of training methods for the old Zephyr, and a confrontation between the old and the new. It also shakes the long-standing confidence in Zephyr. That boy, the first time we met was on the ship of the 9 snake pirates. It seems that he has a good relationship with Hancock. Warring States took over the manuscript and said in a deep voice. Hancock Zephyr couldn't help but startled, and said, you mean, the person who masters these 6-style lecture notes is a pirate? As the creator and developer of the 6 styles, it's a shame that he can't comprehend more than a pirate. No, he's not a pirate. Crane explained. He doesn't have a reward yet, and he has Bastius as a student. These 6-style lecture notes are passed on to Bastius and returned to us. Basti. Zephyr frowned. Chapter 506, Candidates. This kid seems to be a lieutenant now. I didn't expect him to have such an opportunity. Unfortunately, I'm preparing for the actual combat assessment for graduation. Otherwise, I really want to see who is the person who can comprehend the 6 forms to this point. If you can, I hope you can invite him to the Navy headquarters in the Warring States period. After all, one day, I will still be old, and I want someone to replace me. Sengoku and Crane were taken aback. It never occurred to me that Zephyr, who had always refused to recognize his old age and insisted on teaching in the naval boot camp, would suddenly think about such a thing. However, as Zephyr said, everything they do now is just paving the way for future generations. If you can't move, you still need someone to inherit. This means that as long as Laxus agrees, he will be the future chief instructor of the Navy. Since you have this idea, I will try my best to ask Bastius to invite him. Karp personally invited him that day, and later we also met in the East China Sea. As the Warring States spoke, he took out the phone bug with his backhand. Grumpy. The bell of the phone bug rang abruptly, causing the Sengoku who was planning to contact him to stop for a while. I was a little confused in my heart, but I picked it up anyway. I'm the Warring States period. If Bastius has something urgent, use this phone bug to contact me. This is the emergency phone bug that every vice admiral is qualified to deploy. It can't be used unless it's really before a major event. Not long ago, Bastiu even transmitted this manuscript through the hand of the Crane. It is too intriguing to contact the Warring States suddenly and directly across the authority. Marshal of the Warring States period, I'm Lieutenant General Bastiu of the 5th Base. I have something important to report to you this time. The Great Skeleton Demon with a reward of 1 billion appeared in Alabasta. After my teacher, Mr. Laxus, killed Crocodile, the 7-sea sand crocodile who wanted to seek the country, the body was robbed by the great skeleton demon. The confrontation. I'm now in the process of handing over a real source of intelligence to the Princess of Alabasta. I hope the Warring States Marshal will immediately deploy people and come to investigate. Bastia's hurried voice came out from inside the phone bug. Regardless of was the Warring States period or Zephyr, the expression changed drastically. A moment ago, they were still talking about Laxus heard at sea. Why would he know the Navy's 6th form? Now Bastiu suddenly told Laxus that he not only knew the 6th style profound meaning, but also killed the 7-armed sea crocodile who was trying to conspiracy the country. And the skeleton that appeared in the middle. The great demon fought briefly. All this undoubtedly made them feel unbelievable. However, Sengoku, who is a naval intelligence general, quickly calmed down after his expression changed and said, Bastiu, what you need to do now is to hand over information with Alabasta well. You don't need to worry about other things. I will send it as soon as possible. People go. By the way, if you see Laxus, try to invite him to the Navy as a guest. Visiting the Navy. Bastiu was taken aback and said anxiously, Marshal of the Warring States period, have you read the manuscript of the teacher? Is this way of teaching better than the rigid teacher Zephyr? The sudden remark made the eyelids of Sengoku and Crane twitch involuntarily. Seeing Zephyr's gloomy face, the two of them could only let Bastius ask for more blessings. Bastiu, it seems that after graduation, you are also itchy. The teacher misses you very much. I will find you in person when I have time. Ah, teacher, I just made a slip of the tongue. Teacher, this phone signal is not good. The busy tone came out. The repressed atmosphere in the field not only did not dissipate, but instead became more solemn. Not long ago, in order to deal with the world destroyer Wald, they issued a call for Shichibukai. Originally, it was planned to borrow Crocodile's power. Never occurred to him that he was beheaded by Laxus as soon as he refused. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Warring States, what to do with this matter? The big skeleton demon suddenly appeared in Alabasta. This is intriguing. Crane asked first. In the first half of the Great Waterway, the strongest person stationed is also a major general, and some lieutenant generals have also been transferred to encircle Wald. If you really want to find a candidate, I am afraid that only Garp, who stays in the East China Sea, can be competent. Garp Sengoku suddenly felt his head swell. Originally, many candidates flashed in his mind. I didn't think of it at all, and there is only this unreliable candidate left. East Sea Rogue Town. In the Naval Division Square, a loud noise resounded one after another. The silhouettes of the Navy soldiers shouted on the ground. Banquet table, those exquisite delicacies have long been wiped out. Seeing this scene, the local garrison troops turned ashen. Not long ago, they vacated the port to receive Vice Admiral Garp, a naval hero from the Navy headquarters. Chapter 507, Roar. Originally planned to take advantage of this shift time to come secretly and take a look at the legendary naval hero. I didn't see it at all, it was like a scene of corpses everywhere. I thought that there was a pirate attack, which led to the annihilation of all the Navy soldiers under Lieutenant General Garp. I didn't expect to approach at all, only to find out that these people were having a banquet and drinking too much. Bolt, you are convinced this time, I said. My grandson is much more powerful than that old man Zephyr. However, I didn't expect that the guys recommended by Laxus are good seedlings, and I can meet two good little guys in the middle. This time I went back and it was a big harvest. Even the Warring States period has nothing to say. Garp, blowing his nose and holding the empty wine bottle in his hand, shouted. However, Sanji's cooking skills are really good. If the stomach is not, it really has no capacity. I believe that I can eat another shark. The drunken swearing and swearing words rang out one after another in the huge square. Looking around the huge square, there was only one person who was not drunk. That person is Bolt, who has followed Carp for decades and is his strongest deputy. A seemingly obscure person who has the ability to follow a naval hero around, the ability to clean up the mess for his madness. That unsmiling and serious look, but even Carp could only feel helpless. Mr. Carp, the phone bug. Seeing Carp, who was already snoring and talking in his sleep, who fell to the ground drunk, Bolt tugged at Carp's ear and exclaimed anxiously. Bang! Carp slammed a punch and hit Bolt directly. Seeing this violent offensive, Bolt had already seen it, and quickly raised his hand to block. Bang! Recalling the dull collision sound, Bolt took 2 or 3 steps back, and then, seeing Garp, who was in a state of drunkenness, he stood up staggeringly. Stinky boy, Grandpa's name, can you call it directly? When you get to the Navy headquarters, you have to give me a hard toss, otherwise it will be the title of Lao Tzu's God of Destruction. Carp took the call cursingly. Not too busy picking up the wine bottle beside him, he took 2 sips into his mouth. Seeing that, as an adjutant, but being called Bolt's unsmiling face, he couldn't help twitching. However, at the thought of Mr. Carp's grandson, he could be taken to the Navy headquarters. Perhaps, this can fill a regret of the past. Hey, it's that guy who prevented Lao Tzu from drinking. If there is no sufficient reason, Lao Tzu is chasing him with a big hammer. Phone worm was connected, the loud voice opened and roared. That stance, almost completely, scared the phone bug to the point of shrinking. Cap. Zepha's surprised voice came from another part of the phone bug. As an old buddy, he was a little out of tune with Carp. But in his memory, apart from eating meat, this guy can sleep anytime, anywhere, and steal the senbei from the Warring States period. Rarely get drunk. He remembered that the last time he was drunk was the celebration feast after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Who is it? Why don't you talk? If you don't talk about me, I will hang up. Garp held the phone bug and roared impatiently again. Ha ha ha, Carp, I'm getting older and my temper has grown. I'm not afraid of chasing me all over the sea. Zepha was stunned at first, and then said disapprovingly. Don't forget, I was a general at the time, and you are still a lieutenant general. Lieutenant General Garp was stunned for a moment, and said, Who are you, dare to talk to me like this? I want to be a general, and the Warring States period can't stop it. By the way, I forgot. At that time, I gave it up to Zepha when I quit. Otherwise, that old boy would still be behind my ass, swaying around. No, it should be the same in the Warring States period. If I hadn't given way, I would still be the marshal now, and that dead old man of Kong wouldn't be able to stop me. Don't stop me, I can still drink 10 jars of wine. After saying this, Carp directly hung up the phone bug. Zepha 3 standing on the high platform of the naval boot camp, their faces were extremely blue. Together with the smile that had just emerged, it suddenly stiffened. There was no way to let go of the phone bug that was clenched tightly in his hand. Especially, in front of these confidant students, it is not easy to go down the stairs. Haha, as you all know, Garp has always liked to make jokes, but this time he drank too much, and even his speech was a little off. Next time, he shouldn't ask any questions. He Chang put on a smile, took the phone bug, dialed again, and said in a soft tone. Cap, I'm Crane. Are you calling me secretly again? Don't be like this, in case Warring States knew about it, he would be jealous. I am drinking, my daughter, don't get in my way, Sanji, I'm hungry, I can eat a shark. A hysterical growl came from inside the phone bug. At this moment, Crane regretted a little and called Carp. Chapter 508, Unable to Refute. Finally understood the reluctance of the Warring States just now. Five Fingers suddenly clenched the phone bug in his hand, and was about to say something cruel. The busy tone of the beeping phone worm suddenly came. Bang! Crane slammed the phone bug on the ground. Damn Garp, what nonsense are you talking about? Zepha, prepare a boat for me, and I'm going to kill the Kapura bastard now. When did the old lady have a crush on him? The hysterical roar echoed on the high platform, causing all the students to shrink their necks. As a naval hero, he possesses unparalleled strength. However, the thought of offending the three major naval giants at one time. If after sobering up, Garp, a naval hero, would dare to appear in the naval headquarters. Calm down, or wash yourself away and wash away the negative emotions. Sengoku couldn't help comforting him. If a person is hurt, it may be embarrassing. But the three of them were also scolded by Garp, which also gave him and Zepha's heart a little more balance. At least let them know that Garp, the goddess of the Navy who couldn't catch up with fair competition that day, didn't get it either. That was a childhood dream. Okay, this guy has rarely been drunk since the Valley of the Gods, and now he suddenly drinks like this. Maybe something good happened. This time, let's contact Bolt. It's hard for this guy, willing to follow the card poo back, help him clean up the mess. After the warring states took a deep breath, he opened his mouth and said to relieve the siege. However, afterward, if the guide cap returns to the Navy headquarters, we must chase him and hammer. Crane and Zepha nodded silently in agreement with Sengoku's proposal. This made the students' scalps go numb. When the three giants joined forces, it was for any one person. That's a nightmare. Mosamoxi, I'm Bolt, please contact Zepha. The phone worm suddenly rang. This time, it was the unsmiling voice known as Bolt. After Zepha and the others looked at each other, they became emotional and said, I'm Zepha. Bolt is very happy to hear your voice, but didn't you celebrate with that bastard cap? Mr. Zepha, as an adjutant, if even I am drunk, then no one can protect Mr. Garp's safety. Bolt laughed dryly and said after a short pause. Don't take offense to the three of you. This time Mr. Garp was drunk because he was going to bring his grandson into the Navy headquarters. According to my evaluation of his grandson Luffy, his strength is comparable to that of a brigadier general. If he trains a little or two, he can reach the major general. Perhaps it is because Mr. Garp is so happy to hold a banquet when he sees that Luffy's outstanding performance can make up for the shortcomings of 25 years ago. The first half of his speech, which was comparable to the flaws of the brigadier general 25 years ago, may have only surprised them a little. But after hearing the words behind, the expressions of warring states and the others became unnatural. If that incident hadn't happened, I'm afraid now the Navy headquarters would be one of the four major generals. Nor will there be such terrifying hostile forces. That day, if the warring states period hadn't held Garp down, I'm afraid it would have been a nightmare for the naval headquarters and even the world government. Heroes become executioners, no exception. By the way, this time, Mr. Garp got a lot of good seedlings in the East China Sea. After my evaluation, the former pirate hunter Roroya Zoro has the strength comparable to that of a colonel. The chef of the sea restaurant, Sanji Kurozu, has the strength to rival a colonel. There is also a sniper with a long nose. The talent is also good. It is also a good number one after training. The sniper is lacking in the Navy. As for the last two, their talents are a little worse than the four of them just now, but their mental will is also very good, and they will be able to take on great responsibilities in the future. Breathan introduced 6 people. The people present couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and even Zepha couldn't refute it. After all, Bolt is nothing but Garp's lieutenant. When Capri was lazy in the Navy headquarters, Bolt was a swordsman in the naval boot camp. Instructor. There are also the chief examiners of the usual physical examinations. His rating, but has a wealth of experience as a disciple. It's just that Warring States 3-3 didn't even think of it. Who has been looking for excuses to run to the East China Sea all day, usually leaves empty-handed and comes back empty-handed. There is no so-called Navy spirit at all, let alone recruiting new people. Now I brought back 666s all at once. That's the existence of a king's explosion. Bolt, tell me honestly, did you find these people for Garp? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. Zepha and Crane also suddenly came to their senses. No, That was when Laxus and Mr. Carp separated, reminding Mr. Carp that the talent to kidnap. Mr. Carp was still skeptical, but he didn't expect that after meeting, it would be so good. Bolt said in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Mr. Carp has always ignored Donghai's new talents. Furthermore, Laxus seems to be very familiar with the East China Sea. He also went to the village of Kokoja not far from Mr. Carp's hometown, and took away an excellent navigator. East China Sea. Chapter 509, Appointment of Chihuahai. If, on that day, Mr. Carp could go to look for talents earlier, or he could bring Laxus into the Navy headquarters. It's Laxus again. Warring States 3 feet's look changed dramatically. Bolt clearly heard the inappropriateness in his words, and asked in a deep voice, Marshal of the Warring States period, is it because of Laxus that you contacted Mr. Carp at this time? Bolt is still very interested in this young man who has a unique vision for selecting candidates. In particular, it is possible to give 2 famous swords to a swordsman at will. This kind of fulfillment made him even more convinced. After all, every swordsman loves the sword like his life. Yes, this time, we contacted Carp for Laxus. Warring States said in a deep voice. Not long ago, Bastius sent back information. He has a deep understanding of the 6th form and 6th form profound truth. After being appraised by me and Zepha, I intend to invite him to teach at the Navy recruit camp. It's just that when we just made a decision, Alabasta came back and disappeared, and the 7 Wuhai crocodile sought the country and was beheaded by Laxus. At the last moment, the great skeleton demon suddenly appeared and snatched the corpse away. Now the official of Alabasta is giving us a reasonable answer. Speaking of which, after a brief pause in the Warring States period, he said with a slightly dignified expression, this time, the execution of Chihuahai for the country is a huge shame for our Navy and even the world government. After all, the appointment of Chihuahai is from the world government. If people from the outside world know that Chihuahai appointed by the world government has done such absurd things, it will be a bad reputation for our Navy headquarters. The slightly elongated voice changed Bolt's breathing. Long time, the existence of the system of Chihuahai has been controversial. If it is not that the 5 old stars go their own way, use the power of pirates to check and balance pirates. I am afraid it will not evolve into the current privilege issue. As the Warring States said, once this case is handled improperly, the reputation of the Navy headquarters, and the justice it insists on will also be, after all, the desert kingdom of Alabas, but it exists like a great country. And also has a second layer of noble status. If this matter is not handled properly, it will chill the hearts of all countries in the world. Marshal of the Warring States, what do you need me to do? Bolt replied solemnly. Warring States a little. Nodding with satisfaction, he said, Bolt, now Laxus is not on the bounty list, nor does he have any other background forces, so I hope you can invite him to join the Navy headquarters, or in the boot camp. As long as he adds a layer of Navy status, then he defeats Shichibukai and stops the sand crocodile's country-seeking ambition. It will also be a logical manifestation of our Navy's justice, and it can also increase our Navy's shock and deterrence force. What's more, Laxus has a profound understanding of opposites. If he can be recruited into the training camp, the strength of our Navy will be improved to a huge level. The slightly elongated voice, mixed with a powerful taste, is enough to show the determination of the Warring States. Bolt said, Marshal of the Warring States period, don't worry, I will help Mr. Carp sober up now and try to arrive in Alabasta as soon as possible to deal with this matter. With your response, I'm also relieved. Warring States secretly let out a sigh of relief. As for Carp, we'll talk about it when we come back. I hope you have a good journey. After a few more greetings, Bolt hung up the phone bug. 3 of the Warring States period looked at each other, they also fell into silence. Originally, they just thought that Long Yu only had a deep research on the 6 forms. Never occurred to me that Long Yu had the ability to discover talents. It can be said that the Navy headquarters has recruited a large number of new soldiers in the past year. It also allows the naval branches of other seas to push various types of talents. However, at the end of the year, it is good to have 1 or 2 outstanding students. Never occurred to me that the 4 casually recommended by Long Yu would have such a big rating in Bolt's mouth. If they can join the Navy headquarters, in time, it may really be possible to add a few lieutenant generals to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, among these people, there is still one, but the son of the monster. Of this younger generation with the bloodline of Carp and the revolutionary Drago dragon must not be underestimated. However, the 3 people in the field had a headache when they thought about the issue of identity. After all, a Garp has already brought out the scourge of the entire Navy headquarters, and brought out a soy sauce General Chingzi. There is also a yellow ape who was influenced to go astray. His salary was not in the account, and his work was not serious. In case there is another demon king of chaos, it is completely possible to form a team. Chapter 510, Hard Ideas. However, as far as this is concerned, they can't help thinking about it. Only thing that can be done is to hope that Carp and Bolt can bring Laxus back. Inside the Navy Square in Rogue Town. Bolt hung up the phone bug and looked at Garp, who was still sleeping, frowning. The next moment, 4 piercing sounds suddenly flashed out in the dark. The speed was so fast that it cut through the sky of dozens of meters and smashed directly into his face. Bolt's expression couldn't help changing, and he was about to get out of the way. An unexpected scream made his nerves tense. "Grandpa, I don't want to go back to the Navy headquarters with you. I want to be a pirate. I want to be a big pirate like Shanks." "Damn, what Laxus," he actually complained to Grandpa, "and I want to seek revenge on him now." Cursing voices echoed in the huge square. Originally, Bolt was still, wondering, what does that mean? The next moment, a strong and powerful hand directly clasped his ankle. "Nai nai de lu fei, ni dan gon ku dang hai zei, ye ye bian zo si ni, rang ni chong shi shao I de tai quan zi wei." Garp blew his snot and stood up with his eyes closed. The clenched fist in his hand smashed directly at the back of Bolt's head. The violent scene made Bolt startled. Never thought that the drunk Garp would treat him as Luffy and grabbed his ankle. It's a very easy thing to fight and get a punch or two. But now in order to avoid, his grandson escaped, but Caperna used the strength of milk. Let Bolt struggle, the harder he uses. Moreover, the fast attacking fist from behind, and the attack of breaking through the air, made Bolt sigh helplessly. Jung, the sound of the knife ringing suddenly sounded. Cold light flashed, and the 444s faced each other, and they were cut in 2 in an instant. At the same time, the famous knife in Bolt's hand turned over and directly blocked Carp's fist. Dang! The dull metal collision sounded, and it caused a gust of wind to roll back. Feel the fist this time, hit the hard point. The drunk Garp was obviously startled, and opened his sleepy eyes. "You, aren't you Bolt? Why are you holding a knife? Are you planning to kill me while the old man is drunk?" Carp woke up most of the time. "You bastard, even if you want to kill. Old man, say hello to me early and let me take a bath first, and now I'm dying of alcoholism, and I'm so useless." Seeing Carp, who was running the train with his mouth full as soon as he opened his mouth, Bolt also had a headache. Squeezing the muscles on his face twitching, he said, "Mr. Carp, I advise you, if you still have the mind to talk in your sleep, why didn't you hurry up and chase your grandson?" The 4 of them escaped secretly just now, as if they were going to seek revenge on Laxus. "What?" Garp's sleepy eyes suddenly became as big as Bull's eyes. "I looked around and found that there was no whereabouts of Luffy 44 at all." Immediately, he shouted in a hurry, "You bastard, dare to slip away under Grandpa's eyes. You bastards, who allowed you to drink, get out of my way and set sail for me. If time is delayed and my grandson becomes a pirate, I will kill you. As a navy, don't you even know what discipline is? A hysterical roar echoed in the huge square. However, in the face of these shouts, the snoring in the field was still thunderous, overpowering Garp's harsh words. Ahem, Mr. Carp, it's you who allowed them to drink. If they want to kill you, they should kill you first. Bolt coughed dryly and explained. Carp was stunned for a moment, and shook his heavy head. In the vague memory, there seemed to be something vaguely about it. Cheeks slightly red, he hurriedly said, then wait for them to get up, and I'll swim to chase after them. Mr. Carp, I advise you not to pursue it for the time being. Not long ago, the Warring States Marshal personally contacted you and asked you to go to Alabasta to meet with Lieutenant General Bastiu. Bolt said in a low voice. Meet Bastius, isn't that guy following Laxus? Garp said with a stagnant expression. Also, when Warring States contacted me, nothing else happened. Recalling the farce just now, and the murderous Warring States 3-3, Bolt decided not to tell Garp for the time being, and said, this time the Warring States Marshal contacted him personally because there appeared in Alabasta something related to Chihuahai. National Affairs. Mr. Laxus fought against Chihuahai Crocodile and finally killed him, but behind this incident, there is still a big skeleton who forcibly intervened. The matter is too complicated, and Mr. Garp needs to go to hand over in person. Finally, Marshal of Warring States, ask Mr. Garp to invite Mr. Laxus to join the Navy headquarters. What? Garp woke up suddenly, looking at Bolt with a serious face. It was not a joke at all. Chapter 511, A Different World. He never imagined that in the short period of time he was drunk, Long Yu will call out a tiger's tooth from the world government. If this incident spreads out, it will definitely shock the whole sea. 3 days later, Alabasta, Rapeseed Port. A huge black shadow fluttered in the air, instantly alarming the king's army and the rebel army stationed in the port. When he saw the huge bone dragon falling from the sky, a frenzy flashed on his face. Not long ago, there was a battle in Juba, but it spread quickly. Of course, the disseminated version is the version that has been officially unified through Wei Wei, the Princess of Alabasta. 7 Wuhai Crocodile intends to seek the country. Princess Vivi ventures out to sea, and reaches a deal with the skeleton demon and Laxus. And, Laxus beheaded Shichibukai Crocodile. Of the transaction, the great skeleton changed Yuba to a different place. The former yellow sand land rejuvenate. It can be said that no matter now is Laxus or the identity of the skeleton demon, it is now a heroic existence in Alabasta. As for what the Navy headquarters will say in the future, that is another matter. After all, Alabasta is the victim, and Shichibukai has the privileges granted by the world government. If you really argue, I am afraid that the Navy headquarters will not only lose face. They will also be given the title of incompetence. In the end, I will only find a peaceful and safe way. Okay, don't look anymore. Kosha walked quickly. Now that Crocodile was beheaded by Dragon Feather, the misunderstanding between the king's army and the rebel army was resolved, and Kosha became an important member of Alabasta. At the same time, he was also assigned to become an official who was handed over to Long Yu. Yes. The guards quickly agreed, and reluctantly retracted their gazes. Kosha looked at Fang Qi, who had landed on the bone dragon, with satisfaction, and after riding the fast-running duck, he walked away directly from the dust. After running for 2 or 3 kilometers, he finally found the bone dragon that landed on the ground in a huge sand dune basin. In addition to Long Yu, the leaders were Wei Wei, Nico Robin, Nami, and the Silent Az. Ains Sama, have you been looking for the location of the great tomb of Lionel Isaac? After Kosha arrived in a hurry, he hurriedly turned over and fell down. According to Wei Wei's transaction request that day, Long Yu helped to kill Crocodile and gave 2 great gifts at the same time. In exchange, Alabasta will lease the Rapeseed Port to Long Yu. Facing the gesture, the big desert turned into an oasis, and with a stomping of the scepter in his hand, it rained heavily for 7 days. This kind of skill-like method is astonishing. More is still holding, and receiving Long Yu well. I can't say that if they are happy in the future, their desert kingdom Alabasta will be able to get a few more oases and a few torrential rains. For Alabas than those gold and silver mountains. Kosha, this desert is not far from the rapeseed port, and the terrain is quite hidden. Lord Long Yu intends to build the great tomb of Narasak here. From her forehead and said anxiously. Go back now and report to my father, and let my father gather some people to help Lord Long Yu and build the great tomb of Narasak as soon as possible. Wei Wei was confused about the name of the building mentioned in Long Yu's mouth, named after the tomb. However, she knew very well that all this had nothing to do with her. There is only one thing she has to do. To help the boy in front of you, who can't figure out the depths, to do everything within your power. According to the reminder given by Lord Long Yu that day, the size of the tomb is too large. We plan to dispatch 30,000 soldiers to help Lord Long Yu build it. Kosha said after a moment of hesitation. As for the materials needed for the construction, King Cobra is willing to support it unconditionally, but it will take about a year. After all, many materials need to be excavated and sold overseas. The requirements for the construction of the tomb of Narasak, it reached the level of a palace. What's more, they still need to ask Long Yu for Alabasta in the future. Now it can be considered to be full of strength, intending to help Long Yu to build the great tomb of Narasak. It's just that Alabasta has been in civil strife for a long time, and it's obviously a bit overwhelming. No need, this is my business, and the amount of work is not as huge as you think. It only takes a moment to be enough. Long Yu said lightly. For a moment, the people present couldn't help but startled, and their faces were stunned. In their eyes, the construction of a huge tomb building with 8 floors reaching the Earth's rock formations is no less than the amount of work for the royal palace in Al Napa. Now Long Yu said that it can be done in an instant. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, who would believe it? However, recalling not long ago, Long Yu raised his hands and turned the desert into an oasis. That godlike means made it impossible for them to refute. Lord Long Yu, you are our benefactor of Alabasta, please don't think it's troublesome for us, so refuse our help. Wei Wei made a quick statement. Chapter 512, Miracle. However, oncoming him was Long Yu's warm big hand. Under Wei Wei's astonished gaze, it directly covered her head. After rubbing it fondly, he said, Don't worry, I will never let it go if I get a bargain. Of course, the favor you owe me in Alabasta is to be repaid, but it is not now. It's all backed up a bit, time has been delayed a lot, and the magic power in the body has returned to its original state. It's time to build the great tomb of Narasak. 3 days ago, after the fidelity of Bone King's character template was improved, in addition to unlocking the 8th order undead magic and resurrecting the dead, also has the ability to summon the great tomb of Narasak. The construction of the great tomb of Narasak was not very useful to Long Yu, who likes to roam everywhere on the sea. However, just as Laxus built Fairy Tale, summoning the great tomb of Narasak was to make the Bone King template more realistic. Looking at the scattered crowd, under the endless black mist rolling over Long Yu's body, he directly transformed into the character template of the Bone King. Of Senbai's right hand suddenly clenched under the scepter. A huge wave of magic power surged wildly in his body. The robes on his body even made a screeching noise without the wind. Feeling this huge sense of oppression, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Without thinking too much, he quickly retreated. However, during this process, their eyes were always locked on Long Yu. Desperately trying to figure out what form the huge tomb of Narasak was built in. However, this idea just popped into my mind. The scepter clenched in Long Yu's hand suddenly stomped towards the ground under the watchful eyes of the public. A dull sound suddenly sounded. Everyone present was stunned at first, and an inexplicable suffocating air machine quickly stirred with Long Yu as the center. Summon, the great tomb of Narasak. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. A huge tidal wave of magic power exploded in Long Yu's body in an instant. It felt like a flood burst. Wherever he passed, the earth roared like thunder. The endless yellow sand is madly rewinding. Seems that a huge sand earthquake, wind sand, and huge waves have formed, which are gathered together, giving people the feeling of doomsday. The face of this violent scene, if the bone dragon hadn't stopped in front of them in time. I'm afraid it has already been swept away by the endless sandstorm. Only fortunate thing is that the wind and sand together, only lasted for a few tens of seconds, and then completely annihilated between heaven and earth. The roar of the rolling rock formations, at this moment, is even more gradual. Fall back. Everyone came back to their senses, they hurriedly looked at Long Yu. First to see it, it is a huge desolate, simple, like a 10-meter-high Morihan cemetery building. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and under the pupil contraction, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. However, even if they rubbed their eyes red, the huge desolate building in front of them still did not disappear in front of them. At this moment, they finally understood why Long Yu refused Wei Wei's kindness to help. Their eyes, the huge tomb of Narisik, like a palace, was really going to be built in the hands of Long Yu. Just a thought. Similar to the oasis of Yuba. This horse riding is a miracle. Okay, Daz, bring Crocodile's body and come with me. Without turning his head, Long Yu greeted him and walked straight to the entrance of the great tomb. As a gift from the system, he can go anywhere with just a thought. However, Long Yu does not know if there is anything else in it. On the contrary, there was a vague expectation. Looking at Long Yu's footsteps, a huge door of light opened in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the whole person directly immersed in it and disappeared. The people present suddenly remembered another important thing. Resurrection of Crocodile. On that day, Dragon Feather beheaded Crocodile in public, they are still vivid in their minds. Lapse of 3 days, the so-called Great Tomb of Narisik was built not only in an instant. Who died 3 days ago and was one of the 7 seas. It was completely beyond their comprehension. However, in the face of Long Yu again and again, he showed miraculous means. After everyone looked at each other subconsciously, they quickly followed. Daz even picked up the specially made coffin and quickened his pace. At this moment, there was an inexplicable expectation in his heart. Of resurrecting a dead person seems very nonsense. But facing the unfathomable Dragon Feather, Daz seems to have caught a life-saving straw. Chaotic thoughts flashed in everyone's mind. After passing through the huge portal, a gloomy and cold wind hit the face. After making everyone shudder uncontrollably, everything in front of them changed in an instant. A huge and empty palace, with large statues on both sides standing on the pillars. Chapter 513, Insect Man. Eventually spread to the end of the hall. A luxurious king chair, decorated with various crystals, representing power, rests on it as if it were eternal. Seeing the scene in front of them, the expressions of Wei Wei and the others couldn't help changing. They never imagined that the huge tomb that was built up in a single thought would be so different from the mausoleum they imagined. Feeling the oppressive aura that filled this place, Wei Wei couldn't help but take a half step forward. Dragon Feather. Bang! A low sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. The biting cold wind, with an inexplicable depressing breath, rolled across the sky. Facing the figure that appeared in front of her without warning, Wei Wei's expression changed drastically. Moment or 3, it was impossible to react in time. 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds. Nico Robin was the first to drink up. Compared with Wei Wei, Robin, who has always been busy escaping for his life in the past, is obviously not comparable to the royal princess in combat experience. Faced with such a mysterious place, the moment she set foot on it, she cheered up. Hands quickly intertwined, with the help of the ability of Wawa Fruit, dense arms quickly spread out from the ground, and caught the attacking figure. Who was carrying the coffin, unfolded the steel blade under his feet and quickly slid out of the crowd. He has not officially joined Long Yu's subordinate, but in the face of this crisis, he still chose to take action. Moat slash. When the hands and fingers suddenly spit out the sharp blades, there is no trace of fancy. He slammed towards the incoming dark shadow. Bang! The dull and thunderous collision sound suddenly echoed. The moment Daz slammed his hands on the shadow, his face changed drastically. To slash fruit quickly, the slashing power displayed by him has only been frustrated in front of Long Yu. All along, but never failed. Now that this shot fell, Daz had a feeling of being hit on an iron plate. The death sigh of the sixth order magic freezer. The cold voice was not mixed with half color. The moment the voice fell, the biting cold wind suddenly opened in the sigh. The sudden sense of crisis made Nicole Robbins face pale, and hurriedly shouted, "Daz, hurry back." Voice fell, the shadow was wrapped around it, and a thin layer of ice crystals appeared on the arm created by the ability of Wawa fruit. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, he was quickly frozen in ice. Before they could react, the cold wind rushed towards them rapidly. Wherever. The ground was quickly frozen. Broken teeth. Bang! The ice crystals on the black shadow were broken in an instant. A huge light blue body, nearly 3 meters long, appeared in front of everyone. The axe and spear held in his hand swung abruptly and slashed towards Dazly, who could not be avoided. For a time, the air was humming, and there were ice crystals surging along the way. Facing the oncoming attack, Daz didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly raised his hands to block. Bang! The gigantic force was released, like a galloping horse, causing Daz's internal organs to be shaken. The whole person is like a cannonball, flying upside down. It smashed heavily on a pillar dozens of meters away. If the coffin hadn't been taken off earlier, I'm afraid that with this blow, Crocodile's body would have turned into meat sauce. After all, Daz has the ability to cut fruit quickly, and his whole body is said to be as strong as steel. It was also chopped right now, and it shook the internal organs, which is enough to prove the power of this blow, and it can definitely easily split a pirate ship. However, the messy thoughts just flashed in Daz's mind, and the cold words that fell in his ears hit his soul like a heavy hammer. Goodbye, warriors who dare to confront me head-on. At this moment, the cold and piercing voice seemed to be infinitely amplified. Falling in Daz's ear, there is a kind of feeling like death is urging life. He never imagined that not long ago, under Long Yu's men, he would get a small life back. Now facing the threat of death. At this moment, the honor of the former strong man was completely gone. The axe spear that appeared in his pupils and quickly slashed towards him. His hands were still in severe pain from the collision just now, obviously unable to catch up. Only thing you can do is to watch death come to you. Cocytus, that's enough. S voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, for everyone, it is like the sound of heaven. Looking at the axe and spear that fell head-on, it stopped abruptly when it was an inch away. The fierce slashing and slashing wind swept through, with a crackling sound like rain hitting a banana. It even made people feel that the pupils suddenly contracted, and everything was frozen in the place where the wind passed. Even Daz's body surface has a thin layer of ice crystals. However, when they saw clearly the appearance of the person who made the sneak attack, their faces were full of disbelief. This is a giant insect man. At least, the first adjective that flashed through their minds was this one. Chapter 514, Gravekeeper. About 3 meters high, it looks like it is covered in light blue armor, with 4 arms and a well-defined tail. A pair of eyes suddenly turned down and landed on Long Yu. The huge body turned, and in front of everyone's eyes, he suddenly knelt down on one knee. The guardian of the 5th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazareth, Cocytus, see the Great Supreme Being, Lord Ains Ergen. The loud and clear voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing in the huge palace, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Looking at the insect man who suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed DOS. He even called Long Yu an adult. Then his identity is self-evident. I am afraid he is the tomb keeper of the great tomb of Nazareth. Right now, a gravekeeper is so powerful. If there are more than a few, I am afraid it will be a nightmare. Perhaps, sensing the thoughts of Nico Robin and the others, Cocytus suddenly raised his head and said respectfully, Lord Ains, this subordinate has just woken up from a deep sleep. It's just that I haven't found any traces of Albedo, Shaltir Bradfrin and others. May I ask Ains-sama, what's going on here? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Nico Robin and others changed drastically. Who has suffered so much? His expression is even more livid. A tomb guard has already made them suffer. According to Cossister, he is not the only one who guards the grave, there are an unknown number of them. If this news spreads out, I am afraid it will cause a sensation in the whole world. After all, the great skeleton demon was born not long ago, and in the eyes of outsiders, he was just alone. However, by one person alone, he played with the Navy headquarters and was applauded. There are still an unknown number of subordinates with unknown strength, which is a huge force. It's a nightmare for anyone. Co-sister, it's nice to see you faithful and loyal. Long Yu was also a little surprised. I thought that the system was only giving away the empty tomb of Nazareth, and it would take him time to collect some younger brothers and fill it up. I never thought that I would send out a rank 100. This is known as one of the 4 strongest in hand-to-hand combat, Nazareth. Known as the ruler of the glaciers. The occupations are Juggernaut, Asura, Niflheim Knight, etc. If released, I am afraid that it will be comparable to the general level. As for the outcome, Long Yu did not dare to draw a conclusion. Cossister heard the words, his expression stunned, and he said excitedly, Thank you for your kindness, Ains-sama. It is Cossister's honor to be able to wake up first and be driven by Ains-sama. I just didn't know that these weak bugs are the guests of Ains-sama, so they act recklessly and hope that Ains-sama will punish him severely. Seeing that after finishing the harsh words, he held the axe and spear in both hands and handed it to Long Yu. This kind of loyalty, but even Long Yu was taken aback. As for Daz and the others, their expressions were even more ashen. Looking at him and Nico Robin as the Baroque Work Club, the strongest cadres. Usually people are frightened by the wind, and they never thought that it would reach the mouth of this insect man. It will become a weak worm. However, when he thought of the violent confrontation just now, it was impossible to refute. Especially Daz, he was still a little arrogant in his heart for the repeated invitations to Long Yu not long ago. Otherwise, he will not refuse Long Yu's transaction, and seek to make his will by death. I thought Long Yu would be impossible without him. Never occurred to me that if Long Yu's subordinates just walked out of a grave guard, he would not be able to compete with him. The huge gap between the front and the back made Daz unacceptable for a moment. Co-sister, you are not wrong. As the gravekeeper of the Nazareth necropolis, I am very pleased with your due diligence. I am also very happy to see you. Long Yu said in a deep voice. The scepter in his hand, facing the ground, suddenly stomped, and said, However, before I gave an order, you shot without authorization, that is a very big mistake. Now, I will punish you, and then be more loyal to me, and make a name for the necropolis of Nazareth. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge palace. Originally, everyone thought that Long Yu was going to punish Co-sister. I didn't think of it at all, I just sold dog meat with a sheep's head, said a few harsh words, and then comforted him again. However, looking at Co-sister's excited gaze and slapped his chest heavily, as a gesture of allegiance, the people present couldn't help but be stunned. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Ains. The weapon in Co-sister's hand will split everything. May the great tomb of Nazareth be supreme, and the glory of Lord Ains will spread throughout this land. Rolling voices gave people a deafening feeling. Faced with this unquestionable gesture of Chichester. In the minds of everyone present, only a thought flashed. In front of him was absolutely brainwashed by pyramid schemes. I am afraid that Long Yu now, let him die. Without hesitation, he directly drew his sword and slaughtered himself. Chapter 515, MLM Brainwashing. Of course, in the face of such a fanatical co-sister, they dare not make a mistake. The only thing they can do is to stand aside and stare obediently. Okay, co-sister, I have seen your loyalty. Now you, wait by the side, allow me to settle other trivial matters first. Long Yu replied in a deep voice. He is very confident in the loyalty of the people in the original Bone King. After all, that kind of die-hard loyalists is completely worthy of the pyramid scheme brainwashing. As ordered. Co-sister stepped aside happily, but the position was near the high platform of the king's chair. The axe and spear in his hand stomped towards the heavy floor, making a dull crashing sound. That awe-inspiring aura fully interprets what it means to be faithful and to see death as home. Cough, Daz, bring Crocodile's body up. Long Yu couldn't help coughing dryly at co-sister's appearance. It was indeed beyond his expectations. However, with the establishment of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Long Yu couldn't stay here for a long time. It can be said that the appearance of Kuzist also solved Long Yu's worries. Bang! The dull coffin was placed on the ground by Daz. From rotting due to the hot weather after his death, Long Yu cast freezing magic in the coffin, temporarily refrigerating it. Of course, it wasn't that Long Yu didn't want to revive Crocodile earlier. Just to pretend, try to extend the range of superposition magic and the change of heaven and earth to the maximum. Directly squandering all the magic power of the character template of the Bone King, even the old bottom is exhausted. It can be said that the overdraft is not surprising. As an 8th order magic, the magic power required for the resurrection of the dead is no less than that of superposition magic. After all, this is a heaven-defying method that can make people recover from the yellow spring. Open the coffin. Long Yu suddenly stood up and walked towards Daz. The condescending attitude, at this moment, made Long Yu's whole body mixed with the inexplicable oppressive taste of the world. Feeling this breath, Daz's expression changed, and he knelt down in public with a thud. Lord Longlongyu, can you really revive Lord Crocodile? If so, I hope you will be merciful for a while. As the number 1 cadre in Crocodile, he is well aware of his temper. Once it is really resurrected, I am afraid that it will be involuntarily shot. You can't beat it before you are alive, and it will come back after you die. Probably no exception. Daz didn't want to. Clocker came back to life. Immediately. Again. Beheaded. Don't worry, he is still useful to me, but if he really messes up, he still needs a lesson or two. Long Yu said lightly. Looking at this scene, Daz hesitated for a moment, then nodded his thanks with gritted teeth. Thank you, Lord Longyu. Fell, Daz stood up and looked at the heavy coffin behind him. His right hand slammed upwards. Dust explosion slash. Bang! The lid of the coffin, which was sealed with ice, was overturned, exposing Crocodile frozen in it. Looking at this old crocodile, who was known as one of the 7 Wuhei and had the title of Sand Crocodile, ended up in today's end. While everyone felt embarrassed, they wanted to see more urgently. Did Dragon Feather bring Crocodile back from the dead? Looking at Long Yu who was slowly approaching the coffin, Daz took a few steps back, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva like the others. They could react. The scepter in Long Yu's hand suddenly stomped towards the ground. Boom! The crisp echo sounded like a dull thunder. The magic power that was as black as ink rushed out of Long Yu's body. It hit the ceiling with a wild attitude. A huge magic circle suddenly spread out and covered the entire palace. A dark shadow, behind Long Yu, quickly changed. The next moment, before everyone could react, it finally turned into the shadow of the god of death holding a sickle. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he cut his abdomen with his backhand. PFF'd. The huge hole was cut open in the abdomen. A hazy light flashed quickly in the abdomen. One head plunged into the coffin. Was originally frozen, suddenly opened his eyes. Under the gradual focus of Wushan's pupils, there is a hint of color. Looking at this scene, the movements in Long Yu's hands did not stop. The scepter stomped toward the ground, and the thick ice crystals quickly melted away. Losing these constraints, Crocodile's rigid body quickly regained consciousness. Gradually brightened, locked on Long Yu's body with a turn of Gulu. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." With the hysterical roar, Crocodile swayed and rushed out of the coffin. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They were already guessing. However, I never thought that Crocodile would actually make a move. However, before Long Yu could react, a light blue afterimage had already appeared in front of him. Chapter 516, I'm Dead. Slash before the axe. With the deep voice, Crocodile's face immediately turned. Dramatic changes, too late to think about it, and quickly raised the golden hook in his hand to block. Bang! The dull collision sound came out, and the huge impact was vented, and Crocodile flew out like a sandbag. In the end, it hit the wall dozens of meters away. PFF'd. Crocodile opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked up hastily, looking at his hands full of disbelief. "No, it's not possible. My devil fruit ability, where have I gone? Why can't I perform elementalization?" Crocodile roared frantically. Long Yu frowned slightly, although he had already expected that once a person died, he would lose his devil fruit ability. "However, I did not expect that even casting resurrection magic that does not belong to this world would not be able to get rid of this law." Buzz. A slight air vibration sounded suddenly. A strange force emerged from Long Yu's perception. Turning back to the throne, he was the first to catch sight of the fruit that was quickly mutating on the table. I saw that the originally bright red apple quickly turned into a yellowish color. There are even more blossoms on it, like a cloud-like pattern. Looking at this strange scene, Long Yu couldn't help but jump in his heart. Crocodile lost his devil fruit ability. However, because of the resurrection of the deceased, in the Yellow Spring, the target of the spell can be robbed of the young world. Together with the fruit demon attached to Crocodile's body, he was also awakened. However, the re-emergence of the devil fruit is the same as the ability of Blackbeard to cast the dark fruit and seize the fruit in the original book. It is selective and attaches to other fruits. What the hell is going on here? Where did my devil fruit power go? Crocodile roared again and again. For him, the biggest reliance on the sea all his life is the ability to rustle fruit. Now suddenly deprived of the power to survive, it's a nightmare, so to speak. "Lord Crocodile, you are cold." Daz rushed up first and explained anxiously. "Have you died? It was Lord Long Yu who brought you back to life." "I'm dead." Crocodile was stunned. In his chaotic mind, the scenes of the day flashed, and finally settled on the punch of the lightning coil. Huo Ran looked up at Long Yu and roared sharply. "You bastard, you dare to kill me." As a dignified veteran pirate, and one of the Chihuahai, when did Crocodile think that he would end up like this? No. Should be said that when he was dying, he did not think about it. If it wasn't for him to live a new life, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know he died. "Weak ants, if you dare to disrespect Ain-sama, let me kill you here." Cosette's icy voice sounded. The axe and spear in his hand slammed towards the ground and inserted directly into the thick floor. The next moment, the right hand flipped down, and the spatial fluctuations opened. His right hand, he caught it in the air, and a large sword about 2 meters long, with a golden back and a blue blade, was taken out by Kossister. Knives God Sword Emperor. Kossister suddenly clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, and the blue blade pointed to Crocodile at the moment. A huge magic force rolled back. The biting cold wind, like the tide, directly freezes the place where it passes. Feeling this breathtaking energy, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Who was locked by the air machine, seemed to fall into the ice cellar. That looked at Kossister was full of disbelief. As one of the rare big pirates in this sea, has the experience of 100 battles, but he knows clearly that this strange insect man is in front of him. The breath exuded is definitely not worse than him. However, for such a powerful being, Ains-sama could be eaten in one bite. Does this mean that he is Long Yu's subordinate? Lord Crocodile, stop it quickly. This is Lord Long Yu's subordinate and the tomb keeper of the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Now you are not at all his opponent. Daz hurriedly persuaded. And, as a condition for resurrecting you, I promise to serve him for 3 years with Lord Crocodile. The slightly elongated voice was like an invisible hammer at this moment, hitting Crocodile's nerves. Looking at Daz, his face was full of disbelief. He never imagined that he was not only killed, but also resurrected by his enemies. Now you have to serve the enemy. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that he would be reduced to such an end. Co-sister, please forgive his rudeness. After all, he was beheaded by me. Long Yu said lightly. Co-sister couldn't help but startled, and the violent magic power that was released immediately dissipated. He put away the god-slaying sword emperor in his hand, and said, it turned out to be Lord Ains's defeated general. It's because my subordinates are too reckless, thinking that this kind of defeat can hurt Ains-sama. I hope your forgiveness. Looking at co-sister who pleaded guilty to himself as soon as he opened his mouth, Long Yu couldn't help but have a headache. Chapter 517. Loyalty is beyond doubt. Of taking any fault as one's own fault is equally troubling. However, in the face of the daring and loyal co-sister, Long Yu did not intend to entangle him anymore. As for Crocodile, I'll give you 2 paths now. 1. Like Daz, serve me for 3 years and then return to freedom. 2. Seek revenge from me, and be killed again. For you who are hiding in this weak sea and eliminated by history, I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second time. Deep voice came out, and at this moment, as if it was filled with a magical sound, it echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Daz's expression couldn't help changing, and he hurriedly looked back. Lord Crocodile, only by being alive can you have endless possibilities. What's more, as Lord Long Yu said, our choices were all wrong back then. Without the ability of Devil Fruit, how can you defeat Lord Long Yu? If you really want to shoot, then waiting for you, it will be death. The hurried words are like torture from the soul. Facing Daz, with the merciless scolding, Crocodile's expression stiffened. Crocodile, you once told me that the weak should follow the strong, and you are no worse than me, are you? Nico Robin spoke suddenly. Crocodile's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Nicole Robin, I didn't expect you to care about me. Care about you? Nicole Robin smiled playfully and shook her head. Crocodile, you seem to have misunderstood something. I don't care about you, but as a person of Lord Long Yu, I just follow my interests. It can be said that your submission is only to maximize the benefits of this farce. Of course, if you insist on seeking death, it will not harm the Lord Long Yu. The voice of Chang's words echoed in the empty palace hall. The eyes of many present all fell on Crocodile, bringing an inexplicable pressure. Life and death. As Daz said, he lost the power of the Devil Fruit, and the result is obvious. When I think of this, Crocodile is horribly, I have lost the power of the Devil Fruit, and my strength has already been greatly reduced. I am afraid that even Daz will not be able to win. Speaking of this, Crocodile and co-sister glanced at him and said, you have a lot of strong men under your command. I want to know, what's the use of staying here? If you are pure, in order to humiliate me and let me do some trivial things, then I would rather you kill me again. As one of the 7 Seas, the former strong man, Crocodile was right. Almost all of his strength comes from the Devil Fruit ability. To Alabasta, he ignored the 2-color domineering prevailing in the New World. It is more obsessed with conspiracy, and the capture of Pluto. However, now that he has lost the ability of Sha Fruit, for Crocodile, it can be said that it has deprived 90% of his combat power. As he said, without the ability of Sha Fruit, whether he can defeat Daz is another matter. Haha, Crocodile, I did not see you wrong. I would rather die than be humiliated. Long Yu burst out laughing. However, don't worry, I can give it if I can take it away. I want you to work under my command after you are reborn, and you will become stronger. This is your rustling fruit. Voice fell, and Long Yu's right hand probed into the air. That was originally placed on the high platform was directly ingested by Long Yu. Looking at this familiar old man, Crocodile couldn't help but get excited. Lord Crocodile, this is your devil fruit. Daz's expression changed involuntarily. He is full of yearning for Crocodile. However, that is the way of the strong. If Crocodile loses the ability of the devil fruit, even himself is inferior. Would inevitably be a little awkward for Daz. Right now, Dragon Feather is not only the resurrection of Crocodile, but also the lost and found devil fruit. This is simply subverting their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would want to believe that the scene in front of them is true. This is indeed my rust fruit. Crocodile barely suppressed the excitement in his heart. It can be said that when he discovered that he had lost the rustling fruit of the powerhouse just now, Crocodile had a feeling of drowning in his heart. However, now that it was lost and found, after the excitement in his heart dissipated, Crocodile's gaze towards Long Yu was completely different. A moment ago, for the dragon feather who killed himself. His heart was full of hatred and anger. But now that I calm down and think about everything, my spine is chilled. Chapter 518, The Third Encirclement and Suppression. The young man in front of him not only has the ability to switch identities. At the same time, he also has the means to change the world, and even he who thought he was dead can be resurrected. It is to keep the fruits that should have been lost here. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would even believe the 4 emperors on this sea. Perhaps the little ghost in front of him is now inferior to the so-called 4 emperors. But in Crocodile's heart, a strange idea sprang up. In front of them will probably surpass them in time. Thinking of this, Crocodile said solemnly, I don't know how you got the rustling fruit again, but you don't worry, will I go back after I have the ability of the devil fruit again? Repent. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, haha, I still have some confidence in my personality. However, if you must flee, no matter what. Wherever you escape, the end is the same, not to mention, don't you want to become stronger, such as taking revenge? Revenge. Crocodile's expression changed, looked at Long Yu and said, okay, very good, no matter what. Its conditions or strength, you are all in line with my ambitions. I agree to your requirements, but you can't force me to do things that you don't like. Hee, don't worry, you are just the first person I want to recruit. Next, I have a few good goals. There are others. Crocodile's eyes flickered, and he looked at the dragon feathers who were all over his body, revealing a sense of mystery. During this period of contact, Crocodile clearly knew that Long Yu would never recruit some unknown people. However, who he was going to pull into the team, Crocodile couldn't help but be a little curious. New world, in an unknown sea. Under the raging winds, hurricanes and waterspouts kept stirring up the entire sea area. Fist-sized hailstones were mixed in the torrential rain, under the thunder and lightning, giving people a feeling of doomsday. This is the living environment of the New World. Crisis is not only from the pirates, but more from the natural persecution that emerges from time to time. Decades ago, One Piece Roger, and Fatiani. The Admiral Golden Lion, Shiki, was almost buried in the sea during the final confrontation. Even this is known as the strongest creature at sea. No escape, this catastrophe. Suffice it to say that man will conquer the sky. There are exceptions, but most of them are just bullshit. Bang! 3 huge naval battleships directly broke through the waves, braved the majestic heavy rain, and moved forward quickly. The faces of the Navy soldiers stationed on the deck were full of iron blue. In the face of such bad weather, there was more or less a trace of worry and fear on his face. However, when his eyes fell on the back standing on the bow deck, he gritted his teeth and persisted. General Sakazuki, this weather will not only be very dangerous to advance in the rain, but I'm afraid it will not be able to catch up with the remnants of the Walder pirates. the ghost spider said solemnly. In the face of this weather, he didn't even have a chance to touch the cigar he smoked on weekdays. Bastard, this is the third siege, why can he still escape? Akainu's face was gloomy, and he growled angrily. This time, he attacked the Tianlong people fleet traveling abroad. At this juncture, the nature is very bad. Don't forget what happened in the Chambord Islands not long ago. If the Tianlong people are injured again, or die in the attack, then the world government will have no confidence in our naval headquarters at all. The rolling voices were filled with resentment. A vice admiral couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They know clearly that Akainu, as a general, is invincible every time he makes a shot. In the face of the Emperor of the Sea, they are all reluctant to give in. Compared with Kizaru and Qingzi, what he insists on is unbreakable justice. However, everything that happened on the Chambord Islands was Waterloo to Akainu. Especially at the end, the Tianlong people were beheaded in public. The Navy headquarters tried their best to dig 3 feet into the ground, but still couldn't find the skeleton demon. The gesture that seemed to disappear out of thin air and slipped away under the eyes made Akainu feel an unusually embarrassed feeling every time he thought about it. Akainu, it's the call of the warring states marshal. It seems that we can rest for a while. Kizaru's sloppy voice came out from the cabin. The Navy soldiers look relieved. Normal weather, sailing in the New World is already huge physical work for them. I still have to risk. Such bad weather will be a huge burden on the body. A little carelessness may lead to a point of no return. Mosamoxi, I'm Sengoku, Sakaski, please reply immediately. The call of the phone bug rang again. Akainu, who was standing on the bow, had a face full of reluctance, but in the face of the identity of the Marshal of the Warring States period, he snorted coldly and took over the phone bug. I'm Akainu, do you have any instructions? Chapter 519, Return. The phone was connected, Sengoku was obviously relieved, and said, Akainu, according to the weather, there will be a 10th level hurricane in the sea area where you are located, which has exceeded the range that the warship can withstand. I now order, you immediately. Go back and wait for the new pursuit layout. Return. Akainu shouted in a deep voice, we have been hunting for 3 consecutive days. If this storm hadn't suddenly intervened, I would have been able to sink the remnants of the Walder pirates into the sea. You let me retreat now, all the efforts I made before were wasted. Marshal of the Warring States period, you don't intend to put your hopes on those so-called Chiwahai, they are just wine bags and rice bags. The Navy soldiers and generals who were present with wine bags and rice bags couldn't help but stagnate. Evaluate Shichibukai, which is valued by the world government, as a wine bag and rice bag, is probably the only Akainu. Looking at the Navy headquarters, Shichibukai is an existence that even veteran lieutenant generals dare not despise. Akainu, I know you are unconvinced, but our Navy headquarters does not allow failure now, and issued the Chiwahai recruitment order, that is to win. Warring States said in a deep voice. As the Admiral of the Navy, the things that happened one after another during this period of time made him devastated. As a marshal, he has to bear more than Akainu. Akainu's expression changed one after another. HMPH, those guys are just white-eyed wolves. Even under the Chiwahai summoning order, how many people will respond? Facing Akainu's soft tone, Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria, Hexia Jinping, Tyrant Bear, and Empress Hancock have all received replies. Can be dispatched. Shibukai, there are 666 responses. And said vulgarly, this result is really unexpected. HMPH, this group of guys probably thinks that our Navy has a mortal heart for Wald, and thinks that we can use less energy to be so active. Akainu snorted in disdain. However, that guy Crocodile is still the same. If it wasn't for the identity of Chiwahai, I would have sunk him into the sea long ago. If there are 7 Wuhai, most people will not be there. This may be excusable. Now everyone has agreed to be dispatched, but Crocodile alone has not responded. Then it becomes a bit different and incompatible. No, I'm afraid you won't be able to sink crocodile in the future. You want to seek a country in Alabasta, and the then King Kogsha hired Laxus. Warring States said in a deep voice. What? Of everyone present changed drastically. A moment ago, They are still troubled by the existence of Shichibukai. Now they were told that Crocodile was beheaded. Moreover, this person is also the admiral of the Warring States period. If he hadn't heard of it himself, who would want to believe that all this was true? Laxus. Is it the kid I met on the 9 Snake Pirates? Akainu said with a gloomy expression. Yes, it's that guy. Warring States said in a deep voice. However, Akainu, I warn you, don't do anything to that guy, otherwise don't blame me for holding you accountable. On that day, Akainu fought against an unidentified boy in the Chambord Islands. Was also smashed by a punch, and the story of the molten giant dog was also circulated in the naval headquarters. What's more, the ghost spider set off with the team that day, for the person who was called the husband by the pirate Queen Hancock. It was simply an indelible impression. If I had to find a word to describe it. It is the public enemy of all men. Now Sengoku suddenly told them that he not only killed Shichibukai Crocodile. The attitude change that Akainu is not allowed to seek vengeance is a bit too big. Warring States, I want an explanation, why? Akainu's face sank and said angrily. For him, the skeleton demon made his face as a general swept away. Of Laxus made him even worse. It can be said that in the face of Akainu's doubts, there was a hint of urgency on the faces of those present. After all, it was the first time they saw that the Warring States period would favor an outsider. He is now Bastius's teacher, and at the same time has a physical skill that surpasses Zepha's. We have reached a consensus that we will invite him to join the naval boot camp as the chief instructor. Warring States said in a deep voice. The expressions of Akainu and the others changed drastically. They thought of a lot of reasons, but they never thought that the Warring States would give such an answer. Warring States, are you kidding me? This joke is not funny. We all know that the old man's attainment is deep and deep. We all know that you are now letting a guy of unknown origin to train new recruits. Is this old confusion? Akainu said in a deep voice. In the Navy, except for Garp, he was the only one who dared to speak to the dignified admiral in this way. Akainu, this matter was approved by Zepha, not to mention that the 6-style lecture notes provided by Laxus are already in our hands. If you have anything to say, don't bother me. The Warring States replied in a deep voice. Chapter 520, The Call from That Kid. In the face of Akainu's repeated rebuttals, his patience was obviously worn away. Before Akainu could respond, the phone worm had already heard a busy tone. Looking at this scene, the admiral who was present suddenly turned ashen, and subconsciously looked at Akainu. Damn old bum. Akainu suddenly clenched the phone bug in his hand. I want to use a guy whose background is not clear, but I have to see what kind of ability that kid has. All the crew returned to me and returned to the Navy headquarters within 3 days. The awe-inspiring voice echoed on the deck of the ship. While everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, they knew very well that there would still be a turmoil in the future. At the same time, the Great Fairway is windless. At the mouth of the 9 Snake Island, a huge 2-masted pirate ship set sail. Pulled by 2 sea snakes, they quickly sailed out of the port. The female warrior 9 snakes stationed in the port looked at the graceful body standing proudly on the bow, showing a fanatical expression. Hancock, I didn't expect you to be so easy to agree to the Chiwahai recruitment order of the Navy headquarters. I thought it would take a lot of words to convince you. It seems that you have grown up and are completely sensible. Mother-in-law, leaning on a cane, appeared behind Hancock with a relieved expression. Who let this old woman get on the boat and throw her into the sea to feed the sea kings? Hancock turned around suddenly and shouted coldly. The violent scene made Grandma Za's face instantly become relieved. She became stiff, and she hurriedly opened her throat and shouted, Hancock, I was blind that day, and I brought you back to Nine Snake Island. I thought you had grown up, bah. Bastard, Sonia, throw her out for me, don't hinder me from recalling the good times with Lord Longyu. Hancock glared. Looking at the brand new reward order in his hand, he once again showed the expression of a nympho. Looking at this scene, my mother-in-law finally realized that she would be wrong. Hancock's current appearance, stepping on a horse, is an egg on the brain. Mother-in-law, don't blame the elder sister. If it's not for the Lord Yu, we may waste our time trying to persuade the elder sister to take up the mission. We haven't sailed for 2 years. If not, the world government will send that group of annoying. The future is coming, Sonia said with a wry smile. According to my sister, this time the task is a call from Lord Longyu. Call from that kid. Grandma was startled. Casual. The woman in this period is really scary. That kid made a big fuss in the Chambord Islands. It's too late to hide. Will he still be entangled in this kind of trouble? Quote. Although, I don't know how many members of Chihuahai responded this time, but in order to deal with the legendary pirates, the Navy headquarters will definitely come out in full force. If that kid dares to show up, I am afraid that the Navy and Chihuahai will be surrounded and suppressed together. The old voices echoed on the deck of the ship. However, the mother-in-law quickly felt a chill and locked herself on her body. Damn old woman, you dare to despise Lord Longyu so much, throw her into the sea for me. Hancock shouted angrily. Looking around, showing the hesitant 9 snake female warriors, Hancock's face sank. He directly mentioned his mother-in-law, and threw it to the sea. Hancock, you little lie. Why did the mother-in-law screamed, and the whole person flew out? If not, Sonia shot in time to block it, and really fell into the sea and fed the sea kings. Sister, please forgive mother-in-law, we will let her keep her mouth shut in the next voyage. Godrut was the first to plead. Sonia also nodded in agreement. Seeing the 2 little sisters also begging for mercy, Hancock snorted coldly and said, Okay, if you talk nonsense to your concubine, I will really sink you into the sea. After all, your concubine is too beautiful, no matter what you do, will also be forgiven. Give me the order to leave the windlass belt at full speed. The concubine must meet with Lord Longyu as soon as possible. I have heard his deep recruitment. As the order fell, the female warriors of the 9 snakes on the ship mobilized one after another. Looking at Hancock with a frenzied face, watching the brand new reward order in his hand, his mother-in-law snorted coldly and said, I'm a nympho, I think when I was at this age, I was already on my own. What? Lord Longyu, hee. On its own. And Godru subconsciously looked at Granny Za and said, Mother-in-law, we heard that at that time you seemed to be with Raleigh, the underworld king, but you didn't even do it for the Empress of the Amazon, and secretly went to sea. At that time, you seemed to be better than my sister. Adults are even more crazy. Me and Riley. Mother-in-law couldn't help but froze for a moment, and her bark-like cheeks turned red, and she shouted in a hurry, Who said such false words? That old man Rayleigh came to beg me to go with him that day. Really, at that time in the Chambord Islands, Sister Shachi said you came to the door. Bastard Shachi, dare to slander me. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 521 to 540. Chapter 521, The Two-Color Domineering. 3 days later, in the unnamed waters hundreds of nautical miles away from Alabasta. A pirate ship is breaking through the waves. Several familiar figures standing on the huge deck of the ship. Lord Longyu, this ancient record pointer does point to this island, but is this island really small? Nami looked at the huge island in the distance, her face full of disbelief. Looking around, virgin forests are all over the place, and huge dinosaurs are rampant, roaring and roaring, filling the entire island. According to Nami, this riding horse cannot be called a small garden at all. It's not too much to call the dinosaur world. 3 days ago, after Longyu resurrected Crocodile, he arranged for Bastius to stay in Alabasta temporarily, and then asked Nico Robin to look for the small gardens recording our hand. This is the second island in the original book, where Luffy and the others left Rog Town and crossed the upside-down mountain in order to pursue the Baroque Work Club. Also, it is also the place where Elbaf, the legendary leader of the giant pirates, the Blue Ghost and the Red Ghost duel. Since Long Yu wants to bring people into fairy tale, then these two giant pirates who offered a reward of hundreds of millions of bells 100 years ago are undoubtedly the best choice. Long Yu, didn't you say that you were looking for someone to join fairy tale? Crocodile folded his arms and frowned at the huge island in front of him. He is active in the first half of the Great Channel. If it hadn't been mentioned by Long Yu, he wouldn't have known that there were such primitive islands in the waters near Alabasta. However, as far as the eye can see, apart from the trees, there is no trace of human beings at all. Not to mention, look for the strong to join fairy tale. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but said, "You won't, you plan to find a dinosaur to be a member, it feels like a bit of a loss of identity." Dinosaur. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, "My next target is indeed not a human being, but the next two members are barely special human beings. When you see it, you will definitely say that I have good eyesight. If they learn to be domineering, I'm afraid even Chihuahai will have to weigh a thing or two." Even Chihuahai also weighed it. Listening to these words, the people present. Consciousness looked towards Crocodile. After all, there is a living target here. The strength of Crocodile, they have seen. Even the existence of Chihuahai, who is also afraid of it, I am afraid that it is definitely not a nameless person. Feeling the sight of the ship, Crocodile's face is a little bit. Hang up, he snorted coldly. Okay, since President, you said so, then I also want to see if they can really make me jealous. Hee hee, Crocodile, don't worry, there will definitely be surprises. Long Yu laughed dryly. Let's see where they are first. Voice fell, he was dormant, and what he saw and heard in Long Yu's body was domineering and detonated like a frenzy. The next moment, sweeping the entire island. Under the instant full level system, Long Yu's domineering arrogance has already reached full level, and it can foreshadow a glimpse of the possibility of the future. It is not impossible to cover a small garden. Along with the rapid spread of coverage, Long Yu's closed eyes suddenly opened, frowning, and said, "There are 4 more people than I thought. It seems that someone came to the small garden 1 step earlier than us." Things got more interesting. There are 6 people. Daz was stunned for a moment and asked, "Lord Long Yu, is this the role of arrogance?" "Lord Crocodile, why don't we also learn a thing or two?" During these 3 days, Daz had thought about learning the 2-color domineering from Long Yu. After all, apart from him and Crocodile, there are only Dusky and Nami on the ship. As for Nico Robin, who was left in Alabasta to temporarily manage the Tomb of Nazarick. It can be said that in the past 3 days, Daz has watched helplessly, and Dasky has gradually become more skilled in the use of domineering. The domineering armament that he displayed, in the process of training against him, even his quick slashing fruit, which gave him a body like steel, also felt a tingling pain. According to Daz's calculations, after a while, I am afraid that Dusky, who is young and like a little girl, will learn iron slashing and stronger flying slashing. For Daz, his heart was on fire. Facing the fiery Daz, Crocodile glanced at Long Yu's back, snorted coldly, and said, "Humph, the mere 2-color domineering is nothing special. I have some ideas recently, don't bother the president." Already. Looking at Crocodile, who stubbornly refused again as soon as he opened his mouth, Daz's expression froze and his heart felt bitter. This may be the last dignity of the strong, who must go further and further on the road to death. For Crocodile's stubbornness, Long Yu did not take it to heart, sometimes begging others to learn. It is better to let him in turn beg for himself to be more effective. According to Long Yu, if you love to learn, you will learn, and if you don't learn, you will fail. After all, the domineering accomplishments in Long Yu's hands are recounted through the instant full level system. Chapter 522, You Haven't Beaten Me Once. Maybe there is no way to 100% re-engraving successfully, but it is definitely much better than blindly groping in this sea. Let's go. Looking at the weather, and there will be heavy rain soon. The forest situation ahead is unknown. I'll stay to watch the boat. Nami raised her head and glanced at the still clear sky. Changbi said with a frown. For this, 3 days ago, Crocodile would definitely refute it. But along the way, after seeing with his own eyes, Nami's pure prediction, Crocodile was also full of shock. As a pirate who roamed the sea in the past, especially in the New World, that kind of sea area with unpredictable climate change, he clearly knows that a transcendent navigator is a rare opportunity for any pirate group. If Nami's accurate prediction ability is released, not to mention a large pirate group, even the Navy will rush for it. It is for this reason that, looking at the huge primitive island in front of him, Crocodile has an urgency in his heart. Desperately want to see, what is the new member's target that Long Yu said. Enough to make Chiwahai also fear. The empty space in the center of the small garden, 2 huge mountains of skeletons, and a piece of messy land are a bit shocking to see. 2 huge, hill-like bodies, holding weapons, gasped for breath. After finally looking at each other, they suddenly lay on the ground, making a dull rumbling sound, and the dinosaurs and beasts hidden in the virgin forest were scared away. Red Ghost, this time it's 10,800, the second draw. I will definitely defeat you and become Elbaf's strongest hero. With a long beard and holding a large blade, Tori said in a deep voice. Bah, you can't even beat me, and you have the face to say that you are the strongest in Elbaf. That is simply the reputation of a pirate who has fallen to our giant soldiers. You have never defeated me in a duel for 100 years. Once. The Red Ghost Brokey with a beard shaped like a broom retorted angrily. These words fell. The atmosphere of Yi and was relieved a little, and suddenly it became solemn. The green ghost's face sank. He propped up his body again, and roared in a hurry. You dare to question my strength and determination. I will see today, how you can defeat me, and start the next duel. Okay, who's afraid of who? Red Ghost roared and responded with a huge axe. However, before they could take action, a figure, from below, said on the shoulders of Luogui. 2 giant uncles, you should rest first. Sanji is lunch, let's eat first. How? Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head and looked at the 2 giants over 20 meters tall with starlight in their eyes. Especially after knowing that they were pirates, they became even more fanatical. A few days ago, Luffy, Sanji and the others stole a warship and went to see while Garp held a banquet in Rogtown. Their only purpose was to find that, who had never met before, and just by talking, they sold themselves and others to Laxus of the Navy headquarters for revenge. It's a pity that as soon as we went out to sea and entered the Upside Down Mountain, everything went smoothly. Once they left Upside Down Mountain, there were only 4 people on the huge warship. An idiot pirate, a road idiot hunter, the rest are big talkers running on trains, and lecherous chefs with the brains of Haruki. This lineup, let alone looking for enemies. I am afraid that even finding the next destination is more difficult than reaching the sky. Only thing that made them feel fortunate was that the freshwater resources on the ship were consumed at an unprecedented rate, and they came to the small garden by accident. At the same time, he also used food to meet 2 giant pirates. Ha ha ha, you kid, you still don't give up. You plan to fool us 2 old guys to leave the small garden and become your crew members. This food alone can't do it, unless you can knock us down at the same time, otherwise then but bullshit. Dongli touched his chest-length beard and laughed heartily. In his eyes, this condition is enough to reject the 444 head pirates. However, Dongli said this, but when he thought of the food from Sanji's hands. This made the 2 who had eaten barbecued meat for hundreds of years couldn't help but glance at each other, and in an instant, their greed defeated the giant's heroic honor and reached a consensus. Red Ghost, we have finished our duel today, and the next battle will obviously continue. Dongli said solemnly. What's more, this kid has sworn to invite us to a banquet. As the leader of the giant pirates, we are born in Elbaf, and we must not lose the etiquette of our giants. Do you have some fruit wine there? Get some. HMPH, you have jam there too, and get some of it. For Elbaf's giant etiquette, let's go here today. Kai Gui snorted disdainfully, but his mouth hurriedly responded. However, as soon as the two of them turned around, their expressions suddenly changed, and they started drinking in unison. Little devil, get off my shoulders quickly, someone is approaching here quickly. Chapter 523, is the reward over 100 million? After 100 years of fighting, the Green Ghost and the Red Ghost are already familiar with this island. What's more, the battle also kept their physical functions at their peak level and their keen hearing, but it allowed them to further touch the threshold of a sense of domineering. Pity that they are old guys from 100 years ago, and this kind of intuition can only be done before encountering an indescribable crisis. In the moment just now, the two of them felt a tyrannical aura locked on their bodies. That feeling, though instantly vanished without a trace. However, it still made their spines go cold. As the strongest of the giant pirates in the past, someone who can make them react like this. That's definitely not an ordinary generation. Someone is coming, why can't I see it? Luffy didn't fall the first time. Instead, he raised the brim of his hat and looked around. However, before they could react, an unexpected voice sounded on Ching Gui's shoulders. Sorry for the sudden visit and disturbing you, but it's a surprise to see unexpected faces. Dongli and Broki's expressions changed dramatically. Hurriedly followed the voice, and caught sight of Longfeather, who used the Laxus character template. You, who are you, and why are you here? Dongli asked eagerly. In their perception, they just said a reminder because they felt that someone was approaching fast in the forest. The perceived target is not the dragon feather on the shoulder at all. However, before they could react, a deep voice sounded again. It's here. Endless yellow sand swept through the forest. The figure of Crocodile was condensed in the open land. Immediately after him, Daz, who went on a rampage and broke down a large number of trees. Two of them had been chasing Long Yu's footsteps just now. Pity, compared to the speed of Long Yu, who displayed lightning, they were still thrown so much that they couldn't even see the taillights of the car. When they stood firm and looked up to find the trace of Long Yu, they entered the curtain, causing their pupils to shrink suddenly. Meters of huge, like a hill-like body. Yuan stared at the giant figure with bull-eyed eyes, causing Crocodile and Daz's expressions to change drastically. Originally, in their eyes, they were still thinking, Long Yu went to such a remote place, and it was not bad to be able to get two good dinosaurs. I didn't expect that there would be two. Giant. What's more, these two giants seem to be much older than they have ever seen before. Let me introduce to you, this is the goal of my trip. 100 years ago, I was offered a reward of over 100 million yuan, from the giant soldier pirates, the former head of the team, the blue ghost Tori and the red ghost Broki. Long Yu patted Dongli's helmet and said with a smile. Giants have lifespans that far exceed normal human beings. Ordinary people can live to 70 or 80 years old, which is very good. But giants have a lifespan of 300 years. 100 years of duel, for Dongli and Broki, they just missed a puberty. If we say that Dongli and Broki 100 years ago were young men like the new giant pirate and Helding in the original book. Then, after 100 years of fighting to the death, Dongli and Broki can definitely be called in their prime. Long battles, physical fitness and strength, all belong to the peak level. Looking at the giants, I am afraid that the last giant pirate leaders, Yaruru the Mountain Beard and Yoru the Waterfall Beard, cannot be compared with them. If it is said that people who can be called heroes of Elbaf, at least need to learn the gun of heroes. Then the Green Ghost and the Red Ghost have a higher level of hegemony. That is even one of the four emperors, Charlotte Lingling, who also regards it as the trump card of the trump card. 100 years ago, a reward of over 100 million was offered. Daz's expression changed drastically. Looking at the two huge bodies, his face was full of disbelief. As for the concept of Bailey, Daz, as a bounty hunter, is very clear. Above this sea, he also has an inflationary financial order. Decades ago, the legendary great pirate, such as the world destroyer Bondewald, was only offered a bounty of 200 million. This amount, placed on the sea at that time, was astounding. It is a symbol of the strong. It has been until Roger, the Pirate King, opened the era of the great pirates. To now, the pirates of the New World, with a bounty of over 100 million, can be found everywhere. Up the reward to hundreds of millions 100 years ago is shocking. After all, even the Red Earl, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger, Golden Lion and others, and Brooke, who admired him, also offered a reward of more than 30 million. Now, as soon as Long Yu made his move, he dug up 2 living fossils with a reward of over 100 million. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that this kind of terrifying existence still exists in the world? If you can really earn income, for fairy tale, the strength will definitely skyrocket. Chapter 524, The Big Rubber Bell. However, when I think about this big man, if I want to leave the small garden, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Who are you, who dare to rob my crew? Luffy moved first. The hands suddenly stretched back and shot straight. Rubber bazooka. Who were cooking food below, were also shocked by the scene in front of them. However, when they saw clearly the figure standing on Dongli's shoulders, their expressions changed drastically. Luffy, run away. Escape. Luffy was stunned for a moment. For him, this move was a tried and true combat technique. Through the extension of the rubber, the power of boxing can be exerted to the limit. However, this idea just sprouted in Luffy's mind, and the next moment, the sight of his eyes made his pupils shrink. Bang! A dull crash resounded. Like a rocket, the fist that shot out just appeared in front of Long Yu. In an instant, he was clasped above his fist with one hand. Before long, Luffy reacted, and his right hand suddenly pulled with force. Luffy's whole body went straight to Long Yu and swept away violently. You idiot, I'm a rubber man, you can't hurt me with your bare hands. Luffy woke up suddenly and said with a big laugh. Try my rubber chimes. Words together, Luffy's head flew backwards again. In the body, just approaching Long Yu 3 meters away, the rubber neck that was stretched to the extreme suddenly stopped. Towards Long Yu air strike. The awe-inspiring sonic boom reverberated in all directions. Luffy, who was so fierce, and the first shot was a desperate Saburo, Zoro and Sanji also tightened their nerves. One hand clenched the handle of the knife, and the toe of one right foot pressed the soil on the ground. As long as Luffy succeeds in one hit, they will inevitably explode and launch a deadly combined attack on Long Yu. However, the idea has just emerged. And cruel smile on Long Yu's face. I'm sorry to give you a taste of the iron fist of love. Om! The 5 fingers were suddenly clenched, and the jet black armament color was domineering, quickly covering Long Yu's fist. Looking at this scene, Crocodile and Daz's cheeks twitched. They were surprised that Luffy was a rubber devil fruit. But now looking at Luffy and thinking that he has the power of devil fruit, he looks like he is invincible in the world. Even in Long Yu's hands, he didn't recognize the domineering posture of armed color at all. That look is so similar to them a week ago. Watching Luffy approaching Long Yu in an instant, like a bell, tearing apart the air and attacking Luffy. Daz and Crocodile believe that this blow will leave a deep and indelible impression on Luffy. Sakura fist gun. Bang! With a punch, Luffy's head sank in an instant. The huge impact was released, which directly made him doubt his life. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sound resounded suddenly. The huge impact force was vented out, making Luffy instantly stunned. Under the foam at the mouth, his eyes turned white, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it slammed into the huge mountain of bones behind him in a blink of an eye. Bang! The mountain-like skeleton was directly smashed with 2 huge ribs, and one end was stuck in the depths of the mountain of skeletons. The violent scene made Zoro and Sanji's faces change drastically. During this period of time, they knew clearly that Luffy's rubber fruit was immune to physical blunt weapon attacks. The fist of his grandfather, the naval hero Garp, that he was hit head on. You are here, it seems that you slipped out under the nose of old Carp. Long Yu looked at Zoro and Sanji. Looking at your posture, you should come to me to seek revenge, one by one, or together. Long Yu was indeed surprised that Luffy and his party appeared here. However, as he said, it is definitely Carp's credit that the four of them can come together. Sure enough, it was you. Let the old man take us away forcibly, and today I will see what you are capable of. Sanji's face sank, and his anger rose up. Originally, he was in the restaurant on the sea, in front of a gentleman, fishing for big beautiful girls. Freehand life with time to talk shit. I never thought that one day I would be punched to the ground by a violent old man. Regardless of. He called his father, his mother, and his grandfather, but he couldn't stop him at all. What's more, it was raped in front of many beauties. Thinking of this, Sanji's heart was filled with anger. Green algae head, let's do it together, don't hold back. Kappa, it should be you. The two looked at each other cursingly. However, under this kind of action, more violence erupted unexpectedly. Bang, two dull treads sounded suddenly. Chapter 525, Thunder Magic. Like cannonballs, the two immediately kicked off the ground. The speed was so fast, it came in a blink of an eye, standing in front of and behind Long Yu, who was standing on Dongli's shoulders, forming a stance like a pincer attack. Three swords tigers. Bone and pork kebabs. Two violent shouts rang out in response, and the fierce and unparalleled attacks slashed towards Long Yu one after the other. Good momentum and speed, but can it catch up with thunder and lightning? Long Yu smiled warmly. The magic of thunder and lightning. Dang, the golden magic circle, under Long Yu's feet, suddenly burst open. The violent thunder exploded instantly like a horned dragon. At a speed as fast as thunder, it slashed down from the 9 heavens. The speed was so fast, before Sanji and Zoro could react. In an instant, the two of them were enveloped in it. Bang! The dullness was like thunder, and it rolled away. The violent blow made Sanji and Zoro freeze as if they were in midair, and even the attack in their hands suddenly became stiff. Black smoke all over his body, he opened his mouth, rolled his eyes, and fell directly to the back. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed on the huge battlefield. As soon as Long Yu made his move, he immediately dealt with the three of Luffy's three. Who was still standing in the distance, akimbo and intending to forcefully pretend to be forced once, trembled in his legs and stomach in an instant. When he met Long Yu's line of sight, he knelt directly on the ground and shivered. I am afraid that Long Yu will stare at him again, and he will kneel on the ground and call his father. Little devil, you dare to hurt my friend. Dongli spoke in a deep voice. Those eyes that stared into Bull's eyes, locked tightly in the scene of Long Yu just now, seemed to be very complicated, but really counted, it was only a short dozen seconds before and after. By the time they reacted, the battle was over. Looking at the same slender youth, Dongli and Brokey, for the first time showed a solemn expression. At least, in their eyes, this person is definitely not Luffy and they can compare. Haha, Dongli, Brokey, you don't need to be so wary of me. Long Yu patted Dongli's helmet, and when the lightning flashed on his body, he displayed lightning and landed on the open space dozens of meters away. Don't worry, this time I'm here to recruit you to join Fairy Tail. To recruit us, Dongli and Brokey were stunned at first, then looked at each other and laughed loudly. Yo ha ha ha, Brokey, did I hear it wrong? This hairy boy, he actually beat. Of the strongest of the giant clan, when will we, the heroes of Elbaf, be subordinated to the others? Boy, you made a wrong idea. I advise you to come from there and go back there. Don't interfere with our duel. Otherwise, don't blame us, we will do it to you. The wrath of giants can destroy the country. The rolling voices, like thunder, echoed between heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Brokey didn't say anything to Dongley's remarks. But the disdain on his face was completely permeated on his face, and he did not hide it at all. In the eyes of them who have lived for more than 100 years, no matter what. No matter how strong Long Yu is, he is like a hairy child. Hee, do you still have the face, the giant hero who calls himself Elbaf? Long Yu laughed dryly, picked up a piece of meat beside him, and said, hiding in a small garden and fighting a duel for 100 years, and there is no winner or loser, that's just a show of heads. Elbaf has been destroyed for decades, Yorulu and Yalulu have been killed, the murderer is now at large, your giants have long since fallen, and you are still here looking forward to what happened 100 years ago. Honor. If you have to be held accountable, you are the culprit, and Elbaf was destroyed, you have half the responsibility. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the sky for a long time and could not be dissipated. Crocodile and Daz, their expressions suddenly became solemn. Lord Longyu, isn't he planning to anger these two legendary giants? Daz said with a livid look. Crocodile nodded silently and said, wait a while and be careful, the giants go crazy, but it's not. Ordinary people can stop. Spoke, Crocodile secretly took a few steps back and gave Long Yu the home court. If he hadn't been beheaded by Long Yu, Crocodile would have thought that Long Yu was a lunatic for such a move. But after trying to die, Crocodile knew very well that as long as the boy in front of him decided to do it. Regardless of how reluctant the two giants will eventually board this pirate ship. That feeling is like a real fragrance. You bastard, you dare to insult and slander the hometown of our giant, Elbaf. We Elbaf have no weak ones, and there is absolutely no chance that the two elders will be killed. The roar rolled away like thunder, with a deafening smell. Under Dongley's glaring eyes, his huge hand like a mountain suddenly clenched tightly. The 5 fingers made a crackling sound of bones, and without any fancy, they smashed towards Long Yu head-on. Chapter 526, Warming Up. With a punch, the air of the whole world seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. Everywhere along the way, the wind swept through. With a rolling posture, he rushed towards Long Yu head-on. The violent scene made Sauron and others wake up. Seeing the giant's angry, majestic gesture, the faces of the 4 of them instantly turned ashen. Eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body. They eagerly wanted to know how to deal with the mighty dragon feather just now in the face of the power of the giant. The momentum is good, but hiding in the small garden for 100 years is really out of touch with history. The current sea is not. The world of giants. Long Yu raised his head suddenly, his face still indifferent. The jet-black armed color was domineering, and it rolled back like a frenzy, and instantly entered the point of full-body armed color domineering. The next moment, without any fancy, towards the fist that was rolling like a hill, it was a blow in the face. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. Under the unrelenting collision, the fists whose bodies were different in size like a gulf erupted into a fierce and unparalleled confrontation in an instant. A brief silence in the whole world. Immediately, there was a sonic boom like a thunderous explosion. The rolling air waves gave the feeling of a Category 12 hurricane passing through. Everywhere along the way, rocks flew and rolled over, and huge trees were broken in the middle. At this moment, it feels like the end of the day. After everything recovered, the center of the collision between the two appeared under a crack of the earth, which seemed to be overwhelmed, and a crack like a spider web spread out. When they saw clearly, under the huge fist, the thin figure was still unscathed. At this moment, as if in a dream, I couldn't help rubbing my eyes. God, what did I see? He actually blocked the giant's attack. Usopp was shaking all over. The tongue that speaks is stammering. Originally, in his eyes, the wrath of the giants could definitely destroy mountains and land. On his size, he should be able to crush Long Yu. However, the scene that came into view now completely subverted their cognition. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Under the blow of anger, there is still popularity standing in the same place. No way, who are you? Broki's face sank, and he growled. As an old opponent who had fought for hundreds of years, Broki knew exactly how powerful Dongli was in his heyday. If you deal with it a little bit seriously, he might also be smashed into the air with one blow. Right now, it's being underestimated. Still a little devil with a very different physique. The huge gap between the front and the back subverted their cognition. Hee, you ask me who I am. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, I am your future captain and your hope for revenge. So, those little devils, you should hide to the side, the warm-up should be over. The people present at the end of the warm-up could not help but be stunned. Even Daz and Crocodile's expressions couldn't help changing. However, before they could react, Long Yu moved. Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt, Chakra mode. Lightning clothes. Bang! The violent thunder light instantly detonated on Long Yu's body. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, he stepped out in front of everyone's eyes. Whoosh! Like a thunderous gesture, it disappeared in front of everyone's eyes out of thin air. To react, he took the lead and appeared in front of Dongli's chest. At this moment, Long Yu was like a god bathed in thunder light, his muscles bulging like a rock. The jet black armed color is domineering, blended on the muscle cells activated by lightning, enhancing the limit of physical activation. Mysterious black gold lightning patterns spread rapidly on Long Yu's body. Gives people the feeling that it is just like in the original book, with a strange posture like opening 4 blocks. The height that was originally more than 2 meters suddenly increased by tens of centimeters, giving people the feeling of being reborn. The aura emanating from it makes the air circulating around it distort. The violent scene made Daz's face turn pale all of a sudden, and he hurriedly looked at Crocodile. Entered his eyes, his face was also pale, and he muttered, and it was like an invisible heavy hammer, beating people's nerves. It turns out that when he fought against me, he didn't use all his strength. Looking at Long Yu who has changed into a person, let alone Crocodile, even Daz thought about it with his toes, and he was able to come up with this result. I thought it would take a lot of effort for Long Yu to kill Chihuahai. Now it seems that all riding on a horse is wishful thinking. 6 forms profound truth Valkyrie rampage body. Sakura Thor's biggest wheel. A low voice slurped out of Long Yu's mouth. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and they were gently lowered towards Dongli's chest. The next moment, before everyone in the field reacted. Chapter 527, Blood Splashes. Dormant, the power in Long Yu's body exploded like thunder. Boom! The violent impact, like a raging tide, with a rolling gesture, rushed straight to Dongli's chest. Feeling this overwhelming force, Dongli's face changed drastically. Before I had time to think about it, the sharp pain in my chest brought a heart-piercing taste. The black gold power flow poured down on him in a galloping posture. Boom! The huge body, at this moment, flew straight out like a sandbag. The speed is so fast that everyone just feels a flower in front of them. The gust of wind cut through the sky like a raging wave. With a rolling posture, he slammed his head on the huge mountain of skeletons, thousands of meters away. The huge impact made this mountain, which had survived for hundreds of years, as the temporary home of Dongli, shattered. The blood spit out from the mouth, splashed down like a downpour. The huge island shook violently. It felt like a giant turning over. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Especially the 4 of Sauron 4, the pupils were as big as bull's eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It's all unbelievable. In their perception, the person who fought against a giant like a hill and was smashed into the air should be Long Yu. However, the scene in front of him has been subverted. Blue Oni Tori who talks about Elbath's strongest. The dignified giant was smashed into the air by a punch, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Who wants to believe that this scene is true? And at this distance, stepping on a horse is to let the giant fly for a while. Bastard, if you dare to hurt Dongli, kill me. Brokey roared angrily. The axe dancing in his hand made a stern sound of breaking the air, and slashed head-on towards Long Yu. The speed is so fast that it is approaching in the blink of an eye. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They eagerly wanted to see how Long Yu would deal with the powerful and incomparable blow of the giant. But, at the moment of entry, let them shrink, and looked at the huge axe that was slashing with force. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers suddenly lifted. Go towards the axe that slashed across the sky. Boom! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. The rolling air waves overturned, and the hurricane it brought up was like a 10th-level hurricane. Under his feet shattered even more. In the face of all this, under the attack, Long Yu only took a half step back. The Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Thunder Dragon's Claw. Bang! The 5 fingers of Long Yu's right hand suddenly clasped together. The endless stream of cherry blossoms, mixed with the power of violent thunder, exploded in an instant. The seemingly indestructible thick axe was shattered in an instant, like a piece of paper. Rapid spread of the cobweb crack, the black gold thunder light, like a horned dragon, went straight to Brokey. Ah! The violent thunder light instantly enveloped Brokey's huge body. Under the screams, Long Yu, who is standing in the same place, has turned into a thunder light, taking the lead and appearing in front of him. Frantic compression of the endless thunder light in the right hand, there is no trace of fancy. He slammed into Brokey head-on. The Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Bang! Punch out! Like a violent thunder, the air is rapidly distorted. Rolling of the endless thunder, it poured out the might of the Wanjun. Thunder-like explosions sounded, and Brokey's huge body flew upside down like a cannonball. The speed is so fast that it is even better than Qing Gui Dongli. The violent blow shook everyone's nerves. Wherever the huge body passed, the trees along the way were directly shattered. Out from the mouth also stained the earth along the way red. In the end, it smashed into the virgin forest near the coast, thousands of meters away. Boom! The whole earth is shaking violently, and the wind and waves that are set off are like a 10th-level hurricane, which is rapidly rolling back. Under the large sand and dust, many dinosaurs and beasts hiding in the dense forest fled in panic. It can be said that looking at these 2 island overlords who have ruled the small garden for hundreds of years, fear has already been implanted in their minds. In an instant, it was knocked into the air like a broken 5 or a bag of sandbags. For the aboriginal inhabitants of this island, while the cognition is subverted, it is also a nightmare. Some dinosaurs and beasts that could not be avoided were instantly smashed into meat sauce. Splash of blood, the entire estuary was dyed red. Sauron and the others who witnessed this scene stiffened. When I think of not long ago, I still wanted to join forces to defeat Long Yu, but my spine is still, chills. If the fight just now, Long Yu would really be serious. It would be a nightmare waiting for them. It seems that the big guy can't hold back a bit. Long Yu raised his brows and smiled genially. Sauron, lend me the word Hidao. Chapter 528. I'm here to save you now. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. Even on the mountain of bones, Dongli who climbed up was no exception. Why did I lend you a knife? Sauron was startled. Shut up, you green algae head. It's your business if you want to die, hurry up and give me the knife. Voice, he kicked him in the face. The ancient words of Hidao flew out and under. It fell directly into Long Yu's hands. Looking at the void, standing, bathed in thunder light, like a godlike dragon feather. The moment he held the word Daoyi in his hand, the whole person's aura changed. If it is said that the moment before, Long Yu gave them to be arrogant and domineering, then the current Long Yu, giving them the feeling, is as sharp as a sharp blade. With him as the center, the circulating air has a hint of stagnation. At the moment when Huo Ran raised his head, A roaring crashing sound of waves broke out on the shoal coast of the estuary in the distance. Who hurriedly got up, suddenly changed his expression. Looking at Brocky, who was still lying near the estuary, he roared in a hurry. "Brocky, run away, that guy is here." For hundreds of years, in addition to decisive battles, they had another way to decide the outcome. It is determined by the size of the prey being hunted. Of the hunt is the island-eating beast that exists in the waters near the small garden. Just that, for hundreds of years, while they were hunting the island-eating beasts were also hunting them. Now, Brocky was not only injured, but also happened to fall in the direction of the mouth of the sea. This undoubtedly allowed the island-eating beasts lurking in the sea to see an opportunity to hunt. Bang! The dull sound of the impact of water waves echoed suddenly. As huge as a small island, with a body as large as 1,000 meters, and it burst out of the water directly. The large puff of water it brought up poured down like a torrential rain. The huge body, when galloping in midair, gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. A pair of lantern-like eyes suddenly turned and locked on Brocky's body. A big mouth in the blood basin, and the fishy smell is brought up. And a huge amplitude, enough to swallow a small island directly into the stomach. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Even Brocky, who was lying on the ground, couldn't believe it. Just that the thunderbolt strike that Long Yu just cast, he was able to take down. Under the click, the body was briefly paralyzed. In front of him, he couldn't make a move at all for a moment or three to block an attack. Dodge. Only thing to do is to watch death come. Brocky, be careful, I'm here to save you now. Dongli growled in a hurry. He was dueling Brocky for hundreds of years. However, facing this old partner in front of him, he is in deep crisis. The hatred of the past has long since vanished. What he desperately wanted to do now was to free Brocky. Good come. I've cut through iron and I've cut through steel, but I haven't cut through islands yet. Long Yu smiled warmly. The inexplicable speech made people stunned. In the next moment, there is no waiting for them to react. Dormant, Li Guang and Lu Ying in Long Yu's hands, as if they didn't want money, frantically poured into the words of Hidao. At the moment when the blade chirped cheerfully, and the dark armor color covered it with domineering, the ancient Hidai characters seemed to be transforming. Fell into Soren's eyes, causing a ridiculous thought to flash through his mind. Black knife. Zoro looked at Long Yu's hand, and his appearance completely subverted the image of Hidai. A word from Guina's mouth flashed in his mind. Every swordsman dreams of owning a black sword. Originally, for the young Zoro, he didn't know what the black knife was. At least, in his eyes, isn't the blade without black. However, with the growth of age, Guina passed away inexplicably. Let Zoro follow the footsteps of the black knife even more. Until the scene in front of him appeared, when Zoro's mind roared, an extremely absurd thought flashed. The black sword not only represents the famous sword, but also represents the realm of the swordsman. He finally understood why the young man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, gave him two expensive swords. That's because any blade that falls into his hands will transform into a famous sword. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Soren's mind. The moment Long Yu raised his head suddenly, his gaze was like a falcon, locked on the island-eating beast rushing towards the sky. At this moment, the fierce energy that had been madly accumulated in his body exploded like a dike burst. While stirring the sky and the circulating air, Long Yu moved. The black knife is one slash, the thunder and the shadow flow 10 smashes. Jung. The sound of the sword chirping is like the roar of a horned dragon, and it rises straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. Endless thunder light blooms, and it is crazily intertwined with the fierce and incomparable Lu Ying. Turned into a drill, straight into the void. One hit. Phailu reminds you. Read 3 things to watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned, and GT. Chapter 529, reached a consensus. A thunder dragon soaring into the sky, it smashes everything in the sky with a posture like tearing apart the world. The violent air waves turned into a Category 12 hurricane and swept the entire island. In an instant, cold air rushed out of everyone's spine, giving the illusion of falling into the ice cellar. Everyone just felt that between heaven and earth, all the places within sight were occupied by dazzling golden light. Roar! The deafening scream and roar sounded without warning. With a tingling sensation like tearing the eardrum, it echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Before everyone could react, the hot liquid poured down like a downpour. The foul odor went straight into the nostrils. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Without time to think about it, everyone rubbed their eyes frantically, looking up to see clearly what was happening in the sky. However, when he entered the scene, the dazzling golden light was dissipating, and it was as huge as a small island, with a body as large as 1,000 meters, and it was cut in two with a knife. A large amount of blood poured down in the neat fracture. Through the area of half of the body, the moment I saw the sky, my pupils contracted. Eye sockets were almost split. This knife not only severed the island-eating beast in two. Sky was also split open. Boom! The two halves of the huge body, out of the control of the island eater, bounced in the void powerlessly. Immediately, under the eyes of the public, it crashed onto the island. The kilometer-huge body gives the impression that it is like a huge mountain range, making the entire small garden vibrate violently. Looking at this shocking scene in front of me, and the bloody smell in the air. Not only Sauron and the others, but even the two giants couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Over the years, they have also tried to challenge this huge island-eating beast. But don't talk about one-on-one situations. In the original book, Tori and Brokey are going to send Luffy and his party out of the small garden. Displaying the combined technique to dominate the country, but also only flying. There is absolutely no way to kill them. Of course, there are also some of them, that can't withstand their full blow. However, in terms of the maximum value, Dongli and Brokey, who were able to achieve the greatest results, were only severely wounding the island-eating beast. To achieve the same record as Long Yu is completely a dream. If this shot falls on them, I am afraid that the end and the island-eating beast will not be much better. Is this knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger? A messy thought flashed in the minds of the two giants. He hurriedly looked at Long Yu and met his gaze. However, this time, Dongli and Brokey, the arrogance of giants, disappeared in an instant. Okay, the island-eating beast has also been killed, and the warm-up has been completed. Then, let's continue with the duel just now. Long Yu smiled and said, now, I'll give you two choices. 1. Like the island-eating beast, it was split in half by me. 2. Join Fairy Tail, become my companion, I can give you the power to restore the glory of the giant Elbafoo. For example, the high-level domineering Chi Sakura that I just cast. The deep voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with a magical sound, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. All eyes were locked on the two giants. They eagerly wanted to know, compared with Long Yu's resolute behavior, of the giant can still be raised. As the words dissipated, the huge situation suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. Feeling the urgent gaze around him, Dongli couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. After looking at Brokey, they spoke in unison. I am Dongli Brokey, willing to join Fairy Tail. I hope the captain can give us the power to restore Elbaf, the glory of giants. The voices like a wave gathered together and reverberated on the entire island, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Looking at the two legendary giants, a consensus was reached in an instant. Except for Sauron and the others, who were stunned, behind their eyes, even the face of the sand crocodile turned blue. He had thought that Long Yu would force the two giants to join Fairy Tail. It was as if he was persuaded to join him that day. However, Jean Crocodile never imagined that this process would end so quickly. What's more, looking at the expressions of these two giants, I was completely convinced. In particular, the slash that split the heavens and the earth just now gave Crocodile a kind of inexplicable heartbeat. Originally, in Crocodile's eyes, domineering is only a weak one, a small path to increase strength that will only be chosen when there is no powerful devil fruit ability. No matter how he cultivated, he would never be able to match his natural devil fruit. However, at the moment, Long Yu showed a combination of physical skills, domineering, and fruit power. Completely subverted Crocodile's cognition. That flew across the sky just now, it's him. Crocodile believed that he had obtained results by relying on the rustling fruit. Chapter 530th, The Weak Eat the Strong. Apart from the fact that the corpse is not as big as the island eater, the so-called fate is no different. This scene was like watching the lights on a horse, and there was a hint of eagerness in Crocodile's arrogant heart. Uncle Dongli, you join him like this. Luffy couldn't help it and rushed out of the ruins. During this time, in order to kidnap two giants, they joined their queue, but they were both father and mother. In addition to spending a lot of lips and tongues, there are also a lot of food and drinks, etc. Those were all things that came through from Carp. However, it looked like it might be successful. I didn't even think of it, and killed a Cheng Yaojin in the middle. In just a few minutes, their efforts of several days were completely overturned and in vain. Haha, you kid, we didn't plan to get on your boat from the beginning. Dong Li sat down on the ground. Regarding Long Yu's attack just now, it didn't hurt their internal organs, but it also hurt their bones and muscles. When he spoke, his body still hurt. This is one of the reasons why they surrendered. In its heyday, it could end to Long Yu. Now that you are injured, you have to go up and do it. That would be death at all. You giants are really spineless. Looking at the two giants and directly denying his fantasy, Luffy stammered. For Luffy's words, Dongli obviously didn't take it to heart. He laughed with the giant sword in his hand, put it aside, raised his head and took a sip of wine, saying, "You are really a brat, no wonder your grandfather doesn't let you be a pirate. The crisis in this sea is not something you can imagine. The weak eat the strong, but the rule of the strong in this sea, if this time, the person you meet is not him. If he didn't show mercy, then you should be like the island-eating beast. You should be the two half-corpses, displayed in the small garden, and finally turned into a cup of loess." Of Chang's words reverberated in the four corners, like a magic sound, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. It was like an invisible hammer, hitting their souls directly. Don't say it's Luffy, even Zoro, haha, it seems that you little guys also realize the seriousness of the problem. Broky strode up, laughed, and sat down as well. Your strength is quite good, but I still want to persuade one or two. This sea is not suitable for you for the time being. If you can, I hope that you will be able to contact your grandfather after leaving the small garden and rush into the great sailing. Dao, it's still too reluctant for you now. What's more, Dongli and I, as giants, the most respected are the strong, this. The head of Laxus, but with strength, we have convinced the giants. Having said that, Broky glanced at the island eater with lingering fears and continued. What's more, what he said is not wrong. As the strongest giant warriors 100 years ago, not only did we not think about protecting Elbaf, but we hid here willfully to engage in the so-called ignorant duel, which led to Elbaf is destroyed, and our giants are out of glory. We need strength to restore the glory of the giant Elbaf, but we, who are out of touch with the history of 100 years, need a guide, otherwise we will only take more detours. The rolling voices, like thunder, echoed in this world. Regardless of whether it was Zoro or Sanji, even Crocodile's face was very embarrassing. Before they set foot in the sea, they were still pretentious with their strength. But after seeing the strength of Long Yu with his own eyes, this is undoubtedly the ruthless contrast between the fluorescent light and the bright moon. Especially Crocodile, who not long ago was hiding in Alabasta as a hero. Just like these two legendary giants. Okay, you have suffered a lot, so let's get some treatment first. Long Yu's right hand caught it in the air, and the scepter instantly fell into his hand. Of Laxus and Bone King are more than 60% realistic, so some power and means can still be borrowed. Tier 4 Magic, Group Healing. Bang! With the scepter in his hand, he stomped on the ground, and the huge magic power was vented, and the magic circle was instantly built. Healing light and rain fell from the sky, giving people a pleasant feeling that the cells of the whole body are breathing. The tingling sensation that had spread all over the body receded quickly. Haha, I didn't expect our new captain to have such a strange power. Dong Li laughed heartily. Rocky, it seems that our choice this time is not wrong. Yes, we are the strongest giants in Elbaf, of course we will not choose the wrong one. Rocky laughed too. For a while, the rolling laughter was like a muffled thunder, and it made people's ears tingle. Long Yu reluctantly dug out the earwax that had rolled out from the shock, thinking about whether to control the giant's volume in the future. The next moment, the call of the phone bug rang suddenly. Chapter 531, New Instructor. Mosamoxi, Teacher, I'm Bastius. Bastiu Longyu's brows couldn't help but twitch. He remembered that Bastius was dealing with the mess in Alabasta. He is also the only person in his team who does not know his dual identity. Now that I suddenly came to the door, is it because I saw through my identity? A messy thought flashed in my mind. Long Yu made a gesture to Dongli and Brokey to silence, and then connected to the phone bug. Bastiu, I'm Laxus, is there anything important? Teacher, I'm sorry for disturbing you at this time. It's just that when I met Mr. Carp just now, he said that the person you recommended seemed to slip away under Mr. Carp's eyes to seek revenge on you. Please be merciful if you meet him. Inside the phone bug, Bastius' hurried voice could be heard. Long Yu raised his brows, looked at the stiff-looking Zoro and said, Tell Mr. Garp, I have caught him, and I will send it to him later. What? Where did those boys really go? I have to abolish him today. Carp's voice came suddenly. In this sudden scene, even Sanji and Zoro couldn't help but slap their wrists, and the things they were holding were scattered all over the floor. Seeing them shaking their heads desperately, it was obvious that they cast a shadow on Cap's iron fist. Long Yu rolled their eyes at them and said, Mr. Garp, calm down, man, I'll send it to you. But if they don't want to, there's nothing I can do. Hearing these words, Zoro and the others were instantly relieved. Laxus you. Carp gasped for a moment. However, after a short pause, a sentence came out that caught Long Yu off guard. Boy, I heard that both Warring States and Zephyr praised you for training newcomers. You have a set of theories. Why don't you help the old man and train these little devils? If the effect is good, you may be able to get rid of Zephyr's old face. Let me teach them that. Long Yu was stunned and looked at the Zoro. This is not the rhythm of being a nanny. Teacher, you can consider Mr. Yi's proposal. Teacher Zephyr and the Warring States Marshal have already made a decision. As long as the teacher nods, they are willing to let the teacher become the new instructor of the naval boot camp. Bastiu said urgently. The decision of the Warring States period and Zephyr was unexpected. Originally, I just thought that the instant full-level system and the use of the 6th-style commentary would be able to stir up a little, Navy headquarters. Give him for later. Create a turbulent point in the world and provide a leverage. I never thought that Warring States and Zephyr would also pay attention. It even threw out the olive branch of the instructors of the Navy boot camp. This is a position comparable to a rear admiral or even a lieutenant admiral. After all, it is not a seasoned person who can teach in a naval boot camp. Convince a group of unruly newcomers, at least the fist is big enough. Zephyr can become the chief instructor, making all the newcomers, and even the current Navy generals in awe. That is also the halo of his former general. What's more, the Navy boot camp is the cradle of new recruits, the cradle of the Navy headquarters, in exchange for blood. Now, a person who doesn't know the origin has been given an exceptional position as an instructor. This is enough to prove that the 6-type application method obtained in the system, the attraction is far beyond his cognition. Fast you, do'n't get in the way of the old man's words. Carp let out a cry, apparently snatching the phone bug over. You give me a good training on these guys along the way. The old man got an emergency order to assist the Akainu guy and encircle Walder. As long as you let my grandson improve his strength, he will go to the Navy headquarters later, the old man will cover you. Abandon this sentence, the phone worm another paragraph immediately. Was hung up. This kind of energy that comes and goes in the rain is really hard to turn around. However, the only thing that made Long Yu care about was that the Navy began to encircle Wald. In his memory, in order to prove his strength, Wald in the original book chose to use Chiwahai as a meat shield. Pity that in the end, only Hancock's 2 sisters were obtained, and the so-called plan was in vain in the end. Now the timeline, because of the appearance of Long Yu, is obviously 2 years ahead of schedule. It is still unknown to what level Wald's counterattack will evolve. However, thinking of when he was in the Chambord Islands, Hancock did not hesitate to lead the 9 snake pirates to help for his own safety. Long Yu still kept his mind and looked for opportunities to contact Hancock. Captain, are you in a hurry? Dongli raised his head and took a sip of spirits before saying, we can set sail at any time. However, the bodies of our giants are relatively large. Judging from the boats you are on, captains, they shouldn't be able to carry us. I'm afraid it will take some time to build a raft. As the strongest among the giants, he may not be the tallest being in One Piece. However, in terms of height, it also reaches 20 meters. Chapter 532, Teacher Laxus, please guide me to practice domineering together. According to what Long Yu was carrying, the 10-meter-long warship was probably not strong enough for them to turn over, so it smashed and sank directly. Captain, if you are really in a hurry, you can leave us a life card. You set sail first, and we will follow later. Brokey took a bite of the roast and immediately suggested. After all, this is a great waterway, and the weather is even more unpredictable. To build a huge raft that can withstand wind and rain is not something that can be done in a day or two. Facing Brokey's suggestion, Long Yu frowned slightly, suddenly thinking of a solution that would best of both worlds. He is indeed incapable of building such a large ship for the time being. However, in my memory, there are ready-made big ships. How long does it take you to make the simplest raft? Long Yu returned to the divine way. Easiest. Dongli raised his brows and said, about 7 or 8 days. Well, at least we have to consider the dangers at sea. For giants, they have the physical advantage. However, once you get to the sea, no matter what is a giant or an ordinary person, if there is no ship, there is only one dead end. After all, not everyone is Rayleigh's old pervert, able to swim across the entire sea without wind. 7 days. Long Yu raised his brows and said, then you build a raft first, and I'll collect information first. At the same time, during this period of time, I will guide you, the use of your 2-color domineering, with your qualifications, it should not be difficult to master. Armed and domineering Brokey and Dongli, their eyes suddenly lit up. As a giant, I still remember the scene of being hit by Long Yu just now. Especially the domineering use of the jet black armed color. Even they feel awkward. What's more, in the duel of hundreds of years, they have already found themselves at the bottleneck. If you can take advantage of the 2-color domineering practice, you can raise your strength to a level. It will become easier to restore the former glory for the giant family of Elbaf. Teacher Laxus, please guide me to practice domineering together. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Seeing that Zoro fell to the ground, kneeling and bowing to the ground, Lien Long was surprised. As the original pirate hunter, Roroya Zoro, one of the 3 masters of the Straw Hat Pirates. Long Yu knew how stubborn he was. When he was young, he was able to insist on the 3 swordsmanship that others laughed at, and challenged Guina thousands of times. This kind of feat is not A normal person can. Then. However, looking around the entire Straw Hat, Zoro is undoubtedly the crew with the most overall view. Faced with the lack of their own strength, there is also a heart that quickly becomes stronger. However, he was willing to ask the enemy, Mihawk, the eagle eye of Shichibukai. Now Long Yu showed that the black knife he had longed for had undoubtedly moved Soren's heart to become stronger. Sauron, you promised to be my crewman. Luffy exploded all of a sudden. Rarely escaped under Garp's hands and abducted 3 people to serve as temporary crew members. If Long Yu was dug up, then for Luffy, it would be difficult for anyone to become blind and fall in love with him in the future. Luffy, I'm apprentice, not to get on the boat. Zoro said in a low voice. If you don't want to, the next time you are beaten up by your grandfather, I hope you can also apprentice. Even the admiral and the instructor personally invited. I believe that Teacher Laxus will never let us down. Looking at Zoro with a dignified expression, Long Yu felt helpless. This step on the horse is pushing him to a dead end. However, when I think of it, among the supernovae in the future, there will be people who have been trained by themselves. Perhaps, it can also cause turmoil in the world. You green algae head, are you planning to get rid of us? Sanji took a deep breath of his cigarette and said, count me in. Also count me, my uncle Usopp, but I have an amazing talent. Ah, you all signed up, then I can't be left behind and count me. Seeing that a group of little fans were captured at once. Daz, who was standing behind Crocodile, also stopped talking. Daz, do you want to sign up? Long Yu looked at Daz with interest. Originally, he, who was planning to stand firm, suddenly became discouraged and said, Mr. Laxus, count me in. Lord Crocodile, are you coming too? During this period of time, Long Yu had many methods, but Daz was vividly remembered. Now, even the Marshal of the Warring States period of the Navy Headquarters, ZFA, the chief instructor of the recruits, has personally committed himself and invited Long Yu to become the Navy recruit instructor. This is enough to prove that his teaching method is definitely the first class in the sea. Daz knew that he was older than Long Yu, but he still knew clearly the principle of being the best. In particular, I have personally witnessed the behind-the-scenes scene of Long Yu's high-level domineering Chisakura, which completely abused the 2 giants. It also piqued his competitive spirit. I don't need it anymore. Crocodile glanced at Luffy and the others, the corners of his eyes moved slightly, then turned and left. Chapter 533, Uncontrollable. For him, as one of the dignified Chiwahai in the past, the long-established great pirate must learn the 2-color domineering together with a group of little kids. Once this kind of thing spreads out, he can't afford to lose his old face. Lord Crocodile. Daz hesitated. However, before the words were finished, Crocodile turned into yellow sand and disappeared from sight. Haha, this kid looks like he likes face more than our 2 old guys. After taking a sip of wine, Dongli laughed heartily. However, if I can, I really want to know what surprises the captain can give us when we set sail. In the small garden, separated by a blank period of 100 years, they don't know much about the people and things in the outside world. It's just that under the battle with Long Yu, no matter what was combat power or combat skills, it subverted their cognition. This undoubtedly gives the 2 giants some hope for breakthroughs. For Dongli and Brokey, who looked hopeful, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, and he was also full of expectations. In the original work, there are very few scenes given to giants. However, according to one of the 4 emperors, one of the pirates, Charlotte Lingling. As long as you get the alliance support of the giants, you will be able to defeat Whitebeard, Kaido, and the rest of the 3 forces of the 4 emperors. The real king on this sea. These words alone are enough to prove that Elbaf, the hometown of giants, was destroyed by Charlotte Lingling. But the nation of giants still exists, and at the same time has a force too powerful to ignore. Now Long Yu has recruited 2 legendary giants, under the premise that they have already learned the skills of giants to dominate the country. If you use domineering and Liu Ying, your strength will definitely jump several levels. At that time, it is still a big killer if it is not good. Messy thoughts flashed in Long Yu's mind, and said, since you all want to learn, then in the next 7 days, I will try my best to teach you the knowledge of domineering. As for how much you can learn, that's all. It depends on personal understanding. Now, go to rest first, I still have something to deal with. After leaving these words, Long Yu turned into a thunderlight and swept away violently towards the mouth of the sea. Other hand, within the Navy headquarters. The huge discussion hall was already full of figures, and the first one was the martial warring states. Bang! The door was directly pulled open, and 3 burly bodies came in through the door. Seeing the appearance of the 3 generals, the expressions of the admirals present could not help but change slightly. They knew very well that during this time, due to the escape of the skeleton demon, the advance of the city grand prison, a large number of prisoners escaped. The 3 generals all left their headquarters and went to various sea areas to capture fugitives. The 3 strongest forces in the Navy took action, and the good news came back one after another, and many big pirates were sent back to the big prison in the city. However, there are also many pirates with illustrious names who cannot be arrested. The legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who broke through the Chanda prison for the first time and successfully escaped from prison decades ago. You can't even control your whereabouts. Okay, since everyone is here, then I'll stop talking nonsense. Sengoku glanced at Akainu 3 and went straight to the topic. During this time, you should also know that in the 6th floor of the advanced city, the big pirate who escaped from prison, the world destroyer Bondewald, is attacking the Tianlong people and the naval branch. Even the pirates are not released. Past. It can be said that it is a mad dog. Whoever catches and bites whoever is caught, he was lawless 30 years ago. Now after getting out of trouble, he joins up with the remnants, and what he does is even crazier. Having said that, Sengoku looked at the crane, who was the Navy's chief staff officer, instantly understood, picked up the projection phone in his hand and pressed it, immediately. Switch out. During this time, all kinds of sabotage from Walder. Marine branch of the Navy, a merchant ship using heavenly gold. Outside the Judiciary Island, intercept pirate prisoners, pursue the Tianlong people, etc. For a time, let the admiral in the field take a breath of cold air. Especially those lieutenant generals directly under the subdivision were even more pale, obviously leaving bad memories. It has been 15 days since Walder escaped from the hands of the General Qingzi, 1515. He shot 12 times, and each time caused a large number of casualties. In order to make you more aware of the dangers of world destroyers, I'll repeat the key reasons why we succeeded in arresting him 30 years ago. Crane glanced at Akainu and said in a deep voice. 30 years ago, we were able to take down this mad dog, not only because he challenged the justice of our naval headquarters, but also because he chilled the hearts of the pirates. Indirectly contributed to the alliance between the Navy and the pirates, pushing him to a dead end. So, this time, we launch the Chiwahai recruitment order. Maybe many of you will be dissatisfied, but for the justice of the Navy and the tranquility of this sea, we must first do this, is to subdue this mad dog of the sea. Please remember, he was advancing on the 6th floor of the city, and the frozen island he received was not comparable to the Golden Lion Shiji, because he is a lunatic, so when the decisive battle is over, no matter what. As long as you don't cross the cooperation agreement, you must not take action against them, or you will destroy this time of encirclement and suppression, then our Navy will once again become a laughingstock. Chapter 534. How much hatred, how much hatred. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge discussion hall, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The expressions of the admirals changed. Has been decades since the first battle that day. Looking at them, the slightly older lieutenant generals are only about 50 years old. In the First World War at that time, it was just a newcomer's existence, not to mention participating in the war, and even had no chance to play soy sauce. The huge conference hall fell into a dead silence. Famous big pirate decades ago, the aged lieutenant general, like a newcomer, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Akainu snorted coldly and said, "A product of the old era, under the trend of the times after 30 years, it is just a broken gear. Don't forget, the current Navy headquarters is not. 30 years can be compared, he drags a lingering body, can it be compared with our Navy headquarters that is constantly changing blood? If you are afraid, you can quit now, go back to the naval boot camp, and let the new naval recruit instructors invited by our marshal to guide one or two well, and then come back to take up the post." The rolling voice caused the expressions of many admirals in the field to change slightly. Akainu's words were a bit too mean. However, the amount of information contained is also not small. At least, in their eyes, they all secretly kept an eye on who the new recruits from the Warring States period were. When the Warring States heard the words, he sighed faintly and said, "Akainu, he said these words just to let them understand that you don't need to be serious about the risks of this battle. As for Laxus, it's Zepha, he, and I, the recruits who were recruited from outside after discussing together. You don't need to worry about the conflict not long ago." Thinking of the phone call not long ago, Akainu's attitude, Sengoku was also mentally prepared. Just that he never thought that after a few days, Akainu would choose to erupt in such a place. How much hatred is this? How much hatred? I support the proposal of the Warring States Marshal. For Laxus, I met him in Rogue Town. He is a rare physique and domineering powerhouse. The ability of the natural system of Thunder Fruit, if it can be used by our naval headquarters, it means that we may have the fourth major force in the future. Qingji suddenly spoke up. These words fell, the atmosphere in the field obviously reached a freezing point. Many people know that Akainu and Qingji's tempers are a bit off. It's just that I never thought that Qingji would say such words at such a juncture. The Fourth World War's face sank, and suddenly stood up. Blazing waves of air surged out of his body. The gloomy eyes suddenly turned, locked on Qingji's body, and said word by word. "Qingji, do you mean that I am avenging my personal revenge? Don't forget, Walter slipped under your nose. Is it?" And met Akainu's gaze and said, "If you have to say that, that fellow Red Earl, have you caught it?" "You." Akainu roared, dormant, and the fruit ability in the body was about to explode like a frenzy. "Enough, you two don't come here, you want to fight, and then go to other places." Warring States shouted in a cold voice. "If you have this kind of energy, let me catch the escaped pirates, and the skeleton demon. I've been sitting in this position for a while now, I have something to say, just sit up, if anyone is here, don't blame me for letting Garp teach you a good lesson. Drop the gate and release Garp." Hearing Sengoku's astonishing words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. It can be said. Many people in the audience also grew up under Garp's eyelids. He also worked with his subordinates. After all, as a naval hero, but a newcomer, a longing existence. But it is precisely because of this reason that many people have been subjected to Garp's iron fist of love. That is even the sharp cone of the green pepper, which can bend the existence. Yo-Yo, Marshal of the Warring States period, you don't play cards according to common sense, but Mr. Garp, why haven't you been here recently? Kazaru's obscene voice sounded round the field at the right time. Could it be that Mr. Garp is not going to participate in this mission? Hearing these words, the young general's presence suddenly regained their spirits. As a hero of the Navy, there is an existence that chases the pirate King Roger in the sea. It can be said that no matter how much Garp hangs around, it is the existence they look forward to. Of course, if you know which battle is in the Valley of the Gods, then Garp is even more reassured. Don't worry, I have asked Garp to come back as soon as possible. 10 days later, we will encircle and suppress Walder in the first half of the Great Waterway. I hope you don't fall off the chain at that time. Sengoku glanced at Akainu and Qingji, and said in a deep voice. Next, Crane, assign your staff. Those words, Zhongguo rubbed his swollen head and left quickly. 7 days later, the small garden. When the naval headquarters was in full swing, the siege event was being carried out. Long Yu and his party did not fall off the schedule. That was more than 70 meters long, like an aircraft carrier, had already been suspended above the estuary. 2 giant bodies walked out slowly, with weapons worn on their backs that had worn away rust. The circulating cold light exudes a smell that penetrates the soul. As for Long Yu and his party, they had already boarded the pirate ship where Nami and Dusky were staying. When Sauron saw Dusky for the first time, he also mistakenly thought it was Dusky. However, no matter. It is a follow-up challenge, or a domineering use. For this period of time, she followed Long Yu and received precise training, and she directly abused Sauron. In 7 days, I lost 30 times. This falls in the mouth of Sanji, and riding a horse is a shame for a man. Of course, according to Sanji, seeing the beautiful women on board, he is more willing to be ashamed of being bullied by women. Mosamoxi, little brother, I'm Shachi. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Long Yu glanced at it, closed his eyes and calmly, standing at the mouth of the sea, Dongli and Brokey, took out the phone bug with his backhand. I'm Laxus, Miss Shachi, do you have any information? 7 days ago, after he returned to the pirate ship, he contacted Nico Robin, who used to be in charge of the Baroque Work Club. Pity that as soon as the news of the death of Shichibuhai Crocodile was announced, the Baroque Work Club immediately fell and scattered. Even Nico Robin couldn't get in touch with the billions of elders and others, let alone use the intelligence network that used to cover the first half of the Great Waterway to find information on the Navy and Walder. At the end, Long Yu remembered that in the Chambord Islands, the proprietor's wife, Shachi, specialized in selling intelligence information. Brother Laxus, it seems that you are doing something unknown again. I heard that even the Navy invited you to join the Navy as a new instructor, and you killed Krosidal of the 7 Wuhai. During this time, you were Red Man on the sea. Shachi said with a teasing smile. These words made Crocodile, who was standing not far from the deck of the ship, twitch in his cheeks. Although he died once, but now he is clearly alive, but is discussed by others as a dead person. This is a humiliation. Chapter 535, Black Knife, Dustless Slash. Sister Shachi, you really hold me high. Long Yu glanced at it, and the ashen-faced crocodile said, this time, I was just a fluke. As for the Navy headquarters, it was blind and asked me to be an instructor, but you will not forget about my request, Sister Shachi. 7 days ago, he learned from Garp's mouth that Bondwald, the world destroyer, was besieged by the Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, there is no way to find the exact trace information. It's been 7 days now, and I don't know if Wald was ambushed by the Navy. Then, the coveted Gulosik, which Long Yu coveted, was a waste. It seems that the little brother has a big plan. Shachi took a long sigh of smoke. However, this time you were lucky. I got important information just now. 3 days later, the Navy headquarters and Chihuahai joined forces to conduct a war against Wald in the first half of the Great Waterway, in the waters of Wales. Encirclement. If you have any ideas, I advise you to do it early. I think the Navy headquarters is determined to win this time. Long Yu raised his brows in the Wells Sea area. He remembered that this sea area was not too far from Alabasta. Captain, I have seen this area in the nautical chart provided by Alabasta. Nami spoke suddenly. It seems that it only takes 2.5 days from the small garden. I will record the hour hand here. Looking at the recording hour hand in Nami's hand, Long Yu couldn't help laughing, intending to reach out and rub Nami's head. However, as soon as he reached out halfway, his brows couldn't help frowning. Bang! The sound of breaking water came from the sea. Soon I saw a black shadow in the outer sea, and the water broke and rushed out. The huge body of tens of meters attacked in a rolling posture, and the sea water it brought up was like a torrential rain. This is an island eater. Nami screamed in surprise. 7 days ago, the island-eating beast with a body length of 1,000 meters jumped from a high altitude, but she almost lost her control. Shot at the critical moment, I'm afraid she would have been frightened already. HMPH, isn't it just a fish that slipped through the net? Get out of here. A disdainful snort spit out in Crocodile's mouth. Chachi's remarks just now made him angry for a long time. Especially during this time, looking at those little devils. Every day shouting to learn two-color domineering. He could only stare at him, this kind of suffocation, all of which was infused into self-exploration by Chloe. However, this emotional self-exploration undoubtedly makes this road narrower and narrower. And, 7 days passed, and Kerr could only stare at each other in addition to staring, and he had already touched the threshold. Who usually participates in high-level assassination missions in the Baroque Work Club, seemed to have some eyebrows a few days ago. Contrary, as the past. He was the eldest, and even had the strength to suckle, and he was still at a loss. Lord Crocodile, be careful. Daz roared loudly. Let the absent crocodile react suddenly. First to see, is a familiar figure. The muscles of both arms suddenly tensed and bulged, the blades spit out, and the black and ink-like armament color spread on the arm, and finally formed a shallow layer of domineering. Looking at the attacking, dozens of meters of island-eating beasts, Daz didn't hesitate at all, raised his hand and slashed down. Black knife clean cut. The black light flashed vertically, swiftly swept past like a thunderbolt. The speed was so fast that the island eater couldn't react at all. Directly cut the huge body of dozens of meters in two. Bang! The broken corpse was smashed on the sea surface, and the blood splattered and splattered under the big canopy, making the whole sea area suddenly full of blood. Lord Crocodile, are you all right? Daz fell to Crocodile's side. On his arms gave Crocodile an inexplicable heart-piercing feeling. This is his former little brother. Now he has surpassed him, and he has also controlled the domineering of the armed color. Crocodile, I were just barely able to display the arrogance of armed color just yesterday. Daz noticed Crocodile's gaze and quickly explained. For Daz, he never thought that according to Long Yu's training method, he could so quickly awaken the domineering arrogance lurking in his body. If this method, once spread, will be crazy for any force. However, this method is called a shortcut by Long Yu, and the degree of danger is also not small. If you don't have a tenacious will and a lot of combat experience, I'm afraid you will become an idiot if you haven't succeeded. It can be said that this is a 9-death approach. Shut up, a mere island-eating beast, do you think it can hurt me? Crocodile roared. The next moment, when he entered the scene, his pupils contracted suddenly. The distant sea area, a huge black shadow appeared quickly, and the surrounding sea water seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. A pair of eyes that were as scarlet as the moon quickly lit up. That feeling is enough to penetrate the soul. If we say that the island-eating beast just now is several tens of meters, then the current island-eating beasts can be described as 10,000 meters. They are waiting for it. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly looked at the two giants behind him. It's finally here. Dongli and Brokey suddenly opened their eyes. Chapter 536, Can't Hold Back. The languid breath that had been there was gone in an instant. At this moment, the two of them seemed to return to the giants of the sea like 100 years ago. Roar. A low roar, bursting like thunder. The 10,000-meter island-eating beast originally lurking in the sea, a pair of scarlet eyes, instantly locked on Long Yu and others. Of the sea who has been entrenched in the small garden for a long time, he was beheaded by Long Yu not long ago, but he is only a junior. It is the 10,000-meter island-eating beast that has been lurking and living for a long time in front of me, and it really makes the merchant ships and even the pirates feel nightmares. One bite, it can swallow a small island, which is its true attitude. Boom. Huge body, turned out directly in the sea. The 10,000-meter posture gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The rolled-up sea water gives people a gesture like a raging tide. That feeling was like a 12-level tsunami, rolling over in the sea in the distance. It can be said that if this blow, once it hits directly, is waiting for them, not to mention the ship is destroyed, that even this small garden will be crumbled. Oh my God, is this the island-eating beast? Captain, hurry up and think of a way. Nami's feet and belly are chattering. However, if Long Yu told her that there was a large amount of gold in the stomach of this island-eating beast, it would be another story. Don't worry, watch the show. Long Yu patted Nami on the shoulder and smiled genially. Nami was stunned while watching the play, and now she can't wait to pass out happily in a coma. At least this scene is not beautiful. A little careless, waiting for them, but swallowed. Crocodile's complexion suddenly became difficult to look at. In his eyes, Long Yu had already killed the largest island-eating beast. To see, you will reach the sky by tens of meters, or even 100 meters. Case of 1,000-meter island-eating beast, Crocodile is also confident that he can kill it in one blow. However, the head in front of him is close to 10,000 meters, reminding the existence of a huge island. If you let him kill, I am afraid there is a kind of feeling, mayfly. He is a self-confessed devil fruit with a powerful nature, but when the opponent's size reaches a certain level, his skills become not important. At least, at this moment, Dal has no confidence in his heart. When he saw that Long Yu was indifferent, his nerves tightened even more. He never imagined that in the face of such a huge island-eating beast, Long Yu would put his chips on the two giants. It can be said that at this moment Long Yu seems to be verifying whether his eyes are old. Roar! The 10,000-meter island-eating beast was the first to lose his breath. When the roar sounded again, the huge body moved. At the moment when the huge wave suddenly overturned, the body of 10,000 meters, like a huge sharp blade, directly tore the sea open. The monstrous waves brought up. Before the impact came, the entire estuary shook violently. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Urgent gaze, when swept across Long Yu's body, suddenly locked on the bodies of the two giants. Go! The violent drink like thunder gushed out from Dongli's mouth. With a deafening stance, it rolled and dispersed. Who had already held his breath for a long time, responded instantly. As the strongest partners in the past, their tacit understanding and actions can be called synchronization. Bang! Step out in one step. The whole small garden seems to be in an earthquake. Two huge bodies are shaking the earth. The dark and inky armed color is domineering, spreading rapidly over the two of them. The steel-like color made the originally sharp-edged aura suddenly climb to the extreme. Coupled with the height of dozens of meters, under the flickering sunlight, it stands like a huge iron tower. Facing so many gazes, Dongli and Brokey didn't show any fancy, their hands and fingers suddenly clenched their weapons. The domineering aura of armament wrapped around his body turned into a wave in the next moment, pouring into the weapon. Formed a swirl like a sakura. The pitch-black blade and the huge aura that circulated were crazily compressed on the weapon by Dongli and Brokey. Was a stagnation in the air circulating around. Dongli and Brokey raised their heads abruptly, their eyes like falcons, instantly locked on the 10,000-meter island-eating beast that was attacking from the sky. There is no trace of fancy, 10 fingers are tense, hands and even the muscles of the whole body are bulging like a rock. The next moment, with the right foot as the fulcrum, the iron tower-like body suddenly turned and started to rise under the sound of crackling bones. Unparalleled Sakura domination of the country. Bang! With one blow, the movements of the two giants are almost synchronized. The entire space, in an instant, seemed to be penetrated. Of the jet-black airwave was like a furious wave, tearing apart the space and bursting out. Wherever he passed, the air stirred huge ripples, and the sea along the way seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. Chapter 537, Ban Men Get Axe. At this moment, it feels like the end of the day. Roar! The huge body of the island-eating beast suddenly stagnates. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in the pupil, the huge body of 10,000 meters, under the frantic squirming, has to dodge first. It is simply impossible. Only thing that can be done is to watch the pitch-black airflow like a savage dragon across the sky. With a smashing posture, it is directly enlarged in the pupil. Boom! A dull thunderous roar exploded. Under the impact of huge air waves, large swaths of sea water were set off, forming a monstrous torrential rain. The pitch-black slash, with a tenacious posture, stabbed its head on the chest and abdomen of the island-eating beast. The snow-white belly, just supported a little, was smashed into pieces in the next moment. The scarlet blood water splashed like a wave, and a large piece of flesh and blood collapsed between the sky and the earth. The 10,000-meter island-eating beast smashed its head on the sea with a wailing roar. The torn sea lost its support and collided like two invisible hands. The huge body of the 10,000-meter island-eating beast was directly submerged. The huge sea surface, the water waves were surging, and the scarlet blood water lingered for a moment or three. A pungent bloody smell filled the air. Looking at the large mess in front of them, the people present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He looked at the two giants in disbelief. They have long known that giants have extraordinary strength. However, I didn't even think of it, after using the high-level armament color domineering air Sakura of Dongli and Brokey can directly kill the huge island-eating beast. If the shot fell on them, or in the small garden, the consequences are simply terrifying. The wrath of giants can destroy the country. This is no joke. Haha, the feeling of fighting is really cool, such a person's heroic appearance. Dongli laughed loudly and put the weapon directly on his shoulder. Looking back, after living on the upper island, I rolled over and sat on the raft. HMPH, if it wasn't for the captain's personal guidance, you old fellow would have been cowardly facing this island-eating beast that has been entrenched for 100 years. Brokey gave him a disdainful look. They have fought decisively for hundreds of years, but they also hunt for food. I also know a little about this island-eating beast that is entrenched in the sea and intends to hunt giants. Also had a fight with it, but unfortunately it never came to fruition. It was not until 100 years later, after mastering the high-level domineering Lu Ying, that it was able to kill it in one blow. However, it is precisely because of this reason that they clearly understand the power of this two-color domineering. Hehe, you can display such a domineering. It's not. I can do it with my guidance alone. Long Yu laughed dryly. Your rich combat experience and hundreds of years of duels have allowed you to maintain your physical fitness to a peak state, and you can only achieve this level with a lot of accumulation. The last crisis has also been eliminated. It is not too early, and we should go to sea. For Tori and Brokey, this is the point. Long Yu was not surprised. After all, this was the strongest giant who had been rewarded with a reward of over 100 million 100 years ago. The strength and means possessed are completely unmatched by ordinary giants. Even the current giant rookie, Helding, is not as good as 5 or 6/10 of him. Uncle Dongli, Uncle Brokey, do you want to join our Straw Hat Pirates? That blow just now was so cool. Luffy jumped onto Tori's shoulder at once. Both eyes were glowing with fiery starlight. For Luffy, the first condition for what can be brought on board is to be different. Luffy, the teacher is watching. You dare to dig the crew in public, be careful I cut you. Zoro bit back and bit the words of Hidao. Of Gito and Shuizuo in their hands showed a trace of dark-armed domineering, trying their best to spread to the blade. Pity that this domineering just spread a few centimeters, and it was obvious that he was exhausted and directly misfired. In the end, before the eyes of the public, it collapsed between heaven and earth. Cut, you green algae head, don't get an axe here. Sanji gave him a disdainful look, and immediately let out a strange cry. Nami-san, leave this kind of heavy lifting to me. Teacher, I don't seem to understand domineering. I want to stay on this ship as a trainee crew for life. You bastard, I have to hack you to death. that suddenly became noisy. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. For him, the current guidance is entirely to bring the world into turmoil faster. Only by doing so can he better regain his power. What's more, it's nice to be lively. Okay, let's all set sail and head to the waters of Wales. Long Yu retracted his thoughts and turned around to give an order. However, the first thing that came into view was an unexpected figure. Long Yu, I want to learn two-color domineering. Crocodile stood in front of Long Yu. Looking at this young man who was a little younger than himself, this kind of asking for advice almost suffocated him to death. If the two giants didn't kill the island-eating beasts strongly, he might still insist on his stubbornness. Chapter 538, I want to fight with you. However, the blow just now that was like destroying the sky and destroying the earth not only killed the island-eating beast, but also shattered the last self-esteem and stubbornness in his heart. The face of this blow, Crocodile believed that even with the glory of Shichibukai, he would not be able to retreat. Now think about it, if the target of this hit is yourself. The spine is still chilling. Haha, you stubborn brat, are you finally convinced? Dong Li laughed uncontrollably. You should first call the captain a teacher. Broki and I add up, but we are more than 300 years old, so much older than you. In order to become stronger, we have not put our face aside. The strong, but there is no distinction between before and after, but you remember. Rolling laughter, mixed with a sense of preaching. If it was normal, Crocodile would have been violent, fat beating. However, what Dong Li said this time was not wrong. Long Yu's teaching achievements are obvious to all. What's more, the young man in front of him is a talent that even the Warring States Marshal of the Navy headquarters and the new recruit chief instructor ZFA liked. Watching other people improve rapidly step by step, and pretending that he is full of unimportant things, that is his loss. Hee, no need, you won't be treated differently for the sake of effectiveness. The most important thing is that you are willing. Long Yu patted Crocodile on the shoulder. Fairy tale, but it's not important to drag the oil bottle. Dusky, next you guide him to the basics. Dusky was stunned for a moment. Long time, in her eyes, Chihuahai was an unattainable existence. Usually encountered in the sea, but also to hide and prey, do not be stared at. Never thought that one day I would guide Chihuahai. However, seeing that Long Yu's face was correct, Dasichi hesitated, but nodded in agreement. Faced with this decision, Crocodile was a little surprised, however, breaking his own limitations and asking Long Yu to know the practice of two-color domineering is enough to say that he also sacrificed his face. What's more, compared with those hairy boys from Sauron, Dusky is undoubtedly a better choice. Haha, Captain, it seems that you really have a way of regaining people's hearts. Dong Li laughed loudly, took a sip of wine into his mouth, and said, however, Captain, didn't you say that our giant family has also produced some good seedlings? It's the Urals. That kid, it's still John. Dong Li, have you forgotten that there is another kid named Longs? Broki laughed and agreed. Seeing these two voices twitching, the two giants burst into deafening laughter. Long Yu reluctantly took out his cochlea and said, the John and Longs you mentioned, if I guess correctly, they should be the two lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters now. The former naval headquarters, but through the hands of the nun Carmelite, secretly sold many giants to make up for the strength of the Navy. Among them, there are even a few giants who have entered the middle and high level of the Navy. Oh, they turned out to be members of the Navy, so we pirates have no heirs. Dong Li frowned involuntarily. Leaving the time of the 100th century does not mean that the younger generation is not good for the Navy. However, 100 years ago, their giant pirates, but in Elbaf, became a well-known legend. In this sea, it is also very famous. If suddenly there are no giants as pirates now, then, have the giant soldier pirates become a disgrace? Hee, don't worry, I remember a giant named Helding, who should have formed a new giant soldier pirate to enter the sea. As for the specific situation, I don't know. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose, thinking of Helding, who was added to the Straw Hat ship in the original book. Helding is that, the kid who always wears a bullhorn hat. When we left the port for the last time, that guy haunted us and insisted on becoming the strongest pirate and surpassing us. Brokey froze for a moment, then laughed. However, it soon attracted Dongley's meal, rolling eyes. That's Hersey, is your memory wrong? What's wrong? It's your brain that's getting old. You said that I degenerate and I want to fight you. Looking at the two giants who were about to fight again, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, frowned, and took out a restless life card with his backhand. He remembered that this life card was given to him by Hancock after he escaped from the Chambord Islands. According to the magnitude of the vibration and the reaction, it means that Hancock is not far away from him. At the same time, there may be danger. What happened to the captain? Dongley glanced at it and said anxiously. These words fell, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 539, Nightmare. The thunder-like explosion resounded, and the blast wave that was set off rolled back like a frenzy. Which was originally not calm, suddenly set off a big wave. The pirate ship in it, like a flat boat, became unstable, as if it would capsize at any time. Hancock, why don't you send a distress signal quickly? The Navy is chasing this lunatic. Mother-in-law, leaning on a cane, reluctantly stood up, and hurriedly suggested. The huge island-like ship that was chasing more than 10 nautical miles behind him, his face turned pale. Half a day ago, they received the signal of the meeting point from the Navy, and they planned to rush to the past. I never thought that I would meet the madman Bundywald, the world destroyer, in the middle. In the face of ultra-long-range artillery shells, there is also a 100-fold increase in Momo's fruit. It can be said that no matter to flee or pursue, there is no way to get rid of the huge pirate ship in front of him. For anyone being targeted, this is a nightmare. You bastard, you actually asked your concubine to ask the Navy for help. Hancock's face turned cold, and he hurriedly shouted, if this incident spreads out, will the concubine still have a face like Chihuahua? In the future, I am afraid that I will not only become a laughing stock among pirates, but how do the Navy headquarters, and even the world government treat me? Could it be that an old guy who is about to die can really take me down? What's more, everyone will forgive me what my concubine decides, because I am the most beautiful. The cold voice echoed on the huge deck, facing Hancock's rebuttal. All the female warriors had already cast their fanatical gazes. Lord Hancock is right. Even if we die in battle, we will never ask the Navy headquarters for help. We are Chihuahua. For the reputation of Lady Empress, we will definitely be able to defeat these rude people. Looking at Hancock, who had mobilized the emotions of all the staff, his mother-in-law suddenly became angry. Mother-in-law, my elder sister is right. We can become Chihuahua because we have the ability to make the Navy headquarters, and even the world government, jealous. If we ask for help now, it means compromise. In the future, we will have no right to speak in front of the Navy headquarters. Sonia said in a low voice. Let's do it according to the elder sister. I agree too. Godreau also nodded in agreement. Okay, you can do what you say, don't blame you for not persuading you. Granny clenched the crutches in her hand, stomped towards the deck, and turned away angrily. Look at this. In one scene, Hancock couldn't help but snorted, an old woman who gets in the way. All the staff give me orders. Since he is chasing after him, he will fight back fiercely. I will sink them and let the world know that what the Navy headquarters can't do, our 9 snake pirates can do it. Lord Hancock is right, let's kill. For the 9 snakes, for Lord Hancock, let's kill. The hysterical screams of killing suddenly spread throughout the huge sea area. That had been pulling the pirate ship and fled in a hurry, stopped abruptly, then turned around and went to the Gulozhenchi, which was chasing after them. The violent scene made Wald, who was standing on the center deck of the Glossiaki, on the ship's cannon, startled at first, and then burst into laughter. Walolo, I didn't expect this so-called Chihuahua, gave up escaping, and planned to fight me instead. Let me take a good look at the capabilities of the world government's lackey, the so-called Chihuahua. Brother Bingjak, prepare ships and cannons for me, and I want them newcomers to know, the ward pirates, not. They can provoke them. Crazy laughter echoed on the huge deck. As the vice-captain of the ward pirates, and also Ward's eldest brother, Bingjak, has long been old and frail, and has been leaning on a hanging bottle all the year round. Looking at the unscrupulous Walder, he couldn't help saying, Wald, according to the information, the Navy headquarters is still chasing us. Now, we shouldn't waste time here. In case the Navy headquarters, like last time, forms an encirclement, I'm afraid there will be no second storm and let us get out of trouble. What's more, with your current physical strength, it's probably too much of a burden to control the Gulosik for a long time. As a product of the old times, at the age of 45, Wald was conspired by the alliance of the Navy and pirates, and was sent to the advanced city prison. In the 6th layer, it is frozen. This kind of treatment was even stricter than the Golden Lion sent to the 6th floor at that time. After all, in the sea at that time, the Golden Lion was unscrupulous, but not as crazy as Walder. Regardless of, is the Navy, or the pirates, even the Tianlong people, and some islands blocking the road will be destroyed by him. According to Wald, there is absolutely nothing on the way that can hinder his pace. However, that kind of arrogant and domineering, but the product of more than 30 years ago. After a long period of freezing, Wald's appearance did not look much older. But the real age has reached 78 years old. Chapter 540th, 50 times increase. Takes a long time to use Momo's fruit ability to speed up the Glossiaki. It's not a huge burden. He can completely ignore his old body now. I'm still planning to use the ship's cannon. The pressure that will be endured has been infinitely magnified. Once at this juncture, encountering sniping from the naval headquarters, it will undoubtedly make things worse. You bastard, what do you mean? I've been eliminated from this era, so should I obediently hide? Walder's face darkened and roared. If you don't go, old guy, then I will come by myself. Abandoning these words, Wald swayed, directly past Bingjak, and appeared behind the ship's cannon. When the big hand slapped the huge ship's cannon, the low-pitched turning sound of the gears resounded. Wald. When Bingjak saw this, his expression suddenly became anxious. Go away, don't stand in my way, I'm going to sink them all, even if I come, I won't be able to stop me. Walder roared again and again. The huge gun barrel, under the rotation of the gear, was instantly locked on the 9 snake pirates who were approaching fast in the distance. Witnessing this scene, Walder's face couldn't help but show a frantic smile. Haha, with this cannon on the ship, I see how you approach me. Today, I will let you taste the taste of sinking the sea with one blow. Momo fruit, 50-fold increase. Along with the roar, Walder slapped the ship's cannon with his right hand. When the low metal collision sound reverberated, the huge fruit power, like a frenzy, poured into the ship's cannon. The pitch-black cannons of ships are more than 10 meters large. With other shipborne cannons, and even the dedicated cannons in the Navy headquarters, it is obviously more than 10 times different. Of course, it's not that the Navy headquarters couldn't make it. It's just that the larger the volume of the shell, the stronger the driving force required, the worse the accuracy, and the smaller the maneuverability. At the same time, with the current artillery technology, the range that can be achieved is also infinitely reduced. Once the oversized cannonball is detonated, they will probably bring disaster to themselves. Therefore, for this special cannon, only Wald can cast Momogo. To be able to use. The huge black gun barrel was slowly erected, and when the shooting trajectory was adjusted, it was instantly locked on the sea area where the 9 Snakes pirate ship was. 7 or 8, Haley, still able to, sister, what is this thing like? This huge artillery fire reach the sea where we are? Sonia couldn't help asking. Faced with this unknown means of attack, it is a worry for anyone. Hancock's face also sank all of a sudden. As a battle-hardened veteran, she is conceited. However, there is a lot of experience in combat. What's more, as the Empress of Nine Snake Island who is prevalent in domineering use, her use of three-color domineering is stronger than that of ordinary pirates. When she saw the cannon of this ship, an inexplicable feeling of anxiety flashed in her heart. Facing the cruel words thrown just now, his face sank, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop chasing in a straight line, immediately. Switch to detour tactics and try to get rid of the danger of aiming at the gun channel." I know my sister. Godreau, who was at the helm, heard the words and reacted instantly. For other pirate ships, and even warships, this sudden turn-like operation may be difficult. However, in addition to using mechanical and wind energy, the nine-snake pirate ship also has kinetic energy from sea snakes. As long as the order is delivered, it is not without problems to turn in an instant. Oh, you actually know how to turn and want to avoid my edge. Walter let out a small snort, and then laughed horribly. Ha, you girl, it seems that you have also noticed the greatness of the ship's cannon that I have carefully built. However, you underestimated the power of Wald, the destroyer of my world. Today I will see how you can hide as the prey I am aiming at. Boom! The huge ship's cannon made a low sound of gears snapping, and finally the artillery channel was instantly settled. The madness on Wald's face, who witnessed this scene, became brighter and brighter, and the moment his eyes were on the Nine Snakes pirate ship, the long-awaited blow suddenly detonated. Little girl, have a taste of the blow I carefully prepared for you. The current Walter is not. 30 years can compare. Momo fruit 50 times. Boom! The thunder-like sound of artillery bombardment detonated without warning. The violent air wave and the impact it brought made the huge gun barrel hurriedly push back. And waves caused even Bing Jack to stand up and fell directly to the ground. However, in the face of all this, Bing Jack obviously didn't care at all. The turbid old eyes were locked on the ship's cannon and the shells that were gushing out. Escape quickly. The old roar sounded. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 541 to 560. Chapter 541, Are You Crazy? Hancock and the others looked at the rapidly approaching shells, and were stunned at first. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, the cannonball, which was originally astonishing in size, soared dozens of times in an instant. A huge volume close to a kilometer, no matter what. Together with the speed, it has also increased dozens of times. Everywhere along the way, the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, bringing with it an inexplicable feeling of depression. Look at such a huge shell, if it is really hit. I'm afraid not to mention their pirate ship, I'm afraid that in the sea area several nautical miles around, everything will be destroyed. However, in the face of this behemoth, there is no ability to stop it. Sister, now, what should I do now? Sonia's face turned pale. They possess the ability of devil fruit, and they also have a strength comparable to that of a lieutenant general. It's just that facing this kind of impact, it's not just being able to resist it. Especially, in the sea, once the ship carrier is lost, it will be a nightmare for those with devil fruit ability. You are all hiding in the mezzanine of the ship, I will stop it. Hancock spoke suddenly. As the head of the Nine Snake Pirates, she is usually very conceited, but in this life and death situation, she doesn't care too much. However, as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by his mother-in-law. Hancock, are you crazy? Why did you stop it? Don't forget, you are the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates. Anyone can die, you absolutely cannot. Sonia, Godreau, and my old woman, let's do it together. For Nine Snake Island, the existence of Hancock is undoubtedly the survival of the death-free gold medal of Chihuahua. To keep Nine Snake Island prosperous, this is something that must not be discarded. It can be said that on this boat, anyone can die, but Hancock cannot. Sister, my mother-in-law is right, let's go. Lord Hancock, let's go. On the huge deck of the ship, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Looking at the sky, the huge cannonball that kept growing and finally settled on the top of the head. The female warriors of the 9 snakes who were present obviously had the mentality of mortal death. However, before they could react, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of a knife rang resounded above the clouds in the 9 heavens. 1 black knife, 1 knife and 1 thunder, 10 burials. Om! The crisp sound of the knife sounds like a sudden shock. The violent thunder light turned into a streak. With a posture like tearing the sky, it passes through the sky and the earth in the distance. Endless golden light flew, like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, and the air along the way was also torn apart instantly. Regardless of Hancock and the others on the 9 snake pirates, and Walden others on the Lien Gulaseki. They just saw the whole world, and the dazzling thunder light passed by. The moment that dominates all vision. Came back to his senses, the golden giant had already traversed the sky and the earth, and collided with the huge cannonball first. The next moment, before everyone could react, a dangerous chi burst out in the void. The giant cannonball that had rolled and swooped down had a jet-black appearance, bursting with a penetrating firelight. Immediately, a thunderous explosion sounded. Boom! The violent air waves, and the firelight bloomed in the void at once. A fiery wave of fire swept through like a tidal wave, and there was a slight stagnation in the air circulating throughout the void. The next moment, the endless flames directly swallowed everything in front of him. The huge sea area seemed to be stirred directly by a pair of invisible big hands. Boom! The dull thunder-like explosion sound and the fiery explosive air waves enveloped dozens of nautical miles around. The waves that swept up the entire sea were more than 10 meters high. Some of the sea kings hidden in the sea were directly affected by the blast and died in the sea. The 9 Snakes pirate ship, which was under the shock wave, was directly rolled like a flat boat. Looking at the oncoming fire, Hancock was about to step forward to stop him when his face changed drastically. An unexpected figure had already taken a step ahead and landed on the deck of the ship. Tier 4 Magic Multiple Defense Shield. 4th Order 4 Magic Infinite Block. Multiple weakening of the 4th Order 4 Magic Attack. A series of magic circles quickly bloomed under Long Yu's feet. The colorful shields were propped up one after another, covering the entire pirate ship first. The next moment, the incoming flames burst onto the shield. Bang bang bang. The dull collision sound rang out one after another in the outside world. However, with the weakened defense of multiple magic shields, it cannot be shaken at all. Looking out from the inside, it also gives people a feeling of dazzling fireworks. The sudden scene made Hancock and the others startled. In the face of the huge shells approaching 1,000 meters, they were scrambling to make a move. Even Hancock is no exception. It's just that they clearly know that this choice will definitely make them die. Hancock, who knew how to be domineering and sweet, could not stop the cannonball in an instant. It can be said that they have long been determined to die. Chapter 542, You Are Too Much. However, people never imagined that at an urgent juncture, there would be a turning point. This made everyone's tense nerves loosened instantly. At the moment, they looked at the huge skeleton standing in front of the deck, showing endless gratitude. Lord Long Yu, why are you here? Hancock was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were hot. Again and again, to help out, it is just like rain in time. In particular, the man in front of her rescued her from the shame and nightmare. I happened to be nearby and saw a big movement in your life card, so I came to have a look. Long Yu turned back and looked at the excited Hancock. In the deep-set eyes, the soul flame jumped. The huge, white-boned hand stretched out in full view of all eyes and rubbed Hancock's head lightly. You are still too impulsive. If something happens in the future, remember to notify me, no matter what. Who your enemy is, even if the world government is overthrown. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be filled with invisible magic sounds, giving people a taste of directly hitting the soul. Made the many female warriors of Nine Snake Island in the field suddenly excited. You bastard, this sentence is so similar. It's exactly the same as what Rayleigh told me that day. This is a love story. Don't be obsessed with Hancock. Why did my mother-in-law bite her handkerchief and hurriedly stepped forward and shouted. Fuck you old woman, don't get in the way of your concubine. As soon as Hancock entered the state, he saw the wrinkled mother-in-law approaching. Came out like a fountain, was instantly interrupted and disappeared. If it wasn't for Long Yu's presence, I'm afraid she would have to take a knife and chop off Granny's jaw. Okay, let me handle the matter here. Wald is still useful to me. He didn't hurt you, right? Long Yu withdrew his hand, went up and down a lot, and then asked with concern. No, as the woman of Lord Long Yu, of course, my concubine will not be hurt by these little guys. If it wasn't for the range, my concubine couldn't get close, otherwise they would have been dealt with already. Hancock responded quickly with a blushing face. Hancock, look at your nympho, is this still the mistress of the Nine Snakes pirates, not even the least bit reserved? You old woman, throw her out, whoever goes to bed every night calls Rayleigh's name. That suddenly became noisy. Long Yu looked at the sea where the explosions dissipated and the waves rolled around. Who dares to interfere with this ship's good deeds? Walder roared. For him, the first test shot was a huge symbol. Originally full of expectations, I could use my life to declare my illustrious name. I didn't even expect that Chen Yaojin would walk out as soon as he stepped out of the door. However, watching his attack disintegrated, Wald did not rush to shoot. After all, with a single knife, he could be penetrated by a cannonball that uses 50 times the power of Momo's fruit. There are very few in this sea, and in Bing Jake's information, there are only a few representative figures such as Hawkeye Mahawk in the Seven Wuhai, and the red hair of the Four Emperors. The attack unscathed. Wald, you are too much. Under the agitation of the magic power on Long Yu's body, the whole person was suspended in the air. You won't forget who let you out in the Push City. The cold voice, under the profusion of magic power, reverberated like thunder on the huge sea. Faced with the sudden figure, let alone Bing Jack, even Walder's expression changed drastically. It can be said that after escaping from the City University prison, the news he heard the most was not the reputation and deeds of those old fellows. The contrary, this is arrogant and domineering, playing cards completely out of common sense. Without any root cause, in just a few months, the reward amount has climbed to 1 billion skeleton demon. This is an existence that claims that even the headquarters of the Navy, and even the world government, is a headache. In front of the two generals, he publicly beheaded the Tianlong people. At the same time, you can get out of your body. Based on this alone, it is no longer comparable to ordinary pirates. What's more, during this period of time, there was an undercurrent of momentum on the sea, known as the Great Skeleton Demon, who would be the fifth emperor to divide up the New World in the future. The face of such explosive rumors, perhaps many forces will ignore them and just act as jokes. But it also shows from the side that the appearance of the Great Skeleton Demon has undoubtedly become a new force that shakes the pattern of the old forces. In front of any force, but not many people are willing to confront him head-on. There are even more rumors that, not long after the Skeleton Demon escaped from prison, he boarded the Moby Dick and had an equal conversation with Whitebeard, the head of the Four Emperors. Then, he withdrew his whole body in front of everyone's eyes. This alone is enough to prove that the Great Skeleton Demon has the qualification to be a pirate hegemon that is not inferior to Chiwahai, or even surpasses Chiwahai. The Great Skeleton Demon suddenly stepped in, and Walder had to cheer up. Chapter 543, God's Punishment. The huge sea surface, in addition to the aftermath of the explosion, caused the waves to roll back. The two opposing sides fell into a dead silence all of a sudden. Even just a moment ago, Wald, who was arrogant, turned gloomy all of a sudden. For Chihuahua, he really did not take it seriously. But this guy in front of him, who can detonate and advance the city prison, still makes him feel apprehensive. Skull Demon, thank you for rescuing Walder. This is all a misunderstanding. We don't know that Empress Hancock and you are old acquaintances. Bing Jack was the first to speak up. The depressing atmosphere in the arena suddenly eased a little or two. Walder glanced at Bing Jack and said, HMPH, those who ran away, but I really want to meet you, but I didn't expect that I would meet you here. However, Wald, are not someone who doesn't care about love. Since you helped me escape from that ghost place, I won't be embarrassed by your people, but I hope you don't hinder me. Abandoning these words, Walder turned around and planned to leave. Walder, stop, this is not your time. Long Yu said lightly. The small voices, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing on the sea for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Walder's stride suddenly stopped in mid-air. Wald, don't be impulsive. Bing Jack's face changed, and he spoke hastily to persuade. For Long Yu's remarks, Bing Jack did not complain at all. It can be said that he and Long Yu have the same idea. In his eyes, Walder's appearance looked the same as in 30 years, only 46 years old. However, in the frozen state, the function of the body is also declining. It can be said that the current Wald is no longer as heroic as he used to be. With the changes of this era, even Roger, the Pirate King, has been executed. As Long Yu said, this is no longer the era of Wald. Not impulsive. Walder's face sank, and an angry roar rose. A mere little boy, dare to point me here, you are a challenge, the majesty of a world destroyer. Bang! With a big step, Wald directly shaved and disappeared out of thin air. Appearing again, he had already arrived at Long Yu's jet black armed color and domineering. With his fists fast, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched and smashed towards Long Yu. Boy, others have told you that your tactics are tricky, so I'll see if a mere phantom beast fruit person has the ability to be a lobbyist for me. Bang! Punch out, the air seems to be penetrated. General. Although, Wald is a superhuman devil fruit ability person, but he is also proficient in the 6 naval styles, and he is a strong taijutsu. In his eyes, Long Yu was young enough to be able to develop devil fruit abilities to such a degree that it was very good. As for physical skills, he is simply not as good as him. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Long Yu, Walder's pupils flashed a hint of abuse. Momo fruit has increased tenfold. The air ripples that had been stirred up were torn apart in an instant. The sudden increase in fist speed, like a teleportation, appeared on the tip of Long Yu's nose. This unpredictable attack method is Wald's tried and true routine attack. In his eyes, there are very few people who can escape. What's more, at such a close distance, Long Yu had no advantage at all to dodge. However, as soon as this idea came into being, and when he entered the scene, Wald's pupils shrank suddenly. Endless thunder light rose up without warning on Long Yu's body. The next moment, before his fist landed, he vanished in the first place. Bang! With a heavy punch, it failed directly. The fist strength brought up was like a hurricane, and instantly rushed into the sea below. The huge impact force directly caused a big wave to smash into the sea, and even the sea kings lurking in it were killed by a punch. The violent scene changed Wald's expression drastically. He didn't have time to think about it, and he quickly raised the domineering look to the extreme. Behind, Wald's mind flashed through the captured figure, and under the domineering arrogance of his right arm, he used his waist as a support point and swept out directly behind him. Facing the scene just now, he was eager to verify one thing. However, the words that fell in his ears instantly made his nerves tense to the extreme. Have you ever tried being struck by lightning? God's punishment. Golden thunder, like a frenzy, vented and fell from the 9 heavens. The speed was so fast that the dazzling golden light of the sky and the earth flashed, and the next moment the violent thunder light fell on Wald's body 1 step ahead. The huge lightning beam was 7 or 8 meters long and thick. Facing this violent scene, Walter was already mentally prepared. But when faced with the thunder light falling from the sky, with his weak body, and just after chasing the 9 snake pirates, he consumed a lot of physical strength, and it was too late to dodge. Bang! The thunder light poured down on him instantly. With a tenacious posture, he headed towards the sea below, and his remaining power struck the sky with unabated power. Chapter 544, Can't This Sea Hold Me? Bing-Jack's face changed suddenly, and he did not wait for him to say more. Dark Shadow rushed out on the deck and landed on the sea first. Captain Wald, I'll be your stepping stone. Sebastian is the last remaining crew member of the Ward Pirates. It is also a family of giant fish and fish, with an extraordinary swimming talent. Although, in the countless battles in the past, he has caused blindness in both eyes, but the domineering he possesses has made him faster and stronger. It can be said that Sebastian landed on Wald's drowning spot in an instant. Sebastian, you are good. Wald, who was in the endless thunder, suddenly reacted. In the moment just now, he used his full body armament and arrogance to raise his defensibility to the extreme. However, in the face of Long Yu's unpredictable attack, he still took a beat, causing his body to feel a tinge of numbness. Directly by the endless thunder, it almost rushed into the sea. Right now, Sebastian suddenly came to help, which undoubtedly allowed Wald to find a foothold. Bang! With a kick on Sebastian's back, Wald's falling situation was directly slowed down. Was no time to think about it, so I hurriedly used the moon step and rushed towards the Glossiaki. When he stepped on the deck, Walter breathed a little. However, looking at Long Yu suspended in the sky, his face became ashen. Wald, you're old. In Long Yu's deep-set eyes, the flame of his soul suddenly soared. The thunder light on his body rose, like a ghost, swept through the void in a lightning-like posture, and also landed on the deck. At Walter's vulture's gaze, he said, "This sea can no longer hold you. If you still want to continue sailing, I may be able to provide you with protection. This sea can't hold me." Wald's expression sank, and he roared angrily, "So you did so many things, did you intend to let me rely on you? However, this is not possible. Judging from the affection we have come out, this time the farce will be counted." Abandoning these words, Walter turned and left without stopping. Wald. Bing-Jack suddenly became anxious, opened his mouth, but still couldn't say a word. The huge deck, only UK, Sebastian and Gyram fell into silence. After a short while, Bing-Jack leaned on a cane and came to Long Yu and said, "The great skeleton demon, thank you for saving my wayward brother, he was not like this before. Don't worry, I'm just here this time. This is a phone bug to contact me. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me." Dragon. Feather took out a phone bug with his backhand. Under the surging tide of magic power, the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was back on Hancock's ship. The speed is so fast, even within the detection range of Shanwen's, you can only detect the moment when he appeared. Sebastian's expression changed slightly. Blindness makes him domineering in what he sees and hears, and makes him more refined. The momentary touch just now was far beyond what other people could compare. No, the most terrifying thing is the skeleton demon. I am afraid that he has the ability of dual attribute fruit. Only in this way does Captain Walter choose to back down. Gyrim's face was equally ashen. As a devil fruit person, his focus is obviously different from others. One body with two fruits is impossible. Bing-Jack's face changed suddenly. As an intelligence officer of the Ward Pirates, he is well aware of the taboos on those with devil fruit abilities in this sea. Except for the landlubber, it is impossible for anyone to master the second devil fruit. It is not that no one has tried it in history, but the final result is also to explode and die. Now Guy Lem is making this utterly absurd view, which is far beyond anyone's expectations. No, don't forget the legend, but that kind of situation happened. Guy Rim spoke again. These words fell, the expressions of Sebastian and Bing Jack suddenly changed drastically. In their minds, the legendary terrifying existence flashed across. As the pirates of the old times, those things are vivid in their eyes. Looks like I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Deep voice. This is a remarkable existence. Vice Captain Bing Jack, I think you have already made up your mind. This hint of hesitation flashed across Bing Jack's dry bark cheeks. Looking at the phone bug in his hand, he fell into silence. Lord Long Yu, fortunately you arrived in time, otherwise we will. Sonia watched Long Yu land on the deck again, and a trace of gratitude flashed on her face. Of the huge cannonball that rolled down overwhelmingly, with a diameter of almost a kilometer. Apart from despair, they were completely helpless. Did you say that? Hancock glared at him, a hint of shyness flashed on his cold and arrogant face, and said, Lord Long Yu, thank you for saving your life, but this kindness, I don't know how to repay it. Looking at Hancock, who fell into his puberty, the people present were already used to it. Chapter 545, I refuse to cooperate with the Navy. This kind of treatment is only available to this unfathomable young man in front of him. HMPH, I don't think you said that you should promise each other with your own body. With a cane and snorted disdainfully, hypocritical. You damn old woman. Hancock's pretty face froze, and he hurriedly shouted, whoever calls the old man Rayleigh's name in his sleep every night, and says that I want it's disgusting. Hancock, you dare to tell me, who is watching the rewardling sicken every day, you old woman. Bastard, throw it to me and feed the sea kings, I will kill her. The huge deck suddenly became noisy. Facing these shameful conversations, Rao, these sturdy female warriors of the 9 snakes, also blushed when she heard it. Grumpy. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. The scene suddenly returned to calm. Looking at the Navy-style phone bug, a coldness flashed across Hancock's face. Sister, shall we pick it up? Sonia said hesitantly. HMPH, no answer. Hancock snorted disdainfully. My purpose is just to see Lord Long Yu. Now that people have seen it, why should I pay attention to those hypocritical guys? This. Sonia suddenly stopped, and subconsciously looked at Long Yu. Hancock, since you're here, it's a good thing to go for a walk. Long Yu said knowingly. What's more, I still need you to provide me with wartime information. For the Glossiaki, Long Yu is determined to win. However, to drive such a huge ship, you also need to be equipped with the ability of Momo Fruit. Therefore, Walter is also indispensable. Lord Long Yu said that he needs a concubine. A blushing face, Hancock held his forehead and said, it's the concubine who neglected such an important matter. I hope Lord Long Yu will forgive me. Having said that, Hancock snatched the phone bug away, and his pretty face returned to a cold arrogance. I'm Chiwu Hai-hen Cook, high nonsense, hurry up and say it directly, don't waste your precious time. Looking at Hancock, whose attitude changed quickly, this changed face is worthy of the title of woman. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, and was also quiet. He wondered what the Navy was thinking. Hancock, I am Akainu, this time the main commander in charge of the siege of World Destroyer Wald. Deep voice on the phone. The worm came out, many people's expressions changed. That Akainu would participate in this siege campaign, but he didn't expect that he would also serve as the commander-in-chief. With his character that always likes to implement absolute justice, once he fights with Walder, then the ending is bound to sink Wald into the sea. Hancock obviously doesn't care. Who is the other party? He said with a cold snort. Akaji, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, don't talk nonsense to the concubine. We Chiwahai are just accepting the summons to walk around, don't give me any bad orders. You. Akainu suddenly became angry, and after a long while, he said coldly, not long ago, according to the eyeliner report, Wald is chasing your 9 snake pirates, I intend to confirm this. Also, don't forget, accepting the summoning order, the Navy headquarters has the minimum mobilization power over Uchiwahai. Don't forget the place where we meet. I refuse to cooperate with the Navy. Hancock snorted coldly. Reject. Akainu's face sank, and he growled sharply. Hancock, you should know what you are talking about. If you refuse the call-up order, after Wald is besieged, it will be you. Shut up. Hancock obviously did not sell Akainu's account, and said, the concubine is so beautiful, even if she refuses to cooperate with your naval headquarters, she will be forgiven. Wald attacked our 9 snake pirates. I will definitely avenge this revenge, and there is no need for your so-called Chiwahai recruitment order. Having said that, Hancock didn't intend to give Akainu any room to continue talking, and directly broke the phone bug in his hand. Domineering or willful facing Hancock in front of him, Long Yu didn't know what words to use to describe it. However, perhaps Hancock liked this as more convincing. Let Akainu eat a little deflated. Bastard, just bastard, goddamn Hancock, goddamn Shichibukai. It is hundreds of nautical miles away from the 9 snake pirates. 3 warships sail fast at sea. The awe-inspiring roar echoed on the deck, causing many Navy recruits to look at each other in dismay. Looking at the Akainu wearing a robe of justice, crushing the phone worm alive, many naval soldiers couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The ghost spider behind him also kept silent. Haha, Akainu, I've said it long ago, you're not slick enough. If you go to be the contact person in person, you're going to make yourself angry to death. Unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. Chapter 546, Merciless. Everyone's nerves were tense at once, and soon they could see a battleship with a dog's head hat on its bow breaking through the sea in the distance. Seeing such a special shape of the warship, the ghost spider's expression changed and rushed forward to report. General Sakaski, it is Mr. Karp who has arrived. Looking at the Navy, aside from Garp, the old urchin, even the Admiral of the Navy did not dare to be so reckless in the face of Akainu. However, it is precisely because of this that it is also a beautiful landscape in the Navy. Looking at the rapidly approaching warship, and Kapu, who was trying his best to put the immortal shell in his mouth, Akainu's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he snorted coldly, 1, 2, 2, they are all soy sauce stuff. Bring some useless guys. Pass on my order, gather as quickly as possible, and minimize the encirclement. I will sink all the products of the old era into the sea in the name of justice. The rolling roars rolled backwards in the sky in all directions. The hot molten heat seemed to reflect Akainu's mood, causing the temperature of the huge deck to skyrocket. Leaving those words, Akainu turned around and walked towards the cabin under the awe-inspiring gaze of the soldiers. Witnessing this scene, Garp pinched his nostrils boredly and said, Akainu is still the same, he likes to mess around. However, I didn't expect that in order to encircle and suppress Walder, the 3 generals would be dispatched together, and 10 warships would be equipped. This lineup is higher than the slaughtering order. For Garp's spit, except for Bolt, who had a serious face, the other soldiers on the ship all showed helplessness. Akainu said it ruthlessly just now, but they still know it clearly. This is not wrong. As a naval hero Karp, to participate in this siege mission, in addition to boosting morale. The final effect is to make soy sauce. I wanted him to take action and become serious. He had not appeared for a long time, except when the Golden Lion made a fuss about Marin Fando. Of course, there are also rumors that if Garp, the hero of the Navy headquarters, really fights seriously. Once again working hard for the Navy headquarters, that will be the Navy's last line of defense. It is also on the verge of dying for the survival of the Navy headquarters. It is for this reason that Karp's has a slightly officially recognized taste. Hee, Mr. Karp, you're still the same, and you're the only one who can get along with Kai like this. A crisp female voice suddenly came from the deck of the ship. Looking at the black-haired woman who suddenly appeared, and the saber with the golden hilt clenched in her hand, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present couldn't help but change slightly. Only Garp looked as usual, digging his nostrils and said, "Yo, it's Tautu, why did you come here?" Quote, "It won't be the madman Akainu, so crazy that even you were recruited." Among the naval headquarters, the generals represent the highest three major forces. But second only to the general, not the lieutenant general. Instead, they are those who are at the top of the lieutenant general and are known as the replacement for the general. Among them, the peach rabbit and the tea dolphin are the more famous ones. "Mr. Carp, you misunderstood. I happened to come to this sea area just to chase the target. I heard from Sister He that you are encircling and suppressing the world destroyer Wald, so come and see if there is anything that can help." Tautu laughed dryly and explained. The few female generals in the Navy, Tautu can definitely be called the successor of the crane. Regardless of his strength or ingenuity, it is enough to convince people. Looks like that guy doesn't know where to go to commit suicide. Garp flicked his booger at random. "I'm afraid it will be a headache for you and the tea pigs to be responsible for staring at those terrifying guys. However, I see your expression, it should not be simple, just come here to join in the fun." Carp is a soy sauce position in the Navy headquarters. But it is also clear that the general's backup is responsible for monitoring the naval power of the four emperors. In the face of the four emperors, and even the powerful combat power of the four emperors, the general lieutenant general is not an opponent at all, nor does it have the slightest deterrent ability. Rash move, you will be easily obliterated by the four emperors. Under the premise of the absence of the naval generals, the existence of the so-called general's backup, surpassing the strength of ordinary lieutenants, has become the backbone of monitoring the four emperors. "Mr. Carp, I really can't fool you." Tautu didn't hide at all, with her beautiful eyes flowing, she chuckled and said, "Actually, I'm here for Laxus. I learned from the mouth of Sister He that Bastius worshipped a young man as a teacher, and even brought the teaching lectures of the sixth form, and even the sixth form's profound truth, back to the Navy headquarters, and waited until the Warring States Marshal and teacher Zepha agreed, and decided to make an exception to be recruited into the Navy boot camp as an instructor, so I wanted to come and see." Looking at Kapu, he rolled his eyes and said, "Peach Rabbit, you little girl, it's okay to lie to the tea dolphin, but not to me. I think you are here this time because of the dispute between Chingzi and Akainu at the highest meeting held not long ago. As the Navy headquarters, it is rumored that you are the most likely to be the replacement of the general. I think when you hear, Chingzi said that Laxus has become the fourth combat force of the Navy, so I feel embarrassed." Chapter 547, Tautu hopes to fight with him 1 or 2. The smile on Tautu's face suddenly stiffened. She really didn't think about Carp's revelation. However, in the face of the gazes from everyone, Tautu nodded silently and said, "Mr. Carp is indeed a smart eye. T-Pigs and I have been in the naval headquarters for a long time, and have served in the position of lieutenant general for a long time. In the headquarters, it is constantly rumored that we are a candidate for generals, but the position of generals is not available to us." Speaking of this, Tautu's slender fingers clenched Jin Kunluo's waist tightly, and said, "If we are facing Akainu and Chingzi, we can be convinced. It's just that, if an outsider suddenly overtakes us and becomes the so-called fourth major force, I'm really a little unwilling." The slightly long voice echoed on the deck, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Looking at the stubborn peach and rabbit on the pretty face, Garp sighed helplessly and said, "You little girl has the same temperament as the crane, you won't admit defeat." Chingzi did say this, but Laxus was pulled into the Navy headquarters, and he was only a recruit instructor, not a frontline combat member. What's more, you and the T-Pigs, he is obsessed with the position of the general. If I were to evaluate, that kid and you are not the same people, but like me, like to play soy sauce. As for your bad luck with him, it seems that the only way to do it next time is to return to the Navy headquarters. He did not return with my ship." There was no Peach Rabbit's tense expression, and it suddenly relaxed. For this result, she actually speculated early in the morning. After all, the Warring States period took Laxus into the Navy Recruit Battalion as a recruit instructor. But he is still not a formal combat member of the Navy, and he is even less able to participate in such an important encirclement and suppression mission. It's just that Tautu was a little uneasy after learning that Qingzi and Akainu made a big deal for Laxus, and couldn't help but run to try their luck without authorization. Mr. Karp, you are right, but Tautu still hopes to play against him. Tautu returned to the divine way. Since Laxus didn't go with the boat, Dao delayed the business and left first. Leaving those words, Momotu turned around and jumped directly onto the sloop docked in the army. Immediately, under the helm of two entourages of naval soldiers, they left quickly. Looking at this scene, Karp was silent. Among the Navy, there are very few people who can be indifferent to fame and fortune. Mr. Karp, why didn't you just say? Bolt spoke suddenly. Karp came back to his senses, rolled his eyes, and said, "What did you say?" Tell Tautu, your kendo can't break through the supreme kendo level, your physical skills can't reach the level of the sixth form, and you don't have the awakening level devil fruit ability, so you can't become the fourth great power. You are trying to make this little girl cry. She works very hard, but if she insists on becoming a general, it will become a stumbling block. Speaking, Karp waved his hand and said, I don't want to worry about this kind of trouble. I still want to see that kid Laxus. If he knows that Tautu is looking for trouble with him, I don't know what his expression will be. Who was disrespectful to the old man, he took out his nostrils and ran back to the cabin to sleep. In addition to helplessness, the Navy soldiers present were more or less inexplicably hopeful. That rarely occurs in the naval headquarters, it is a great event. 2 days later, the Chambord Islands, the 13th estuary. After the Navy searched 3 feet for the skeleton demon, the pirates disappeared for a long time. Old, slightly sloppy figure, leaning on the tree trunk, took out the jug from time to time and poured a sip or two into his mouth. The turbid old eyes, under the glasses, flickered with a trace of fine light. Whitebeard, you guys are here, aren't you planning to come out and see my old friend? Riley spoke suddenly. If outsiders hear this, they will definitely be shocked. Bang! The calm sea suddenly rolled up. Under the rolling back of the large waves, a shadow of a ship broke out of the water directly. In this small pirate ship collapsed. Like an iron tower, holding a Naginata sword, appeared in front of Rayleigh. Immediately behind Whitebeard, there were 2 other figures, which made Riley nodded slightly, took a sip of wine, and said, Brother Marco, we haven't seen each other for many years. As for the other one, Whitebeard, you mentioned in the phone bug, is it Captain Roger's son, Fire Fist Ace? Not long ago, Rayleigh was still in the auction house, playing the auction game and killing time. Chapter 548, Ideas. However, the phone bug from Whitebeard obviously dispelled his interest, so he ran here early in the morning to wait. After all, Fire Fist Ace, that is Captain Roger's son. Haha, Rayleigh, you are just as impatient as Roger. Whitebeard laughed loudly, took out a newspaper with his backhand, and threw it over. However, I heard that last time, you and the great skeleton demon almost turned the Chambord archipelago upside down. That kid was really ruthless enough to kill the heavenly dragon people in front of the general. I originally thought you would be abducted by him, but I didn't expect you to stay here. Regarding the storm of the day, let alone the world government and the Navy headquarters, even the major forces at sea were shocked. Not only because of the skeleton demon, but also because of the Hades Rayleigh. It can be said that in the eyes of many people, Rayleigh, who has retired for a long time, actually got involved in this crazy thing. With the skeleton demon afterwards. Facing Whitebeard's questioning, Rayleigh did not immediately. In response, he took the newspaper with his backhand, looked at the headlines on it, and fell into silence. 1 day ago, the fleet led by Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters was attacked by Wald, the world destroyer. The 3 generals shot at the same time. Wald has nowhere to go. It's only a matter of time before the Navy wins. Don't you want to go and see? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. It is widely rumored in the outside world that the Great Skeleton Demon released the old guy who pushed into the city's large prison, but it also means that after Roger, the legends of the old era will also decline one by one. The gears of the times are collapsing, but I believe that there are also new gears that are gradually being replaced. Faced with the madness of the Navy headquarters, no one can stop this, otherwise it will only be pushed to the top of the storm and become the target of public criticism. Speaking of this, the Naginata in Whitebeard's hand clenched slightly and said, "This era has already been divided up. New gears can only replace the old gears, and to survive, we can only surrender to our strong ones. Under your feet. Survive at the feet of the strong for survival." Rayleigh looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help muttering. The turbid old eyes covered by the glasses flashed a dim light. Finally, he clenched the newspaper tightly, sighed, and said, "Whitebeard, you're still the same, and you don't admit the passing of time." Ha! Ha! It's not that I don't accept it. This sea still can't hold my pace. Ace came to me in the dark. This is the best fate. Whitebeard laughed and patted Ace on the shoulder. "This time, I came to you because I wanted you to train Ace to use the 3 colors of domineering. He has all the advantages of Roger's blood, and he awakened the domineering aura very early, which is 1 in a million. The symbol of the king. As long as Ace can grow up, then on this sea, our Whitebeard pirates will be invincible." Of rolling waves made the soap trees on the shore tremble. Facing Whitebeard's remarks, Riley took a sip of wine in his mouth and said, "Whitebeard, you don't need to say this. Considering the friendship on Roger's ship, I will also help Ace. You can said that I would stay in the Chambord Islands and not leave, and that's why I did it. However, before I start training, I want to know, Ace, what do you think about this sea?" Idea Ace couldn't help but stunned, backhanded the hat on his head, and said with a smile, "Of course it is to help Dad and become the strongest king in this sea. And defeating the Great Skeleton Demon, the wound on my forehead still aches when I think of him." Spoke, Ace pointed to the injury on his forehead, the corner of his eyes still, twitching slightly. When he thought of the scenes of being instantly defeated by Long Yu when they met that day, it was simply an unforgettable shame for him. Otherwise, this time Whitebeard won't either. Personally ask Rayleigh to guide the 3-color domineering. After all, compared to Whitebeard's pirates, Roger's pirates took the elite line. Among them, Rayleigh worked as a teacher on the ship. The redhead who went out under his command has now become a presence like the 4 emperors. At the same time, in the original book, it only took Rayleigh a year to let Luffy initially master the 3-color domineering, and his strength suddenly soared to more than 1 billion combat power. These alone, it is enough to show that Rayleigh can definitely be called the domineering enlightener of pirates. Aid Whitebeard to become the king of the sea. Rayleigh glanced at Ace, who was eager to try with a smile on his face, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his cloudy old eyes. He has been staying in the Chambord Islands, the first half of the Great Waterway, to the springboard of the New World, in order to find someone who can inherit Roger's will. Originally, in Rayleigh's eyes, Ace, who inherited Roger's bloodline, should be the person closest to this will. Chapter 549, Bastard. But the conclusion he got right now made him unavoidably disappointed. Could it really be like what Whitebeard said? The new generation can only be a stepping stone for the overlords of the old era. Dad, I just received an urgent report that the Navy's encirclement has been formed, and Walter will soon be blocked in the waters of Ooze. Shall we go and see? Marco hurried over with the phone bug in his hand. Since the Demolition City prison was destroyed, many pirates who escaped from the prison have been defeated again and taken into custody. Prisoners in the 4th and 5th floor prisons. Walt is undoubtedly different. His appearance, and his failure, meant that in the 6th layer of Infinite Hell, the most vicious people were subduing the law. It also shows that the pirates of the old era, even if they re-emerge on the stage, have only one dead end. It can be said that it has different meanings for the Navy and even pirates. Therefore, this battle has attracted great forces from all sides and is eagerly paying attention. Let's go. Quan Dang is going to send the old man to see the collapse of the old times. Rayleigh glanced at the newspaper in his hand, stepped down and disappeared in place. He waited to reappear, and had already boarded Whitebeard's ship. At the same time, there are also many forces from all sides holding the same idea as Whitebeard. Facing the beginning of the final encirclement and suppression, it became just around the corner. After half a day, the Uzbek Sea area was hundreds of nautical miles away from the Chambord Islands. 7 Navy battleships, in all directions, quickly rushed to the Northern Sea area. On the battleship headed, a burly figure like an iron tower stands here, wearing a robe of justice that moves against the wind. As the coach of the pursuit of world destroyer Bondewald this time, Akainu looked extremely livid at this moment, looking at the sea in the distance, speechless. On the deck of the huge ship, the Navy soldiers stationed here, looking at the figure of the Iron Tower, fell into silence all of a sudden. Along with the atmosphere, it also became extremely stressful. General Sakaski, after statistics from the rear, our troops suffered heavy casualties because of Walder's long-range sniping. The ghost spider stepped forward quickly from the rear, gave a submissive look, and reported that Akainu's gloomy cheeks were like water. Among them, 2 warships were sunk, with 130 injured and 130 killed, accounting for 20% of the total number of the 2 warships. The little voice, at this moment, seems to be pouring. A magical sound echoed on the deck, straining everyone's nerves. Akainu's face suddenly turned gloomy to the extreme, his right hand grabbed the ship's guardrail, and with a squeak, hot molten swelled out. Just smashed the guardrail into pieces. Damn, guy. Akainu growled angrily. 5 of our warships were sunk by a remnant of an old era, and 2 of our ships were sunk, and so many casualties occurred. This is simply a shame for the Navy. Having said that, Akainu suddenly flicked the robe of justice, looked around the deck angrily, and continued to roar angrily. You guys, are you going to tell me that this is the strength of the elite Navy? If it wasn't for the help of others, would our fleet be completely sunk? Thinking of the day before, Wald was more than 10 nautical miles away, with the help of ship cannons, and the sneak attack of Momo fruit. That kind of suffocating feeling, Akainu couldn't take this breath. Afterwards, through encirclement and pursuit, Walder and others were forced into a dead end. But in the face of Momo fruit's acceleration ability, he still couldn't succeed in one hit, instead it became a super long distance chase. Originally, according to Akainu's idea, it was unwittingly that Walder, a remnant of the old era, was sunk. Now the pursuit of the sea has shocked the whole sea, making this battle become everyone's attention. It made him lose face. What's the matter, can't you answer? Akainu's face sank as he looked at the naval soldiers in the field. Then the next battle, you tell me how much it will cost, and now the whole sea is staring at us. Isn't it because you plan to sink more than half of the warships again, so that you can win with peace of mind? The rolling voices dispersed with the wind on the sea. The ghost spider had a bitter face. When he was assigned by Sengoku to follow Akainu's fleet, he was already mentally prepared for the phenomenon of being madly sprayed. But I never imagined that the situation would be more serious than I imagined. Now facing Akainu's question, how to answer this, how to go down the stairs. Haha, Akainu, you are still the same, you like to find your subordinates to vent your anger, and this meal is like a warring states period. Sudden burst of laughter sounded out. The unusually depressing atmosphere that shrouded the deck all at once eased. Chapter 550, Here He Comes. In such a situation, only Carp can do such an unscrupulous person. Carp, what do you mean? Do you think my leadership is a problem? Akainu's face sank, and his anger was right. Faced with this scene, Garp still indifferently put shanbei in his mouth and said, No, I'm blaming Zephyr. Why didn't he train a team of elites like an impregnable wall? After all, in the face of this old remnant party, when we were encircling and suppressing it 30 years ago, Akainu, you were still playing soy sauce. Akainu suddenly became angry. Faced with Carp's remarks, there was no way to refute it. 30 years ago, during the encirclement and suppression battle, Akainu and Kizaru had just become major generals. You don't have the right to participate in this kind of war at all. The main people who fought were Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr. Which battle, if it wasn't for the ward pirates, a traitor appeared and was countered by a combination of inside and outside. Otherwise, their casualties would have been even greater. 30 years later, Wald's combat power has been greatly weakened, but he still bears the title of World Destroyer. Even 30 years ago, they suffered a big loss in the Warring States period, and now Akainu is in command of the loss of 2 warships, and they are screaming. It does seem a bit overkill. Okay, don't make a fuss here. If the Warring States didn't let me supervise the war in person, I'm afraid you will fight on your own first. The old voice came out suddenly. Looking at Crane, who was the chief naval officer, the tense atmosphere of the scene was completely relaxed. Haha, you're still the same, then I'll leave the matter here to you, I'll go back to sleep first. Carp watched someone smooth the game, and didn't bother to stay, turned around and planned to leave. However, as soon as the footsteps started, the words that fell in his ears made Garp's footsteps stiff in the air. Cap, there's something for you to do yourself. He said in a deep voice. Not long ago, according to the report of the eyeliner, the small Moby Dick that Whitebeard was on boarded has entered the waters of Wuxi, and it seems that there is also Pluto Rayleigh. Don't forget, they are all adults from the old era. What kind of mentality do they have when they appear here? You still need to go there yourself. You have to remember that this contact, not to fight, is to beware of their interference. When Whitebeard heard this name, let alone Garp, even the faces of the Navy soldiers in the field changed drastically. That was known as the strongest Sea King in the New World, and now he suddenly ran. Going to this place will undoubtedly make one's nerve strings tense. The guy with the white beard has also come to join in the fun. Garp raised his brows and said, 2 days ago, the Peach Rabbit came here once, and it seems that Kaido is also here. No wonder that guy in the Warring States period will let you come to supervise the war in person. For your sake, I'll go meet Whitebeard. I haven't asked for a drink from his house for a long time. Abandoning these words, Carp turned and left. Of Whitebeard, who is known as the head of the 4 emperors, there is only one in the Navy headquarters who can say such a light-hearted speech like Garp. After a while, watching Garp's battleship sailing away, Hikai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Akainu, the next thing is still up to you. I hope you can win this battle a little better. HMPH, a group of remnants of the old era, no matter how many they come, the result will be the same. I will also sink them into the sea one by one in the name of justice. Akainu snorted in disdain. Looking at the sea in the distance, he said, this is the new generation 30 years ago. Don't tell me about the powerhouses of the old era. Those are all gears of collapse. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will sink Wald into the sea. The rolling roar echoed above this sea. Looking at the arrogant Akainu, Crane fell into silence and finally sighed. Gulu Gulu, I am Huo Shaoshan, please immediately. Request a call. The urgent voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Akainu snatched the phone bug from Ghost Spider's hand and said in a deep voice, what happened, making you so panicked? According to the arrangement in Akainu's memory, Huo Shaoshan should follow the Qingzi fleet and pursue Wald. Now all of a sudden, urgent contact, there should be something big. Admiral Sakazuki, the Glossiaki where Wald was on, suddenly changed course, and they rushed towards you. Huo Shaoshan replied in a hurry. The line of defense formed by Chiwahai didn't block it at all, and it will soon come to you. A hysterical roar echoed on the huge deck. All the naval soldiers and even the generals were nervous. They looked at the sea horizon in the distance, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Come on, here he is. Exclamation sounded abruptly, directly detonating the depressing atmosphere in the field. Chapter 551. Waiting for you for a long time. Looking at the sea level in the distance, the huge ship like an island quickly zoomed in sight. The amazing sailing speed gave people the feeling that stepping on a horse is a rampage. After 2 days of encirclement and pursuit, facing the Navy's encirclement net, Wald, the world destroyer who is a remnant of the old era, is clearly at the end of the road. In their eyes, they thought they could force Wald into a dead end by pressing step by step, exhausting his strength. I never thought that at the last moment, he would go so crazy. Actively attacked them. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of artillery shelling suddenly resounded above the sea. The flames detonated on the huge island like Glossiaki. The blazing flames and the wrapped shells numbered dozens, and a barrage was clearly formed when they shot. Bang bang bang. The low sound of shells sounded one after another. The instant the dense barrage appeared, the silence in the field was directly broken, and even Akainu's nerves suddenly became tense. They are no strangers to this kind of surprise attack. Walolo, after 30 years, I still have this kind of treatment. What Chiwahai, what a Navy Admiral, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The crazy laughter suddenly resounded through the sky through the loudspeaker. Through the telescope, one could see that Walder was standing on top of the ship's cannon, laughing horribly. However, the little devil who lights the candle, no matter what. How many times do you come? Let me sink into the sea. If you want my old life, let Garp and Sengoku come. 50 times faster. Along with the awe-inspiring roar, Wald grabbed his right hand with 5 fingers in the air. The shells that pierced through the sky instantly burst into the light of the fruit's ability. The originally dense barrage, in an instant, the speed and volume directly increased by 50 times. Like a torrential rain, the whistling sound was loud, directly tearing the void, and plundering towards the fleet where Akainu was located. The speed was so fast, the feeling of black pressure made Akainu and the others' expressions change drastically. Damn old remnants, today I'm in the sea. Akainu roared. It can be said that during this period of time, the suffocation he received suddenly led to dormancy, and the fruit ability in the body suddenly reached the extreme. Not a single flower hit the sky as a punch. The burning river Spitfire. Boom. The rolling molten lava rose into the sky like a frenzy, giving people the feeling that it was like a volcanic eruption, and it collided with the shells that hit the sky. Bang! The unrelenting collision instantly detonated the entire battlefield. A thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. The tyrannical explosive force collided with the molten lava, directly setting off a large sea breeze and huge waves, stirring the entire sea area. The sailing formation originally maintained by the 7 warships was suddenly disrupted. These battleships are specially treated to have a strong resistance to the impact of waves. But it's also hard to completely ignore the pounding waves. Akainu, what are your plans? After the crane tried his best to stabilize the ship, he asked anxiously. At that time, she personally participated in the battle against Wald, and she knew exactly what would happen if this guy became crazy. Otherwise, there would not be the title World Breaker. What's the plan? Akainu's face sank, and roared angrily, of course it's a surprise attack and sinking him into the sea. Ghost spiders, you led them to resist the cannonball attack, and leave the rest to me. You alone. Crane's expression changed involuntarily. However, Akainu obviously didn't stay too much, and with a ferocious look on his face, he roared again. Walder, I want to see if your attack is more intensive, or mine is stronger. Meteor volcano. The furious fruit ability rushes away like a blowout. Punched towards the sky, and the fiery lava turned into a fist cannonball and shot straight into the sky. As Akainu's strongest and largest attack method, in the original book, it directly shrouded the entire naval headquarters, Marine Fando. For a time, the entire sky, the backlogged lead clouds, were directly penetrated by the flames. In the face of Akainu's attack, the forces of all parties, who were staring at him, also showed a solemn look. For Akainu's defeat, they have been contemptuous. However, the strength of the general is clearly in front of us, otherwise it would not be regarded as the highest combat power. Facing this kind of battle, Whitebeard, who was 20 or 30 nautical miles away, also sat on the deck and looked away. Not far from him is the fleet where Garp is. It's just that when they meet each other on weekdays, they are particularly jealous of the two camps. At this moment, they have reached a tacit understanding: as long as there is no interference, both parties will become the masses who eat melons. Bang bang bang. The cloud of lead accumulated in the sky was broken down in an instant. That swooped down one after another illuminated the sea surface in a radius of more than 10 miles, covering a wide area, which was shrouded in the huge glaciaki. Chapter 552, Escape. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. All eyes turned, and with the help of the domineering, it seemed to cross the endless sea and locked on Walder's body. However, in the face of this shocking blow, Walder, who was standing on the bow of the ship, laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha, it's just right, if you don't have some wonderful means, it's not worthy of my trump card. I made a huge cannon that sank the Holy Land Mary Joa for one cannon. Now, let's give you a taste in advance. The rolling voices, along with the loudspeaker bug, rang through the whole sea. Facing the huge attack range of Meteor Volcano, everyone was surprised. However, when they saw the glaciaki, on the bow deck, the huge cracked mechanism and the huge gun barrels were exposed. The pupils shrank suddenly. The dark barrel is about 100 meters long and has a caliber of at least 20 meters. That means that the special projectiles that are fired, coupled with Walder's Momo Fruit ability, are so powerful that once they are detonated at sea, the resulting destructive force is enough to cover a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers. Right now, the warship led by Akainu is heading towards the glaciaki. Wald also desperately accelerated his attack like crazy. That means, if Ward attacks once, waiting for them, I am afraid it is a surefire situation. It can be said that with this blow, Wald even intends to lose his own life. The madness of the World Destroyer was fully interpreted at this moment. Bang! The huge sound of turning the machine suddenly echoed in the sea. The pitch-black cannon pointed in the direction of Akainu. Facing the attack of Meteor Volcano, Wald didn't care at all, and his frantic eyes were locked on Akainu. For a time, the stirred sea was shrouded in an invisible oppressive air machine. A ghostly expression appeared on everyone's face. Wald, don't be impulsive, let's be better. With the help of the ship's cannon, we should be able to escape the encirclement. S voice suddenly sounded. With the fear and awe of outsiders, his face was full of worry. Day and night of pursuit and siege, with the help of Momo Fruit to speed up this huge glaciaki. For the young Walder, perhaps it wasn't much of a problem. But after 30 years, in the ice, Wald did not age. It's just that his physical functions have also weakened due to the erosion of time. It can be said that the current Walder is just returning to the light, carrying out his final madness. Valalo, brother Bingjak, you let me run away. Walder laughed uncontrollably. I am the World Destroyer Bondwald. Even if the whole world changes, I will not change, and I will never run away in the face of any enemy. Only, you perfidious people will think of running away at the end, just like that day. Escaped Bingjak was startled, his old body trembled slightly, and hot tears flowed out of his turbid old eyes. Walder, it turns out that you are still thinking about what happened 30 years ago. When other people were instigated, I, Sebastian, Gyram, and Nakin were all trying to save you. But at that time, the Navy headquarters had already been driven mad by you, and personally sent 2 generals to escort you to the advanced city. At that time, we couldn't save you at all, and we could only secretly send the Gulosaki of your dreams. Manufactured. Having said this, Bingjak hurriedly walked to Walder's side and urged, have you forgotten that our dream of going to sea that day? We just wanted to use this boat on this sea to make a good the last free voyage. In Bingjak's eyes, he thought that after 30 years, Walder would be relieved of what happened that day. In particular, seeing this hard-built glaciaki will understand their thoughts. However, everything in front of him overturned his cognition. However, As soon as Bingjak approached Wald, he was pushed away. Valalo, what 30 years ago? For me, it just happened yesterday. No matter what. Is it you, or this ship? The so-called dream of freedom is just a tool for my revenge. All you need to do is to stand by me obediently and watch me sink all these Navy juniors here. Above the sea. Rolling laughter echoed over the entire sea. That frenzied gesture made all the forces eyeing them, also showing a hint of surprise. They had thought that Walder was a lunatic, but had no idea at all. This time, it was a lunatic who risked his life. Walder glanced back, and Bingjak, who fell to the ground with tears in his eyes, immediately turned his head to look at the madly attacking naval warship. Chapter 553, It was actually broken. On which Crazy Cheek flashed the last madness. The little devil who lights the candle, try the great gift I prepared for the Tianlong people, the name of the world destroyer, it is not. You juniors can understand the despair. Ship cannon, fire it for me. Roar like thunder, mixed with deafening smell. The huge ship's cannon exploded when the machine turned to the extreme. Bang! At this moment, the air that circulated in the whole world seemed to tremble a little. The huge tongue of flame was swallowing in the barrel, the huge cannonball turned into a pitch-black meteor, and went straight to the distant warship. The distance of more than 10 nautical miles, in ordinary shells, may not be able to reach at all. Who are using artillery and sniping at the moment are the legendary great pirates from the old times, who make the navy, pirates, and even the world government feel in the hands of a madman. Momo fruit 10 times faster. As soon as the shells rushed into the air, the speed of the slow loss was suddenly increased by 100 times. However, the most shocking thing is that the same crazy volume has skyrocketed 100 times. The volume of the cannonball, which was originally an astonishing diameter, suddenly reached a huge volume of several thousand meters. That overwhelming, rolling down gesture, like an invisible big hand, suddenly tightened their hearts. Once this kind of shell is detonated, let alone this sea area, I am afraid that even a small island can be directly razed to the ground. General Akainu. The ghost spider couldn't help roaring first. Ordinary artillery shells, they may be able to block. But in front of them, the giant cannonballs rolling down like a mountain were not something they could block. When I thought about the previous attack, compared to the one in front of me, it was like a drizzle. The little devil who lights the candle, did he realize that he was fooled, and now he waits obediently and sinks into the sea? Walder laughed uncontrollably. In his eyes, he seemed to be watching the scene of the sinking of the naval fleet. However, this idea just came up, and Akainu just hit the ground. A small boat floated on the sea, and a dark shadow appeared as a sign. The extreme speed of walking in the air instantly fell on the naval ship to borrow force. The next moment, without a trace, the huge black knife in his hand was suddenly unsheathed. Jung! The sound of the sword chirping, neighed like a frenzy, and the pale green sword gang pierced out of the void like a sledgehammer. In front of everyone's eyes, the void spanning several kilometers, and the huge cannonball that fell down, collided with each other. The fierce and incomparable sword gang is like a shocking sky. Thousands of meters of huge cannonballs, there was a stagnation in the void. The next moment, it was cut in two. This is the world's first slash. The huge cannonball, on the cut with green light, blazes with fiery light. Instant, a deafening explosion resounded without warning. The thunder exploded, and there was a trace of stagnation in the air circulating in the sky. It was directly stirred by a tyrannical explosion. The endless flames rolled back, like a 12-level hurricane-like air wave, directly covering the sea surface with a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers. The huge waves of more than 10 meters rolled back, as if the hands of the god of the sea, headed towards the warship and photographed. For a time, the huge sea surface shook everyone's nerves as if it had fallen into the apocalypse. Being separated by 20 or 30 nautical miles, there are still, all forces watching the battle, except for the older generation, who have seen Walder's crazy old-time characters with their own eyes. Others witnessed all this and had a dry middle lip and the urge to swallow saliva. It can be said that this blow was not in midair, and was cut in two by Hokage Mahawk's strongest slash. Once it landed on the sea, even if a kainu tried to resist, most of the warships would be sunk. From the old days is not something that anyone can resist. No, it's impossible, my killer was actually broken, who ruined my good deeds. Wald's expression froze, and then he roared in disbelief. In his eyes, this was a trump card for destroying the Holy Land Mary Joa, and it should have already damaged the naval fleet. Wald, let's retreat quickly. The person who shot just now is Mahawk, the eagle-eyed man who is known as one of the 7 Marshalseas and the world's largest swordsman. Bingjak hurriedly spoke again to persuade. This time the Navy came prepared. This is no longer our era. Not my time. Wald was startled. However, on that twisted old face, a maddened look quickly climbed again, pushing Bingjak away abruptly. The next moment, the roar rose again. No, Wald won't lose, no matter what. 30 years ago, or 30 years later, I was the destroyer who made the world feel terrified. You can take one of my moves, then try taking the second move. Walder strode to the side of the ship's cannon, and under the frenzied surging of the fruit of his right hand, he slammed it towards the gun barrel. Chapter 554, Bastard. Momo fruit 10 times. Roar was like thunder, tensing everyone's nerves again. However, before the cannonball sounded, Walder let out a muffled groan, and blood rushed out of his mouth. A day and night of fierce battles, Gundam, a 76-year-old old body, able to fight to this day, it is obviously a miracle that the naval fleet has been pushed to this point. What's more, during the battle, he used the fruit ability to speed up the huge Glossiaki all the time. For Wald, who is almost running out of fuel, it is undoubtedly the last straw that crushes him. Who had just landed on the deck of the Navy ship, looked back coldly and said, I have completed the task in the agreement, and the next thing has nothing to do with me. Facing the eagle eye who scabbed the black knife with his backhand, the crane fell into silence. There may be other ways to block Walder's crazy blow just now. Hawkeye's shot is undoubtedly the quickest and the least casualty way. As he said, this blow is enough to make up for the mission requirements of the Kibukai agreement. Next, he no longer needs to take action. You bastard. Akainu's expression was extremely gloomy on the warship that was charging at the forefront. As the commander of the mission this time, he was led by the nose again and again. Hawkeye took the first shot and took his limelight. For Akainu, this riding on a horse is a shame. Wald, let's run away. Looking at the fast-approaching warship, Bingjak still urged without giving up. However, as soon as the voice fell, before he could react, a biting cold wind swept the entire sea without warning. At this moment, the air seems to be in a state of stagnation. Under the piercing cold wind, endless ice crystals spread rapidly under the tumult of the explosion. The speed was so fast that it covered the entire sea in the blink of an eye. The violent scene caused the expressions of the people on this sea to change dramatically in an instant. Some are still there, Marines trying to control the warship, free from the sea, immediately. Showing ecstasy. Yes, it is General Chingzi, this is the Ice Age, we are saved. I don't know who was the first to exclaim. In the face of this joyous shout, there were many warning eyes from the Navy around. After all, this time, the General Akainu is the head coach. It was indeed under the sneak attack by Walder just now, and was directly pressed and beaten. As soon as Chingzi made his move, he froze the entire sea and froze them in the blasting wind and waves. Rescued from it. This comparison, the merits are stronger and weaker, as long as the eyes are not blind, it can be clearly judged. It's General Chingzi. Bingjak's face suddenly turned ashen. An Akainu has already made them devastated. Now comes another one, Chingji, a general who is chasing after them all the way. That's a dead end. Yo, brother Sakaski, you seem to be in a little trouble and need my help. Endless golden light quickly swept away in the distance. Finally, it descended on the warship where Akainu was located, revealing the figure of Kizaru. Looking at the one-time 3 generals of the Navy, the same stage appeared here. Of the other forces present suddenly changed. Wald loses, the old age is finally coming to an end. Whitebeard stood on the bow deck of the small Moby Dick, looking at the scene in front of him, and said first, "Sure enough, there are very few people who can walk in the early stage of the times, except for us. No matter what legend of the old times that reappears, or a supernova that is emerging now, it can only survive if it is attached to us. This is the law of the sea, and no one can break it." The slightly long-sounding voice echoed on the deck of the ship. Marco and Ace fell into silence. Rayleigh's turbid old eyes glanced sideways at Ace, and sighed helplessly. After pouring a sip of spicy wine into his mouth, his brows furrowed. Vaguely, he seemed to have overlooked something important. However, before he could investigate further, Akainu became violent. Suffered losses again and again, and was out of the limelight by the other 2. For him, it was simply a huge shame. Angrily raised his eyes suddenly, locked on Walder's body instantly, without any bells and whistles, he suddenly started. "Damn old remnants, give me death." The burning river Spitfire. Bang! With a punch, the fiery lava wave exploded directly like a frenzy, turned into a river, and attacked Wald in the air with a galloping posture like 10,000 horses. Originally separated, the only remaining distance of several kilometers, under the blow of anger, was only shortened in a few seconds. Looking at this violent blow, Wald didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He quickly backhanded in his pocket, took out a small cannonball, and frantically activated the devil fruit ability in his body. PFF'd. Chapter 555, Are You Going to Die? A mouthful of blood spurted out. Like an iron tower, almost fell to the ground with a sway under the watchful eyes of everyone. The small cannonballs clenched tightly in his hands were scattered all over the floor. Back 30 years ago, this kind of battle, Walder could pat his chest and say he was not afraid. However, the battle situation in front of us now tells that time is not forgiving. Feeling the fiery gust of wind and the wave of molten lava swarming like a fountain, a bitter smile flashed across Walder's face. "Are you going to die?" He lost. The legend of the old times has come to an end again. Ha, the remnants from 30 years ago should not appear. A valuation voice came out from the mouths of every force leader. However, just after these words fell, 3 violent shouts suddenly sounded. Cube Destruction Hammer. The profound meaning of Chinese medicine boxing. Big hit. The 3 figures took the lead and stopped in front of Wald. The oncoming hot melt was directly stopped by them. The violent scene made Wald stunned for a moment, and he looked up hastily, and caught 3 figures, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. "Captain Walder, you've been waiting for 30 years, and you've finally been able to find an opportunity to keep us out of the way." Nakan was the first to speak. Compared with Sebastian, the fishman standing at the forefront, Nakan's injury may not be very serious. However, in the face of Akainu's angry blow, he unleashed a flaming fire. For them, there is also a lot of pressure. Most of the lava was knocked into the air, but it also burned their bodies. Of barbecue in the air. "You guys, why are you doing this? Why aren't you running away?" Wald was startled. Seeing the 3 reluctances who sacrificed themselves to stand in front of him, like 30 years ago, he abandoned himself again and left. "No, Captain Walder, we are the companions of our dreams. We have waited 30 years, and now we can't wait for the captain for 30 years, we still have to complete the final voyage together." Elam slammed the hammer on his shoulder with a backhand and said with a smile. However, compared to the burns on his body, it was obviously a bit miserable. "You, what are you doing? Let me escape quickly, the 3 generals of the Navy are here, we have no chance." Walder's face was frantic, and he roared in a hurry. "I am the world destroyer, I'm Wald, and I don't need your mercy. A hysterical roar echoed above the sea. No, we still have a chance, and I'm sure he will come. Bingjack grabbed Walter's arm and looked at the pirate flag that had already been burned and turned to ashes. Perhaps the Ward pirates have been annihilated in the long river of history from today. But it does not mean that their navigation will be hindered. Akainu sprayed lava all over his body, like a flaming meteor, streaking across the sky and hitting him directly. Seeing that his attack was stopped again, Akainu roared when his face was hideous. A group of remnants of the times, I will see today, who can take you away, canine Red Lotus. The fiery lava quickly rolled away on Akainu's fist. Facing the scene on the deck below, the scene of playing a warm card, without any hesitation, punched out. Roar! The huge lava giant dog was condensed out of thin air in an instant, and with a posture like tearing the void, it rolled across the sky to Wald and others. Feeling the blazing heat, the crowd of melon-eating people watching the game, their nerves suddenly tensed to the extreme. Akainu, be careful! Crane suddenly exclaimed. The violent scene made many people look stunned. The next moment, the wind was like a tidal wave, and endless yellow sand fell from the sky without warning. Turned into a huge sandstorm tornado, and collided with the incoming lava giant dog. Bang! The lava and yellow sand burst open, setting off a large storm. The face of this sudden attack, Akainu's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and the arrogance quickly spread around him. Desert Sword. A cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded behind Akainu. When the yellow sand condensed into a human form, a fierce and unparalleled slash slashed towards Akainu in the middle. PFF'd. For a time, the hot molten lava splashed, and the tower-like body was directly cut in half by the waist. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the figure emerging, many people's pupils suddenly shrank. It's Crocodile. Isn't this guy killed by some laxus? A black fur coat with a neatly combed back. Arrogant cry with a cigar in his mouth, and the golden hook on his left hand, which makes his identity more apparent. Ape. The crane let out a loud cry. Chapter 556. That guy really came. Watching the dead come back to life, with a kick in the middle, the former sand crocodile, one of the 7 seas, makes the crane have a kind of inexplicable uneasiness. Got it. The yellow monkey's expression also changed slightly, and the same guess flashed in his mind. It can be said that from the very beginning, Kizaru didn't make a move, and he was on guard against an unknown possibility in his heart. The appearance of the sand crocodile right now, as well as the death report received not long ago. That was a long-lost figure flashing in Kizaru's heart. The yellow ape with the ability to shine fruit instantly turned into an endless spot of light and appeared behind Crocodile. The index finger of his right hand turned into a pistol-like stance and pointed to Crocodile's back. However, before he could open his mouth, the scolding that fell in his ear made Kizaru's nerves tense. You bastard, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't compete with the president, and learn the two-color domineering. However, if I can get the 2 generals to gather together, my mission has been completed. The inexplicable words spit out, and instantly tensed the nerves of Kizaru and Akainu. Before they could react, a familiar voice like a jingle came from the 9 days. Super Magic Sky Fall. The ice-cold title voice seemed to be filled with endless magical sounds at this moment. Facing this scene of violent explosions one after another, the people present hurriedly looked up at the sky. Wearing a pitch-black cloak, with a skeleton posture, a huge figure standing in the void, deep-set eyes, and a flickering soul flame. Under the sudden surge, the magic circle that had been stretched a long time ago detonated in an instant. Boom! The shock of fiery energy swooped down in the sky like a tidal wave breaking a bank. Akainu and Kyabu, who were in it, suddenly shrank their pupils. They never imagined that the long-lost skeleton demon would rarely show up once, and he would be so ruthless that even his own people would not be spared. Bang! The high-temperature thermal shock, like a waterfall scouring, instantly enveloped the sea with a radius of 1,000 meters. In it, the three of the yellow monkeys, obviously didn't, and their first thought was to turn into an elemental madness and flee around. That lost its target. The high-temperature heat energy is directly above the sea surface. That was originally frozen was quickly dissipated. The huge impact was lifted, and with a rolling posture, it was rolled back around. That was a little closer was directly overturned on the sea surface. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and the cranes, who were separated by several sea miles, suddenly changed their expressions and shouted anxiously, immediately. Informed Qingzi, the great skeleton demon and the sand crocodile to intervene in the encirclement and suppression. His attack is not aimed at Akainu and Kyabu, but to lift the frozen state of the sea and let him do his best to prevent the enemy from escaping. A series of orders awakened the absent Navy soldiers. The ghost spider grabbed the phone bug and hurriedly called Qingzi. A single Walder has already made them deal with a lot of trouble. Seeing that the victory is about to be won, but now he kills a big skeleton demon in the middle. It was a nightmare for them. General Aokiji, please immediately. Support, the skeleton demon is coming. The ghost spider grabbed the phone bug in his hand and roared hysterically. At this moment, it seems that this is the only way to calm down his uneasy heart. Faced with this mysterious existence that has been against the Navy headquarters over and over again. For their Navy, that would be a shame. That guy really came. Who was standing on the Moby Dick, showed a rare smile. The distance apart is a bit far, but with the top-notch knowledge and domineering, for them, they can also clearly capture the battle situation. Rayleigh, you mean, knew that kid was coming. Whitebeard's expression sank, and he said, his tactics are very good, but this time he probably made a mistake. The gathering of the three generals, and the support of other Navy elites, will only make him deeply immersed in the mud, so I am afraid that the fame he has accumulated will be dissipated in one day. Facing the existence of Uchiha Ryu, Whitebeard knew clearly when they first met that this young man's arrogance was harder than Roger's son Ace. If you want to bring this newcomer under your command, the only way is to train a more powerful newcomer to break his arrogance. It can be said that looking around the whole sea, the only person with such potential is Fire Fist Ace. It is for this reason that Whitebeard is desperate to take Ace and let Rayleigh personally guide him. Although Whitebeard clearly knew that this approach would have an impact on Ace's sense of belonging to the big family of the Whitebeard pirates. Just for the curve to suppress Long Yu, this is the fastest way. What's more, Ace is also present at the moment, but he knows that he must not grow other people's ambition and destroy his son's childishness. Really? Riley laughed dryly. The fact that this kid can bring an old fox like Crocodile also proves that he didn't come unprepared. I think that guy has definitely prepared something to help. The small voices echoed on the huge sea. Chapter 557. The Great Skeleton Demon is Coming. Apart from Garp on the boat not far away, it can be said that the faces of Whitebeard and others on the small Moby Dick are also a bit ugly. They saw Rayleigh's attitude in their eyes, and it was more of a state of being indifferent and completely absent. It comes to Ace's problem, it's just a matter of point. This made Whitebeard, even with the help of Ace, to fool Rayleigh's idea of getting on the ship, and it was stillborn. Now Rayleigh sees the appearance of the skeleton demon, not only laughing, but showing more appreciation. Rayleigh, it seems that you really appreciate this unknown person of unknown origin. Whitebeard's voice suddenly became cold. In the attention, the Whitebeard is affectionate, but it is more self-confidence. For the redhead's persuasion and reminder, it is even a junior who replied to the past moment. Rayleigh is not optimistic at all, the junior he chose, which makes Whitebeard's face more or less unable to hang on. Haha, Whitebeard, you are still an old man. Riley took a sip of his drink and said, I just said, this kid is different, maybe he will subvert your opinion. View. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, obviously a little confused about Rayleigh's vague practice of avoiding answering. However, before Whitebeard could continue to question, an exclamation suddenly sounded. The great skeleton demon is here. Above the battlefield, the fiery air waves dissipated like a tidal wave. As the frozen sea surface was penetrated, more ice layers were shattered and melted by the aftermath of the impact, covering a range of several nautical miles. At this moment, the power of transcendent magic is undoubtedly revealed. Looking at the figure that descended from the sky and stepped on the ship's cannon, not to mention Walder, even Akainu and the others' expressions changed dramatically. It can be said that the task of encircling and suppressing Wald, their naval headquarters, is determined to achieve. Just that they didn't even think about it, and they spent a lot of effort and time. After laying down this net of heaven and earth, seeing the victory, he would even be stabbed in the foot. Skull Demon. Akainu growled angrily. Okay, very good, we've been looking for you for so long, we thought you couldn't hide, but it turned out to be hiding with a deceitful crocodile. I'll give you 2 paths now, immediately. Roll with crocodile, second, like Walder, sunk by me. Within. An awe-inspiring roar echoed like thunder. Facing the hysterical Akainu, the people present did not laugh at all. At least, the skeletons don't care. Its origin, strength, and whereabouts are still a mystery. I'm sorry. Looked up at Akainu, and said, I don't mean to go against the Navy headquarters, I just like to sail freely. It's just that there are 9 out of 10 things in this world that are unsatisfactory, so the 2 paths you gave are not nonsense. Free navigation. Walder couldn't help but startled. Looking up at Long Yu, who suddenly stepped in, these words are almost the same as what he said that day. Wasn't this his dream of the day he sailed? Wald, if you can still move, stand up. Long Yu glanced back and threw out a wine bottle, saying, Next, you can sail forward, escort and open the way to us. This era no longer belongs to your old era, but my ship is just enough to carry you. Set sail for me. The slightly elusive voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing over the entire sea, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Carrying the old times. As a younger generation who has suddenly emerged, this is such a rhetoric. However, facing the figure in front of him, it was impossible to refute. Walder, let us go, we're going home when we're done sailing freely. Bing Jack squeezed Walder's arm tightly. Captain, let's go and finish the final voyage. We have been by your side for 30 years. Seeing Sebastian, Guy Lem and others standing up one by one, Wald couldn't help but startled. Immediately, he laughed and said, Haha, what an arrogant person. When I first met you, I realized that you are not simple, and I didn't expect that it would be you in the end. Okay, very good, for my brother's sake, this old Glossiaki, which came in the old days, will try to sail again. Having said that, Wald took a deep breath, picked up the wine bottle on the ground, and took a sip directly into his mouth. Spirits poured into the chest, making the tired body wake up a little bit of toughness. Taking a deep breath, Walder, who had already fallen, stood up again. Chapter 558, We Set Sail for Freedom. Little ones, let's set sail for freedom again. Walder's tired body suddenly straightened up. Looking at Wald, who was rejuvenated again, Bing Jack and the others had already burst into tears, raised their arms high, and shouted in unison. We set sail for freedom. The rolling sound waves gathered together and swept the entire sea. Akainu, who witnessed this scene, had a gloomy expression on his face. Looking at Long Yu, who was standing in front of him, he roared angrily under the bite of his silver teeth. Okay, what a bastard, don't eat a toast and eat a fine drink, give me death. The burning river Spitfire. Boom. With a punch, the air seemed to be penetrated, and the hot molten lava tumbled. Like a raging tide that burst the dike, it swept away towards Long Yu. The momentum was so loud that everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. They know clearly that the only key to whether they can capture Wald is to repel the great skeleton demon. Even kill him. However, the idea just popped into their minds. Long Yu, who was standing on the Glossiaki, suddenly raised his head. The deep-set skeleton's eye sockets, under the skyrocketing soul flame, the dormant magic power in the body exploded to the extreme. The scepter in his hand suddenly stomped toward the deck. The super magic sky fell. Boom! The violent magic power exploded without reservation in Long Yu's body. The face of the Admiral of the Navy, there are other forces that are eyeing Chihuahua. Long Yu knew very well that just relying on the character template of the Bone King did not allow Wald to retreat. Therefore, his only way is to use his long-lost self. Bang! The scorching high-temperature air waves, like a galloping waterfall, exploded in the sky. Directly shrouded in the incoming hot lava. The huge impact directly shattered everything in the attack center. The majestic impact, without diminishing Yu Wei, pierced through the entire sea. A huge wave was set off, and the Higulo Siaki, which had been stagnant, rushed out along the waves. The violent scene made Wald's turbid old eyes reveal a trace of essence, and he immediately laughed. Okay, good boy, sure enough, he will create opportunities. Since you are a junior and dare to use our old age, then let our old age set sail for you. Momo fruit, 20 times 20 speed. Dormant, the devil fruit ability in Wald's body was activated in an instant. In an instant, the Glossiaki was covered like a small island. The ship that had been sailing slowly with the help of the impact of the waves, at this moment, was like a chicken blood, and the speed was instantaneous. A 20-fold increase of 20. Seeing the Glossiaki operating again, the Akainu who was stopped, his face turned ashen to the extreme. Kazuna, let's join forces to kill the great skeleton demon. He has launched large-scale attacks one after another, and it is already the end of the shot. Informed Qingzi, we must stop Wald, and the rest of the Chihuahua. I hope you don't continue to stand by, or let any of them escape, and I will go to you to get together afterwards. The rolling roar echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Crazy. In the face of Akainu's words, there is only one evaluation left in the mind of anyone present. He did not hesitate to verbally threaten Chihuahua, which is enough to prove that Akainu must win this battle. Go! Akainu roared and practiced. Dormant, the fruit ability in the body was detonated to the extreme in an instant. That the Glossiaki was about to rush out of thousands of meters, a pair of iron fists clenched suddenly and slammed into the sky. Meteor volcano. Bang bang bang. One after another, the molten fists rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens, and soon turned into a rain of fire, swooping down from the sky. Formed a huge intensive attack. The molten chicken in the sky is so beautiful. Facing this violent scene, Kizaru didn't hesitate at all, and instantly turned into a spot of light, spanning a distance of a kilometer, before falling behind Long Yu. Under the endless golden light of the right hand, it exploded instantly. Skull Demon, I've been looking for you for a long time. 8-foot Changgu Yu Tianju Divine Light. The dazzling beam of light directly hit Long Yu's back, and the endless golden light swallowed him in a blink of an eye. Witnessing the success of Kizaru's strike, Akaji's eyes flashed a ruthless look, and roared angrily, how long will you wait if you don't do it now? Canine-toothed red lotus. Bang! With a punch, the lava flew and ripped apart the air. The fiery molten lava wave directly turned into a lava giant dog, and plunged into the endless burst of light under the bluff of the blood basin. Facing the words of Akainu, the expressions of Shichibukai, who were watching the battle, changed one after another. In their eyes, Long Yu released 2 big moves one after another, obviously pushing the power to the extreme. For Wald to escape, he created an empty shortcoming in his own strength, and he couldn't connect at all for a while. Right now, Akainu and Kayabu have succeeded one after another, which is for them Chihuahua. It should be the best chance to get out. Hee, this is a good opportunity. If you don't take action, then I will do it first. A strange laugh suddenly sounded. I saw a figure wearing a coat of flamingo feathers, the first to break out of the sky. Chapter 550th Ix. Rusty. Flip of both hands and fingers, the white silk thread, like a wave, slashed down towards the place where Long Yu was standing. White waves cut. Bang! The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the sky resounded through the sky, and the slashing slashes slashed the sea in two pieces. That's one of the 7 Cs, Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family. Those with sharp eyes can instantly reveal the identity of the person who shot. With people starting, the rest of the Chihuahai also moved. The dense dark shadow bats gathered in the void and turned into the figure of Moonlight Mariah. The huge scissors in his hand slashed out directly under the flow of black light. Shadow Slash, who followed closely behind, also shot with a blank face. The meatball in the palm was suddenly squeezed, and an awe-inspiring shock wave directly tore the air out. The attacks from all sides can be called huge. Hancock, what shall we do? Seeing the one-sided situation in front of her, her mother-in-law lost her anger first. Akainu, who is now an admiral of the Navy, opened his mouth, and the identity of Shichibukai was a threat. Even Doflamingo, who has always been rebellious, was forced to take action, and Moonlight Mariah and Tyrant Bear followed suit. If at this juncture, Hancock does not express his position, it would be inappropriate. Damn old woman, are you letting your concubine take action on the person you love? Hancock kicked the mother-in-law and flew out. The tyrannical sight was domineering, and it was instantly driven to the extreme, and the sight of it made her eyes light up. The rolling explosion sounded like a thunderous explosion. The face of 2 admirals, Shichibukai made a series of shots. It can be said that this huge scene in front of them alone is enough to pry their nerves. However, in the face of all this, the crane standing on the deck of the Navy warship had a look of shock on his dry bark cheeks. The next moment, he exclaimed, "Kazuna, hurry up and escape." The expression of the fugitive yellow ape changed. Unfortunately, before he could react, a package of scarlet, blood-like skeleton arms, covered with a domineering aura of armed color, attacked Kyabu head-on. The speed was so fast that, under such close proximity, Kizaru didn't have time, and quickly roared. It can be said that in front of Long Yu, after suffering a series of dark losses, Kizaru also picked up the training that has been abandoned for a long time, and improved the control of the fruit's ability. At the moment when the thoughts turned, endless golden light erupted, like a wave, frantically condensed in front of him. 8-foot Changu jade multiple golden shields. Buzz. The air instantly shakes. Moving up, dozens of golden light shields took shape in an instant in front of Kizaru. The next moment, before everyone could react, the blood-red skeleton arm, covered by the jet-black armed color, slammed heavily on the golden light shield. Bang! The dull collision sound like thunder resounded through the world in an instant. Under the rewinding violent waves, dozens of golden light shields shattered and opened. The huge skeleton arm smashed towards Kizaru head-on with an undiminished attitude. However, after being blocked by the golden light shield, Kizaru obviously won a chance to breathe. Armed with both hands covered with domineering, he blocked it head-on. Bang! A dull sonic boom ripped apart. The huge impact force overturned the yellow monkey. Who witnessed this scene, his expression suddenly sank, and his hands hit the air again. Canine-toothed red lotus. Roar. The fiery lava exploded like a frenzy, not the same as the previous attacks. Under the squirming of the lava in the sky, the giant lava dog that was transformed into a giant dog was tens of meters in size. Appeared, a fiery gust of wind attacked Long Yu head-on. However, as soon as it approached, the bloody mouth of the molten giant dog had not yet opened. Which had always been blood-red, suddenly protruded out of the explosion. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he grabbed the throat of the molten giant dog. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and the next moment a low explosion sounded like thunder. Bang! The huge molten giant dog was crushed in response. Under the tumbling hot lava, it turned into a heavy rain and poured down. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Who had been bombarded by them indiscriminately just a moment ago, the small universe suddenly erupted, obviously beyond everyone's expectations. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. The airwaves that exploded in the sky, with the reverse of the sea breeze, collapsed between the sky and the earth. Countless gazes, all turned in unison, locked in the void, that thin figure shrouded in a huge phantom skeleton of more than 10 meters. With the skeleton posture that appeared not long ago, the current dragon feather undoubtedly caused a huge gap. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, the blood-like eyes, the 9 jade hooks turned, exuding a fascinating taste. The strange feeling, compared to the figure of the big skeleton just now, made people take a deep breath. I'm sorry, I haven't used myself for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. Long Yu took a deep breath and said with a genial smile. Chapter 560, A Good Start. In the world of One Piece, the one who uses Naruto as power, and it will indeed be weakened infinitely. It is undoubtedly the best way to cover Wald's departure now. What's more, in the face of this long-lost power, in this kind of war, can you be handy? Ding dang, congratulations to the host, causing a great shock in the world, obtaining 5,000 turbulence points. The current turbulence value balance is 653, reaching the threshold of random unlocking, whether it is immediately. Do random unlocks. The system's long-lost ethereal voice echoed in Long Yu's mind. Of the turbulence value, the smile on Long Yu's face became even wider. This is a good start. In the face of the turbulent value delivered to the door, Long Yu did not hesitate at all, and immediately gave the order. Unlock at random immediately. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, the system is deducting 600 turbulence points, and the host's current balance is 53 points. Congratulations to the host, the random unlock is successful, and you have obtained the Eye of the Pupil, the Eternal Kaleidoscope, and the Star of Ninjutsu. The system prompts echoed in Long Yu's mind. Which was originally limited, poured in like a spring in an instant. At the same time, the long-lost ninjutsu Tianju Xingxing became clearer and clearer. It can be said that the feeling to Long Yu now is that he can squeeze all of this with ease. Feel that this long-lost feeling of power and abundance may not have reached the peak of the past. However, for now, this is enough. Did you feel that the kid's breath seemed to skyrocket at the moment just now? Rayleigh frowned and couldn't help asking. The white beard standing beside him also looked slightly ugly, but when he saw Ace beside him, he snorted coldly and said, "Old man Rayleigh, you must be wrong. In this case, once the delay goes on, the situation for that kid will only get worse. Don't forget that there is a Qingzi in the Navy. Once that kid is stopped by Kizaru and Akainu, who else can save Wald, and it's a little too early to say that he carries the old times." Chang's voice seemed a little jealous, but in the face of Whitebeard's evaluation, Rayleigh did not refute much, and he turned and locked on the farther sea. Qingzi is here. The small voice suddenly tensed everyone's nerves. His eyes swiped for a while, and the arrogance of seeing and hearing was even more driven to the extreme. In the face of such long-range spectators, the use of domineering is undoubtedly more important. Even someone like Usopp, who was a renunciation, was able to vaguely capture Sugar sniping during the Battle of Dressrosa. Not to mention, these big bosses who have been in the sea for a long time. Looking at Qingzi, who abandoned the warship, walked slowly on the ice, and blocked the way of the Glossiaki, everyone's attention more or less fell on Long Yu. It can be said that the current situation of Long Yu is that there are tigers and wolves in front and soldiers in the back. How to get out of trouble has become the most important thing. The great skeleton demon, it seems that this time, you can't let you leave easily. Stood on the ice, looked at the fast-approaching Alisichi, and let out a sigh of cold air. He likes to play soy sauce, and has never fought against Long Yu, who is the Bone King, several times in a row. However, on this occasion, it is obvious that he cannot be allowed to continue. He continues to be self-willed. There is someone in the sky. No, that's a giant. I don't know who exclaimed. Everyone's attention, including Qingzi, was also attracted. It can be said that at this juncture, any change in the game will cause the result of the battle to deviate. Especially after the skeleton demon stepped in. Before I could think about it, everyone's eyes swept around and looked into the sky. First thing that came into view was the bodies of two behemoths. When both feet landed on the Aloziaki, the huge impact made the island shake a little. The wind and waves that were brought up rolled down, revealing two extremely excited cheeks. Jien Nuo Nuo, I didn't expect that after 100 years, it would be this kind of occasion when I debuted. It really makes people feel nostalgic. Tori looked around for a while, then burst out laughing. Turned his eyes in vain, locked on Qingzi's body, and said, according to the captain's arrangement, our enemy seems to be this little devil playing with ice. Dongli, don't take it lightly, or you will lose the reputation of our strongest warrior in Elbaf, not only embarrassing the captain, but also the face of our giant. Broki laughed and patted Dongli on the shoulder. Two of them turned in vain, and they both locked on Qingzi who was blocking the road, and said in unison, Little Walder, you can control the boat with all your strength. In our current state, there is only one chance. Don't hold back the captain. Little Devil Wald is stunned. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 561 to 580. Chapter 561, Life-Threatening. Through the megaphone bug, the expressions of the various forces on this sea changed slightly. Walder, a remnant of an old age, was almost 80 years old. Now that it is in the mouth of a giant, it has become a little devil, which is too shocking to the world. However, in the eyes of the older generation such as Crane and Carp, this scene has become unusual. The dusty brain strings seemed to be plucked, and when he hurriedly looked up at Dongli and Broki, his complexion changed dramatically. They are the two captains of the long-lost giant pirates who were rewarded over 100 million 100 years ago, Tori, the blue ghost, and Broki the red ghost. The crane cried out in surprise. That were still confused at first suddenly changed. 100 years ago, a reward of over 100 million was offered, and that was an absolute powerhouse. Perhaps, for other races, 100 years has already turned them into a cup of Lois. But for giants, it was the prime of life. In particular, the two giants in front of them are still the legend of Elbaf in the past. Qingzi, Akainu, Kizaru, they stopped them desperately. The crane drank violently. Cap, Duent stare at Whitebeard, support them for me. One order after another quickly fell. Facing Long Yu with a trick, it subverted their cognition. However, before they could make a move, Dongli and Broki looked at each other. Step forward with great strides. Bang! With heavy steps, the two of them stood directly on the bow deck, like two unattainable iron towers. Muscles all over his body tightened like a rock. The jet-black armament color is domineering, spreading out quickly, as if desperate, frantically pouring into the weapons of the two. The cherry blossoms are like a tide, exuding a smell like the vast ocean. An indescribable aura pervaded with Dongli and Broki at the center. These two giants, actually know the high-level armament and domineering. What is their posture? Feeling this terrifying aura, the first person could not hold back. Especially Garp, his expression changed slightly, and he growled, Qingzi hurry up and dodge, this is the giant's trick. The violent scene made an image flash across Whitebeard's mind. If he remembered correctly, Charlotte Lingling, who walked out of Elbaf in Luosheng that day, also used this trick. Pity that just after these words fell, people suddenly moved. With the lumbar disc as the fulcrum, the moment when all the strength of the body is poured into the hands. 10 fingers clench the weapon tightly. The next moment, it came out with a bang. Unparalleled Sakura domination of the country. Bang! A thunderous blast of air resounded. In front of Dongli and Broki seemed to be directly penetrated. The violent air waves, like a hurricane rolling back, a purple-black wave, like a wild dragon tearing out of the void. Wherever he passed, the frozen sea along the way was instantly shattered. of thousands of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Feeling this tyrannical aura of destruction, Qingzi's face changed drastically, and before he had time to think about it, he quickly pushed the fruit's ability to the extreme. Ice Age. Bang! The endless frozen waves turned into raging waves, slamming into the oncoming Liang hegemony. Under the collision with the slightest reluctance, the entire sea surface was instantly detonated. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Facing the full blow of the two giants, Qingzi's all-out attack was instantly penetrated. Feeling the aura of destruction that made the spine chill, Qingzi didn't have time to think about it, and quickly cast elementalization to disappear in place ahead of time. Soon as the figure dissipated, the ice-covered earth that was standing under his feet was instantly affected and shattered. Everyone reacted. Yu Wei, who dominated the country, rushed into the distance. It can be described as a home run. Wald, if you don't do it now, when will you wait? After Dongli took a deep breath, he got up in a hurry. The face of the two giants who showed great power, Walder woke up in a trance. He didn't have time to think about it, and frantically activated the devil fruit ability in his body. Walolo, that kid is really extraordinary. Since he's fighting for his life, the old man also plays with him. Momo fruit 100 times. Roar! The dormant fruit ability in Wald's body was instantly detonated. Of scarlet blood on the corner of his mouth. However, this time, it is only for the simple acceleration of the ship, not to participate in the battle. For the relieved Walder, the short time is not a problem. The Glaciaki, which had been moving forward, was instantly increased by hundreds of times thanks to the power of Momo's fruit. Its volume is like a small island. The driving force required is also very high. But under the action of Momo fruit, everything came naturally. Waiting for Qingzi's body, in the aftermath of the shock, 2 or 3 kilometers away, condensed. Chapter 562, The Long-Lost Full Force. The Glaciaki, which Wald was frantically driving, had already dashed out of his blocking line. You bastard, stay with me. Akainu roared angrily. Facing the two legendary giants who suddenly fell from the sky, for them, it is simply a feeling of being caught off guard. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that the skeleton demon not only recruited his predecessor, Shichibukai Crocodile, but also the legendary pirate 100 years ago? Seeing the Glaciaki accelerate suddenly, Akainu roared, covered in molten lava, and ran after him. However, just as he took a few steps, he made an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. A huge skeleton hand, mixed with a rolling gesture, appeared directly in front of Akainu. The violent make Akainu suddenly woke up in the absence of thought, and before he had time to think about it, he flipped the molten slurry in his hands and collided head-on with the attacking bone fist. Bang! The dull thunderous crash sounded again. Under the rewinding air waves, Akainu's body once again collapsed between the sky and the earth like molten lava. After a few hundred meters away that the body was reunited and returned. The huge Susanoo of more than 10 meters blocking the way like an iron tower, Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, and he snarled, Kazuna, you go after him. Right now, among the 3 naval admirals, the fastest one is Kizaru. To rush out in the hands of Long Yu and stop the Glaciaki, among the 3 generals, Kizaru has a higher success rate. However, just as the idea came into being, the next voice that fell in their ears shook their nerves. Hee, Akainu, are you underestimating me or underestimating yourself, and you are planning to stop me just by one person? This is a fool's dream. Long Yu gave a dry laugh, looked back at him, and Gulojiki, who was gradually moving away, said, The long-lost full force, do you want to dance? The inexplicable speech, at this moment, seems to be filled with magical sounds. Facing Kasaragi and Akainu's expressions, Long Yu's movements did not stop at all, and his hands suddenly clasped together in front of everyone's eyes. Bang! A pair of 9-hooked jade eternal kaleidoscopes are written, and they spin like crazy. Under the blood-colored tide, the dust-covered pupil's strength seemed to be desperate, it was extreme. The next moment, the Susanoo, which was originally only a dozen meters away, soared rapidly. 6 arms, it looks like an Asura, and its huge body of dozens of meters gives people a feeling of being as stable as Mount High. The fierce breath that rolls out is even more like a taste that shakes the nerves. Seeing such a crazy scene in front of them, the pupils of those present suddenly shrank, and their eyes. The eye socket was almost split. Long time, in their eyes, the shape change of the great skeleton demon has been Long Yu's strongest trump card. I didn't think about it at all, it was all just wishful thinking. Least, facing Susanoo who in his ultimate form, his old cognition was completely overturned. Even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, had an inexplicable dignified expression on his face. It turns out that we underestimated him. Riley couldn't help but speak. Long time, in Rayleigh's eyes, Long Yu can only be regarded as a junior in a new era who likes to toss. I never thought that the means displayed at this moment, even these old legends of them, were moved by it. If you have to find a word to describe it. Perhaps, the sentence of standing on an equal footing is not raising Long Yu high. No, that kid's movements haven't stopped yet, so there won't be anything left to do, right? Karp's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said. In the face of Long Yu's endless means, what he urgently thinks about now is that someone can overturn his speculation. However, just as this idea came into being, a powerful rolling aura descended from the sky, rolling down the sea like a waterfall. At this moment, as if the air was circulating in the sky, there was a trace of stagnation, and an invisible big hand clenched their hearts. The strange feeling made them have no time to think, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. The first scene to enter the scene made their pupils shrink suddenly, and an inexplicable roar sounded from their foreheads. Of lead accumulated above the 9 heavens seemed to be suddenly pushed away by a pair of invisible hands. Under the impact of the huge air wave, a huge meteorite with a diameter of several kilometers broke through the clouds. Facing the dance from Long Yu's mouth a moment ago. This scene in front of you, if you let outsiders know. I'm afraid not only danced, but also couldn't hold down the coffin board. Does this still make people alive? Bang! As soon as the huge meteorite appeared in the sight of everyone, it seemed that even the last shackles from the air and clouds were instantly broken. The heavy air swooped and rolled down with a tenacious posture. Facing the apocalyptic scene in front of them, Akainu and Kizaru were the first to wake up. Uchiha Ryu, you lunatic! Akainu roared. From the first meeting, he underestimated Long Yu. But the second time, the third time, and even now that they met again, they all thought that they knew all about the great skeleton demon who came out of the advancing city. Chapter 563. Give me a quick retreat. However, in the face of this scene that fell from the sky, like the end of the day, it subverted his cognition. Who has always thought that he knows the best is the most unfamiliar. This huge gap makes Akainu unacceptable. Hee, Akainu, this is my last gift to you. I hope that after the dance, we can meet again next time. The magic seal that Long Yu turned over with both hands had already stopped. The tens of meters huge Susanoo collapsed with a bang. A door of space was opened in an instant, and before everyone's eyes, he stepped forward. 8-foot Chongu Jade. Kizaru's roar sounded without warning. Soon he saw endless golden light, which quickly condensed and formed behind Long Yu. However, before he could display his attack, the space gate that was torn out had disappeared out of thin air. Laser beam lost its target all of a sudden, and sank directly into the sea below, blowing up large waves. Looking at the lost trace, and the attack of the Kayabashi failed. At this moment, no matter was Crane, or Garp, even Akainu and Kayabu dared not say anything about chasing the Glossiaki and the skeleton demon. Facing the huge meteorite falling from the sky, the only thing they can do is to dance for this madness. Bastard, skeleton demon, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will sink you into the sea. Akainu roared with a twisted expression. As far as this is concerned, the failure of the mission to encircle and suppress Wald is already a foregone conclusion. Everyone give me a quick retreat. Kazuna, Shinzi, join hands with me to crush this meteorite. Meteor volcano. Akainu roared again and again, as if even the world was shaken by it. Crane, who was standing on the deck of the battleship, subconsciously looked at Mihawk, the eagle-eyed Shichibukai. The face of such means, their Chiwahai was also covered within the attack range. If you don't dance as well, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out of the body. Dozen nautical miles away, on the huge deck of the Goryak. With blood on the corners of his mouth, Wald, as well as Dongli and Ki, had their bull's eyes widened, looking at the huge meteorite swooping down in the distant sky, with shock on their faces. As crew members, they all believed that they knew the confidence of their captain. Never thought of it, this wishful thinking. If it wasn't for Qingzi's last carelessness, he didn't attack in advance, giving them a chance to display the strongest lying hegemony. I am afraid that once they are trapped, Long Yu will not be able to use this kind of fierce and unparalleled killer move. Thinking of this, Dongli and Broki couldn't help but look at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn. The little devil, as expected, has been teasing me. Crocodile clenched his fists suddenly. When I thought about it, the hard battle I thought of that day was nothing compared to the scene in front of me. In particular, he attacked Akainu in public, but was successfully evaded by elementalization. At the same time, the high-level domineering displayed by the two giants, Dongli and Broki, showed the power that directly robbed him of his limelight. It can be said that at this moment, the self-evaluation of the dignified predecessor, the seven-armed sea crocodile, in this kind of peak battle, has become a passerby. Tomorrow's front page, it is very good to have him a small corner. Subconsciously, he glanced around at the three figures on the deck. Who was the first to join Fairy Tail and considered himself the most powerful, had a feeling of being at the bottom. What's the matter, you're not going to dance, are you? Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. The people present, nervously tense, soon saw that a door of space opened on the deck. Looking at the slightly tired Long Yu walking out of it, Crocodile flashed a murderous intent in the depths of his pupils. That ridiculous idea was quickly suppressed by him. He joined Fairy Tail, but unlike the others, it was caused by the contract. In Crocodile's eyes, as long as within 3 years, Long Yu will reveal a flaw. He will definitely not hesitate at all, rise up to kill him, and be ashamed. However, the time they spent together was very short, but after experiencing that scene behind the scenes, Crocodile became more and more unable to see through the boy in front of him. It can be said that the current Long Yu gives the impression that it may be the end of the shot. Told Crocodile at the next moment that Long Yu had beheaded a Navy admiral. He would never doubt it. After all, the young man in front of him was hidden too deeply and had too many masks. Haha, Crocodile, with your expression, you didn't intend to kill me just now, did you? Long Yu patted Crocodile on the shoulder with a dry smile, making him feel an inexplicable electric shock, and his nerves suddenly became tense. It feels as if the child has done something wrong and the parent sees it through. Haha, you don't have to be so nervous. Long Yu laughed loudly and said, this is not the first time I have encountered such an idea, but I will never pursue it. After all, I've been on the pirate ship of mine, but no one really wants to kill me. I am still a little blindly confident about my personality. Having said that, Long Yu raised his head and glanced at the accumulated lead clouds in the sky, and said, it's getting late, let's go quickly. In addition to Whitebeard, there is also Kaido, a madman who wants to commit suicide, in the sky. Chapter 564, 2.1 billion. These words fell, not to mention Crocodile, even Walder's expression changed slightly. They despise the reputation of the 4 sovereigns at sea, but at this juncture, they did not dare to wave at will. Looking back, on the horizon in the distance, the huge meteorite collided with various fireworks-like attacks, and quickly set sail to escape this sea area. 3 days later, countless news birds, like locusts, quickly sent newspapers to all parts of the world in the first half of the Great Waterway. The huge front page, from the beginning, the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters encircled and suppressed the old legend of the great pirate Walder, has already been replaced with a new title. The rise of the 5 emperors at sea, and the fierceness of the skeletons reappeared. For a time, the forces all over the world clearly saw the content described on the front page, and on the front page, the meteorite occupied almost a full page. It was simply shocking, beyond words for a long time. Chambord Archipelago, countless pirates, with the help of the main force of the Navy, landed on the island in search of opportunities to go to the New World. Facing the terrifying news of the rise of the 5th Emperor at sea, the entire island was in an uproar. Outside the number, the Navy headquarters was defeated again, the 3 generals were severely damaged, and the skeleton giant offered a reward of 2.1 billion to join the ranks of the new 5 emperors. A newsboy galloped down the road. Soon he was stopped by a burly old man with purple hair. "Hey, what nonsense are you kidding? Our Navy admiral has not been seriously injured, just the big skeleton escaped with his tail between his tail." Who was dressed as a recruit and stared at the bald head snatched the newspaper, and then shouted first. Looking at the dozens of recruits in front of him blocking the way, the newsboy's face turned pale, and he was about to ask for mercy when Zephyr detectives stopped him. "Anthony, Tong Yan Wuji, don't know him in the same way." Zephyr took out a stack of Bailey with his backhand, stuffed it into the newsboy, and signaled him to leave. Immediately looking at the contents of the newspaper, his expression gradually sank and said, "It seems that it is not that the strength of our Navy has regressed, but that the pirates are growing faster." The bounty jumped from 1 billion to 21. The governments of the world were shocked. The sand crocodile, who should have been beheaded, was among the 2 history Chang, the giant pirate captain who offered a bounty of over 100 million 100 years ago, and even the world destroyer Wald was included by him. It seems that there is not much time left for our Navy. Chang's voice returned to the top, causing the faces of these originally ambitious recruits to change dramatically. In their eyes. After graduating from the greenhouse-like training camp, the sea outside will definitely have a piece of sky that belongs to them. However, the facts in front of them are a bit cruel. Even their most respected teachers sighed like this, so what should their Navy do? "Teacher, don't you always teach us not to grow others' ambition and destroy our own prestige?" Ain is also the one who can speak on such occasions. Among the pirates, there is a big skeleton monster that is rumored to be the rise of the new 5 emperors, but I think the teacher must have thought of some way to deal with it. These words fell, the eyes of the students in the field turned and locked on Zephyr's body. Feeling the urgency in his eyes, Zephyr calmed down a little, then patted Ain's shoulder with a dry smile, and said, "Come with me to see the warring states at the Navy headquarters, to break the 5th, the endgame. I am afraid that Laxus will be needed." Boy. At the same time, the naval headquarters entered the sea. Warring states looked gloomy, standing on the high platform. Not long ago, he was in this place, mobilizing the sailors. The plan is to encircle and suppress the legendary great pirates of the old times and restore the lost face of the Navy. Never occurred to me that at the last moment, a big skeleton demon would be killed. Even more, it was an unprecedented way to press the Navy's face on the floor and rub it fiercely. Marshal of the Warring States period, Admiral Akainu and the others have returned. A huge giant figure walked quickly from behind. In the end, it stayed by the side of the Warring States. Due to the human trafficking of giants in the past, the Navy headquarters also gained the combat power of many giants. This time, many vice admirals were sent to encircle Wald. However, due to the huge size of the giant, it did not accompany him, and most of the time, it played the role of guarding the headquarters. Looking at the gloomy Warring States, Longs couldn't help but ask, "Marshal Warring States, is the information true?" Lost for hundreds of years, the two leaders of the giant soldier pirates not only did not die, but also took refuge in the great skeleton demon. Well, the warring states suddenly raised his head and said, "Longs, I know that the blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Brokey are your heroes of Elba, but don't forget, they are pirates now, and you are the navy. However, since your Elbaf was destroyed, the two giant elders were killed. Although you still have the kingdom of giants led by Prince Loki, the strength of the giants has also been greatly reduced. There is no systematic guidance experience, even learning giant strikes have also become more difficult." Chapter 565, Dumping the Pot. I heard that a new giant pirate has appeared at sea recently, and the leader is a man named Helding, who seems to be able to use your giant's tactical hero spear. Helding Longs was stunned for a moment, and said, "I remember that kid, but he was pestering the two elders at that time, clamoring to surpass the two leaders. The level of hard work, but better than anyone, he can learn the spear of heroes, is really touching, but unfortunately he only wants to be a pirate, otherwise he will be much better than me and John in the navy." The technique of the giant's martial arts has been passed down from generation to generation. It is difficult to explore on your own. I didn't expect the two leaders to disappear for 100 years, and have also learned the high-level domineering. If it was me, I would be willing to spend 20 years. 20 years of learning domineering. Sengoku's cheeks twitched slightly. With a lifespan of 300 years would say such words without back pain. Was someone else, they would have already passed their prime, or they would have farted on the sea. Of course, Lance can't be blamed for this either. God has endowed giants with extraordinary strength and physique, and the practice of domineering is more than twice as difficult as that of ordinary people. After all, not everyone is Dongli and Brokey, who have dueled for 100 years and have beaten them more than 70,000 times. Coupled with the precise and domineering training methods provided by the system, everything will come naturally. Okay, I've made an appointment with Zephyr, and when Laxus arrives, I'll see if there's a good way to practice. If you giants can learn domineering, even the most superficial domineering will affect the strength of our navy. In terms of improvement, it is also the best. Sengoku sighed and looked up at the approaching warship. The current series of defeats, as well as the so-called rise of the new 5 sovereigns, have made the challenge to the Navy headquarters even more severe. If the solution is not found in time, I am afraid that the naval headquarters will have a hard time dealing with the waves rolled up on this sea. I object. A stern voice came from the sea. The expressions of Sengoku and Longs changed slightly, and they hurriedly followed the voice. The first thing that came into view was that he had an unusually gloomy expression. The face of Tianyi Zhengxing. They came back alive, but for the 5 warships at the time of departure, this lineup was equivalent to the Demon Slaughter Order. The number of warships that have returned now is only 4. Akainu, who was the commander of this mission, felt like his face was being rubbed against the ground afterward. Akainu, what are you against? Warring States frowned. What he was most worried about had happened. As an admiral of the Navy and Akainu who grew up watching Sengoku, he knew very well that Akainu carried out the so-called absolute justice. In the original book, there is a sentence. The real one who is a pirate is Blackbeard, and the real one who is a navy is Akainu. An extreme darkness, an extreme justice, but the symbol in the world of One Piece. Against what? S face sank, and he shouted sternly. Marshal of the Warring States period, isn't he planning to invite some Laxus with that guy Zephyr, join the Navy headquarters, and become a recruit instructor? Didn't he threaten to kill the Chihuahai crocodile, but now Crocodile is resurrected and intervened, ruining our plan to encircle and suppress Walder. This kid of unknown origin is not trustworthy at all. The awe-inspiring voice echoed above the huge port. In the face of Akainu's divine reply, the people present were stunned. Even the generals are throwing the blame. But, can this throwing skill be any better? Hey, Akainu, the domineering has not grown, but the means of throwing the blame have grown. An old voice, without the slightest ambiguity, came from the farther sea. The violent scene made everyone stunned for a while, and when they could see clearly who was coming, they all showed bitterness on their faces. If it is said that in the naval headquarters, Garp can ridicule the general, then the person who is most qualified to reprimand the general of the naval headquarters is only Zephyr, the chief instructor of recruits. Yo-yo, Mr. Zephyr didn't expect that you came to the headquarters in person, and Akainu also complained just now, so don't take it seriously, teacher. The yellow monkey hurriedly opened his mouth to smooth things out. They are disciples of Zephyr, but their majors are the true fruit ability, which deviates from Zephyr's concept of physical arts. In the boot camp, there were frequent clashes. Right now, Akainu is losing one after another, and Kizaru is worried, and even if they disagree, they will fight. Old Zephyr, don't you stay in the naval recruit camp and come to this place for the so-called laxus. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted sharply. A nasty boy who can change something in the navy. If you can defeat the 4 emperors of the sea, or you can defeat the so-called new 5 emperors skeleton demon, if you can't, what's the use of coming here? 560th chapters, Gambling. The rolling voice made the people in the field look at each other in dismay. For Akainu's fallacy, it is undoubtedly difficult to answer. After all, the identity of the general is placed here. Looking at the angry Akainu, Sengoku subconsciously looked at Zephyr. In the huge port, the atmosphere suddenly became depressed. Many gazes in the field all turned and locked on Zephyr's body. The face of this somewhat stubborn student, it is even more expensive to exist like a general. There was an inexplicable urgency in their hearts. Eager to see what it is like to be educated by the teacher. Akainu, you were wrong. Zephyr said in a deep voice. All along, you have only paid attention to the improvement of your own strength, as if you were inclined to the development of fruit ability, but neglected the cultivation of domineering and physical skills, but ignored what balance is. Having said that, Zephyr looked around the field and said, if our naval headquarters can develop multipolarity and diversification, so that the combat power of the bottom and even the middle level can be improved, then the combat power of the top will also change. Much. When I didn't see that kid's training manual, I also held the idea of rejecting people thousands of miles away from you. However, the current naval headquarters is not. The glory of the past is comparable to that of the past. 4 emperors stand side by side on the sea, and the 5 emperors rise. If we can't break the deadlock as soon as possible and improve the strength of the naval headquarters, then we will be waiting for death. Bureau. The voice of Chang's words, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magical sound, reverberating between the heavens and the earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. It made many people's expressions suddenly change drastically. As the chief instructor of the naval training camp, Zephyr has the words to say this comment under his decades of coaching experience. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Akainu's body. Among the 3 generals, their positions have long been clear. Changzi was the first in favor of inviting Laxus to join Navy boot camp. Who only punched the card when the salary was received, and he didn't care about who he invited. Right now, the biggest remaining objection is undoubtedly Akainu. Okay, very good, Mr. Zephyr, you were right. Akainu looked gloomy, and said okay twice. Since Teacher Zephyr, if you are determined to invite an outsider to come to our new instructor, then I will take a bet with you. I will select 3 people from the Navy to teach him personally, and he is also looking for 3 people outside to teach him personally. After 3 months, if he can defeat the Akainu I taught him to join him, he will definitely not object. Gambling to face Akainu's persistence, the present. The person's expression changed slightly. Zephyr frowned and said, Akainu, I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. It seems that it is difficult to evaluate the selection criteria. 3 months is not too long, not too short. Train a newcomer who is as blank as a piece of paper, it seems too short. After all, in the Navy boot camp, many are drilled from childhood. Some extremely gifted people have to study for at least 3 years before they are eligible to graduate. It's only 3 months now, I'm afraid something is wrong. Master Zephyr, General Akainu's bet is also very interesting. An unexpected voice came out from inside the phone bug. The violent scene made everyone's nerves tense at once. Looking at the voice, the first thing that catches the eye is Garp holding a phone bug and digging his nostrils. Haha, I saw that the two of you were arguing, so I called that kid and asked you to make it clear in person. Garp laughed out loud. Boy, do you mean to agree to General Akainu's bet? If you have any ideas, feel free to say, but you can bring my grandson here. Also, don't give up on training. Yesterday, I called that kid and clamored to say that you have developed a new fruit skill in your hands, saying that the next time you see this old man, you have to beat me up. Speaking of which, Garp patted his thigh and said, it's the first time I've seen that kid so arrogant. The people present were stunned. Looking at Garp, who opened his mouth and talked hard with his grandson. It's too fast to open a small stove. Mr. Garp, you have a grandson too. The ghost spider couldn't help but ask. In the Navy, due to the appearance of Zephyr as an admiral, when chasing the pirates, the family members were silenced in revenge. When the Navy was shocked. A new regulation has also been issued. All family members of the high-ranking Navy must be kept secret. So for decades, for the naval hero Garp, what members of the family are unknown. Now that a grandson suddenly appeared, and he was trained under the command of Laxus, who was highly respected by Zephyr, this was too unpredictable. HMPH, a fledgling boy, mixed with a fledgling boy, can find out, what a big wave. Akainu snorted coldly and said, Laxus, in order to avoid you saying that I bullied you with nobody, let you decide the rules. Of course, if someone in the Navy headquarters is willing to train you, that's fine too. Chapter 567. Shame. Duh. The coercive words were spit out, causing the expressions of many people in the field to change slightly. However, they were very curious as to what training methods Long Yu had, which Zephyr admired. But for the sake of a new instructor who doesn't know the depths, it would be inappropriate to offend the current admiral of the Navy. I would too. If the Lieutenant General can do it, I'm willing to try it. 3 urgent cries rang out suddenly. Seeing Ain and Bins raising their hands all of a sudden, a smile appeared on Zephyr's face. As for Longs, who was standing behind the Warring States period, it surprised them. After all, giants have long lifespans and serve longer than they do. But the drawbacks are also great. On top of the domineering practice, it is undoubtedly a huge springboard. It can be said that Lonzi's statement is undoubtedly a huge threshold. Okay, very good. I didn't expect that there are people in the Navy who are interested in Neuraxis. Akainu said goodbye twice, and looked at the 3 with cold eyes. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, Laxus, what are your thoughts? It's not bad to pick up 3 ready-made 3s in the Navy. At least, when you lose, you won't be too embarrassed. And said, General Akainu, I have no plans to choose personnel in the Navy. Of course, they want to study with me, and I don't mind. However, in the decision of 33, I will not use one of your Navy. On the contrary, you can choose any person in the Navy, including Commodore, Rear Admiral, Lieutenant Admiral. The small voice came from the phone bug, causing many people in the field to take a deep breath. With new recruits as the maximum limit they expected. It never occurred to me that when Long Yu opened his mouth, he would raise this limit from recruit to lieutenant general. It can be said that among the naval headquarters, the lieutenant general who has grown up is not the best, and the existence of superior combat power. In the field all swished and landed on Akainu. In their eyes, they thought that Akainu's appointment would make the so-called Laxus feel embarrassed. Never occurred to me that this guy whom Zephyr admired so much would put forward even crazier conditions for the bet. Even lieutenant generals can be chosen. Does it mean that the people trained by him can match the so-called lieutenant generals? Akainu Shensheng. Drink. However, don't worry, I will not make a bet with you in the future. After 3 months, I hope you can arrive at the Navy headquarters on time, and I will pick you up here in person. Hee hee, Then there is General Lao Kai Dog. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, however, if anyone wants to train with the boat, they can also wait for me in the Chambord Islands. I will arrive in 3 days. These words, Long Yu directly hung up the phone bug. HMPH, in the end, you still keep in mind the people in the Navy. I hope you really don't run away in the end. Some good candidates will come out. Akainu snorted coldly. Yinju's gaze swept away in the field, and said, pass my order, as long as you are a member of the Navy. Anyone who wants to receive my training can sign up. Maybe you have any juniors you value, you can also recommend them. However, I will put the ugly words first, and my training should not be neglected in the slightest, no matter what. Any grandson, and son is no exception. The rolling voices echoed in the huge port like a wave. As for Akainu's last sentence, they clearly knew that it was aimed at Garp. After all, Garp, a naval hero, put his grandson under the command of Laxus for training. That was an indirect acknowledgement of his means and ability. General Akainu, I want to train with you. The bald boy standing behind Zephyr walked out quickly. Anthony. Ayin raised her brows, but was quickly stopped by Zephyr's detectives. Who else wants to train with Admiral Akainu? This is a rare opportunity. Zephyr glanced at the recruits behind him. It can be said that before Long Yu appeared, the general was the target they admired and pursued at last. Is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn from the current generals. My name is Xu En, and I am willing to. I'm very good, and I do too. I'm Drake, and I do too. Seeing the 3 people who came out of the crowd again, Zephyr's expression was slightly moved. These 3, among his students, are all outstanding talents. Have already applied for early graduation, and I have also been selected by various branches. The biggest feature is that the devil fruit ability is similar, and the heart is similar to Akainu Kizaru. Chapter 568, Brigadier General. They all believe that unilateral development of fruit ability can further enhance their own strength. This time Zephyr went to the headquarters. In addition to coming for Laxus, there were also some students who were selected out of the way. Okay, you are all devil fruit power users, right? Akainu glanced at it, the expression on Zephyr's face changed, and said, there are many ways to become stronger in 3 months, but I will take everyone to a shortcut, which can improve the strength as quickly as possible. It can be said that as long as you complete the training I handed you well, once the competition is completed and the military merit is achieved, it is not impossible to become a commodore directly. The expressions of the new brigadier generals changed. Once they graduate from the Navy boot camp, most of them can become second lieutenants, etc. Some outstanding people can become majors and lieutenants. But as soon as he graduated, he became a brigadier general, which was like a sweet pastry. In the face of the dignified general, the rhetoric that was put down, many students showed expressions of remorse. Feeling the changes in the field, Akainu's face showed a hint of satisfaction, and after looking around the field, he said, everyone, don't worry, in order to convince the public, in addition to mainly training these 4 recruits, I also allow other generals participate in training, but once they participate, no matter how high your rank is, it is one of my soldiers. Having said that, Akainu looked back at the warring states and said, Marshal of the warring states, this is all I have to say. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Leaving these words, Akainu's gloomy Shishui face softened a little in the past few days, and before everyone's eyes, he strode away. 444 recruits, after looking at each other, quickly followed. HMPH, Akainu is really arrogant. As soon as he opens his mouth, he is a brigadier general. Karp scooped out his nostrils and snorted coldly, saying, however, according to what he said, 3 months later, that kid brought me a grandson of a lieutenant general, and this old man saved a lot of hearts. Cap, it's still broad daylight, stop daydreaming here. Sengoku rolled his eyes and said, however, that kid, if you don't pick someone from the Navy headquarters, can you really compare with Akainu in 3 months? If you find people outside, there are very few people with strength. In the conversation just now, Long Yu had agreed to let the people from the Navy study with the ship. But the same goes for people who don't use the Navy. It's not necessary to leave people with solid foundations, and go to dig another, wasting time. Okay, you don't have to overdo it in the Warring States period, that family. That this guy can study such a systematic training method is enough to show that he is not simple. Maybe he already has a choice in his heart, and he is more powerful than the new recruits trained by my old man. Zephyr smiled and patted Sengoku's shoulder. Ain, go back to the Chambord Islands and study with Laxus. As for Binz, stay with me. Ain looked back at Binz, showing a hint of hesitation. What's the matter, are you worried about going alone? Who had been silent, looked at Ain, who nodded shyly, and said, Smog, you should go too. I was stunned by smoke. He followed Qingzi and was transferred back to the Navy headquarters from Rog Town. On the way, he encountered the task of encircling and suppressing Wolv, but he did not participate in it. After all, in that kind of battle of the level, even the generals are helpless, and it is a joke that he goes. However, Jean Small never thought that Qingzi would let him study with Laxus. What's the matter? Don't forget what you lost to him in Rog Town. Qingzi looked back at Smog and said with a rare smile, perhaps, as Mr. Karp said, you can still be promoted to Lieutenant General after graduating in 3 months. Lieutenant General Smoker was stunned for a moment, he was just a colonel now. There is also a brigadier general, a major general, in the middle, in order to be able to reach the lieutenant general. This process looks short, but in practice, it requires a lot of military merit, but the real stumbling block is strength. If it really is like what Karp said, he can become a lieutenant general after graduation. Does that mean that this is the 13th estuary of Chambord Archipelago, which will be a crash course in 3 months, and it is a mess at this moment? Dozens of pirates lay down on the ground, and there was a sound of mourning. A grim-faced man with scars, holding a giant mace, slammed into the ground with a bang, breathing heavily. Immediately, he roared hysterically. You bastard, get out of here, I am the great pirate Oral with a reward of 80 million, and I will definitely kill you. Really, I also really want to try it, but unfortunately you don't have the chance. The cold voice suddenly sounded. All of a sudden, Oler's nerves were tense to the extreme. Before I could think about it, I quickly clenched the giant mace in my hand. However, a white smoke quickly emerged behind him, and recently formed the appearance of Smoker. Chapter 569, So Simple. Cross, Smoke Strangulation. Endless white smoke surged out of Smoker's body. The moment he stretched out his hands, he quickly wrapped around Oral's body. The next moment, before he could react, his huge head was suddenly broken by 2 huge hands that were turned into smoke. Bang! The huge body that lost its life force was smashed to the ground. Looking at the dead pirate who could no longer die, the white smoke turned from Smog, rolled and finally returned to normal. Senior Smog, this is already the 8th pirate with a bounty over 10 million, and it is also the existence with the highest bounty. You can already be promoted to Brigadier General based on military merit alone. Ain flashed out in the dark. On her body was also covered with dust. It seems that when Smoker made his move just now, he didn't have any spare time. Your strength is also very good. Smog took out a cigar with his backhand and lit it again, saying, students who can be valued by teacher Zephyr really have something special, no matter what. Is fruit ability or physical skills, they are very powerful, especially the round break, which is enough to cut iron blocks. It's just, I want to know, with your strength and physical skills, why did you have to risk the hostility of the Akainu general to you, and make such a public statement? For Smog, also as a student of Zephyr, the strength he relied on for graduation that day mainly came from the development of fruit ability. In his eyes, it is actually the same concept as Akainu Kiarasu and others, that the way to practice taijutsu is too difficult. It is too slow to increase the strength. Therefore, focus on the development of fruit ability. It is for this reason that smoker is not valued in Zepha's eyes. Ain's fruit ability doesn't seem to be too diligent. That's an extraordinary existence. Looking at the present, and even among the graduates where small was in the past, few people can do it. Senior smoker, Teacher Zepha. Yan mentioned this matter before Teacher Texas joined the Navy boot camp, but this time with senior smoker, the teacher didn't tell the teacher that he was acquiescing to me. Reveal it to senior smoker to know. Ain said after a moment of hesitation. Oh, there is such a thing, is it Mr. Zepha? What new teaching concept has been proposed, or is it a secret? Smog raised his brows involuntarily. In his eyes, ZFA is a strict teacher, but for the sake of his students, he is someone who can't wait to give all the things he knows to the students. Now there is such a requirement, which undoubtedly exceeds Smoker's perception. Actually, this round broken foot was taught to me by Teacher Laxus. Ain suddenly spoke up. Laxus Smog couldn't help but startled, and said, Ain, what do you mean? You knew Laxus early on. In Smog's eyes, he had also learned the 6 forms in the Navy boot camp, and he knew exactly how difficult it was to be stunned. It takes a lot of time and energy to reach the level of cutting iron. No, senior smoker, you misunderstood. If I had known Teacher Laxus early in the morning, I'm afraid I would have mastered all the 6 styles in the 3 years of the Navy recruit camp. Ain shook his head, showing a look of longing. I was able to learn the footsteps, mainly from Senior Bastius's comments on the 6 styles of Laxus. On that day, Teacher Zepha, like Senior Smog, held a skeptical attitude and bet with Marshall of the Warring States period. Binz and I were fortunate enough to be the betting chips. In the end, after reading the manual, the bottleneck of Lanzhou's comprehension was as if it's a matter of course, and it's integrated. Not only can it be displayed smoothly, but it has also reached the point of cutting iron. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in this deserted port. When Smog heard the words, he couldn't help but startled, and said, it's that simple. In his eyes, Yin's remarks obviously skipped the process of hard study and research in the middle, and the result is the result as soon as he speaks. Looking at Smog, who was full of suspicion, Yin gave a wry smile and said, Senior Smog, I can't explain this matter clearly. I just remember that when I saw these 6 style annotations that day, my mind was rumbling. It feels too strange to learn it directly, when Senior Smog, if selected, should also have the opportunity to watch 1 or 2. Silent. He was also a Navy teacher and Zepha's teacher. He believed what Ain said, and it was not wrong. It's just that this process is too mysterious, making him have a feeling of being difficult and believing. Smog sighed and calmed down a little. If Laxus's methods are really so mysterious, what if I call him a teacher? However, 7 days have passed since the agreed 3-day period. Did he back down in the middle? This time, they were selected to study with the ship, not only because of the bet made by Akainu, but also because of the naval headquarters, to investigate the teaching ability of Long Yu. Senior smoker, I think absolutely not. Ain shook his head, and immediately looked at the beautiful eyes on the horizon in the distance. His pupils shrunk suddenly. Senior Smog, look, there is a boat that didn't sail over there. It's sailing fast here. A boat without sails. Chapter 570th, Human Navigation. Smokey was startled. In the Navy, there is a steam-powered ship, but this ship is not only without steam, but also without the help of wind. It is obviously a little impossible to sail on the sea. If you just go with the flow, you will not be able to keep speeding up. Now this ship is obviously approaching this way without error. That Smog frowned, his pupils shrunk suddenly after he could see the situation on the sea clearly. Ain, look, does this ship rely on manpower to sail? Yin was startled by the inexplicable words of human sailing, and his expression changed in an instant after seeing the situation on the sea clearly. Bang! 2 black shadows, like swordfish, jumped up in the sea, and finally hit the sea with one head. The thick chain wrapped around them looked extremely unsightly under the splash of seawater. When the two of them fell into the water again, the speed of the masked sailboat, being pulled forward, was even faster. Seeing this scene, Smaug and Ain couldn't help but glance at each other, finally making sure that they were not wrong. On this dangerous sea, there is a ship that breaks the rules. Instead of relying on the wind and the braking ability of the boat, it is just two people who are pulling forward in the sea. That kind of resistance, it's not as simple as 1 + 1. Not to mention the two men pulling the boat, even the person who came up with this method is a monster-like existence. Thinking of this, Smoker and Ain couldn't help but hit a cold shock. The person who came up with this crazy idea, could it be the Laxus roar? They have been waiting here for a long time. The deafening roar sounded suddenly. On the coast near the port, a huge black shadow appeared on the sea. The next moment, the water broke directly out. The body length of more than 10 meters, and the sea snake full of barbed fangs like a sickle, rushed towards the two people in the water as soon as it appeared. The face of the fishy wind, which has long been eyeing here, Ain and Smaug's expressions changed, just as they were about to make a move. Afterimage instantly appeared on the Sea King class. The dozens of arms that were stretched indefinitely, like a rocket, slammed into the sea snake head-on. Rubber bazooka. Bang! A dull thunder-like collision sound came out. 3 or 4 meters in diameter, the huge snake head was shot and flew out in an instant. Under the catharsis of the huge force, the body of more than 10 meters was directly taken flying, and it was heavily smashed on the pirate ship that was originally docked in the port. With the rumbling sound, the pirate ship was smashed, and the sea snake was directly killed. Seeing this scene, Smoker and Ain, God. Under the slight change of color, I saw the person who took the shot, staggering in footsteps, and planted his head in the sea. Hey, Luffy, don't be brave if you can't do it. Zoro Sanji, hurry up and save this fool, this is obviously the prey of Sister Dusky. Nami shouted, and it sounded on the deck. Nami-san, look at me, I will definitely bring Luffy back. Who was still dragging the pirate ship forward as if he had lost his strength, suddenly turned his eyes into pink hearts, and with his strength surged, he dived into the water. Sex Kappa. Zoro showed a look of disgust. Beauty is not very attractive to him. But when I thought about it, after boarding the ship, I lost to Dasky, who is very similar to Guina, 58 times in Kendo. This made Zoro face, can't help but think of when he was a child, he lost more than 1,000 times, and he didn't even have a chance to save his face. Right now, he can use Dasichi to realize his dream, but his strength is completely poor, so he clenched his teeth and plunged into the sea. After 3 or 4 minutes of Smaug and Ain, 3 wet figures finally collapsed on the shore like ooze. The single-masted ship that sailed by human pulling was also brought to the port. Except for the 3 people who fell into the water, Ain and Smoker finally saw clearly who was on the deck of the ship. Especially when he saw that the man wearing a cloak and coat with a cold and arrogant face, Smoker's expression couldn't help sinking, and said, Laxus is here. Mr. Laxus is here, where is he? Ain was startled for a moment and looked around. Under the guidance of Smaug, there was a hint of stunned expression on the pretty face. To rumors, Laxus is very young, but in Ain's eyes, the person who can go further on the road of teaching should be a gentle existence. At least you should wear a white shirt, light zephyr, and a pair of small glasses. Never occurred to me that Laxus was a cold, arrogant, domineering president. Smaug, I didn't expect you to come to study with the ship. After long you glanced at Smaug indifferently, he looked at Ain and said, you should be teacher Zephyr, Ain, one of the best freshmen in this class. Allah, Mr. Laxus, you know my name. Ayin was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, Teacher, you are too high for me. Ayin has not yet conducted the actual combat assessment, and the final graduation result is still unclear. How can it be called the best? If it spreads out, I am afraid it will lose the prestige of teacher Zephyr. Looking at the shy Ayin, Long Yu was not surprised. Chapter 571. You Green Algae Head. At present, Ain is still a flower in a greenhouse, and has not yet encountered the bloody situation in the original book. Wabel slaughtered the recruits. Seeing that the whole boat was wiped out, even the most respected teacher Zepha had an arm cut off. For any one person, it is enough to change the heart. It can be said that it is very good not to go crazy. Mr. Laxus, you asked me to swing the knife 10,000 times a day for training. I have already completed it. Will I continue to increase the weight? Dasky held Shiu and walked out behind the deck. After looking at Smog, he revealed a hint of surprise. Isn't this Lieutenant Colonel Smog who was defeated by the teacher in Rog Town that day? Why is he here? No, as the teacher said a few days ago, the students who are assigned by the Navy to go on board. That day, Dusky had seen Smog's impressive strength and fiery temper with his own eyes. I didn't expect that the Navy would recommend him. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Long Yu's eyes. He glanced at the black wrist guard on Dasiki's wrist and said, "How much black steel is there in the cabin?" "No more." After hesitating for a moment, Dasichi said, "They have already used it up. This kind of metal is very precious, and the output is very small. The three of them together have consumed 3,000 caddies." Having said that, Dusky looked at the shore, and the three drenched figures showed a monster-like expression on their faces. This kind of metal with low density and heavy volume is indeed as precious as sea-floor stone. It seems that it can only be found in the Chambord archipelago in large quantities. Long Yu nodded and said, "Since there is no Shanghai gang, then you don't need to add extra weight for your next training. Continue to swing the knife 30,000 times, and it must be completed before noon." "No, the teacher." Dusky responded with a sentence. Without the slightest objection, he turned around and continued to walk aside, swinging the knife slowly. However, this kind of boring sword-swinging mode and the series of strange scenes in front of him made Smog frown. This training is too strange. What's more, in Small's eyes, such a simple training, to a certain extent, is a bottleneck. Maybe useful for ordinary people, but for the strong, is it really effective? After Smog's messy thoughts, I couldn't help but look up at Long Yu. For a time, the four eyes met, so that Smoker had a kind of feeling, "It seems that the two of you are very sleepy with my training." Long Yu glanced at Smog indifferently and said, "However, since the Navy has chosen you to accompany the ship training, I also have the responsibility to guide you. However, I believe that if you want to take the medicine orally, I think it's the fist that has the final say." Having said that, Long Yu stepped down, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appeared again, already behind Smoker and Ain. The violent scene made the nerves of the two tense to the extreme. Before I could think about it, I hurriedly turned around and put on a fighting stance. In their eyes, Long Yu's speed was too fast, so fast that even the naked eye couldn't catch it. In this case, there is only one way to do it. Arrogance of seeing and hearing. Unfortunately, Smog is now a colonel, but he is not proficient in two-color arrogance. As for Ai Yin, he hasn't graduated from the boot camp yet, and he doesn't even have much experience in real life and death combat. Not even domineering awakening, let alone displaying it. It can be said that Smoker and Ain at the moment can only stare at them. Looking at the two of them who were like frightened birds, Long Yu remained expressionless and said, "Don't worry, I just touched your bottom. It seems that as I expected, there are not many surprises. Smog, I'll let Luffy fight you." Luffy Smog was stunned for a moment. He remembered that in the port that day, Garp himself mentioned this name. Could it be that this is a bargaining chip for him to bet against Akainu in the future? "Teacher, Luffy is still in the spit, why don't I behead him?" Sauron suddenly turned and stood up. Off the green turban wrapped around his arm with his backhand and wrapped it around his head. In Soren's eyes, during this period of time, in the hands of Dasichi, he had lost too much, and he was full of suffocation. It's rare to find an opportunity to vent, and of course I won't let it go. "No, you green algae head, this rare opportunity to show in front of that beautiful lady who just arrived. Of course, let me come, my little leather shoes are already thirsty. Sanji suddenly ignited a small universe. However, in the face of the two's strong appearance, Luffy, who was still spitting water, suddenly opened his eyes and said, I will become the One Piece in the future. There is meat to eat. A hurried shout, Luffy suddenly turned over on the ground and stood up like a flash of light. However, he soon saw that his hands, like rubber, slipped down a little uncontrollably. Chapter 572, Kill Two Birds with One Stone. Of course, this strange phenomenon was quickly controlled by Luffy, and at the same time he explained in a hurry, Teacher, it doesn't count just now, I am now 1,000 caddies, but you promised to reward me with 1,000 caddies of barbecue, you but don't regret it. 10 days ago, after tasting the skewers grilled by Long Yu, Luffy was directly hooked. Every time I make a skewer, I almost make the bamboo sticks out of sparks. It can be said that Long Yu is well aware of the weaknesses of the Straw Hat's 3 major battles in the original novel. You made Lieutenant General Garp's grandson fight me. Smaug frowned and said, are you underestimating me? Or do you want me to win? In Smoker's eyes, Luffy just shot the Sea Kings away with one move. But whether it is the connection of the follow-up tricks, and the speed of the movements, compared with him, it is still too far behind. Hee, Smoker seems to be in good spirits. Long Yu patted his shoulder with a dry smile and said, it's good to have confidence, but don't pay too much attention to appearances. I see, if you call me teacher, you will never be convinced. If you win, I won't force you, but if you lose, you will not only call me teacher in the days to come, but also the captain of the ship. The location is still yours. Chief. Smokey was startled. It means to be responsible for cleaning the toilet. Nami added. Smoker's expression suddenly stiffened. He is also an admiral. Usually, this kind of thing is handed over to his subordinates. Now let him commit himself to being a director, obviously a little unacceptable. However, at the thought of being able to use someone younger than himself as a teacher without needing to be called, Smoker's face still flashed and he wanted to try. Okay, I accept the bet. Smoker's eyes flickered, and he finally agreed. Senior Smoker, don't you need to think about it? I think it seems to be tricky. Aang couldn't help but persuade. In her eyes, it would never be so easy for Long Yu to be recognized by a senior like Zephyr. After all, that is the existence that even the authority of Akainu dares to provoke. Don't worry, Aang, Lieutenant General Garp is his grandson, but he just went to sea not long ago. Smoker spit out a cigarette and said. What's more, I'm a battle-hardened admiral. I don't believe that a newcomer can. Aang's face. Lu finally sighed and nodded. Senior Nazmog, be careful. Leaving those words aside, Yin pushed it aside. Although he does not support Smoker to accept this bet, but facing training under Long Yu, Luffy is the grandson of the naval hero Mr. Garp. A hint of urgency on his face, he opened the phone bug video that he had prepared in advance. According to Zephyr's instructions before he left, if Long Yu doesn't mind, Yin needs to photograph the training process as much as possible. Long Yu had a panoramic view of all this. This time, he agreed to Zephyr and Sengoku's proposal and joined the Navy to help guide the recruits, all in order to get the world unrest point as soon as possible. Aang's actions at the moment are also conducive to raising his popularity among the Navy. Spread the teaching method and let Zephyr come to indirectly help him shorten the time for implementing the plan. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Let's start here. Seeing Aang retreating, the others also distanced themselves. Smaug was the first to lose his temper. Quite right to this old laxus who completely abused him. Smoker can't wait now, and wants to tear up Long Yu's confidence by defeating Luffy. In his eyes, Luffy is a superhuman devil fruit person. But compared with his natural devil fruit ability, the gap is very obvious. At least, to deal with a newcomer, only by elementalization, they can stand in an invincible position. Looking at Smog, who was full of confidence, Long Yu said with a rare smile, "Since Smog is full of confidence, then Luffy asks you to be merciful." "Laxus, you let this kid show mercy to me, are you underestimating me?" Smoker's face darkened. He has always regarded Long Yu as a competitor, and now dedicating himself to a junior as a rival has already damaged his face. Now Long Yu is still letting Luffy show mercy. For Smoker, this is a shame at all. "It seems, Smoker, you have the chance to win, but I advise you not to take it lightly, or you will lose miserably." Long Yu glanced at it lightly and said, "Luffy, I allow you to liberate." "Can be liberated." Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Teacher, can I still use that trick?" "Yes." Long Yu nodded. Since he wants to fight, Long Yu still hopes to teach Smog a profound lesson. Chapter 573, Rubber Steam Cannon. "Okay, very good, it seems that my Smoker has been underestimated." Smog said hello twice, and a stern expression flashed in the depths of his pupils. "I also want to know, what kind of ability is the teacher who is highly respected by Zephyr?" Smokey's fighting stance unfolded, his eyes turned in vain, and fell on Luffy's body. In his eyes, to defeat a clumsy existence like Luffy, only 3 moves are needed. However, just as the idea came to his mind, the sight of his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! The dull sound of heavy objects landing suddenly echoed. A black gauntlet was thrown to the ground by Luffy. Clothes, shoes, trouser belts, etc. were taken off by him one by one and thrown on the ground. Every piece of land can smash the thick rock ground into cracks, spreading out cobweb-like cracks. When Luffy was left with only his cool clothes, the clumsy way of acting was swept away. Slightly loosening the joints of his limbs, Luffy's eyes turned in vain and locked on Smoker's body. Second gear. The simple words were spit out, and the feet peristaltic like air pumps. The next moment, the skin instantly turned red as if it was hot. The steam evaporated, Luffy's lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. Shave. Bang. Sonic boom. Haven't turned back to Smog, just felt a flower in front of me. An unexpected figure had already appeared in front of him. Rubber steam cannon. Boom. A punch. It rolled away like a thunderous explosion. The huge impact, like the yellow river bursting its banks, went out of control and poured head-on into Smog's abdomen. PFF'd. Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood, before he had time to react. Fell like a cannonball. At this moment, his mind went blank. No, there is only one left in my mind. This attack is too fast. The opponent is obviously not armed and domineering, but the speed is so fast that he doesn't even have the chance to turn his thoughts and cast elementalization. Boom. Smoker smashed his head on a soap tree hundreds of meters away. The huge impact force was vented, and the tree trunk, which could only be embraced by 7 or 8 people, was directly smashed into a deep pit. The huge soap tree shook violently. Ai Yin, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help opening her mouth, looking at Long Yu with disbelief. Too fast. Even the video phone bugs don't know if they can record the scene just now. However, when I think of Smog, who was instantly knocked out and defeated, the training quality tested in this first battle. So that Ai Yin didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly sent the video. Teacher, is this really my speed? Luffy looked at his fist in shock. This is too fast, too powerful, the next time we meet, I will definitely be able to smash Grandpa flying. These days, since Luffy and others boarded the ship, they have been maintaining physical training with added weights. Under Long Yu's understanding, there is no weakest fruit, only the weakest ability. What's more, Long Yu clearly knows the root of Luffy's fruit development, and it is not difficult to pull him out to help him grow. As for the move just now, Long Yu passed weight training, coupled with the second gears to increase the speed, shaving to dash forward. Of Luffy increased by 4 or 5 times at once. For Smoker, who had a contemptuous attitude from the beginning, it was undoubtedly a nightmare. Senior Smoker, are you all right? Aang sent out the video of the battle. He rushed over quickly. Smoker was a bit embarrassed to lose, but they were also a navy with them. If you don't ask Smoker now, it's obviously a little wrong. Was smashed into the tree hole, suddenly came to his senses, feeling the heart-piercing pain in his chest, and hurriedly raised his head to look at Long Yu. He knew that the bet had been lost. Just like what Long Yu said at the beginning. That's not to despise him. On the contrary, it's really showing mercy. If the punch just now was not well controlled, Smoker would have absolutely no way to stay awake now. Senior Smog, don't force it. Aang hurriedly persuaded. In her eyes, this result was surprising. It was almost impossible to use elementalization, but Smog had indeed lost. Aang, don't worry. After Smog's expression changed one after another, he finally replied with a sense of relief. Body was surrounded by smoke, and at the same time of elementalization, it directly turned into a white smoke and flew towards Long Yu. Ah, do you still want to fight? Luffy reacted at once, and Yu tried to say, just right, I just finished warming up. Hearing these innocent words, Smoker's facial muscles were twitching. Looking up at Long Yu, he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lolixus, I admit defeat. Small voices echoed on the huge abandoned pier. Looking at this scene, Zoro and Sanji looked down at the weight-bearing equipment on their bodies, in addition to their unexpected expressions, and urgent flames burned in their eyes. Chapter 574, Devil Fruit. For this crazy training of swimming and pulling the boat, they really resisted from the beginning. However, now I have seen with my own eyes that Luffy, who is naturally dumb, killed Smoker with one punch after the restriction was lifted. This makes them look forward to their own growth even more. Hee hee, little brother Laxus, it seems that you have received a lot of good disciples. If my old man knows, he will be very happy. He is also training people recently. Shachi's voice came suddenly. This abandoned pier number 13 was originally not far from the ripped-off tavern. Such a big commotion in the fight just now. If Shachi didn't show up, it would be a strange thing. Sister Sha, you are too high for me. Long Yu raised the corners of his mouth in a rare way, revealing a slightly drawn smile. This can't be blamed on Long Yu. Laxus's character is originally cold, combat power type. Usually there are very few occasions that can make him laugh. However, this time Shachi came out and brought Long Yu a very important piece of information. Rayleigh is helping people with special training. Teacher, you know her. Smog looked at Shachi who suddenly appeared, and his expression became ashen. Looking at Smog with a bloody face, Long Yu patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, it seems that you have not suffered less from Sister Sha. Outsiders may not know Shachi's strength, but Long Yu knows it clearly. The hero of the company's naval headquarters, Garp, was chasing after the sea, but he was still standing here intact. It's enough to show Shachi's strength. That's not a cover. Not difficult to abuse Smog, who can't even be domineering in two colors. This kid, he came to my bar for a drink, but only charged him 1,000,000 Bailey, and he gave me trouble for several days, so he beat him several times. Shachi spit out a cigarette and said with a nonchalant expression. Faced with these words, many people's expressions suddenly stiffened. In particular, Zoro, who was trying to find a chance to drink, had his cheek muscles twitching. Drinking $1,000,000 at a time will not make him sell himself. He really wondered what 1,000,000 Bailey had been drinking. No wonder this admiral has been looking for a few places in succession. If it were him, he would have already taken the knife. Okay, Luffy, you continue to carry out weight-bearing training. Under the weight-bearing state, you can still exert the speed just now. Then you will complete the first stage of training. Dragon said. Ah, can the teacher let me rest for a while? I'm going to be crushed into plasticine. Luffy, it's okay to avoid training. It is the behavior of the weak. If you say no, I will urge you with a knife in the future. Luffy, my little leather shoes, are already too hungry. Looking at the three people who were full of fighting spirit all of a sudden, Dasichi, who had stopped to watch the battle, also continued to practice sword swinging. Between Luffy and Smoke just now was over in the blink of an eye. But it is precisely for this reason that they are more able to see the way to become stronger. Old teacher, I want to try these weights. Smoker glanced at it and smashed the black load-bearing equipment on the ground. Are you going to try? Then be careful. Luffy said hesitantly for a moment. Seeing this scene, Smog's expression was stagnant, but he stepped forward quickly. When he weighed the gauntlets, clothes, and so on, his expression suddenly turned blue. These things add up to at least 800 kilograms. Under the heavy load all day, it can also fly a huge sea snake of more than 10 meters with one punch. Were him, it would be difficult to even walk. Are they carrying any weight on them? Smog couldn't help but looked at Zoro and others. As they nodded, their faces became more and more ugly. Originally, he had fantasized about practicing with the boat, at least being able to make the short man taller. Never thought that he would encounter a boat of monsters. Compared with them, he was his younger brother. Okay, let's rest for a while. Long Yu patted Smog on the shoulder and said, I'll leave the toilet to you. These words, Long Yu followed Shachi to the ripping bar. Brother, what do you want to drink? Shachi walked to the bar first. Sister Sha, you're welcome. Is there something important for you to show up in person? Long Yu smiled and refused. As one of the few people who knew his identity, Long Yu also saved the effort of tensing his face. Hee, little brother, you are still impatient. Shachi poured a glass of rum at random, pushed it to Long Yu and said, this time, I'm looking for you to tell you that these days, some amazing people have come to this island, and when the strength of the navy is empty, planning to hold an auction. I heard that there are 2 precious devil fruits in this auction. As for the value, I have not inquired. Devil Fruit Dragon Feather raised his brows. Since he arrived in the world of One Piece, it was the first time he encountered the appearance of a devil fruit. If there is such a lively thing, Long Yu doesn't mind joining in the fun. Chapter 575, Who Wins? Hee, it seems that little brother is still a little interested in devil fruits. Shachi laughed dryly and hesitated for a moment. By the way, there is one more thing that should not have been said, but my intuition told me that this matter should be told to my little brother. My old man is helping Fire Fist Ace train, but he really wants to defeat you. He thought he might be a strong enemy, but he didn't expect that you were hiding so deeply in the battle 10 days ago. Icy Long Yu's brows couldn't help but raise, looking a little surprised. Now he is training Luffy and Rayleigh is training Ace. Is this an alternative competitor? On the other hand, when Long Yu and others landed on the Chambord Islands, the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku is standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a gloomy face. The hands and fingers that were wrapped around them were constantly bouncing on the arms, looking a little impatient. Warring states, don't be so irritable, it's useless to be anxious, that kid is late, but if you don't know, there will be some surprises for us. Garp sneaked a few senbei into his mouth and said with a big laugh. You bastard, you steal my things again, no wonder you are so leisurely and come here to accompany me. Warring States suddenly turned around and looked at the empty dish on the table, and it was about to explode in an instant. Bang! The closed office door was pushed open in response, interrupting the upcoming battle. Why are you here? Warring States raised his brows and said anxiously, is it related to Laxus? This guy is 7 days late. 10 days ago, the Warring States period was hysterically cheering for the Long Yu platform on the pier, and it also witnessed the birth of the bet. If Long Yu told him now that he was going to retreat, then his old face would have no place to rest, so he would just retire early. Warring States, don't worry. Hyung lifted the phone in his hand and said, that girl Ain, has sent back a video. According to Zepha's retelling, this is the battle between Smog and Karp's grandson. But the video shows the time, it's only 10 seconds. I have asked Zepha and he said nothing wrong. Sengoku and Garp couldn't help being stunned during the 10 seconds of the battle. However, facing the video related to Long Yu and waiting 10 days for the video, I couldn't wait to read it. Cap, Smoker and your grandson, who do you think will win? Sengoku couldn't help talking while fiddling with the video. Who wins? Garp licked his nostrils, and then didn't say. I think it's Smog, that guy is a natural devil fruit, and Luffy can't even be domineering, so it should be difficult to win. For his grandson, Garp's imagination and fruit ability are restrained, which is clearly in front of him. Would be embarrassing if you tried to stand firm. Just not. Well, this thought just flashed in Garp's mind. That suddenly lit up, his pupils shrank suddenly. Bang, 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 several sounds of heavy objects colliding were heard in the video. Soon the screen went black. And Garp looked at each other in amazement. Is this the end? I just saw that your grandson took off a lot of clothes on his body, and then the picture changed, and Smoker flew out. Is this your grandson's victory? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. That scene just now was too fast. It was so fast that even Yin couldn't catch up with the shooting, and as soon as the scene changed, it was over. I just saw the last picture. Garp's grandson, it seems that he is still armed and domineering. Crane spoke suddenly. It made Sengoku and Garp look stagnant. Doesn't know how to be aggressive, but he can knock Smoker into the air with one punch. Crane, what do you mean? The speed of Garp's grandson burst out in an instant, and there is no chance for Smog to elementalize. Sengoku couldn't help but ask. One just now passed so fast that they couldn't react at all, so it ended directly. So if you really pay attention, the effective information you can get is not low. Yes, I am more mentally prepared than you, and I am not wrong. Crane nodded affirmatively. Kapu, I want to know, when your grandson went to sea, did you have such strength? Before the elementalization, many people can do it at the speed of knocking people into the air, but with your grandson's ability age, that's extremely rare. If he has such speed and strength now, once he is introduced into the naval headquarters, he will at least be a major general, and he will still be at the upstream level of a major general. So, your answer has great reference value. I hope you can be cautious. For a time, Sengoku also stared at Garp with a silly face. Ha ha ha, no, of course not. Garp burst out laughing. Half a month ago, let alone speed, that guy couldn't even escape the iron fist that Lao Su loves. If he hadn't escaped by taking advantage of my drunkenness, he would have been imprisoned in the Navy headquarters by me now. However, I didn't expect that in just half a month, that guy from Laxus could train Luffy to be so powerful that even Smoker was defeated by one move. Also, what is the weight-bearing material they are wearing? His steamy tricks were also learned under Laxus. No wonder he was clamoring to smash Lao Su on the phone. This is a progress. Looking at it for a moment, Garp was incoherent. Chapter 576. No need to be nervous. The expressions of Crane and Warring States couldn't help but stagnate, and they looked at each other subconsciously. They knew that Garp was a slut on weekdays. But at this juncture, there is absolutely no ambiguity. If it is true as he said, in just half a month, Laxus will develop a series of suitable training plans for Luffy. It even increased his strength several times, researched a new fruit development direction, and performed the 6th style shaving. With so many types of training, for ordinary people, it's like a cramming, and it can't keep up. The most important thing is that Laxus training works. Crane, have you seen the weight that Laxus uses? How much is it, and what materials are there? Warring States caught the phone bug in his hand. During this period of time, the Navy was slumped, but he accumulated a stomach of grievances. So I couldn't wait to find a breakthrough in Laxus. Long Yu can help Luffy increase his strength several times within half a month. If this scheme can be replicated, then it may not be difficult for them to train in large batches. Warring States, I know what you are thinking, but it is difficult for our Navy to replicate this plan perfectly. Zepha's voice came from outside the door. Sengoku and Crane hurriedly followed the voice, revealing a look of doubt. I know, you don't want to believe it. Walked in slowly and said, first, the load-bearing equipment used by Laxus is at least 1,000 kilograms, and it is still heavy black steel that is more valuable than Halu stone. This thing is as hard as cotton, but it is far from the ratio of ordinary steel. It is a product from the Kingdom of Giants that does not belong to the countries that are part of our world government. The quantity is very rare and there is circulation. It's really surprising that this kid can get so much. Having said that, Zepha got a cup of tea, moistened his throat, and continued, second, it is the way of training. At the moment in the Navy headquarters, Akainu and Kizaru are focusing on the development of devil fruit abilities, which has changed many new concepts. Even if I repeat the corrections many times, it will be useless. They have neglected the physical skills behind the fruit ability, and they also lack tenacity and persistence. I believe that when Carp trains his grandchildren, it is often unexpected, and it is different from our Navy's greenhouse cultivation. No matter what. Garp's grandson, or the other two teenagers, and even the girl on the boat who keeps wielding a knife is not a simple person. No wonder that boy is not willing to choose people in our Navy. It turns out that there are many good seedlings under him. As for the third point, it is the most important point. We don't have Laxus-rich coaching experience and precise training plan formulation, which means we can't imitate him and improve a person's strength in a short period of time. It can be said that his training program is difficult to perfectly replicate. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the office for a long time and could not be dissipated. Compared to the disappointment on Warring State's face, Carp pouted his nostrils indifferently and said with a big laugh, "Haha, I already knew that my little devil is a genius. However, that kid Laxus, the means are really good, he can come up with so many ways. It is impossible to say that the next time we meet, the grandson of this old man can become a lieutenant general, and he will be on an equal footing with me. It seems that next time we must get him a drink." Looking at Garp with a sullen face, Sengoku couldn't help but glared and said, "Kapu, you shut up and let you have time to train new recruits. You have to go, now you can't even copy the course, then what shall we do?" Seeing the duck beside his mouth and flying away, this was unacceptable to the Warring States as a marshal. "Sengoku, you don't need to be nervous. I mean, it can't be replicated perfectly, but we can simplify the training and make it work." Zepha hesitated for a moment and said, "However, in order to open a gap in the inherent thinking of those guys, I am afraid that it can only be done after the bet. Let us prepare for this period." Zepha is right, and it is fortunate that Laxus can think of it, but it is true that few people can accept it for a long time. Crane nodded in agreement. However, before she could continue to speak, a rush of phone bugs rang. Chapter 577, Laxus appears. What happened? Crane picked up the phone bug and said with a frown. Of the Navy headquarters and the entire Navy intelligence network. This phone bug is also an advanced phone bug responsible for contact. Lieutenant General Crane, something bad happened. Lieutenant Tautu learned that Laxus appeared in the Chambord Islands, so he went alone. Inside the phone worm, hurried voices came out. What? Crane's expression changed involuntarily, and said, when she made the report just now, wasn't she chasing the ships of the 100 Beast Pirates? The ship of the Beast Pirates has also appeared in the Chambord Islands. What? He suddenly felt his head swell, rubbed helplessly and said, okay, I will contact her and let her return to the team as soon as possible, don't cause me any trouble. Thank you, Lieutenant General. The phone bug hung up. The gazes of the three of Zepha also swiped and landed on the Crane. Don't worry, Tautu is not a fool. It will be enough, and it will not cause trouble for Laxus to join the Navy boot camp. The Crane reluctantly replied, and hurriedly took the phone and left. Looking at that posture, it doesn't look like you're relieved at all. Islands, Long Yu has already left the Ripping Off Tavern. However, after learning about the devil fruit from Shachi's mouth, he decided to join in the fun. Along with him, there were Smoker and Aang, who had already changed into the uniforms of the Navy headquarters and accompanied him. According to what they said, they wanted to follow Long Yu as much as possible and get to know more. However, Long Yu clearly knew that these two guys had ulterior motives. Smog was planning to open a small stove, and Ai Yin wanted to know as much as possible what Long Yu had planned for Luffy's second stage of training. After all, the first stage is already an inhuman training thinking. If there is a second stage, what is it and what does it need to assist Long Yu, who is avoiding talking about it, which will undoubtedly make them feel itchy. As for Luffy and others, Long Yu showed mercy and gave them a half-day vacation. Get out of the way, don't get in the way of this uncle. You bastard, dare to block my way, I am the head of the Iron Wolf Pirates. The captain of the Iron Wolf Pirates, does 130 million exist? The closer it is to the number 1 auction house, the more and more seas gather together. After all, this was the first large-scale auction to be held after the Tianlong human skeleton demon was executed in public after a lapse of several months. It is also a means of gaining popularity. Otherwise, these auction house owners would not spend a lot of effort to find 2 animal-type devil fruits, the so-called finale treasures, and auction them. Above this sea, and the Navy headquarters has a boot camp, which is different from systematic training. To become stronger, pirates can only join a large pirate group and become an intern. On the senior's body, get physical skills, 2 color tyrants. Air and other guidance. However, the stronger the pirate group, the higher the entry barrier. If you don't have the strength yourself, if you want to join the pirate group, there is no way at all. This puts the pirates in an embarrassing dilemma. To get out of this situation, the quickest shortcut is to get the devil fruit. In the eyes of pirates, this is a good opportunity to climb to the sky. Hey, you stepped on my teacher's foot. Smoker spoke suddenly. Long Yu came to his senses after thinking. That stopped in front of them, the leader was a burly man in a purple shirt. His muscles were like a rock, and there was a heavy sword on his back, radiating a cold light. In particular, the hideous scar on his face, which was slowly twitching along with the change in expression, was even more terrifying. You white-headed brat, how dare you talk to our jackal captain like this? A pirate was the first to shout. These words fell, dozens of pirates surrounded them. In the face of this violent scene, the people who passed by all around also quickly stopped to watch the play. Senior Smoker, do we need to call for naval support? Looking at this scene, as a rookie coming out of the boot camp for the first time, I was obviously a little anxious. He took out a Navy phone bug with his backhand. Man of the Navy. Expression was stagnant, and he stared at Long Yu and the 3 of them for 3 moments. The big hand suddenly raised, and he said in a deep voice, the business is important, let's go. Boy, don't let me touch you on the sea, or I'll have to slaughter you all. Abandoning these words, the jackal left first. Those murderous pirates also quickly followed. It can be said that in the first half of the Great Waterway, if you can offer a reward of over 100 million, it can be called a big pirate-like existence. Of course, it can be successfully passed through the Chambord archipelago as a springboard to reach the New World. That is another world. It can be said that the Chambord Islands are the tomb of the pirates eliminated. You bastard, during this time, if it wasn't for the pursuit of the Ward pirates and the fight against the skeleton demon, resulting in the lack of troops in the headquarters, these pirates would never have the chance to be so arrogant. Smog's face sank, and he said angrily. Teacher, if you think it's necessary, I can contact the Navy. Right now, Lax's training method, and Luffy's powerful strength, greatly magnified Smoker's sense of belonging. That one teacher was a teacher, but it was so loud. If anyone dares to shoot Long Yu, Smog will definitely be the first to shoot. After all, at Long Yu's hands, he suffered all the hardships and humiliation, and even the toilet was covered. Chapter 578, offering a reward of 210 million. If he didn't learn anything practical, Long Yu would be harmed by others. This is something Smog absolutely doesn't want to see. Hee, no need, you have to learn your own business and solve it yourself. Long Yu laughed dryly, looked at the figures who had penetrated into the auction house, and said, you know how much the jackal pirates are offering. Smog's expression couldn't help but stagnate for how many bounties were offered. He had just returned from East China Sea Rog Town, a backcountry like this, and he really didn't know how much the reward was offered. After all, before that, Smoker's main focus was on the East China Sea. Where the reward of several million is not bad, the reward of tens of millions, I am afraid that 10 fingers can count it. Old teacher, our recruits have a course, which is to know ourselves and our enemies, and we will not be imperiled in 100 battles, so I have been familiar with the information about the pirate group that has occurred frequently within a year. Ain hurriedly said. In this Jackal Pirates, the captain has offered a reward of 130 million, and the other pirate crew members who showed up have a total of 80 million, and the total reward is 210 million too. Having said this, Ai Yin clenched the phone bug tightly and said, if you want to know more details, teacher, I can contact Teacher Zepha. A reward of 210 million 2 inches. Long Yu raised his brows involuntarily. Teacher, why are you asking this? Smoker couldn't help but ask. Hee, nothing, just remembered a question. Long Yu rubbed Ai Yin's head and said, you girl, don't always take out the phone bug in the future. Learn on the ship under my command, you don't need the Navy to support it. If you have anything, I can carry it for you. Having said that, Long Yu glanced at the auction house, which was already very lively. It's almost time, let's go. Looking at Long Yu, who was the first to walk to the auction, Ai Yin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help shrinking her neck. Zepha's serious face flashed in his mind. Long time, in Ai Yin's memory, the teachers who were teachers were all unsmiling, and they didn't like them to cause trouble. I never thought that Laxus, who was a teacher, would rub her head so casually for the second time. He also said such arrogant words. The most important thing, Long Yu used the template of Laxus, and the age difference is not big. Why don't you go? The smoker sounded suddenly. Aren't you shy? No, I didn't. Woke up suddenly and quickly followed. Dear guest, welcome to the number 2 auction house. 2 guards at the door. Guard, after taking a look at Long Yu's appearance, he put away the reward in his hand. However, the sharp-eyed Long Yu could still see clearly that the reward order was the template of the great skeleton demon, and the appearance of his body. It seems that the number 1 auction house was destroyed. For these merchants, I am afraid they are scared. Especially, after such a riot, for a long time. Before the great skeleton demon was captured, it would be very difficult for the Tianlong people, who are the big gold lords, to land on the Chambord Islands again. Is it all right? Long Yu glanced at the auction items on the stage and asked. All right, 3 distinguished guests. Guard quickly replied, however, this time the venue is small, and many people came to participate in the auction, so there are no seats, and the 3 guests can only stand aside to bid. This is the auction item list. Stand aside. Smoker's brows furrowed. In Rog Town, he is the accustomed master. When has he been treated like this? No problem. Long Yu replied and walked straight into the auction house. Seeing this scene, Smog and Ain couldn't help but startled. But still quickly followed. Teacher, why don't you fight for it? Smoker, sipping his cigar, couldn't help saying. In his eyes, this move was a bit too suffocating. Struggle. Long Yu smiled dryly and said, this kind of auction house will end soon. As for the fight, let's wait for a while. After a while looking at the mysterious dragon feather, Smaller suddenly lost his head. What's more, he is not a person who is good at using his brain. Shark Man, this, Captain Ol bid 13 million, the first time. 13 million for the second time, 13 million for the third time, deal. Congratulations to Captain Ole for obtaining a powerful Murloc slave. With this Murloc slave to navigate, he will be able to pass through the Murloc Island and reach the New World without incident, becoming another overlord of the New World. High platform. The old man in charge of the auction rang the wooden hammer for the last time, and immediately, excitedly called out. Soon, I saw a few people, escorted the Murlocs down, and handed over to the captain of the pirate group who spent 13 million. 13 million by a Murloc. Ain couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. For a new recruit like her, each of them only leads the poor 10,000 Baileys, and it is more than 100,000 in a year. It is simply incomparable to this opening and closing more than 10 million. Chapter 579, 35 million. Yin, as long as you graduate and go to sea in the future, you will know that the concept of Bailey is just a number in the sea. Long Yu said lightly. When Yin heard this, she couldn't help but startled. She couldn't react to this sentence for a while. However, what was auctioned next soon attracted Ain's attention again. Legged clan, the long-handed clan, the dwarves, etc. For Ain, who left the recruit camp for the first time, it was an eye-opener. With more than a dozen slaves being auctioned off, the end seems to be coming to an end. Smog frowned and said, "Teacher, this auction is coming to an end, don't you have what you want?" Is very eager to know about the second stage of training set by Long Yu. This is also the purpose of his following. Wait. Long Yu replied, looking at some broken stone products brought up on the high platform. His brows couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Everyone, the next thing, but some big pirates who don't have the ability of devil fruit, after going to the New World, the necessary weapon to kill the enemy. On the high platform opened his throat and shouted after watching the truck carrying the goods stopped. You can imagine that there are countless monsters in the New World. In case you encounter some powerful devil fruit abilities, and you can't fight against them, you just have the sharp weapon of Halu Stone in your hand, and you can stab him by surprise. Now, isn't the scale of victory yours? These words fell, there was a trace of silence in the arena, and the eyes of many people lit up the next moment. In the first half of the Great Waterway, being able to come into contact with two color-domineering pirates is simply a drop in the bucket. But in the New World, in the second half of the Great Waterway, it is full of seas. There are a lot of people who are still devil fruit people. Moreover, new pirates entering the New World often become the hunting targets of older pirates. If you can bring a piece of Halu Stone, it will undoubtedly increase your ability to protect yourself. Of course, it is still unknown whether it will really come in handy. Well, it looks like everyone realizes the usefulness of these things. Who presided over the auction saw the interest of many people being aroused, and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Then let's start the auction now." Most of the Halu stones here are leftovers, and there are also some finished handcuffs and weapon decorations. The specifications are a bit different, but because of the rarity, the starting price is not low. Come down and bid at least 1 million each time. 5 million Ain were stunned in place. In the Navy, she is also rarely seen. Halu stone products. Never thought that the value on the outside would be so high. Seeing the value rising to tens of millions all of a sudden, I was stunned. However, before Ain could react, an unexpected voice sounded. 20 million Baileys. 20 million Baileys. There was a sound of gasping for air in the arena. All eyes, including Yin, fell on Long Yu. Looking at Long Yu, who raised the price to 10 million as soon as he opened his mouth. In their eyes, this is simply insane. It's the Navy I met at the door just now. In the last row raised his brows, and immediately revealed a playful smile. Seeing this scene, the tens of servants' eyes lit up and they knew exactly what their boss had in mind. After all, they didn't do much of this kind of thing. 20 million Baileys, this lord gave 20 million Baileys, is there any more than this? The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. In his eyes, Long Yu is a fool with money. After all, in the eyes of the old man, it is not bad that this pile of sea tower stones can be sold for 13 to 4 million. Long Yu raised the price so high as soon as he opened his mouth, and if there are some who don't know how to do it, maybe he will increase the price. At that time, he will be able to sit back and reap the profits. Haha, isn't this Halu stone? I just want to order it and bring it to my family as a gift. Together with the big laughter of the jackal, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. In their eyes, they also eagerly want to see if there is someone who is taking advantage of it and will raise the price a bit. I bid 25 million Baileys. 25 million Baileys. The old man's eyes widened, and he said excitedly, 25 million Bailey, do you still want this, Lord? These words fell, everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. Yin's pretty face froze slightly, and she said anxiously, Teacher, if you need Halu stone, why don't I mention it to Teacher Zephyr, maybe it will work. Right now, the name of Laxus, in the eyes of Zephyr and other high-level officials, is a sweet and delicious existence. If Long Yu really wanted to ask for the point Halu stone, Zephyr would never refuse. No need, someone pays for us anyway. Long Yu smiled warmly and raised his hand again, 35 million Baileys. Wow! Chapter 580, Domineering. An uproar in the huge auction hall. You with disbelief. I opened my mouth to increase the price by 10 million Bailey, I still shot a bunch of defective Halu stones. If it spreads out, it is simply a typical person who is stupid and has a lot of money. Facing the changes in everyone's expressions, Long Yu smiled and looked at the jackal, and said, I remember you seem to be called the jackal. What's the matter? Didn't you like this pile of things? Why didn't you make an offer? Is there no Bailey? Even Ain and Smoke were surprised by the provocative words that suddenly appeared. The moment before, in front of the gate, Long Yu's retreat was still vivid in their minds. Now it suddenly becomes stronger, and people have a kind of feeling, unacceptable. You. The jackal suddenly became angry. He originally held the idea of raising the price and making Long Yu white, high price. As soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, the price increased by 10 million. He even faced and challenged him. In case he made a bid, it was convenient to stop bidding. For him, it was put together. After all, he clearly knows who is the boss behind this auction house. Captain, let's stop calling. It's a fool to ask for this pile of junk for 35 million. A thin man said anxiously. And, I see that kid, there's definitely not that many Baileys. Jackal's eyes lit up, which made him think of a way to step down, and he snorted coldly, Boy, you are provoking the great jackal pirates, I am offering a reward of 130 million existence. Forgot to tell you, as one of the 4 emperors, Lord Kaido of the Beast Pirates, has decided to recruit me as his pirate group, so I don't care about the mere tens of millions of Baileys. However, I suspect that you don't have 35 million Baileys on you at all, and you are making random bids here, so I hope you take out something of sufficient value to prove that you have this ability. I believe this request is not excessive. A stern voice, no one dislikes this kind of lively thing in the huge auction hall. What's more, 35 million photographed a pile of broken stones, which is indeed a bit unacceptable to other people. The old man standing on the high platform tensed. The face of Jackal's request, if it is normal, in order not to offend the guests, he will play a rounder. But as soon as the other party opened his mouth, he put out the title of the 100 Beast Pirates. This is for him. But it cannot be ignored. What's more, the people around are still watching the excitement, and the next finale products need to continue. So, he has only one choice. My lord, I am really sorry, my bank has a rule. If there is a bidder, when there is a dispute about the qualifications of another bidder, you need to submit enough auction qualifications. I hope this lord will come up with 315 million Baileys, or a treasure of equal value. The old man couldn't help but say. Bastard, then why doesn't he need it? Smoker's face darkened, and he shouted in a hurry. If it was normal, he would definitely lift the tabletop. Most importantly, Smog doesn't think that Long Yu has so many Baileys on him. After all, that shabby sloop, and the expensive heavy-duty steel, I am afraid that the wealth has already been consumed. HMPH, the head of our family, the head of the item, is already worth 130 million Bailey. Is it possible that there is still a shortage of that little money? The skinny pirate beside the jackal was the first to shout. In the face of this value, many people have acquiesced, even the old people on the stage are no exception. After all, the world is a big deal. As long as the fist is big, Bailey is everywhere. Teacher me. Ain opened his mouth after hesitating to speak. However, she soon saw a large warm hand pressing on her head. What's the matter, are you going to borrow it from your teacher again? Long Yu smiled warmly. On this unsmiling cheek, this smile makes people feel a kind of inexplicable feeling. Boy, what are you laughing at? Why didn't you take Bailey out? The jackal's expression changed slightly, and he began to shout a little impatiently. For a time, the atmosphere of the huge auction house suddenly became depressed, and everyone's eyes fell on Long Yu. Sorry, I've never had the habit of carrying money. The smile on Long Yu's face became more and more serious. His eyes turned in vain and landed on Jackal. However, thank you for reminding me of one thing. It turns out that you are a mobile cash machine with 130 million Bailey's heads, and I laughed it off. The small voices fell, and the scene suddenly fell to the ground. Even Ain's pupils shrank suddenly. She never thought that Long Yu would say such domineering words.